times at the Sentinel Graveyard.
Yeah, let's just go back one season, 2 on us with some of the craziest point swings as a solo player. I think he started that trend of, hey, game 1, my teammates are down, let me just clutch up 20 points and keep us in the running. The win condition with Thomas HD right now isn't getting a huge pick, isn't just getting total high ground or trying to win the game, it's just trying to stay alive, stay on top of placement. 97 damage above the threshold. He just needs to land a few shots, doesn't need to convert them into anything. Make sure the mats are fine, pray for those zone pulls, and just stay in the game.
That's what's all on the line right now. My concern is that Storm Surge, only 66 above. It's going to take a knock. Oh my goodness. It is not easy, and he's going to have to box fight the Malabuka. That's not going to happen here, but now we're just seeing how everybody else is positioning here. And look at that. It's half in and half out. That's going to be the danger here. It's not only half in and half out in the Storm, but Stealthy Stronghold splits that safe zone almost in half.
But 2.
Yeah, one side Stronghold, the other side
there's all the Star Wars
free farm fields.
There's John Wick who's
Not going to be too much action on that side, though. We're still looking to the outside, the danger zone, a place where no one can really call it home. Bad Sniper laxes his force down around him. He has nothing else to do, just kind of rocking down a timer, but it's not seconds he's counting, it's his materials, his mats. Now just up to wood, 500 left. He's at a sliver of a spot. He actually tries to respond back to 3 players. Oh, gets dropped down and runs into 2 himself. Karma and Kylie pick him up right there.
If you're ever in that situation, you got to break the line of sight, move over, extend out. You just did not have enough hard mats to withstand. And of course, when you see someone in trouble, to edit down was all it took to get him eliminated on. Aqua gets eliminated by Chapix. So our picks are not doing so well so far, but it does not matter right now. Let's see who will walk away with that victory royale here in game 1 of the Grand Royale.
Here we go.
Aqua going down really good for Thomas HD.
Nice.
Picking up for Thatch as well. Why is he good? Because he's right above him. These layers, everything in the space is just going crazy.
Yeah, you remember when I said this man will not box fight Malabuka? I stand corrected. I stand corrected. Strike the record. This man will go into that, and he got Malabuka really weak.
Yeah, and players actually can't see the lightning or hear it strike until it actually cracks shield. So I think he heard Shizo's shield's going to go down. He knows Malabuka's in trouble. He's going for the shots, but now he also smells and senses desperation. He got the first to take out Malabuka. He's got the server on his side right now, Sancho. One player needs to go down for the surge to stop. He's still kind of in a power play position. Just needs to delay. One of those burst AR shots also hit Shizo. Is it the elimination for it is the question. I'm not sure. There's Malabuka. Is there another? Oh, almost. I don't think it actually racked in for his team. Maybe. It did?
No, I was just saying the big thing that more importantly, he got the refresh that he desperately needed. He was really low on hard mats, got about 500. So now the Thomas HD clutch factor, the superstar that we know he can be, is now well equipped for endgame.
I think Bubak knows exactly where he is overall, though, and what's going down here. So many materials left inside this box. And Thomas HD is able, as he has zone, to tarp all the way out, come back and pick these up. He essentially has the inventory of 2 players to work with.
Below 179. Now 200. You could hear as much of those bullets rattling off in the distance. Every connected shot puts Thomas HD behind that Storm Surge 8-ball, folks.
Actually $17.20.
30 seconds though to see exactly what he wants to do. Let's stay all the way on the backside. Has that launch pad and probably just wants to use it late. Still locking in a little bit. This is one of the advantages you have when you're really working with time. Half pad, 2 nice dodge towards the right. Playing low ground might be tough, so staying in middle, yeah, and elevating yourself. A genius move from Thomas HD. Scram picking up a few in the feed. 46 players now looking at things. Have to drop down all the way to 35 once the second zone locks in. And Thomas is still pressuring down and finding almost a few eliminations just as a solo player.
It's unbelievable to see what Thomas can do. A lot of people had so many questions for him considering he went down, but there is no question right now who is in the power position to win this game. That is Vidil, Nor, Riley, and Janice.
They're looking really good on height. Recently just fought for equated. Now they just need to make sure to hold on, make sure to bolster it as much as possible. Reconnect as well as Genius. Thomas HD though, his world is starting to get really chaotic and different. Lightning now striking 232 damage below. 1 more second basically left. He needs to land a big pump. 113. Another one to finish. Is he above? Not just yet. Oh my god, taking down the zone all the way down to 20 HP. Picks up Clement as that surge turns off. Just surviving, but the skin of his teeth down to 4 HP. How is this man alive? He's still working through it. Picked up so many mats. Thomas HD is clutching up game 1 in a way he should not be allowed to. So the universe comes to and makes sure everything is possible physically right again. He goes down, but what a performance.
The defending FNCS champion, Cammy, had to stop the run of Thomas HT. Now it's Cammy and Seti, the duo, working together to maybe withstand and get those placements that they're really known for. And this is, look at this, 7 eliminations and a possibility for a top 10 finish. Wow, what a great start for the defending FNCS champion.
Yeah, but with no Teak, we don't have that endgame freak to be able to just go into low ground and pop off over and over again. This is going to have to be another ult-in from this team when we see it happen. No, never mind. Cammy actually gave his match over to Seti to make sure to all the way tarp in. He needs to pop this med kit off. 8 crucial seconds to see what they can do. At the same time, Hottie Sappy popping off beside the P4, going down, mixing all the way on low ground. It's getting super active. Meanwhile, Janice O'Reilly, the deal, they're looking so good on height. They're forcing everyone to fight below them. 7 eliminations for this team. Now they go for the shots on the all-in. There's the first one. Clean out this lair. Extermination as Future goes down. They're just fumigating every single box. This is too much. And they have another sandwich play down. It's just front and back pump shots over and over. It'll cost Seti his life, but Cammy, he's active now, going for those double-digit eliminations.
It doesn't matter if they're a full trio. They own the low ground. They're going to possibly get a big finish right here. They went from top 10 now to top 5. And this is what I'm talking about. It's these free placement points, the points that they're not supposed to get. This trio does.
This is pretty cool with the fish on the back.
Cammy all the way from the backside off field, but misses the pump inside the stronghold. But what is really safe? Not this player inside the box. 8 HP, the Siphon can't come through. Elo Crash is there to make sure he doesn't see the light of day again. Now the deal, he's hunting. He doesn't want to just let the game run out. He wants to finish it himself. He finds Elo Crash all the way on low. No chance for a heal game. He's making sure his entire trio stays alive as well. They don't just win, they do it in style. But with Noah Riley down, maybe the fashion isn't looking as good as it should be. Big edit for the deal, blocked by a ramp, goes down very smart, plays all the angles. But don't forget about Janice, don't forget about the big boys, controlling height since the start of that endgame and winning it, the first game victory royale.
7 eliminations to boots, but the story has to be that now these lobbies are doing solo clutches, and what is known as the most strongest lobby we've had in a long time. It's Grand Royale, folks.
Absolutely, that was just amazing from Janice, Fadil, Noah Riley. A phenomenal game overall.
A lot of
that's what we like to see, folks, and that's just only game 1, and we're going to be here for 5 more, Shayo. But yes, I was very impressed there by the solo clutches, but at the end of the day, when the trio's on height, they have the power.
Yeah, and this is one of the trios that we were looking at to really show that power explode in that last FNCS. Looks like they've been saving it for the after show, the epilogue. I really want to know what the desk is thinking about that one, Sancho, because if this team is rocking in and they're controlling the game, that's trouble for everyone else inside the field.
So that makes it really easy to access. If you ever then wonder,
gentlemen, first off, gotta say, game 1, super dope. Sancho, it is so good to have you back.
All my
so very much. Guys, I cannot believe what has just transpired in game number 1. Seti, Cammy, and Teak, of course, you know they're doing this. They're getting the run back. It's like we watching Chapter 2 Season 8, right? They're back there. We're like, oh, where are they? Oh, wait, they're placing 3rd, and now they have 10 eliminations. Vadil, Noah Riley, Janice, they got the victory royale with 7 points, or 7 eliminations as well, but I mean, that's basically the same amount of points, right? Because of these extra eliminations, because of this high placement, now you have these 2 Titans once again going, okay, we're back at this again, huh? We're getting the repeat. Okay, that sounds good to me.
I'm elite 53%, so I'm trying to get the Unreal.
So crazy to me. We've spent the whole year talking about this team and how they needed a bit more firepower. Yeah, they got the fundamentals great. Yeah, they got everything sorted out, but they need a bit more firepower. Cammy went absolutely insane there, right? Like, I've never seen somebody just sort of, go so unchained, right? Like, he really, when people say pressure makes diamonds, like, that was really Cammy in that endgame there. Some of the shots he was hitting, Reese, like, that was filthy.
Yeah, and it started right here, like right at the start of the game. He set himself up so easily to look out, and this is something we've been talking about all season, right? Cammy and Teak always get that high drop. They always make sure they situate themselves on a high elevation, get someone out of the sky, easy storm surge tags, and that's what set them up so easily to pop off in the end game with Cammy. Obviously, he had 8 elims to himself, which was absolutely massive. Some of the other early game stuff that we looked at too. Over with Sticky Stacks, we saw it happen from Andrea, and this was purely all down to, let's be real, this was a bad drop from Andrea. He did not get the God drop. He didn't deploy the right angle. He misses the weapon. He sees Mustache down there too, and he misses that one too. And you know, I'm not gonna joke about jumping in the trash. We love Andrea here. He's my boy.
We love Andrea, and he knows we love him, but it was absolutely trash. I don't know what to tell you. That was a trash drop.
I like the map, but I think there should be more.
Mr. Grand Royale was the biggest event we've had since World Cup way back in the day. Like, you gotta come out here on a serious thing. Like, you can't come out here.
So what we did is we put them in the brand new vault to make it
were like
feel
the
more
only
worth it
team
when
that went down. Like we had 96 players in the lobby for like the whole game until endgame. It felt like so. You know, they don't want to be in that position again moving forward. That game was just so stat. Like, I'm still thinking about that game in totality. Like, you know, the amount of solo cuts. Let's talk about Thomas for a second. Thomas. You know, he's signed to Astralis now. He's feeling good about himself. They didn't have the best of times sort of last season. But Thomas in this endgame was just unreal. Some of the shots. He should have went down about 5 minutes before this, right? So you know what I mean?
He saw the shots that he was hitting onto Malabuka to pick him up off spawn earlier in the 5th zone there. Now he's coming out with this massive clutch, getting up to the top 5, and he secured his team as a solo. I think that was an additional almost 20 points, right? Which is a massive swing. You got to think across the span of, 12 games. That 20 points alone he got was so incremental, right? It's obviously rough to see Khaleesi's team go down. We saw the complaints coming out about the Storm Surge coming through there, but Thomas absolutely made the most of that situation and clutched up, and that's what you need on your team. You need a guy like Thomas, and this is his week clearly.
I'm fanboying. I love it. You know, he has such a vivacious way of playing the game, and seeing him in his element in endgame there. Wow.
So good. Well, that's it for us for right now because it's time to jump back into the action. We're going back over with Shy Wager and Sancho West for game number 2, Grand Royale.
Thank you so much, Zeke11 and Reese. Okay, so we see Anas's team with a 20-point clutch. Seti Kemi-Teak with a low ground type of game that was consistent. Sancho, last season is kind of happening again in the Grand Royale.
I mean, I think it's because it's so close. I mean, we literally just had the other finish to the FNCS Chapter 2 Season 8 like a couple weeks ago, and now we're still in the same season. Normally you have an FNCS competition a couple more weeks, new metas, new weapons come out, maybe a new mobility item, so that's why it kind of feels like deja vu, but I think there's a little bit more differences is that Thomas HD trio is looking a lot stronger than we thought.
Yeah, I mean, they have these one-off games to make sure they continue to keep that consistency, but look at the deja vu list and keep going on. We've got basically Aqua all-in for height, failing on that half-and-half kind of zone, right? That happened before as well, but when they do lock it in, Sancho, I believe with you, they will hold it down. They're getting one good game in. That's always something that happens overall, and some of these big teams struggling with the north side zone. Where will it go this time, though, for game number 2? That is the question as we roll in and see who's going to get that second victory royale.
Game 2 of 6. People are going to usually do the same plan, and hopefully Andretta gets a better drop.
Game.
And as you can see here, it's the same kind of a buzz, a little bit more of an angle, so we still see that Steamy Stacks engagement right off the rip.
We're good.
This time we'll see if Andretta
at the front.
has recycled a strategy or still inside that trash bin going for the same building. Can he land it? Mustache 2 is rolling in with it.
Let's focus up.
Kurama
the skin is fire,
getting electric.
Just gotta see here, Malabuka Mustache, they want this main building, and this is if they could hold on to that. You can see the power they have, and then once again, Janice goes down early, and Believer Beach, this is the second match in a row that has happened. Even though they were able to get the victory royale, you gotta be a little bit of you gotta be concerned. Gotta be concerned when you go down that early, because eventually the odds will catch up to you. Right now, Sophie, if you're in Andretta, you're a Savage and Benji fan, you're happy right now. But like I said in the previous match, they cannot go down. If one of them goes down, historically, Malabuka just runs them over right after that. They need to get the early knock to be able to survive this engagement.
Just take every fight I can.
I'm sure the fans will be happy, because they might just be a little bit alive, but Andretta, no way to really have a conversation at long range, just an SMG, and that lever action rolling in. Savage at 1 HP has a few shields. Andretta will actually want to look just like him, put on the same clothes, aka no HP whatsoever. Benji Fishy already down. Savage now at 101 HP to roll in, but most of it just shields. These guys are looking critical this time, Sancho. Before, it was strugglesome. It was a little bit fractured from both teams. It would go blow for blow inside this boxing match to the face over and over. But this time rolling in, Malabuka Mustache and Shies look like they have trucks attached to their fists, not gloves. They're rolling through Savage, Benji, and Andretta.
Last season, the results of these kind of fights led to a 23rd finish for the boys of Andretta, Benji, and Savage. The only saving grace is that last game, they got double-digit eliminations in the Victory Royale, and if that was to happen again in day 2, they would shoot up the leaderboard. So that's what I mean with this kind of format. It's different. All these players, they haven't played in this format, and so we got to keep an eye on that. And the other thing we got to keep an eye on is Andalex. Do they hurry up? Do they pick up the tempo? Because last time, they really hurt themselves by taking too long trying to pick on this team out of the Disco Club.
Yeah, we're also to get that damage, though. Big thing for Andalex next season, 4CR. These north zones just keep pulling them all the way over to spots of the map where they're not going to be performing as well. Every time it's a little bit more southern, mountainous, or center zone overall. That's where they really can have control, dictate who moves back and forth. But when they have to be the movers, that's where we see a little bit of struggle.
And that's what happens here. When that first zone's revealed, you have to have a plan to be able to move faster. And last time when I was watching the NA West, when I was covering that region 2 seasons ago, you see Arkham's trio, they had these warp-type rotations. You're like, wait a minute, 5 minutes, they're already all the way down into Misty Meadows? How can they be? I mean, these guys move fast. And that's what you got to do. You got to move fast. Everything's on a timer right now, and all these Fortnite pros know that timer. And considering that Noah Riley here is going to have to work as a duo with Vadil, actually, correction, the reboot ban goes off. Now they're a full force trio, so we're seeing that trio could handle the little bit of issues.
Well, last week I built a field hospital. I stopped 1,000 attackers.
And a natural disaster.
Well, I go to school full-time while I work full-time.
The greater the challenge, the stronger we become.
I think Genesis would just even go down to fall damage to be able to get rebooted and keep that regular mantra up, even if he's uncontested.
And at the same time, you'll be able to have a longer reboot card time. It's been a change. I know the last season has been in there. That's definitely helping out, not only in the competitive scene, but in pubs. And now, Thomas HD looking good. And this is our teams right now. This team's in 2nd place. Thomas HD's clutch was able to get him to 8th place coming into this match.
Nice. Eddie can retake this POV. Actually gives us a little bit of insight to where the zone is as well. It was calling completely north and trouble for Andalex's team overall. But if you look at it, it's kind of central towards the right. We're looking at Dirty Docks. We're looking at maybe even a little bit of a retail pull depending on how things are looking and feeling. MSD will have a lot of control over every team that wants to go back and forth, flyways, and
I don't think it can get worse.
Ghostless aren't done yet with their fights. They're still bullying people, but this time it's looking a little bit more scratchy.
These are the kind of fights that are definitely scratchy because of that pad. You could have disengagement, just like kind of in Steamy Stacks. The IO vehicles as well. They could get out of people, go into Weeping Woods. One of the things, though, that really worked for Fly Ghosting Waves the previous round is they had a lot of people rotating late to them that were kind of weak, that had to use a lot of materials to get here, and just like that, Waze, oh no, in the woods. I love these plays. These are the kind of plays. Yes, sir. I love the car plays. It takes me back, man. That's the kind of plays you need to make to survive in the Grand Royale. 1 HP, Shio. 1 HP in a dream.
If you can't build, just hop in the whip and just end up double bumping and instantly jump out and win off the rip. This is crazy for Waze, turning a situation that should not be winnable into a crazy one. And he wasn't even in the driver's seat for that one. He kind of just Grand Theft Auto that entire car. That's just not allowed. That's just insane.
And that's why we saw them get so many eliminations in game 1, and they start game 2 with the cheeky one. Let's go.
Synthos, Loki Clement, not the craziest early game for them, and it never really is. They just end up rotating fast, end up just in Lazy Lake as well, picking up all the scraps they can. That was insane though from Waze. If that's the way their game is going, no wonder there might be a little bit of struggle inside end game. It's just maximum stress at all times.
Yeah, no doubt. Let's take a look at the replay. Folks, look at that green
1 HP, by the way.
1 HP.
How many shots does he dodge? That's one dodge with a 50. Back in. Semperfi's like, wait, dude, is my car. Gets the siphon. Oh my goodness. That for me, that's play of the season so far. I know we had an entire episode over. In terms of early game, that's just insane.
Let's go ahead and we'll put the clip right there. That is the play so far. Let's see if it'll be beat. I love it. That's the kind of, like I said, those are plays you need to make, man. I mean, it's kind of like they always say that, you know, you need to win your 50-50s. You need to win your 1v1s, and that was a 1v1. He had the first shot, and then all of a sudden, he gets bopped, gets down to 1 HP. I'm still speechless about that, but what was speechless was this team's performance last season.
I've ever played a Fortnite rank.
Yeah, I mean, left us just flabbergasted and wondering, hey, do we even need to watch day number 2? This time, though, no matter what they do on day 1, there should be a chance for everyone to just plat back and control things, maybe even pop off on that day number 2. The biggest thing about Steady Kamitik, though, is that how do you stop them? That's such a niche drop that they know, right? It's not like you're landing at steamy stacks. There's 3 buildings like recent level we're breaking down. You can't really see exactly where the power points are early game. You can't track them in the mid game because they're kind of far away from everyone else. Dirty Docs is in their own fight 24/7. And in the end game, you want to control low. You know how difficult that is? And they have a wrap on it. It's just absolutely beautiful from them.
Now we're seeing right here, Michael Astro, Verox cleaning up here the Dirty Docs with Lucia's trio. Lucia is really low at the moment here, and this is what Cammy said Teak want to see, because they know they can kind of dip in at their party if they want to, but Lucia tried to get away and gets denied.
That's what I like. The best things about these 1v3 fights is when you don't actually take that much damage or use too many mats wrapping it up. So that's kind of what Michael was focusing on. Did it very nicely, barely anything used, and they get the control and just move out of their spot as fast as possible.
I got sniped.
Big boys rolling in this time. Also not looking the clutch, maybe to have a little bit more of control. That's squeezing us. Thomas HD. I mean, last game, or every tournament, not last game, but last tournament, the tournament before that, their entire story just starts off with a solo clutch. I just feel like that's what it is. If we can check in the back half of the stack as to if that is the thing, because I swear to God, seeing us with a solo 20-point game over and over again every single season. There's no strangers to that strat in this Grand Royale either, and they're going to be doing really good if they'll stay alive as well.
And you're seeing what their strategy is for Storm Surge. They're going to dip into Dirty Docs when they see that feed light up with some eliminations from Verox's trio or Lucia's trio. They're going to go ahead and roll in. They're going to see what they could kind of take. They were able to get any kind of successful tags, but now we're seeing what their strategy is, because sometimes they dip down into the Camp Cod area, or sometimes they rotate over into that Flush Factory, but now we're seeing that they want to take advantage of this log jam that's happening here in Dirty Docs.
Dip by. We'll check out the merchandise. Meanwhile, all the way at Corny Crops. A little bit over
out of there
towards the west. Screwy, Stompy, and Shady. Looking for their chance to do a little bit of damage. It'll be base-to-base tags, which are always the most difficult to manage because people can always reply back to you. You cannot leave them on Do Not Disturb.
And this trio is being pretty much being put together. You have Shady, who's his first time in the FNCS. Scrivy, in the last time we hear, he finished 26th place in season 6 of chapter 2, but Stompy is their workhorse. This man is a trio season X champion. I mean, they came in 3rd place in season 7 in chapter 2 with Pink and Nebs and Stompy. So Stompy feeling like, you know, he wants some validation here. I mean, a little bit of disrespected in terms of not having a trio. And I'm surprised that Pink and Nebs dropped Stompy here, considering he's such a decorated veteran in the Fortnite scene.
And people might just be switching things up all the way for the last tournament of the year, right? Trying out maybe one different flavor.
Oh gosh, the sniper sucks, dude.
I mean, that flavor was working though.
The flavor was working. I'm trying to advocate like, what could they do? It was such a nice team, man.
It was a good team, man. They always were there. They always contested for height, but that's going to be a very valuable member. So Stompy definitely has to stay on his feet for Shady and Scrivy.
Jason Chapik's Hendo, they're staying up in the sky. Looking real good so far. I'm having a little bit of a sense of danger though for a lot of teams. They're all on these high bases. No one's really getting shots off on each other.
I remember this year. You flashing back. Remember when Savage's trio was in the blue and this? And we're like, oh, they're in a perfect position. And all of a sudden, the storm kind of pushed them out. And they just went down so early, and they had no ammo because all their AR. That's that kind of sense of danger you're feeling right now.
Every time I see people on that antenna, especially super early, nothing ever good ends up happening.
It's a good idea, you know?
It's a really good idea, but and honestly, it's probably what, or 100% what they should be doing. Is just every time we sit on broadcast, for some reason that team becomes absolute shambles in like 3 minutes.
Yes.
It's like cursed, but there's no really of a deal. I think it's good that they struggle, and we see them struggle earlier on. If Genesis knock, if they have Storm Surge issues, usually end up fixing them and then winning games. So they're on that path right now, but if they take too much damage, if they can't solve this problem, it should be wraps for game 2. Genesis really looking forward to fixing this, going for anything right now.
And this is exactly their method of operation. How they fix Storm Surge, like I said, they don't do their homework. They go ahead and just ace the test here, and they do it with their box fighting skills. I wish I had these mechanics to be able to fix the holes in my game, because this is definitely a whole No Riley Genesis Vidil game, is Storm Surge. So, you know, just like a big old drywall plaster right there. It fixes it up easy with the box fight.
Now you got to pick the right wall, though. Got to pick the right location. The last time we watched in game number 1 their fight, completely isolated, 3v3, no other team even on the mini map, or even if you zoomed it out around them. This time in Corny Crops, they made it a base that was very active. A lot of teams know they're here, and it's a 3-team base as well. So we'll see what ends up going down. They're gonna have to really force this fight. Vidil already down, and this was the trick that kind of tripped them over and over again in seasons, going for the wrong fight at the wrong time. Unfortunate, they're not gonna be able to find a more isolated one. One teammate down, and this is the Struggle City Central.
Storm Surge doesn't care about time. You gotta go, you gotta move, you gotta fight. And that's what's happening right here. I don't doubt Janice, Vidil, nor I don't want to take this engagement, though.
Have to use chugs to make sure Vidil does not actually go down to that surge as he's knocked. Janice still going to lose his shields at the same time as Noah Riley tries to help. He also gets rattled in the back. This is going to be tough. It might just be down to Noah Riley, and then at the end of the day, no damage even done back and forth from Janice's side. Still 139 below. Noah Riley with a legendary pump is looking for something, but cannot connect a single shot. This is the trouble. Vidil finally fully confirmed.
I don't know.
Noah, do something. Find anything. One shot is good enough, but not going to be the total problem solver. Still 70 damage below. There's so many teams' heads he can really just pick apart, and Boomy's going to be the first one that he finds. Another big chomp down. And Evan should be available close by. He needs to act fast, though, because there's still teams waiting inside the zone to pick this team apart.
He needs to activate the clutch gene right now. More important, 9 people have to go down. And no, he goes down himself. Stompy and Co., who we highlighted a little bit ago, go ahead and get the job done.
And stupid, bro. They're actually dumb. Like, actually
you just did not ace that test.
At least it
catches up to you every now and then. Let that be a lesson for you at home, kids.
Too many application questions. I think that's the issue, right? You can go buy on that multiple choice, right? You can go with the 50-50s. It's fine. But even Rikami said he teak right now. They're not doing too well with these quiz answers. 14, 3, 28. You're going up and down.
I think I
plus and minus. This is just a showing for the entire lobby and how good they are with Surge right now. They're popping off.
I was seeing this happening when I was VOD reviewing the Season 8 Chapter 2 finals. Essentially, a lot of the big names will take center positions, but you're seeing the sacrifice that you make when you sit in the center. You better hit your shots, kid, because if you don't, you're going to meet the big purple lightning at the end of the day. Let's take a look at the replay here, how it went down on Stompy's side. The triple spray, doesn't matter how good your mechanics are, you're not going to survive that, brother.
It's all about just laying down a trap, and they won the 1v1 fight against teams of Greece, right? But when there's 3 teams and it's not isolated, when you're an aggro team and you're trying to go for these fights, that's where things trip up. It's a boxing match against 2 opponents. It's just not fair.
And Skriwai from Norway got 2 knocks in that engagement between Nadil's trio. And it was something that kind of reminds me, that's what happened 2 seasons ago when Vidil, they would always get into these fights where all of a sudden 3 trios would be right next to them, and then they just couldn't handle it. Too much pressure. But what's on the pressure right now is Thomas AC and Nas. I mean, we talked about it. They didn't even qualify for Season 7, Chapter 2. They didn't really even hear. And that was such a big surprise, and they went ahead with that mix-up. And I think getting Queasy, an FNCS champion, was a great pickup. And no doubt, that's why it's your pick, but I'm excited to see how they do it because they're slowly putting it together. And it's not about what you're doing in the past, it's about the momentum you carry into the Grand Royale. Gotta put a little roll in that art. The Grand Royale. So let's see how that works out for the trio.
Look at this though, Sunny Kami Teak.
Oh, look at that train.
If perfection wasn't enough, one of the only teams to pull zone,
look at that train.
Dead center. I mean, this is amazing. Shows us how good they are with rotations, map management as well. It's looking so good all the way up to this point. Ammo looking dope as well. They keep moving on towards the entire game. This is just genius.
Yeah, let me expand on that. They're going to have the mats for the rotations. They have the mobility. They saved all that. They usually dip into everything that they have. They got a pad, they're going to use it no matter what. They're not going to hold on to it. So that is why they always get into the top 5 situations. And with their clutch mechanics, with the solo potential, that's why they get those bonus points. And they already did it once, and they could definitely do it again and again and again.
Might look tricky too, because you see a lot of their shields gone. A lot of utility out of the basket, but all they really need from this point onwards is damage and those launch pads. They can just move on low ground, play box to box. One of the best parts about low ground is it's kind of like the sewer tunnels of Fortnite overall. Everyone's waste that's dropping, once they get picked apart from the high ground, trickles down. They get to pick up all the shields. The easy access mats, the solo players that are walking around their box, they just go for pads, stay ahead of the zone, and wait for that waste to roll in. They can just get their inventories racked up in an instant.
I'm curious. Okay, I was about to say, we'll see where are the boys at here. They've been sitting on this blue antenna well above Storm Surge, so that's good to know. And because of that, Tayson loves to rotate early. He loves to put his trios in position towards a great place, usually dead side, close to the center. But as you can see on the mini-map, they're about really close to the dead side area. They have to move a little bit more south here, but they're choosing to be here for Storm Surge to get as much potential. And Hen, no matter what the ping is, he will hit his shots. This man, no matter where, he's going to collect the bag, and he's seen it time and time again on his social media timeline, him getting so much cash cup placements.
Also going to be the trios with the, or the trio with the coldest keyboards in the lobby. They haven't moved since we tuned in like in the second circle, so their position so good overall, and they're not going to fall to that antenna curse. Illucraft, CTQ, Hottie.
You think there's a guy in this
going to be moving around. Coolest strategy to watch from these guys. Every time I look at them, they're kind of countering different trios, kind of playing in the shadows of different builds above them. Sometimes, though, it gets tricky. It hurts to watch them make a wrong move, and this might be it. But Zone is moving overall. Everyone's going to be pressured to keep rolling. They're 187 damage below that surge. You really need to make sure to catch up on things. Maybe this is why they're staying so close to other teams, but it's going to be a struggle to get that damage at this point.
Thomas HD gets the knock on Tico, and I agree with you on that. And again, Stompy's trio and co are literally have to play defense against another team desperate for Storm Surge. And ETQ, Hottie, and Trevor, and Illucraft are in trouble here, and they're definitely going to get tripped up. They weren't even in. Now it's up to Hottie, ETQ, going up against another FNCS. Chevik, Hirachi, Toos, and Floki Clement are all here to collect the scraps.
I'm gonna be honest though,
Stompy and Co are rolling in, but wow.
It's a struggle, especially when you have to launch early. Sometimes that launch pad can act as an alley-oop, get you into another trio's box to really get that dunk in with the damage. But when you're moving first, there are no boxes made, nowhere to go. Unfortunate for them. You're calling Thomas taking out Teak. That's going to be a huge elimination. And look at them. They're going to adapt the playstyle as well, stay completely low, control everything, and make sure they get to all stay alive for this endgame.
That was a great short pad, but they're on the low side of this circle here. The upper side here, the south side, has a high vertical. If it goes up there, they're in trouble.
I feel great when I snipe.
Yeah, if it pulls back, though, their mats are going to be so efficient overall. They're going to be fine, and they still have, from this point, right, when you're at the lowest point of elevation, you can max pad, and that max pad turns into a short pad for the front side of the zone. It's huge.
And they have the harpoon. Thomas HC has 10 charges into that, so he could go ahead and grab any valuable loot that he sees. You're going to be looking at that. Maybe they look back into the storm. So much great things happen. And Thomas HC as well. He did some great work with that burst A rifle, was able to lead some shots into some builds.
And they do pull a little bit of that zone, so no launch pad alchemy needed whatsoever. A different flavor all the way on high ground. We're going to be a little bit towards the right side of the map, so you can see some of those homeowners, Astro, Michael, and Verox, and Dirty Dogs looking to control things overall. But how long will their reign last all the way on height? Because you know there's going to be multiple trios looking to take it.
And this trio played the most in this FNCS Grand Royale. They played so many. They are the most consistent trios. They played all the loading, reloading, rebooting, whatever you want to call it. They played the most, and they have the high ground.
The trio of the 6 pads, so to speak, then. So we'll see exactly what they do. Trouble for Thomas HD, though. Down to 10 HP. We talked about what it takes to get to this point. Sometimes it's all your shields. It looks like they don't have that max pad to really use. Something must have gone terribly wrong. Queasy started this with 8 peppers. They barely even used them. Now, finally, rocking in with 4 and a few split on the other side. They have to play by themselves. Only to get Thomas' loot whatsoever. So find someone else's box in a launch pad. That's going to be huge. Floppers there, too, for Queasy to use. Nebs on the bottom side, but look at who's up top. Chapix, Tayson, and Hands, they're looking to get that high ground control.
And they have the mats, because we've been seeing the whole time with those cold keyboards, but it's about to get hot, and they have the potential to get those elims.
We'll see exactly what they end up doing. Completely above in surge. Michael taking out Trulex. So second height is also looking strong. Everyone all the way up in the clouds, the skies, has a power position to rattle on every single body below.
Here we go, folks. It's getting into the end game here for game 2. As you're seeing, Malabuka, who took out Andretti's trio so early, making some great position on the front side of the Storm, looking strong. Hen gets eliminated. Aqua gets eliminated. Fresroki gets eliminated. But Malaku, Bursash, and Saito are standing hip to hip, looking strong. And they're going to try to clear out the bottom as much as possible and to take out a page from Cammy, Setty, and Teak. But Queasy is in a world of hurt, and he cannot go back-to-back with the clutch like Thomas HD.
It'll be Link's trio picking him up. Trouble in Paradise, though, as we did see Hen go down. Melody still popping in through. That's going to be him, actually, was the one picking up Queasy. We're also going down to Shiza, so Steamy Stacks is also active inside this end game. We go all the way towards the river. A halfway point for every single team. Versace Malabuka is still alive. We're going to tune in with them to see if they can pick apart any walls. Use that harpoon to grab any other things beside the box. Not much going to be happening all the way up in this moment. Top 10 teams actually rolling in. A person almost diving inside the box. Don't want to fall down and go towards the water.
When Shopify says you can sell anywhere, they mean it. Whether you're at the beach or in the mountains, Shopify is the all-in-one commerce platform that simplifies selling to anyone from anywhere. Don't let the technical stuff slow your sales down, because with Shopify, you can monitor inventory, track sales, fulfill and ship orders from anywhere with an internet connection. Join the platform simplifying commerce for millions of businesses worldwide and start selling with Shopify today. Sign up for a $1 trial at shopify.com/free23. Shopify.com/free23.
Performance here. They could get into the top 5. Nice hit. Yes. Not eliminated. Malabuka is on fire.
Thrusters down. Now the rocket. Malabuka is just left to take the team all the way to the moon. Zone also bouncing back, so he has a little bit of time to breathe. At the same time, 4-0 saw him actually somewhere. He gets traded out. Yes, it's Malabuka. He was the one that actually just picks him up. 47 points for them. They're really going all the way for that first place slot. A lot of eliminations too to wrap things up, but a quiet time now for every single team. Top 6 situation. No one really going down just yet. The match is going to be strained. Malabuka as Solo has to cover every single angle inside this box. Stay hidden for now. River down below. Logran also catching up to him. So every layer going to get squeezed. Tap Fox. Ari's there too, and Michael takes down Artist. So a little bit of an industry of mid-ground antics going on inside this end game. Malabuka, though, staying nice and quiet as Verox and Michael right above him, and also dropping down below. Tayson and Chapix all the way on height, looking to wrap up this game. Verox is getting close to first, while Malabuka, though, might be the driving factor, the changing force. He looks for the first shot, 101 to the backside of a different player. He's going for the full finish. That's Verox down. Can this clutch be possible for Malabuka? He'll go back into the zone, just wood up right above him. He's looking for the next shot over and make sure he pops a little bit of health. We're going for this next fight. 84 with a big edit. He rolls in, still going through. 1 feet 2. Malabuka has the high ground and the pump, but it's not enough. He gets denied. Chapix is there to make sure his team stays high and dry. What a solo performance, though, and what a game 2 from EU.
It took FNC as champions to take down the Steam King. Chapix and Tayson get the job done, and Chapix with 6 eliminations, and we get a taste of the pop-off, baby. It's Grand Royale. Game 2 goes to Hen, Chapix, and Tayson.
Look at that, just the happiness, the emotion from that win, the momentum build up so early in the day and the weekend. That's what Grand Royale is all about. And what a clutch as well, another solo one we're watching from the side of Malabuka. That was just insane, especially off a contested POI.
You need those clutches. We saw the boys broke down in the desk. The 20 points looking good. Let's take it to the boys.
Hello, we're the boys. What's up? Oh my gosh. First of all, production, let's talk about that dope clip of that win. I love that. That's what I live for, Levin, is those moments in the chaos, that pure bliss where you can say, I got the victory royale in those clutch moments. Absolutely incredible, of course. Tayson, Chapix, and Hen picking up the victory royale with 6 eliminations. And this is all done while Hen gets picked off earlier on, which is impressive, right? Doing this as a duo heading into those last moments of the game. Super tough to pull off.
Yeah, look, of course they did it as a duo, but when you have Tayson and Chapix, they count for like 5 players, right? Like, these guys are phenomenal. It's no surprise to me there what they're able to do. Again, another instance of a player just as a solo sort of popping off. Malabuka was phenomenal, right? Like that's another situation where pressure has just formed a diamond here. Ridiculous shots he was hitting, as he always seems to do in these moments.
Yeah, 100%. And it all started off spawn. Yeah, again, like Malabuka was just on fire. Same with the whole team, let's be real. We saw the big beam onto Andrea from his POV. We didn't end up seeing it, obviously, from, what was it, when he was picking up Benji at the same time. And from this just sets you up. This is 2 games now that they've won off spawn. 2 games that they've managed to dominate so far. And it's not looking good for Benji Fish's team. And that reign continued into the end game as well, right? Like I said, that set them up. They got the Storm Surge damage there. They got a confidence. They got 3 more elims in the mid game, but when it came to the end game, like the solo clutch was ready.
And for me, I think the worrying thing, if you're anybody else in the lobby, when Malabuka's in such effervescent shooting form, right? When he's just healing it, when he's just swinging around, throwing out pump shots, handing out pump shots to everybody else in the lobby, you're gonna have a really hard time. Props to Tayson and Chapix from stopping themselves from being like an all-time, like that was all, if he had won the 1v2, that's just an all-time like Fortnite moment right there, and then, you know, they're remembered, you know, more so for that. But, you know, they won out the game, it's good, they're back up higher in the standings. I think it's really important for them after the way that last FNCS went, where it was a bit sloppy here and there. Obviously, Hen, hopefully we don't have more games where Hen's going down early and he can be with them in that final winning moment. But yeah, it's a good start from these guys, definitely.
I mean, it's also important that the fact that since they lost 10, they were still able to capitalize on that, right? You know, I'd say potentially previously in Season 8, I wouldn't have had that confidence yet in this team, obviously, when they were with Reason instead of Hen. But they were still able to work as a duo so efficiently. Chapix picking up 6 eliminations total. We saw the 3 in the feed go down, just one after another, after another, after another. He hit the huge pop-off and clutched that up big time. And obviously, that ended up winning them the entire second game.
It's weird seeing that team on hype to an extent, because there's so many teams in the lobby who you think, how come they're not on hype this game? We saw some of the teams, right? We obviously saw the team that won game 1. Struggling with Surge. I feel like Surge is a really big issue for a lot of the teams. The games have been incredibly stacked, positioning's all over the place. For a lot of these guys, it's going to be a battle. Absolute battle all day long.
This is just game 2, Levin. Just think about that for a moment. I'm also thankful production cannot record me, because when Chapix landed that last 1 pump, I about lost my mind. But you know what? That's enough from us for right now. We're going to kick it back on over to Shy Wager and Sancho West for game number 3.
Left, right, and center.
A battle all day long. Kind of sounds like a war, Sancho, right? That's what it's going to be for all these teams, especially if you're taking down 2 players and that last solo just levels completely up.
It's not a guarantee anymore. It's not a guarantee. I think Levin said it the best, is you could get clipped easily on the other side. Everyone has the skill, everyone has the mechanics, everyone has that clutch gene to be able to pull out the impossible. And we saw it so many countless times, and what a fitting way to close out this year of FNCS with Grand Royale. The most skilled lobby so far since, I guess, what, the primal season that we have here. So much excitement has already happened, and I cannot wait. We're gonna get some good clips out of this one.
Absolutely. Game 3, sometimes that turning point as well for a lot of teams. That's where they start to go towards their plan B. So we might see a lot of different things off the rip, off spawn. Might see some new contestations. One's going to be the same, though, Sancho. Who do you have at this time, though? Is it Mustache or Mr. Savage rolling in at Simi Stacks?
I don't know, man. Malabuka is handing out pumps, like Levin is saying, left and right, like it's flowers. I mean, I want Andretta, Savage, and Benji. I mean, it's just showing you that whoever walks out of that power position, that power POI, will do well. It's just historically has developed many FNCS champions out of it. So if Andretta, Savage, and Benji could just get off the map, they could get rolling, they could definitely have something here. But it has to start now in game 3. I mean, yes, you could rely on that day 2 where all the points are doubled. At the same time, Malabuka could double the points on you, and you become easy from a 2-point to a 4-point. It's game 3, folks. We're gonna have the ball.
Or I can go to the vault and try to get
see that fight actually drop off later as the bus starts all the way from the bottom side of the map, but at the same time, lots of different teams will be looking to land and hold on to their lead. We have Hen, Tayson, Chapix all the way at that top spot, 80 points. Kefi, PKR and Melody rolling in just 9 points behind them, and then Michael, Astro, Verox, they started on top at height, and they stay inside that top 3.
The only engagement right now that will be happening early, we'll keep an eye on the feed, is the Misty Meadows one between Anilix and Floki's trio. They tend to split. Floki tends to retreat. Well, we'll keep an eye on that as Michael takes a knock on Patrick. That's a Dirty Docs engagement as well. That's kind of happening. So we're seeing all these engagements so far. Michael's trio is winning Dirty Docs handily.
Be cool to see that fight as we roll in as well. Is this actually active? The drop is so important for this one. Shiz is also already getting rattled from long range. I think that's either a pistol or someone of SMG. Michael taking out Putrick, so they're really going the whole way, the long distance. Savage with the drop. This time finds a weapon first, but once again, they don't have the God drop, Sancho.
And not only that, an SMG to start for both of them. Benji and Savage here are going to have to do a lot of work. It doesn't matter how skilled you are. No shotgun in hand. It puts a lot of doubt in your play.
Andretta actually ends up controlling the high ground for the power building. They absolutely do. And he actually picks apart Mustache, who runs up and just gets into his stacks. This time, that solo clutch team might be put on pause as Dread, Benji, and Savage get to play a game.
So what's going to happen to Malibuca's trio is they're going to use the stacks to kind of fly around and look for an angle to maybe double up on somebody. They still have to be on high alert here, and Dread, Benji, or Savage here could essentially still go down, but this is going to be in their favor. This is what they need to be able to walk away in this engagement.
I think I also just saw Stompy take out Chapix inside the feed, so something happened all the way over at Craggy, maybe even somewhere else, who knows. At the same time, Benji is going to give these guys a little bit of a stamp on their exit tickets from the stacks.
Benji, Savage, and Dreda are not going to let this go. We've seen it before. Last FNCS, they would disengage, and these guys will chase them down. It looks like they're going to possibly disengage. I'm just taking a look. They went to Pristine Point. Okay, normally they go south. And last time they went south, they got kind of sandwiched by Michael's trio. So this time they're going to go ahead and disengage Pristine Point, but you have to watch out. Because the Elocrats trio is tend to third party into the Steamy stacks and pick up the scraps. The Malibuca looking like a delicious scrap.
I don't understand, bro. I genuinely don't.
Yeah, this is literally, I think I have a Season 8 VOD pulled up from the FNCS. We saw Savage under a ramp. We saw Malibuca or Mustache chilling inside one of these rundown houses. And Hadi just moving around in between, looking to see what he can do next, maybe even pick up the scraps himself.
Let me plant the seed. I mean, we saw Hadi, they finished second place, the first one, but this is the seed I'm planting, folks. As the tournament goes on, Hadi, Elocrats, in the past with Tripper, they would tend to start pushing in. This is what got them a lot of heat on the social media, right? The people didn't understand that this is the perfect play to make when you're seeing a kind of a drawn out, a 50-50, a slugfest happening in Steamy Stacks. If you're the team that lands at that Orchard split, you push in, you take advantage, you get those tags, maybe get an elimination here. So Hadi, ETQ, Elocrats were waiting for them to pull that card out of their playbook.
I think they definitely understand that something is slightly off right now. They can't really put their finger on it. The big thing about this house, too, if you're looking at that blue pistol, still has that ammunition drop on its side. The same thing with the AR up top. It's not looted, so at some point, ETQ Hadi Elocrats will end up rolling through that front door. Almost kind of walked in. This is tough. You can just see the last clutch man waiting, watching, and hoping they don't find him.
Hey, listen, I was watching that hype hour announcement. I know Z came out talking about all these different tournaments. I think it's the hide and go Z Cup. Is that supposed to happen? Hide and Z Cup? Is that what we're seeing a taste of? The new LTM? No, that's not true. Listen, we don't know anything. Casters, we don't know anything. I was just as surprised for all the announcements, but I am so excited for the duos that's going to happen as the Asian FNCS champion goes down, but Malibuca, he's here to fight, Shayo.
I've been looking for this Elam going to be huge to just get a few points in that this team would be strangers to losing off spawn. Another big shot on the Elocrats. Hold on. I realized it just popped off in that last end game. It's not the 9th zone anymore. You can relax. Just go down silently, slowly. Be a normal solo player for once, please. Or anything possible. You got 4 shots. You got 3 heads and a green pump. I mean, the odds weren't stacked even anymore against your favor. Cool. I'd be surprised, but there it is. ETQ with some fancy little edit play. Keeps it simple, keeps it secured. Malibuca's still hot, overheated after that last game.
Ever heard of a place called Abyssford?
Yeah. I don't know. I mean, he would have to go to that primal season, use some animal bones or something to upgrade into some kind of primal weapon we haven't seen, or get a sideways tech that I don't.
Landing on this place.
Someone had to save him. You know what I mean? That was not going to happen. But what's interesting to see, Tayson, Chapix, and Hen are here. They already talked about it on the desk a little bit. Hen missed out on the last FNCS. Hen's one of those big names that everyone loves. He's a big fan favorite, and to see him combine with Tayson and Chapix, that's going to be an exciting thing, you know. Tayson going for the 4th FNCS champion. Chapix going for another FNCS trio champion. So that's what we're talking about, the skill of this lobby. There's a lot of FNCS champions roaming around.
Deox also rolling in. Crow, the company, I mean, this trio looks so good. Last FNCS, Spaniards overall just kind of not really contesting, Steady Kemi Teak, but landing beside them in the first game, swapping over to the left side of the map, maintaining the pressure all the way from Believer Beach and making sure nothing's going to stop them whatsoever. They're really a force to be reckoned with.
Just a quick thing, yeah, I agree. They had a great day 1. They finished 10th place last season. They're the kind of team that will pad for height out of nowhere, so they're very dangerous to watch out for.
Look at the danger to watch out for here, though. This is the isolated fight I'm talking about. Look at the mini-map. No one else looking in for it. Lots of room to move around and edit. Noah Riley and Vidil can basically just do whatever creative box fight scenario they want out of their minds to pick apart every single player. They'll be on the hunt. DKS now showed a little bit of his shoes exposed inside all these boxes as he moves around. Look at the mats they force enemy teams to use. They've used absolutely nothing to catch up the entire time. No one is around to stop their driving force into this fight.
Normally, you would see Hen's trio here. I mean, Chapix and Tayson, they will kind of rotate over. You see it so many times with Janice, and when they had the championship, they will rotate over in the Celtic. But you're right, so far, clean fight. It's just a matter of time before Noah Riley, Janice, Vidil convert these into points and more viable Storm Surge.
Not going to go all in from it. And this is kind of like the evolved Noah Riley Vidil combination rolling in. Usually you see them just completely throw everything for that fight across a couple zones, especially if they know it's a team they can win against. This time, restrained. I think they learned that in season 7 overall, knowing exactly how to take fights and then back off, disengage, and actually play a game out instead of just playing a fight out.
It was day 2. It was like, wait a minute, is it an alien that took over these guys? I mean, they kind of slowed down with Aqua, but as we see some more names that are new to the, not necessarily new to the FNCS. I mean, Kefi has been around forever, it seems. But PKR Melody here, kind of a new trio, seeing what they can do with the new POI that we already talked about. But you can already get a taste of it. If in-game happens here, you cannot break these purple boxes. It goes into, feels like a box fighting type of creative map that we see here. So we saw that happen in last season. We saw the players able to navigate that, but it's a little bit of changes. It's a little bit higher. But of course, the Q Queen watches over all. And very excited to see how it all goes down at the end of the season.
Holy smokes, Rob, finally. The pain.
I'd say those pyramids were built in 20 years, eh? I don't believe it.
I don't want to go down that path with you. Anyways, go instantly with Kevin. Kevin can make things go instantly. Kevin and the cubes. They're working together.
Stuff. Yeah.
Dude on the train.
No Riley, Janice, Vidil still looking good up inside this fight. This is one of the cool things about engaging on a team and forcing them to make this really big escape base. You get a lot to just work off from in terms of real estate. All the pressure you put on them, their base basically becomes yours. You're kind of like the landlord of every single box they have put down. You get to just stay above them the entire time, and no one's gonna push you from a certain side, because you have like a little pet down there that's kind of paying rent to you at the same time in terms of sorcerer's tags. It's really
the Lexus LX is ready for any arena. From the available F-Sport handling grade, twin-turbo engine, and full-time four-wheel drive, to the reimagined cabin with 19-inch touchscreen access and sleek silhouette, LX brings power to style. There's no stage too large, no test too demanding, and no moment too big for the Lexus LX. Click the banner to discover more. Experience amazing at your Lexus dealer.
Tomorrow, so keep it consistent and just do well over time. You should be on par with tomorrow as well in terms of having an impact. So every team is just trying to stay alive every single game.
Just to add to that as well, tiebreakers always comes down to it. A lot of money could move on a victory royale. And excited to see, of course, the new format change has been introduced for the FNCS duos that's coming up next season. We'll see what happens here. Maybe the teams are getting used to trying to work for that. But regardless, right now, I think what's happening is they're still sticking to the plan. The game one plan is still intact. Like I mentioned earlier in the cast, you're going to see the names kind of centralize their positions, trying to use this way. It almost feels like a multi-NA East a little bit, right? A little bit of the NA East fight. Because normally, EU, they box fight their way in. They get a little bit nasty with these rotational fights, but now, take a little bit of page from the NA East boys.
Am I crazy, bro? Like, am I going crazy?
Whatever page Queasy, Thomas, HC, and Anas are reading from, I need them to pick a different book. I need them to change up the literacy curriculum for their trio, because these guys are failing at surviving that first moving zone, the half and half, and they have so much potential to do well. Cammy said Teak, I guess they need that kind of rocket thruster effect as well, right? Maybe losing a teammate and leveling up as they clutch in the end game, but Sancho, we know this team does really well when they're all alive.
That's wild.
What was their issue in game 2? Storm Surge. We got a taste of them, and they were really below, 7 below. Yeah. And their positioning on that one circle was they were on off sides of the mountain. Surprising, considering that they land at that crash site. We kind of talked about the Cammy split. I think a big factor of the Cammy split is that it got upgraded with that crash site. It kind of centralized that Cammy split. Before it was just too vast. It would go all the way to the farm, all the way down south to the gas station sometimes, all the way to the yellow house. But now that crash site kind of centralizes them and gives them some great sight lines. As we see, actually, Reason gets knocked. It's been kind of quiet for Aqua's trio. They're on the wrong side of the feed, on the right side.
Mari,
they're literally just waiting till day 2. 6 out of 6
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
6-15 Elam wins. I'm not even worried about him too much. But let's tune in and see if the big man can clutch himself and make sure his team has a chance to at least play one game today. We're almost halfway through them. Once again, no other team has really gone down. Aqua's might be the next if he's really pressured to go the whole way forward. This fight obviously starting because they might have had some surge issues overall. Look who's come by though. Benji, Savage, and Dreda. A new flavor for a lot of the teams on this side of the map. They've been used to Malibuka's way of moving and doing things. This time they're like, wait a minute. This Steamy Stacks trio is not supposed to push this fight. They're supposed to make a base. Savage is like, no, I want to get on those walls. I want to land those pumps.
I was just saying, it's like it's been a while. I feel like Benji wasn't even in this tournament, and now he's here. He's arrived. He's in the feed. He's gonna probably close out Aqua here. He was able to res fast Roki, but yep, it's a matter of moments before this trio gets that elimination on Aqua.
See if the body swap is worth it. Is fast Roki gonna be the one to clutch? Just Aqua's revive the wave.
Gonna put a stop on that. That's not gonna happen. I know this is my prediction, but look at the zones pooling. You could only sneak so much, man. You could only be a sneaky snake so much.
Find us winter.
We need like mobile reboot vans that you can put in your inventory.
Dude, spawn down. Yes. Let's take a look at the replay here. Aqua gets a nice 147 here, just showing the mechanics. Fortnite gets destroyed. That was hot. That was hot.
Every player here we're watching, as soon as they're kind of put against the back of the wall, have really good bursts of damage over and over.
Like a stat boost is like, all of a sudden when you're endangered, it's like they get aggressive stat boosts out of nowhere.
Thing is though, it feels like for all these players too, it ends up expending a lot of energy in the moment, and then after that, you know, the trio that they're facing gets used to be all in. They respond. Scram taking down Ari, that's going to be huge for how the game plays out, because Ari was getting a lot of mid-game knocks, at least a little bit of impact as he's moving around. Tayson also going down, so a little bit of a difference for how this endgame might be played. Bandwise finding a few. Bandwise actually lighting up the field a lot in these first few games. I'm wondering exactly how his team's doing. I want to check real quick, but it's been on the radar a little bit. 28th actually. Okay, I want to check a little bit later. Chicky is looking to see exactly how he rolls.
The cake's not done yet. It needs a little bit more time.
Yeah. Don't open the door.
Don't open the door. Just turn the light on. Just turn it off.
Oh, this is cool, man. Stompy actually getting clapped by Noah Riley this time. Stompy's just trying to have beef with every single team he can find. I guess their surge is also going to be a little bit rocky because they're switching maybe POIs left and right, or kind of changing the flavor of the game. They're doing game 3 how game 3 is supposed to be done, and every trio is now falling underway in suit, because from 30 teams you go down to 25. That Storm Surge really rattling people's brains, putting them in check. And Dreda, Savage, and Benji, though, they got the proper chess moves. They know how to get out of the way, get out of dodge when they're tested.
And Savage's trio, they love to park and then pick at fights on the edge of the storm. They kind of love to be the instigator, like to take advantage of Storm Surge fights, and they kind of pick off people here. As you see, Tayson, Hen, and Chapix moving their way through, trying to get that Cosmic Cube there. The chest maybe gets some nice upgrades, but I think they're looking a lot stronger. I mean, considering that last time we saw them, they were kind of parked for a while. I think this team moves. They work better on the move. Even though they got a victory royale, I'm just saying, I think they kind of get better with keeping that keyboard hot, you know?
Yeah, no, they're going to be good. Last time we kind of saw overall they weren't, you know, really moving too much. At the same time on the other side, Janice and O'Reilly with deal. They're going to be very, very active, always picking apart fight. This is just beautiful. Once again, another trio they can find completely isolated. They don't win the fight. What they can do is force them to make this, once again, huge escape base, a disengage, and then just bully them, stay on top, and have at least, I don't know, a point, a compass direction to work off with. That's not completely random. This trio fails sometimes in picking certain points over the base in the zone. They never fail when they're up against another team and control them and kind of make them kind of of their home base.
I think this trio wants this fight. They understand they are the better caliber trio, and they considering that they can walk away with multiple eliminations as Fesroki, that clutch is done, it's over, as predicted, but still, no O'Reilly, Janice, and Vinzil. Yes, you're right. The box fighting, they see it, they see someone in trouble, they go attack, and they retreat, as predicted.
Moving towards this side, it's kind of, I think they're basically pushing teams out of their way completely.
Yes.
People on that mountain are probably like, who are these psychos just bullying us edge of storm line? Guys, storm's moving in 20 seconds, so they'll probably go the other way. As a result, we just have so much room to work with.
It's like creating your own dead side. It's like, let me just go ahead and push people here out this way, push them out this way, and before you know it, you got a wedge all to yourself.
I need Thomas HD and Austin Queasy to make an alive side right now in this game, in terms of just their health bars. Because once again, this is danger zone. 4th, 5th zone is where maybe Thomas HD is ending up as a solo player. Anas is trying to make sure the entire team is on his back. Keep them alive. I get it. We're not in the retail zones. We don't have the South Mountains. It's difficult to find a control when you really have to move all the way across the map and away from caddy corner. But this position looks good. The center of everyone, it might not be completely in center circle, but a southern type zone all the way towards the bottom left. They haven't had to move too much. They have a lot to work with in terms of ammunition and mats, and a big shot from Thomas HD as well. Now they're looking confident. They look in their element, and they're going to wrap up this fight. What a shot from Thomas HD. Bringing that burst look like a sniper. That's just crazy.
Much needed engagement here. They were just below the storm surge. Not particularly for this surge, but for the next moving circle storm surge. Great work there from Thomas HD and co.
Difficulty is always just finding a pedestal. If they can't find a rock, a mountain to hop on, they'll choose another trio in their box. Absolutely amazing swing.
Now we're getting down to the moments here, the half in and half out. It's gonna be half in the safe zone, half in the storm here. We've been seeing some strange ones already here in the Grand Royale. Let's take a look at the leaderboard right now. Hen, Tayson, and Chapix are in first place with 80 points, but Kefi, Monica, PKR, Melody in second place with 71.
Yeah, it's not going to be live as well. This is how the game started overall. So, Hen was there. A lot of different teams have gotten a few eliminations left and right, He's still in the business. Stompy out in 7th place. So it looks like as well. As we don't know, O'Reilly have a bit more to should be inside that top 5.
I'm just surprised Kepi's there, though. That's the name I would not expect to be there. That's very impressive. Of course, Michael, Astro, and Varix in 3rd place. Dirty Doc's working out for them. That engagement winning off is doing really well, but that 3rd place team's in trouble. Varix here with only 70 HP and below and out. Converted, lobbied quickly.
One spot on the podium up for grabs now inside this game. You can see Janice on that right side looking for it. Cappy, PKR, Melody going to be the ones to be the difference makers as well from the south side of the zone. Flow, Scram, Hellfire have taken over the skies right now and are still looking active. Usually a team needs a breather once they get a little bit of that high ground control, but no. Flowis is there, gets the Siphon as well. That's Andalex going down. They're removing big teams out of the business. 6 Squeeze and 4ZR also being taken apart. That's 3 different teams stopping that trio.
This team can get hot. We've seen them get hot. We've seen them qualify and clutch out with double eliminations in the Victory Royale. This is a great match here in Game 3, considering they are all the way at the bottom of the board in 27th place. But look at all much attention the high ground is getting. It's being shot out. And oh, Toos, were they going for a high ground retake, a late one? Nice defense there from Hellfire.
Might be, I'm not sure, but this is such a different game. Yeah, there's Toos.
Yeah, see?
Trying to do
out
something.
There. Trying to do something.
Some form of desperation. Usually a lot of action's happening in low ground. That's where people are struggling. In this game, it's all high in the mids that are making these fights happen. Thomas HD picking up Joe Nada, making sure his lair is still also completely clear. Hentace and Chapix also not ready to just take height yet, but inside a completely metal Rubik's Cube of sorts, they're going to be completely mysterious and unsolvable to everyone else around them. And at the first strike, a preemptive shot to anything, either zone or players, whatever they choose.
This is a tough rotation. They have to work through a lot of builds and bodies here, and I don't see any kind of mobility in Chapix. I don't see them setting up a short pad for the moment here. They might have to go on feet. They're just waiting for maybe a community pad for the moment here.
This is Purdue is the official podcast of Purdue University. Subscribe to our YouTube channel to hear more about Boilermakers leading NASA missions, creating the next life-saving cancer treatment, helping their team reach victory lane at the Indy 500, and much more.
Through enemy builds, so they have to be careful here. They're going to work hip to hip. Working on through. All of a sudden, someone right behind them. Enemy builds are all applying the pressure here. Hen is going to have to go for the layer switch, but Hen is paying the price because the rest of the lobby is now focusing up on on them. He has the heals, and now the pop-up here. Yes, finds that community pad and saves it grace and flies through the air. Hopefully here, they're going to have to find a way, Shio, to get all back together again because they're separated, and now Chapix goes down.
Pop the splinter damage, bruised with no bandages. This is going to be tough for the entire team to roll in with it. Really have control. He's the one to take out Chapix overall. Flo is spent Hellfire, maintain their high ground. Flo is actually going down to make sure he has that reconnection, another kind of vantage point to do some more damage.
Scram does not have a lot of ammo. I don't think this height has enough power, and it's going to go back. They're not going to have the ability to break through these hard mats.
Don't be distracted though by high ground. On low, looks like Seti can take out Savage and Benji Fishy. Fork as well was a crazy in terms of end game phenomenon. Is going to be stopped before that Star. Savage is still alive, just took a little bit of damage, and Thomas and Queasy have also just been trucking through all their builds, not really taking any damage at all, and still popping off.
I like this mid-ground layer, but you got to watch out there. They don't have a lot of hard mats, and all of a sudden they have to get pushed down to a lower level. I was about to say the mid-ground for a Nasus trio is perfect for them, but considering now they got pushed down further, it might go right to the arms of Cammy's trio.
Pocket Pepper Stone in the pot. We'll see exactly what Queasy's got as he moves all the way to the low ground. Benji, though, is with Andretta. Will have to operate as a duo. Tayson and Hen in a very similar position. And Nas getting stopped by Putrid as he tries to get fast. He also put on pause. Cammy, though, trades out Vidil and Seti. Gets Noah Riley as well. That's going to be a huge 3-for-1, but that team is still down now. That one final man.
Seti is going to clutch again. Seti is definitely going to clutch and have the ability to get into a top 5 finish. Book it. That's what's going to happen. But now we're focused here on Tayson and Hen. Have to operate as a duo in extremely low materials. A refresh is needed.
I think they're legitimately.
And this final zone too. Sweeping woods, all the builds, some of the trees earlier on, flanking the entire low and mid ground with shade. Thomas AG trying to sign on a flashlight, and it's bright all the way.
Oh my goodness.
Space with that pump. It's not legendary, but that play just might be. That's going to be huge to get him a few more materials and stay inside this game.
I don't know, he's
Thomas HE took out an FBCS champion. What did you eat this morning, Thomas?
Can't spell clutch without having it be absolutely in high definition, without having Thomas as a part of that equation. He's going to keep moving up against the duo, making it look easy in terms of maintaining pressure, but no, that's a big rock shot. A lot of damage as Hen goes down. He switches layers. Thomas looking for anything right now. He has a combination of the harpoon to roll into any box. It's all wood all around. Another one, but doesn't find the pump. Can't hit the beat. Looks for one more too, but there's nothing. A block shot, a ramp of wall. He's gonna have a little bit of a pause moment right now. Tries to find something, but no. A trap from the backside. He goes down. And is Benji back up in the game with Andretta to maybe clutch this out?
Here we go, Benji, it is your time now. You're gonna have to clock it as much as possible. Oh no, the time is done. The power from Flois, Scram, and Hellfire coming from the high ground, collapsing down on the rest of the lobby. It's a top 3 situation, and to be able to get the victory out. And look at the output, double eliminations, make that 11 eliminations. Matzo eliminated. Taken out quickly. Now the moment has calmed down. It's a moment before the storm. It is a 3v3. The defending FNCS champions here. They're going up against, trying to hold on strong here. Moments are happening here. They have the builds. They're looking here for a moment here. They have no heal-up potential. They're going to have to do this with the power of their weapons here. Teak realizes that cannot be a siphon for anybody for the moment here. Flo is Hellfighter. Now it's a battle between Cammy. Cammy does have the splashes, and Cammy does have the skill. The defending FNCS champion survive and take away game 3. Let's take a look at that replay, Shio.
That was just patience, time, distress for both teams. No one knew exactly who would win. Everyone was not even in the heal-off spot, but it's Cammy who rolls in with that victory royale. Champions for the previous season, some of the most consistent in this Grand World that we're watching right now. Game 2 might have been a little bit hairy, but they come just clapping back completely, Sancho. Win for game number 3 on the first day, that'll be huge for the competition overall.
Am I crazy?
I was sitting there like, I thought Seti was by himself. I mean, all of a sudden, and then, boom, they're all 3 there.
Benji was taken out. I saw so many different things. I swear I saw it too, but they must have hit a revive or something. Right? That was just crazy from every single team. Yeah. Levin Reese and Zeke, they're here to break it down. Give us some clarity on a little bit of that confusion.
Great. Okay, but I should
You know, Shywager, I'm just as confused as you are. Apparently, these guys have just absolutely reprogrammed the game. They say, look, whatever happens, we're always going to make it in the top 5. There's nothing you can do to stop us. We are inevitable. And once again, they do it, right? Your champions from Chapter 2 Season 8 are back, and they find themselves the Victory Royale. Now, do keep in mind, it's only 9 eliminations. I say only like that's that bad. It's really not, but Flowis, Hellfire, and Scram got 11 eliminations in second place. 11, that's also pretty good, too.
Yeah, I just want to clarify, they didn't actually reprogram the game, but they play so well that you'd think that they, you know, designed the way the game works. They were, you know, just a really great team last FNCS. They've been a great team so far today. That was actually first and second from last FNCS going at it in that final moment there, right? So definitely two teams who are still in good form. I don't expect to see many more games of Flowis' crew on the height, but they're going to play it like that and actually do well from it. Why not? You know, I don't mind.
I mean, that was opportunistic from them, right? They're on the height already at 5th, so they kept it all the way throughout. And, you know, another team that we want to definitely highlight yet again, Thomas HD in there. The second game out of the 3, popping off as a solo. We saw this in game number 1. Obviously, now full trio still up at this moment, but he just frag after frag after frag. Really, really popping off as a full trio here.
Yeah, look, I'm not going to act like this is a surprise to me now, right? This is just what I expect. The level of play from Thomas HD is unreal, man. Look at this. Taking out Kiri, he really is just in scintillating form today. And I really hope that going into tomorrow when the points are doubled for eliminations, you know, he will keep this up so he'll be even more rewarded. I'd like to see more of this team as a trio in those moments where he has the support, because a lot of the time you can see he's sort of just getting overrun in those situations. But you take a look at the standings, finally good to see some of these. I think the big thing is just, you know, can you keep a good level of consistency going into tomorrow when the points are double?
Yeah, and I think what no one probably would have predicted so far with Kefi, Monaco, and obviously Melody up on the top as well. Like, they are way ahead. They've been super consistent. They've come out of absolutely nowhere, a 9th, a 4th, and a 7th with tons of eliminations. Like that previous game dropping 12, so huge from them. That second page. Seeing some of the big names that we might not expect. Floki Clement Desitos down in 19th alongside Andalex team in 17th, and also Kiriachi Stormright and Deuce down in 20th. A lot of the top teams that you could have put in your top 10, in your top 5 overall, kind of currently sitting in that 10th to 20th.
It's early. It's very early doors, so I don't want to get too ahead of myself. But look, I've been saying all day long, pressure makes diamonds, pressure busts pipe. You know, sometimes you can't handle the pressure, and very much like a pipe, you will burst and things will happen. So look, some of these top teams definitely will have better games moving forward, but you know, it's not looking great so far. You want to have a bit of a hotter start than that, so we'll see how it plays out.
Yeah, and I want to really highlight 2 teams so far. Obviously, I was going to Hen, Janice, Chapix. It just rolls off the tongue so easily. Hen, Payson, and Chapix, who've obviously performed super well. That last game was their worst placing game, and they got 2 elims and placed 8th. So still a top 10 every single match for them so far. And obviously, Cami Say, Teak with the big victory round that we just saw there. Also having a great first game, second game not being the absolute best because we were struggling with Storm Surge a ton. But overall, like, both these 2 teams, even though they're second and third, are looking really, really strong so far.
Remember, this is the halfway point of day number 1. Double points coming back in a day number 2, so we'll have to see how all this unfolds. But for now, we're going back on that battle bus. Shywager, Sancho West, to your beautiful faces.
From one beautiful face to another, I guess 3 to 2. I mean, Sancho, I'm not sure where the beauty is in terms of us, but we know where it is inside this game. It's Kefi, PKR, and Melody. They're popping off right now.
And that's what the beauty is of Fortnite, is that somebody could come out of nowhere, this open style format. I know Kefi and Monaco and Melody, they've been around forever. Like, Kefi's been around forever, but Melody is the first time FNCS, you know, performing really decently well. And I mean, phenomenally well. Excuse me. I mean, 12 eliminations in that previous one, but the thing is, can they hold on to it? We've seen new names pop up to the leaderboard, but again, it's the old guard that will show up and all of a sudden just start racking up those big points. And hey, what was so exciting, that previous match, we had the battle between first and second from last season go down, and the first place champions pulled out that one.
Absolutely. It was fun to see, but at the same time, those first place champions getting a little bit rocky in terms of, you know, consistency overall. Looks like they have a few more swings attached to their gameplay so far. A third place, a 22nd, and then a first, kind of checkered on the board in terms of placements.
And right now we're seeing a Rocky versus Drago type battle that's happening between Andretta and Malibuca. And so far it has been Malibuca's way. And let's see, Andretta was able to survive. Let's see if they'll be able to do it again. And they paid off. They racked up as much points as possible. At least be able to put 36.
See what happens this time. No one actually going for the up top control. And Dread and Benji Fishy actually doubling up on side of Malabuka, but he's got a really good close range loadout. I don't have HP to trade though, so he does have to back off and make sure he gets recuperated. Teammates will also be active this entire time. He's been soaking in all the pressure as this been's going down. And all the fight happens and he takes a lot of damage. First Dosh, Shy, so they get all their HP totals all the way up to the sky. Savage has position now though. Verstash in a little bit of trouble. If he doesn't see this coming, this would be a huge surprise through the fence, through the chain link. That should not even be possible in terms of a shot. Savage finds it and opens up the entire fight into their favor.
Bro, I can never do that.
It's gonna definitely even out here, but it's one of those things. If you go into the stacks, if the trio sees you go up there, they understand you're retreating, you're disengaging, you didn't get the drop that you wanted, you don't have the weapons, you're trying to survive as much as possible. Now Malabuka is gonna have to blow off some steam here and leave steamy stacks. Shizo and Malabuka, and Shizo we saw is gonna be hunted down shortly here, but what a great response from Indretta, Savage, and Benji here to show that it's not gonna be easy. But last time Malabuka, they did well last season in this kind of fight, and Benji's trio was so far on the bottom of the board, so it might change here as you see Shizo on his last moments here in this game.
They'll just get ready to melt over time. I want to see exactly what's happening at Dirty Docks. Wade's also picking up Blotcha. This is not going to be as important right now. There's no way there's going to be a 1v3 win overall.
No, not
on the side of Shizo. We know he's going to get taken out.
Out of this, please.
As I say that, I see Malabuka's HP bar full, so it's not a complete 1v3, but if he's hiding like this, if there's a loss of control of this caliber, it doesn't matter too much. We know that Benji, Savage, and Jetta will stay ahead. Voon also going on a ghost list. That's going to be huge in terms of who controls the entire mid portion of the map. It'll be really cool to see that. The point threshold as well. I want to make sure teams are getting the 24th place and I believe 17th, and then the top 10 to VR. It'll be cool to see. On the first day at least, it's a total of 30. The second day, 60 points up for grabs. It's going to be huge. Here's Dirty Docks. There's Malabuka.
I was going to say
following
this.
The trio still.
I was going to say this here. Michael, Astor, and Verox, they tend to peek into this Dirty Docks, from Dirty Docks to Steamy Stacks engagement. And they're going to be at least a better factor of Malabuka's disengage here. But they've been playing. They've played multiple times here, this position here. But I have to say, I'm impressed by Michael, Astor, and Verox. They've been cleaning up Lucia's really well, or at least disengaging, understanding there. And the introduction of that crash site up there in Dirty Docks has led to at least decent split. You don't have to fight as much as Dirty Docks anymore. There's not a big push for that warehouse, but there has been no changes into Steamy Stacks except for a little bit of destruction here in the main building through some crash landings. But so far, Savage, Benji, and Dretta have to be happy with their performance, considering that they had a couple duds right off the outset.
Imagine if either team just had the spot completely uncontested. That would just be absolute insane. So
what are you doing?
Yeah, I mean, we saw already that they were able to get a second place. Although Restaurant was alongside the trio versus Benji, but you're seeing the output there, the power, and countless times in Cash Cups who are walks out of Steam, he's looking really solid. You know, I'm just, you want them to see it, but at least it gives us something really exciting to talk about in the early game, right? There's something there for us. It's a little nice appetizer for the main course.
See Cappy's mode of attack as well. He's heading around the pyramid. Before, when this was just the convergence, it was kind of risky to land around because people could instantly drop in from Bony Burbs, if that's Aqua Reason Fast Roki, or even Corny, because sometimes that POI is a little bit overrun and you see the entire three-way battle break down. The way the lands change, and now the pyramid walls are kind of up, or I guess the vertices are they called on the sides. Either way, because there's a little bit more of a distraction here overall, more room to work around. Third parties are not as easily attainable. That just lets Cappy Melody and PKR have a nice off-spawn drop. A lot of loot as well. There's so many floor spawns and chests available. And then, you know, Decepto, Smokey, and Clement, they come from Misty Meadows fast. They move through many teams, and there's so many fights around. There's a little bit of a bubble for Cappy Melody to be able to survive, and that's why they're in first place right now. They work that bubble, get towards the end games. You're saying you're very familiar with Cappy, right, Sancho? This man is a mid-game master. He's so good at maintaining pressure and dictating who moves where. He's one of the players that stopped some of the biggest teams from winning FNCSs with a few key picks on the earlier days. So it'll be huge to see how they hold on to this lead.
And one thing you got to point out, I mean, that's why I picked the Aqua's trio. I thought being center at Boney would definitely help them out. As Savage finally finds Shizo, that engagement has been wiped. So now it is basically tied here for that 2-2.
For a crazy play. Okay.
Look at that Tayson as well. Also kind of, you know, in their own bubble all the way up at Craggy, although one time Stompy kind of rolled in and tried to burst it. I'm not sure what was going on there, but
yeah,
Tayson wrapped him over quick.
I wonder what would happen by that. I mean, I definitely have to take a look at how that, usually that trio, I'm just trying to take a look here. It's like, where do they land to be able to take that engagement? Stompy is known to land between the bridge all the way up to the Craggy, but I guess they may have landed on that Spire and took shots into Craggy. Again, we're playing detective mode, my favorite thing to do.
He just thinks I'm gonna...
Let's go ahead and kind of conceptualize what went down, but let's take a look at the replay, what happened here to Shizo's last moments here in game 4.
Bop, bop.
So, bop, bop, all about those angles, man. You think all of a sudden maybe your toe sticks out and out you go, but what does stick out is the whole entire lobby was put on notice because the defending FNCS champions got themselves a victory royale.
That's going to be huge. Jumped all the way up. They're used to being like 4th, 5th place overall right now. They slowly rise as everyone starts to struggle.
Oh, wow.
Wait, see where that struggle starts. Yeah, somewhere southern side of the map. It'll be the Spaniards ready to just make things crazy for every other team trying to rotate inside into the safe zone. The Ox is going to be looking at every single angle and only really put down some brick and wood. It's going to be pretty easy to break for these guys rolling in. Ari, though, up top. You see that little bit of switch of angles. So when you look at kind of the way Ari's operating, this trio is the one that's really giving people around Holly, around even sometimes Believer Beach, a little bit of a struggle moving into the
I don't know how I can ready up.
Now they're up, they're active. Pepper's instantly popped. They're just repeating exactly what they did before.
I have to wait in a minute.
You're taking a look at your mini map on the bottom right here. It's going to be a clean engagement. They're not too far away from the safe zone, so they're going to take the time here. But it was Crow's trio that caused a havoc last season, so it's not really easy out for these Ari's Co to take out these Spaniards. And Tus, he wants a piece. He wants a little bit of peace from a distance, and that's going to be Kirachi Tus's coming from Slurpee Sledge.
Whatever, we're at what? 88% elite now?
Close over a scram. Really good at just, I don't know, getting close and personal with fights and then kind of disengaging entirely. A lot of the times you'll see, you know, Elocraz, Hottie, ETQ, when they roll in, even when they were playing with Chirpin back in the day, it was all about getting into fights, definitely, but from medium to long ranges and getting really sticky with it, staying for a while and moving out. When I see, you know, Flois rolling in, sometimes they get hawks the box entirely, still find a way to leave unscathed. And we keep talking about Deceptos contesting over at Misty. That's not really happening at all. They're landing slightly towards the north on the island, and then instantly moving out. They can leave before Andalex. They can leave before any southern team and act like they kind of landed in the middle of the map. It's not true. They're kind of frauds in that aspect, but at the same time, they have the loot to be able to keep up and play both roles. The south side team and someone that kind of has control of the middle of the zone.
Yeah, Deceptos does not want any piece of Scram's trio. If they did, they would have gone into Lazy Lake. We all know those engagements into Lazy Lake last a while. They usually get third party by Resale Row, but that's not happening here. And I agree with you what you talked about Hottie, Elocraz, and ETQ. They're just the kind of the ones, they just stick around, they hang around. I mean, they had a high finish in the previous couple of FNCSs ago. And we saw their kind of emergence, which is really cool because we were watching them. And remember those kind of battles they had in the qualifiers alongside with Tripper, but they were like, oh, okay, they fought Tayson's trio at that time multiple times. Like, wait a minute, this trio's serious. This trio's for real. We're seeing it being for real and alive in action right in front of our eyes.
Big thing too, if you're tuning in right now and you haven't been able to catch a few of the earlier games, just the context here in game number 4 for EU on the first day. Any team around the 50 to the high 40s, even close to 60 like Flois right now in this threshold really has the maximum potential to change their fate on the boards, change their spot if they have a good game. These guys are all kind of tied, like 5 points between like almost 15 teams. Every single elim they get, every move they make in terms of surviving longer will really push them forward inside the top 10, the top 5. Everyone here wants to stop being so homogenous overall, the same as everyone else around them, and wants to just break free, be unique, get a few more points, and get into that top 5.
We saw a taste of the mini-map. This is going to be a centralized zone. So the Keffi's trio, who's been walking around the pyramid, can have a great chance to be able to put another performance to be able to push their first place lead. At the same time, Aqua's trio, they could definitely sneak up as well.
Remember, on that second day, it is going to be double points. So even if some of these teams are struggling, they basically have 12 games worth of points tomorrow to play in 6. It'll get super crazy. Fury Link Default as well going to be rolling in right now inside this fight, and oh my god, Link is taking a little bit of supreme maximum damage. Has to back off. 1 HP. Has a chance to, because it's not an off spawn fight anymore. He's got boxes to work around with. But man, he's got to recuperate.
Just give me
you may be asking, why is this gas station has so much activity? It is a hot spot for Storm Surge tags. If you could get here early and perch on top of it, look how much traffic is going down. But unfortunately, it ended up being a box fight. So that's why we're seeing this engagement here, folks.
The last time we saw 31 teams kind of alive in the previous game, in the matter of about 1 minute, it dropped down to 25. So 6 teams will go down for Surge. It'll have to go all the way down to 70 players. 2 people just get rebooted. We go from 91 to 93 players. It's gonna get so insane for every team on the map, and everyone wants to stay ahead of this damage. 200 above for Fury. Every shot he takes might even put him lower if it's a team that's under him getting that damage done. This is gonna be so tricky. You wanna make sure you do not get any mistakes happening, any free damage done to your team.
We're seeing the skill of the lobby. That is why so many trios are still on their feet. Normally, Storm Surge would be closer here, but yeah, you nailed it there, Shyle. There's so many people that have to go down here, so it'll be interesting to see who is behind that A-fall Storm Surge. As you see Jose wrapping up somebody, and Kylie eliminates Benji. So even though they walk out of Malbuka's world, they run into the arms of somebody else here. So unfortunate start there. Maybe they could reboot Benji and bring him back into Game 4.
What do we call, like, Mimi Max instead of Steamy Stacks from Malibuka Mustache and Shiza?
Oh, someone on social media put out, who owns Steamy Stacks in EU? And someone replied, nobody. And I was like, wait a minute. Malibuka owns Steamy. It's very
Does he, though? Does he? Because they qual second a lot of the time. Savage, Benji, and rolling in there first. At the same time, does that even matter? Isn't that pretty trivial? At the same time, are any of them even doing well out of it overall? None of them are, you know, super winning.
I mean, I think what it comes down to is a game of matchups, right? So right now, it's just Malibuka matches up really well against Intredas. No matter who they throw at them, they match up really well. So yeah, Benji may be a better player who knows mechanically, but it's just about matchups. And now we're seeing a team that is definitely maximizing their matchups here, but still, 111 below. I don't think they've been in this position before. And this is what happens when sometimes the safe zone is in your backyard.
We haven't even gotten to watch this part just yet of how this team is playing. Who are they? Why? Where? When? What do they end up doing when they're in trouble? What is the first place perspective look like right now? Big Era Kefi, I mean, we'll have it for a little bit, but at the same time, I think it might be gone in a second, Sancho. They have to be diving into their heels so fast to be able to stay alive. 48 below, and they can't find that final tag to stay in the game.
It just shows you they're not really uncomfortable. They go for the barrel stuff in first place now. It's in a huge world of hurt. Monaco goes down, and they are frozen in time. This is the worst finish they've had here in the Grand Royale. And they run into the buzzsaw of Noah Riley, Vidil, and Janice. And they got to be pretty good at taking out the first place team.
Maybe that first place team tripped up because I'm just trying to think. It was maybe a southern zone. I know it's a very trivial thing to look at. I'm looking at differences between the games. Off spawn might be a complete difference for a lot of teams. The rotations might be slightly different as well.
There it is. You said it. There are rotations. You have a rotation that even goes central to the south. That's why it got, you know, Vidil's trio had to roll into there. They didn't have to go south. They usually like to go dead side Vidil's trio. But this time, since it's center, they went ahead, they white lined it, and just ran over Kefi's trios here. So that's what's going to be talking about. It's 12 games, man. 12 games to be able to hold on to, and that's what made Seti, Kemi, Teeks pop off last season so special.
That was a good move. I inhaled that.
Absolutely. We'll tune in to Link's whole special as well in terms of getting all the damage done for this team. Look at the sneaky shots that even to us remained a mystery as we were watching them over and over again. Every edit almost 100 damage, and that's really how this team ended up staying alive. The reaction to, I mean, sometimes saving your team from Surge is equal to even getting a VR in terms of a feeling, right? To make sure everyone is surviving, being the hero in that moment, in that moment is like equivalent to winning an entire game.
Here we go. Tayson, Hen, and Chapix have already got a victory royale. Almost got clipped. I like their position right now. They're kind of slowly inching their way forward. Normally, like I mentioned, they go to the center, but it looks like they got tripped up along the way here. They have to be careful because Michael Verox, they could get those beams in and sneak them in. And at the same time, dipping into the metal builds. Very valuable considering you're not going to be able to get resources anymore unless you get an elimination.
All about the refresh here. And once again, we're down to 25. Same old, same old. Some teams moving in from the zone. And once again, it might not be Weeping Woods. We're in a river, kind of cutting apart two different forms of land after Michael down. Clement also does not survive Surge. Takes a little bit of damage. Not get focused for now, but it'll just be a temporary distraction for the rest of the zone.
They're expanding the metal base as much as possible. So the way with a high, they're going to try to expand out and then dip back into a fully formed box. So that's what's happening here. But as you mentioned, that's going to hurt them when they rotate in further to zones 5 and further here. But right now, not in a world of hurts. Cammy, Seti, and Teak, which you saw, you had a front row seat how they were able to put back-to-back high performance games.
Now, why are we also watching Cammy, Seti, and Teak right now? Why were we tuning in with Tayson, Chapik, Sen, and their position? Is because these are the second and third place teams with Kefi, PKR, Melody kind of out of the business right now. These guys will be rolling in and showing us what it's like to take control of the game, maintain the first place spot. How far can you really push yourself forward? I know they're both based off consistency right now, right, Sancho? But this is where they really need to pop off, get a huge swing. It might even cost them the next game, but it'll get them first place for now.
Somebody in here,
That's what's at stake. For stay 2, you have a pop-off bonus. Be pop-off capitalized with the underline. As Tayson, Hen, and Chapik were able to stabilize, and they're rotating through here. Got a couple of trios to work through. Got 2 trios looking at them. They're gonna dip into the shields. Wow. They're in shambles. I know they're not like shambles now, but there will be eventually. You're seeing the debt that's being accrued, and you're just like, my guy, you're running out of credit here.
Usually they're kind of in this position, or most teams are inside the 5th, 6th zone, kind of 1 ahead, 2 ahead of where they are right now in terms of investment. You're right. Whoever gave them this loan or suggested to do this, maybe some bad advice financially, but sometimes you're forced to do things to get into certain spots. They have a good pedestal right now. If they pull zone, it'll be worth everything.
It will be, but they won't be able to defend it. They don't have the materials to kind of build up or do anything with it. So, yeah, you may be blessed with zone here, but it may be like, I'm not ready for it. You know what I mean? Don't give it to me now. I'm not ready for this hot potato.
Hey, who is ready to get hot right now is Seti, Cammy, Teak. They're picking up some of these end to mid-game eliminations. Still, Cammy's there getting a few. And while that happens, Savage is also picking up a few of his own as well. Meanwhile, Anas, Thomas, Squeezy, we're talking about the 60, 70-point threshold. Check out the people that can make a difference. They got to play the catch-up games. 30 points behind right now. That first place slot. They really need to go all in and make sure this is a game they all live and convert into points.
And we saw the taste of their rotation there. We saw them last time in a previous game go down. They had to use a short pad here, and it was not enough, and they went down early here as Hen, Tayson, and Chapik here are going to try to third party sneak in. You saw the green light. That green light turned to red quickly, and they slammed on the brakes, so they did not want a piece.
Looks like the entire engine just stalled there for a moment.
Shut up, lady.
No chances that zone pulls in as well. They know exactly what their goal is, where they need to be.
It's going to be a good pad here. This should get them at least no sight line. No, yeah, there we go. Got to get it to the top of this little bump here. Nicely done. Oh, you got to get up. This is a bad place to be. You got to get up here quickly before the rest of the lobby catches up to you.
Still going to be Logan. I'm going to be praying maybe that next zone, the 6th one, pulls a little bit towards them. A lot of their shields are going to be invested. I think all of them actually up inside this position. At the same time, look at the angle they have. An entire spray onto a mid to low ground box. It'll be very hard to edit out from over there. And Cammy, Seti, Teak will be able to assist as well. We're going to be seeing Genesis team, or Taste's team on the right side, excuse me, and then Cammy on the top just helping with support the entire time.
You know that meme that's popular where it plays that chaotic music and then it plays the classical music? That's what we're seeing. We saw a taste of it. Tason's like chaos music everywhere, and then we have these cool, chill vibes up here in the sky. But Cammy, Seti, and Teak, who might have a performance here for Game 4.
They actually get to get a little bit of the refreshes from the eliminations they had in the last zone, because they have so much invested inside this tarp, and then Seti still has so many mats still ready to go in terms of tarps in the big base. Savage is going to be right below them. Tayson's going to be all the way on the low ground. It might be a max pull for the Hype team. But Tayson, Hen, and Chapik is going to be very close by to where they need to go.
I think Seti pulled zone. I'm not sure. Yeah, I'm not sure. The 6th zone is, you see, Tayson, Hen, and Chapix did not pull here. They're going to use the Chili Chugs, which was introduced just a couple of seasons ago. Last season essentially is, or this season, sorry. And it's like a pepper effect to be able to chug splash their way through.
I might just go for the Chili Splash and Dash. That's exactly what Queasy's trying to do.
Ooh, I like that.
A big connection. And this is what I'm talking about. I haven't seen it happen just yet, but a high ground position for Thomas, Anas, and Queasy. We just saw them in a mini base all the way down on low. But for some reason, every time they have height, it gets so tricky. It gets so finicky. Every single person wants to go and try to grab it. They have to deny as they also try to fly off the launch pad. Meanwhile, Tayson and Chapix, they way down below.
Thomas HC and Flicker no doubt are having flashbacks of holding on to height and all of a sudden getting taken away from them as Chapix gets a knock on Benji. But you look at it, that mad dash that you were talking about is happening already. A new team most likely is holding on to height. And Tayson and Chapix, I like this position on the low ground near the front, but you got to be careful because Camisay and Teak, who are on the high ground, may have made their way to the low.
All about making space and looking for control. Meanwhile, for Thomas HD, it's all about dropping down pressure and making sure no one is confident enough to challenge the people, the high ground rulers of this end game. This being a mid-ground zone as well with the river. There's so many open sight lines for height to maintain control, play every angle. Tayson, meanwhile, is kind of at home, but it looks like a little bit of a war inside the living room. He has to make sure he breaks through every single box. 10 HP inside the zone, and he's not fast enough to catch up. The door kind of closes right on his feet right there. Hendo will move all the way around from the other side. Chapix got dinner to go with Benji before, but now has to go for a reorder here inside this next box. Oh no! Acid Reflux as big shots go all the way from the top side down to his head. He has to mini up again, and now it's just him and Hen. 2v3, 2v against the world as Tayson's finally knocked up. They go straight inside a box and find that big refresh. Hen takes out Flois, and he's still keeping things alive.
This is a previous trio now working as a duo. Previous Alpha CS champions working really well. They've been in this position before, but Noah Riley, oh my goodness, you have so many eliminations in the feed as Matzo picks up Hen. So it's now up to Chapix here with only 62 health to work with here. It's not going to be easy. No match. Will we watch another clutch as Queasy takes out Seti? So that trio's a little bit low. But now Chapix here is going to have to use hardcore, parkour, jumping off of cones, working up of bills, looking for a knock and helpfully getting that siphon and refresh. He dipped into the right time. Yes, did he get it? Yes, he did. Kylie gets knocked, but he's unable to get any more materials, Shio, just the siphon materials.
How is he alive? Absolutely no build.
Oh, now get him, go get him.
60 seconds, and he finds another. Gets that refresh, but it's another player that was bare bones and dry, down to 2 HP again.
The med kit.
He has the bounce back. He's not going to be able to find it just yet, though. Has to go for another big siphon. It solos all around.
He needs that med
playing all the way back into a Chapter 1 type style. A wall blocked off. Another crew to run into. It's too much to handle. He goes down. Queasy and Thomas HD all the way on height. They still have a control, a lock on this game. Do not count out Savage, Benji, and Dredda, though. They elevate off the stacks, fly all the way up to the sky, stay on low ground, though, as they finish out this game and take apart teams in front and around them.
Savage, with not any builds as well here, is going to work with his old mate, Benji Fishy. Benji goes down. Now it's up to Mr. Savage here. He's going to go for the edit down. No mats still. No mats and out of this fight.
And now you can see control, dominance, finally have its light of day. It's Anas with the big spray and a win, a well-deserved one as well. They stopped, they've waited, and then they've caught up towards that top 3. 140 points after that victory royale. Thomas HD, Queasy, and Anas are finally awake inside the Grand Royale.
When we first saw them, they had 0 eliminations when they took the high ground, and now they got it, and they got 6 eliminations here. Good win to start off here at Game 4, but we just have 2 more games left. And I feel like we had so much kind of action going for it and all preparation for that day too.
I feel like there's an absence of fear as well in EU from every single player. On height, it looks calm and collected. On low ground, it just looks lethal for every player in a solo, Sancho. They start looking like, you know, squads themselves as single players. It's insane.
I wonder, you know, people love to mimic greatness, right? So Camisay, they went on the low ground. We haven't seen a lot of high retakes constantly happening over and over again. There's the pad and everything, but it hasn't been happening. Maybe we're not seeing it, but from my understanding, it just looks like the high ground just been holding on to height all the way from zone 4 all the way to close.
Absolutely. We'll see what Zeke, Levin, and Reese have to say about height and low for this segment.
High and low are my emotions right now on this roller coaster that is the FNCS Grand Royale. Levin, don't look at me. Don't give me that look, buddy. My goodness, what an incredible game. And what I like out of this, we'll talk about these two winning teams in just a moment. Benji Fishy and Dreda and Mr. Savage, they finally make it into your third place. So this team has come online. Of course, it's after Malabuka goes down early, right, Levin? They get some breathing room. They say, okay, we can place top 3. That's fine.
Yeah, well, look, they've had 2 games where they've actually had a chance from Steamy. Both of those games, 4th place, 3rd place, a couple eliminations there. This is why we say, by the way, if they're not contested, they could probably win FNCS. We're not just fanboys, right? Like, they actually are really good. There's plenty to talk about from that game, right? Where you have the first place team going into the game, going down in shambles. That's the makings of an exciting game, right? Because you have all these teams now who are below them, Reese, who are all fighting to get first place.
Yeah, exactly. We saw Melodi's team right here with PKR and Kepi doing so good in the first 2 games, the 9th, the 4th, and the 7th, all with a ton of eliminations. But this game right here, going down in 29th with 0 eliminations, a 0-point match on them, is by far the worst they've had so far. They started so well, and I'm slightly concerned that this now might be a downwards turn for them.
Yeah, they're not a trio that strikes me as one as having the experience of some of the competitors they have, right? They've not necessarily been in these types of games, and so when there's a change in game state where, you know, they're sitting above everybody else and they have to hold on to that lead, that becomes a challenge for them. But, you know, I'll be rooting for them, right? You always like to see the newcomers trying to get involved. I think the big thing with that game, right, is finally seeing Wheezy, Thomas, and Anas come through. Of course, Chapix as well. Again, more solo clutches. Again, more people popping off as solos. Once again, this is why I said when Chapix is in the lobby, it's like, you know, there's 3 extra players, right? Because he hits shots like these, and you just think to yourself, wow, like, you are really someone that's been doing this for a long time, and you've not slowed down.
Absolutely. Chapix is one of the most, I was going to say underrated, that's not the right word, everyone rates him, but he's just one of the most least talked about players for the accolades that he has. Obviously the FNCS Championship, the domination that his teams have had previously across seasons, obviously in particular season 5 and 4, they were absolutely incredible. And the dynamics between him and Hen are so good. Historically, going all the way back to over a year now, splitting up last season didn't seem to be worth it. Now that they're back together, 143 points after game number 4. This is looking really good for them.
Well, it's funny you talk about the dynamics between them two. As much as it seems to work, I think their personalities, they're both big personalities. We'll call it that,
that's
right?
That's a way to put it, yeah.
And sometimes it doesn't work, right? Sometimes it's like water and oil and it doesn't mix well. But in other cases, you know, like today so far, it does, and you get first places from them. Looking forward to seeing that. Look, and Benji and Mr. Savage, I know 11th place doesn't maybe look good, but considering they basically have 2 games, right? Like, 2 games went down off spawn, of course, no points out of those. But the 2 games where they've actually had the chance to play games out, 4th and 3rd is not bad. Good amount of eliminations as well. Like, this is one of the best teams in the lobby, genuinely.
And I'm sure people out there making a little counter. They're going, oh, it's 2-2 now to Benji Fishy going against Malabuka off spawn. I mean, I wouldn't be doing that. I've not got it written down on the paper here by any means. But I think you also got to note that right now in the previous season, right, or this season in the actual FNCS that we saw earlier, we've also seen way more success from Malabuka when they came off of spawn. Right now, we're seeing way more success from Benji Fishy's team when they're managing to be successful out of that spawn. Like you said, the top 3s in 2 of those games. Really good. So interesting to see how that plays out across the next 2 days.
So why do you think that is, Reese?
It's interesting because they're doing good. They're coming back, man. They came 23rd. They came 23rd last. They're feeling it.
Just say it. They're the better team. It's just the contestant.
I don't know.
It doesn't work out for them. They are the better team.
I think if they were on con, they would be.
Yeah, they're the better team. Give them a chance to spawn and watch what they'll do. They'll go win games.
Why don't we keep this going with Sancho West and Charwager thoughts? Are they the better team, or what do you think?
Look, over here on the casting desk, Zeke, we're a team, right? There's no contestation off this job. It seems like there's a little bit of contestation from Triano's desk on some takes in terms of who's better and whatnot. Where do you land on this, Sancho? Maybe we're not on the same team in terms of who you think is better overall, at least in this competition.
Oh, I don't know, man. I always let the leaderboard speak for itself, right? At the end of the day, right? It doesn't matter. I mean, if I had a pick, I'm on Team Zeke all the way.
Okay, I'm down. I'm down for Zeke and Miss Prime Trio time. 100%. We'll see if we can lock it in. But right now, it's time for game number 5 of the Grand Royale. We'll see exactly how these teams are adapting, who actually She ends up 3-2 off spawn to Steamy Stacks. And what is the situation at Dirty Docks as well? Because we see an off spawn fight there 24/7. Our victors before this game, Caffey, PKR, and Melody overall dropped from first all the way to 5th place after missing out a game. Those are the stakes, Sancho. If you're in first place right now, you're gonna want to be hungry and stay active, eating as the games go on. You miss one meal, you are outside of that big money potential. You're outside of having a pedestal onto day number 2. That is huge. You want to stay consistent. And right now, Hen, Tayson, and Chapix have that first place spot.
Yeah, and they have that spot handily at the moment here, but that spot's not gonna be guaranteed. And Malibuka gets knocked by Savage. So that 2-2 already starting off with a blow against Malibuka. And I've already said, Savage and Drena Benji do really well when they get the first knock.
Almost out of the first 2. Shives was almost down. Yeah, this he's not gonna make that much of a difference, my friend. You need to land a huge shot right now, and he's gonna actually get.
Yo, let the man hit his minis, bro. Let the man hit his minis.
Yep. 53 HP total. Mustache, no idea what he's doing, but probably molding at this point.
Hey, there you go.
Okay.
Let the man
evening out the skills. It's still 3v2 though. And it's gonna be 3-2 in just mere moments. A few players also gone down in other fights around the map.
Nobody knows what I'm talking.
It's gonna be tough.
I understand.
Kind of flying away.
Listen, I understand.
Shopify helps you sell at every stage of your business. Like that, let's put it online and see what happens stage.
And the site is live.
That we opened a store and need a fast checkout stage.
Thanks. You're all set.
That count it up and ship it around the globe stage.
This one's going to Thailand.
And that, wait, did we just hit 1 million orders stage? Whatever your stage, businesses that grow with Shopify. Sign up for your $1 a month trial at shopify.com/YouTube audio.
No encore at all.
Get out of here. Get out of here. Scram.
No concert for Hen, Tayson, and Chapix. There is no opening performance for these guys at all, really, except for that one game that I keep mentioning with Stompy that kind of rolled by.
I was going to say,
we're still confused. That's the, like, what the heck happened?
Perplex, my guy. It has to be from the Guardian. That's the only sight line that I could see that you could kind of shoot your way through. I mean, we've seen it with Kemi Setti to be able to do that. And this is, you wanted to taste the Dirty Docks contest. Here it is.
Yeah, this one is a little bit more long and drawn out. For Steamy Stacks, I feel like it's a little bit more sophisticated. There's like a definite ring you can look at, and you can track the octagon of the fight and know exactly what spot is good, what is bad. People are fair, blow for blow. You'll see a disengage. At Dirty Docks, it's dirty. It's a straight fight. Everyone's just going down, getting whatever they can. If it's a 2v3, pitching it absolutely, completely, throwing your life on the line. You can see Kuchar going for it right now. It's not going to happen. And this fight starts inside Dirty sometimes, goes all the way to the shores, past the crash site. It gets crazy.
I got the word. It's really no holds bar. That's what it is right there.
Absolutely.
No holds bar, no DQ, no referee. There's run-ins. There's madness that's happening here. But so far, this team has been splitting a little bit here. Lucia, you got some points here. I mean, it's not as drastic, it's not as black and white as the engagement out there in Steamy Stacks. So if you're Lucia's trio, you got to be pretty good. And no doubt is this crash site. You see the slipstream right there. Be able to disengage, be able to get out.
Usually a team that gets to bully them 24/7. We saw Steady came and Teak with a lot of early game elim, sometimes all 3 off of just beaming Dirty Docks last season. But when it's contested, it's kind of harder to confirm those eliminations. When it's uncontested, you see sometimes Steady came and Teak popping up on the mountain, going for a few tags, and then all hitting Dirty Docks, sometimes having 3 POIs and loot to work with.
Now you're seeing the leaderboard going into this match here. Hen, Tayson, Chapix here, 143.
It's just red versus blue, but bro.
And you're seeing the rest of the board here. Save it. He's been having a great game, very quiet. In that Kiriachi spot, you know what I mean? That, wait a minute, they're doing really well. If they could kind of have this performance in day 2, no doubt they'd be up on the board. Of course, you see the top 10 come out by Flow as a trio, but that's where I'm like, what's gonna happen? That's what excited me the most about Grand Royale.
Let's go, bro!
It's not like big bonus. It's not all about elims. We all remember that clip there of Nick Merckx and Aiden popping off, but that was all elims based. Everything is doubled, placement, and it lasts the entire match all the way up to that 60-point victory royale.
At the same time, it might end up having a few of those big bonus vibes carry over.
You think so?
Just because like teams that never usually go for elims, being enticed by, you know, having 4-point swings and stuff, needing to catch up. A lot of the times in the 2-day format, when you're like in 20th, 30th place,
I don't know.
You know, when you're down bad in terms of, hey, you know, the prize pool's not going to be that different as well. If we get a little bit more, let's not try as hard. People are going to be at maximum 100% at all times. Look at the prize pool difference too, right? This is thousands of dollars the way that Grand Royale set up. It is like life-changing money in differentials. So every team's going to be pushing for it. The double point's going to entice them to keep going. They're going to be online for all games. You've seen it sometimes, game 5, 6.
You need to be able to
some of those lower place teams get a little bit trolly with it. They go all in off spawn. They're not as reserved, but I feel like tomorrow, no matter what, every elim will matter till that last game, and people will really push to just get as many points as possible.
Tell me how you like it.
You're seeing the pushes that Vidil's doing, using the car. I like to call it ride and spray. Ride and spray, you know. We've seen that plan work out for a lot of trios ever since the vehicles got introduced. Just go ahead and just spray at multiple builds and towers. This is another taste. I'm happy that we get to see Save It, Matzo, Amplify. Of course, Matzo, Amplify, way back in Season 5 with Benji, of course, trying to restake their claim. They've been working with their Hard Fine and ADNs, their old school trios. Now they're picking up Save It, who's I like to call him the Reboot King. You know, he's won one. I feel like when you win one, you automatically get placed that tag of Reboot King. So Save It right now, Matzo, Amplify, doing pretty decent considering they come out of Coral. And you're taking a look at the mini-map. They got a clean rotation in just by using the rivers and the lakes that they're used to.
Okay, chat. So I'm going to share this with you. Our goal is to make the best red versus blue ever.
Power Save It as well.
Currently, we're like
signing
by best
OC dipping into EU.
I'm not going to say it. I'm not going to say it's about drive. I'm not going to do it.
Not yet, at least.
I stay humble.
We're until day 2.
Day 2. That is when it's really going to happen here. I agree.
Force being taken out by Jose, it looks like. And yeah, the entire trio just rocks in. Bat Sniper again.
Yeah, I'm
getting lobby focus when there is no chance for a lobby focus, so to speak. It just feels like they're always over pressured.
Oh, I've been there. I've been there before in a tournament where you feel like every time you get eliminated quickly, like and it's from different people. Like, I don't understand. Is it the outfit that I'm wearing? It's a bad place to be, and Bat Sniper is no doubt feeling that. But now we're getting into if this where the zone is, based on where the players are playing, Shayo. I don't like this type of plays. I've been seeing it all the time where you kind of sit up in these towers, these satellite towers, and this is where you have to hope you hit your shots. I know the semi-auto sniper from Scram's hands could do some things, but oftentimes these trios, unless Storm pushes up here, they're in trouble when it pulls off the mountain. So that's what I'm worried about. I think those trios have to hit their shots unless, of course, Storm Surge is going to show up. But every time I see that beat, I'm like, I'm not going to dance to it. I'm not going to dance.
I've never seen that in my
entire game. You got forced to once that second zone closes in. Yeah, right now on first, it might not be the biggest thing, but a lot of the times people swimming and moving by, just like you see on Melody's screen, you know, they can't go anywhere else but in these sight lines. So it's huge. Cappy will be able to help a little bit as well.
No tags, bro. I didn't see a single tag. That's what I'm getting at. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, it's the play to make, but at the same time, you've been seeing the deals with the riding around and shooting the shots. I think, no doubt, they're going to be way ahead of Storm Surge, more so than any other team that's already perched up.
But something has to be working, right? Because Kefi had first place at one point in the day. We're looking at Janice Vidil, Noah Riley, 108 points, so triple digits. They're using the same strat.
Another tag,
dude. About Storm Surge. You can't not have a
holy smokes.
The wheels fall off.
They've been on so far, right?
Crazy, bro.
Look, Queasy doing the same thing. They're looking for a mountain. They're getting ready.
I think Levin already hinted at that. You know, the experience of Melodi's team that all of us.
Hold on. What is this?
That's a metaphor right there in Potion. See the flip over. See the Thomas AC trio knows how to flip back on the wheels when they flip. I could go on forever with metaphors. We all know the FNCS community loves when we talk about metaphors and similes.
Fight that guy, chat.
So right now, Anasimisi and Queasy at least are looking really good, and their tank of gas.
This has to be one of the most miserable elite parts of my run ever.
Oh my! Ouch!
That's what we like to see. Shimky had no chance.
No chance. That's what you got.
Camping trip in the mountains.
Thank you so
Impossible
much,
edition.
Though. Really appreciate that, man. Very kind of you.
I'm going to celebrate this.
Zombie
that
Gaming,
man
so much for
turned into llama for them.
Thank you to
Jack, that's true.
Gosling.
He just did.
Messi, and Ronaldo.
He turned it into a llama.
Same day delivery on all the loot. That is actually insane.
Okay, so if you guys want to play with me, I would start getting your Fortnite ready. We're going to play some Red
They actually haven't
Blue,
gone too hot and active really at all inside the fights. They kind of, you know, taste test a few trios here and there in terms of picking apart some damage, backing off. This time looks like a little bit of an all-in onto Link. Oh my goodness. The default aim, like, I forget, watching this man, I think, was it in Rito Row? I gotta let Levin, like, correct me, maybe, possibly. It was Rito, yeah. Like, seeing him just pop off, carry teams early game, at the same time, just do some insane stuff end game, especially in like, reboot format, semifinals as well. You forget how good he is, man. Like, in terms of frag potential, he's top 5 in the region.
Yep. Definitely. And of course, he was, well, you know, pairing up with Fremont, and that was a very scary trio when he was part of that. So let's see what this, Cammy Sadik, this is a scary situation. Going up against Aqua. Oh, Fast Roki gets greeted with the blast, and the trade happens. Now, Reason here, who's a skilled fighter, is going to have to hold on all by himself as Aqua's on the ropes. Just 291 above, but it doesn't matter. If you get lobby focus, you're not going to be able to survive. Goes down for a dip into Laird. Now it's going to be able to group up together and hopefully survive this with the chug splashes. If this metal builds could fully form, they could be okay. But you're going to have to stand just a little bit more.
Losing my mind.
This lobby's not going to let this go. No way.
Oh my God.
I need to know Aqua's internet service provider as well. Not a single shot going through a wall. Not a single one taken either. Insanity, but I think he finally got shotgun down. It's all up to Reason.
Dude.
He doesn't have
I'm laughing so don't
facilities basically to be able to sustain a static defense. He has to keep moving around as much as possible, stay dynamic, and he's lost 2 teammates because of this. That was just an insane showing of just holding on, putting belief everywhere, but that's all it is really, right? Belief. It's not fully concrete. When push comes to shove, that's what happens. And Reason now is kind of by himself, and I don't think Ariba's going to get off for free in that POI for the next like 10 minutes, even maybe the next game. There's too many trios there.
As you see, Murstache and Malabuka, who kind of survived that engagement out there, bringing them back, are now into trouble as well. But my pick is not looking good. Malabuka does get a trade knock. Now Malabuka is gone. But hey, you're talking about sitting up on the mountain. They did do their work, 222 above. And we saw that they were able to hold on to height. I think what's interesting is sometimes you get tempted when you have height and you have no eliminations. But just like Thomas HD, Tayson could feel comfortable with that.
Well, if he was comfortable, now he's not.
Greeted with some shots. Luckily, there's no sniper. Luckily, there's no snipers.
That's why people get to take these types of tags. And
who's going to play with me when I load Red versus
Look at this, though. Setting pound. Cammy no shields. Teak in trouble. Malabuka Mustache popping off inside the feed. So, hey, they disengaged, and they actually have something to do with this game. Both CB Stash players actually active for the first time in a while inside the same game. Coming Floki also ended up wrapping up Default and Fury. No matter how many replays we have of the man rolling in, it's not going to be enough if we don't actually from the fight to mean much. Badil also pops off. Musetti now fully down, and Cammy back in operating form. I think they really need to win this fight. I'm not sure there's a reboot anywhere at all, though.
Cammy and Sedatik have been a war at Retail Row. They have over 1,000 damage on Storm Surge. So you're just seeing how much shots they've been hitting back and forth. As Cammy does get a knock there. Joe and Kylie here trying to stay alive. Cammy Sedatik, there's a reboot. They made a tunnel to it, and they're going to bring back Seti.
There was the Twitch one. I feel like
I can show you how far the fall is from the cliff they're on right now in terms of being at second place, being inside the top 3.
I had so much fun on my iPad, so I bought an iPad.
Points. They went down kind of where Seti, Cammy, and Tika are right now, and then they got beat by 40 points in the next game. They dropped down to 5th, so it's a very steep, fall overall off this high point for Seti, Cammy, and Teak.
And it gets steeper in day 2. If you get 0 points in day 2, knowing that everything's doubled, yikes.
It's actually the worst. People are going to be fighting for their mental lives on that day if they end up going down earlier on, or have to watch people just rack up point after point after point, but they still have the chance to come back.
Okay, I'm not
losing
any
more
games,
guys. That's also why today is so important. Right now, it's basically like playing 3 games tomorrow, right? You just combine scores from both games to keep things consistent. It's kind of like, if you double up the games, you can double up the points. You have the same format as day number 2. What you want to do is have very good game pairings overall. have a top five with 5 elims back to back. It'll be representative of what you can do tomorrow as well. But Tayson, Chappix, and Hen, they have a nice little cushion all the way up top. 143 points. And Seti Kemi Tiki, we were watching, our second place. It's about a 30-point difference almost between both teams.
Taking a look at this zone that you see here. It's the mountain zones. We kind of talked about what is your favorite zone to see on the hype hour. A lot of the casters wanted the mountain zone. It's the ultimate test here. And I have to say that Thomas HD and Tayson, both of those trios are looking really good. Considering Thomas HD lands out there in Caddy, he's going to have that prime position on that mountain. I want to take a look at over there. Maybe we get a shot and see who has it. Yes, there they are. Look at this beautiful base. I love it. They have all these angles. They have little cheeky edits here with the half stairs, maybe a window here, a little cone edit to be able to get valuable insight. And look at that. Clean, and they don't have to worry about the sniper shot coming in. They can gargoyle all they want in ego challenge.
For now, though, we saw what happens to Thomas HD with these zones once that half and half locks in. It's a banknote that you're turning on the other side. It's currency you're tumbling off your finger. What I'm trying to say is that it's a coin flip. So basically, what ends up happening for this team, if they don't pull zone and it's max, Thomas HD never is able to hold on. It's been a curse for them, I believe, all the way in Season 6. Where they had a chance to really pop off and win overall, and I think got top 4, maybe towards top 3. I'd be confusing with another team, but they were in, I think, this very mountain in this position, and it was just an absolute disaster. At the same time for Tayson, Chappix, and Hen, they're also moving to a certain side. The thing with mountain zones is it's so hard to play the center as well because you're teetering off from either side or you're stuck in a valley. You just have to pray that coin flip works in your favor.
I play so much
it looks like the Spaniards right now are cooking because they were able to get Noah Riley eliminated. The Spaniards, very dangerous. Crow and Co. are looking to move up the board. They finished last season, like I mentioned, in 10th place, and it was a quite surprise here in day 1.
You can see where the power position really is for this side of the map. When you're all the way up top, the launch back can really get you anywhere you want inside the zone. You can also rotate late, and not many people are always going to be looking up. The later the game goes, right, the more every team starts to look down towards other teams around them. So being that high up on a mountain, it's like being invisible to the rest of the map.
110%.
As we're seeing Janice here, hold on. Would you want to be on the back side of the mountain or the north side of the mountain?
I want to be exactly where Nas are right now, right?
Yeah, right.
North side or back side, the highest possible point. And right now the backside is kind of overall low. There's a valley in between. There might be different creatures lurking below in the grass, and one of them actually grabs Dennis's feet. Vidil is left with 2 HP. This is a horror movie right now. Cabin in the woods, so to speak, for these guys. It's not going to be a happy ending either. They go down. Oh no. That's a power trio also rolling in that has control of Fight, has a Victory Royale on the day as well. They get frozen time at around 108 points. They have a flip-flop of games as well overall. First 6, 28th, 15th, and it looks like they're on the backside now. Teak, are you going to be able to actually harpoon this? Is there enough time where you risk the HP? Will you give it the position? You might have to because you're a solo player now. Seti's not going to be there either. You're a no player now. You're not in the server anymore. That is tough. And we talked about that steep fall. They didn't have that much in that game at all, and they're going to be locked in at 117 points in total, and they might fall so far because Thomas HD, Queasy, Anas, they already have an Eliam Santo, and they're looking to go for so much more.
That was the second place team, folks, going down, and that's their second time they went down around the 20s. So 2 games so far not working out for the defending FNCS champions. What's working out for Thomas HD and Queasy and Nas is this position and the work with that burst they are.
These bullets must have magnets inside or something. That's just not, that's never a thing.
It's mythical, dude. Dr. Sloan put some work on it. She made it.
Absolutely crazy. 1.1, 1.2K above Surge entirely. Look at this base. Portafort's apparently unvaulted for that team. Here's Teak with the beam right now. How did Seti actually end up going down? I'm looking at him. He actually probably was way far ahead by himself. Ends up getting taken out. You have to have strength in numbers as you move in these final games. You'll see it with Elocrats flying up in the sky, but every launch pad is going to be nerfed at the moment because there's mountains in the way.
And we're seeing that Zone 5 is pulled on the south side of the mountain here, and people are making their way down, trying to save all their mats as possible. Tayson with a beautiful slide into the mountain DMs right now in a safe place with a great metal haven created by his company. And now they're looking really solid here as Thomas AC picks up 2 knocks in the feed.
They're catching up right now. This is first place POV we're watching, but if you look at the Elam feed, that's second place POV basically because Thomas HD is lining up the feed. They have the best spot on the map as well. It'll be really tough for any team to really pull the sky. They
think there's some talented people here for sure.
That'll be huge to hold on to height. If anyone does launch pad or go for high ground, we've watched it happen in mountain zones.
I also think
they will be
that there's some
by
people that
themselves
don't know how to
in
play
their
very
own
well.
universe. 80 tiles in the sky.
Bro, and they have like almost max mats for each of like 2 of them at least, over 100 apiece. No one's taking this high ground.
And look at where the zone is going, off the mountain entirely through a valley. Every second this zone moves, you're basically losing 1 tile of low ground entirely. You're getting higher if you're on high ground over and over again. So Queasy needs to start going down fast. If they slip, make one mistake, that's instant fall damage. That's the game just ruined.
We're just seeing this beautiful structure created here on the team on high ground. That is 3rd place going in today. Like you mentioned, overtaking 2nd place considering Cammy went down earlier. But look at the madness that's happening down on the low ground. Floki seems already moving in, but we're going to focus in and zero in on 2nd from height. It is Tayson, Chapix, and Hen who are currently in 1st place going into this match, gliding over, and everyone's so busy dealing with the puzzle piece that is this mountain that no shots are crossing into the POV of Tayson. And he's going to glide on down with ease and grace and be able to reconvene with his trios. And now on the front side of the storm, looking mighty good here, and they're going to turn and burn and no doubt rack up eliminations.
All they have to do is just play that placement, stay alive. As long as they can hold on to that top spot. Thomas will have to make everything up with just eliminations. It should be impossible looking at their lead with Tayson going for a little bit of retail space control. Gonna actually make a huge mistake and take a lot of damage.
They can't do that. Don't take those peeks that you need. You're right, because the storm is gonna be a factor. You cannot peek right now. Just hold on and focus on the storm.
They're still so high up in the sky, you can see how far below things are dropping. And there's a bounce back over a mountain, off the mountain, back down to a beach. Melody, this is going to be a very tough song for you to sing, my friend, as a solo as well, with no mats left. This is the worst zone to be in for this type of clutch. Going to be tough, but he's holding on to a top 5. A little bit of damage back and forth. He's not going to find that much as all. Leader goes down in the feed. 1 second left for Melody. Gets a siphon and a big pump off on the backside for HP to stay alive. So many players going down around him. He's raking in free placement. What a way to just keep yourself in the game.
Just to get that last note, nicely done here, but the big song that's happening, the hit maker, is Queasy, Thomas, AC, and Nas with a beautiful hold here on height, and all they have to do is continue to apply the pressure as Queasy has enough ammunition to do so, and now Chus gets an elimination in the feed, but my eyes are right now, and where the zone, and it goes back up. That's a wrap. Call it. Victory Royale for Queasy's trio. I don't think anyone else could make it happen. I'm calling it early. Tayson might have a chance considering he just got a refresh.
Not the refresh, these many pads. Every refresh they're getting right now is a team that's also in absolute shambles. There's just 150 mats. You can barely even use that to navigate through 3 different boxes right now.
Really don't like unadding people, but
we can't fast forward. Okay, good.
Teams left. 8th zone. The 9th one still needs to lock in. 2's going down. Thomas HD kind of quieter on height overall. The best thing for Hen, Tayson, and Chapix is they might not be able to win this game, but they're still staying alive inside the top 8. Chapix, though, going down to a beam. They got exposed for half a second, and Thomas HD is there to just rip off the heads. Hen now, with the harpoon play, is looking to do a little bit of the same type of cosplay. Going for any headshots, but it's not going to be possible from the box that he's in right now. It's going to be tough. Gotta be sneaky, but have to make so much noise to be able to find just a single. There it is. The left-right pump combination, distraction there for Hen to make the shot, and now they're really moving up. No mats, though. They have to be able to make this work. Another pump. It doesn't land. It's all up to Tayson now.
It's not like
Tayson here is on the wrong side of this moving circle, and now he's on the wrong side, but Benji is still in this fight, and Thomas HD dips his toe into the fight and gets some elimination. He's going to go back up, and my prediction, the fast forward is here. Got a couple more mats, but it's a matter of moments here before another victory royale goes to Thomas HD, Queasy, and Anas. Book it. There it is, and a huge one it is, Shayo. So many elimination, make that 10. They are looking mighty well and mighty good.
Back to back for Thomas, Anas, and Queasy. That's what I'm talking about. And they were in home turf this time. They showed you how things operate when you're inside their house. A VR for them. Game 5-2 on the day. That should be close to almost a first place catch up. But man, they're looking mighty strong right now, Sancho.
Unreal lobbies this
Ask me anything. I'm in the zone. Ask me any prediction. I am in the zone. I mean, yes, it was pretty much a helping hand there from the mountain, but it's just a rapid moment. But great job done. And Thomas HD and Anas, at least those two are shaking off the ghost pass of their height holes in previous season. And no doubt Queasy, the addition of Queasy is huge because Queasy was known as a high ground warrior when he won the FNCS championship in his run.
Absolutely. This is a day 2 trio as well. Doing like this good on day number 1.
There's a guy with 2 or 3 medallions.
What do we have to say about that? Are they a problem?
I like this fight because
Shy Wager,
he's on edge.
Yes, of course. But really quickly, I do have to say, Sachuas is correct. He is now open his third eye. He is trying to mirror Reese there on the as a caster. So, Shy Wager, good luck.
Me for like 3 seasons ago, my prediction was way off the last. Come on, let's
I was gonna say, I think you're giving him a bit too much credit there, big man. But you know,
it happens. A great game coming out. Queasy, of course. I don't know how Sancho West finally tapped into that third eye and said, that's it, game over, call it. 22 people left in the game. This is Thomas HD win, baby. I know I can see the future, but hey, they come out with 10 eliminations as well. Now, I love this, but we can't forget about tomorrow, right? Think about this in tomorrow's setting. Double points. If this is happening tomorrow, they can more than likely going to close out this tournament with these kinds of points.
Well, yeah, of course, they had a great game, but they're also being helped by the fact that some of their biggest competitors had some struggles, right? You look at that game, Camise and T, who have been so consistent throughout the course of today, right? They ran into a bit of trouble, which is unlike them, it seems, Iris.
Yeah, it's very, very like them. We're used to seeing top 10s every single game for them, double points, but we saw Seti go down in that engagement in Retail Row, eventually get rebooted by Teak, which is great, but they were just in such a late position. And you can see them rotating all around the east side, which we saw Cammy being picked up alongside Seti on this rotate. It was too late for them, unfortunately. Did get the elim onto Michael, but Teak eventually ended up going down. That engagement in Retail Row really messed them up, but let's be real, we can't do anything but celebrate the back-to-back wins of Thomas HD, Queasy, and Anas.
Some do.
Yeah, nah, really good stuff. Look, I want to sit here and give you, expert analysis. These guys are just really good, right? You can see the high hold here. We've spoken about this before, but we'll emphasize it again. Thomas and Nas and Flick of the past, they weren't the best on height. They do it sometimes, but when you add Queasy, someone who is just a height veteran, it just gives you so many more options, and it's made them that much stronger. Then when you have a Thomas HD who's gonna somehow survive situations like this because he's just an unreal human, I really don't get it, Thomas. You're just gonna win games. Like it's a perfect formula, per se.
I actually wasn't sure how this team would do. Like when they combined, putting that Queasy power in there, I was thinking, are these guys gonna be like the height dominant force that we've seen? Are they gonna be a mid or low ground team? They just do it all right now. They've managed to get 2 back-to-back victory outs from the height, so huge from them. And look, they've now caught up so close to Hen, Tayson, and Chapix, only 4 points behind. But look at the gap between second to third so far. Seti, Kemi, and Teak performing really well today, almost kind of showing why they're so good. But look at the distance, still almost 40 points between it.
Yeah, no, it's really impressive stuff from them. I think they've really grown as a trio in such a short amount of time. Let's take a look at that next page where we have Slowest, Hellfire, and Scram in 11th. Bit of a rocky day from them, right? A couple games where they've gone down a bit too early, it feels like, in those moving zones. But nevertheless, a lot of these teams here are not out of it. In fact, a lot of these teams here will be thinking, day 2, it's over. Double points, I'm really coming for you. I'm going to say something that some people might find unpopular. They might not like me for this.
Hot take, okay.
The first place team, Hen, Tayson, Chapix. I don't like what I'm seeing.
That's awkward.
They have been great. The pop-ups have been great. The individual brilliance has carried them. Like, their brilliance is crazy. But they seem a bit disjointed at times in endgame. Hen sometimes all over the place. Tayson on his own doing Tayson things. Chapix on his own doing Chapix things. And sometimes it works, like today, and they'll be in first place.
Poor guy.
They're not a cohesive unit, it feels like, right now. And going into tomorrow, you really want that along with the individual brilliance.
Yeah, they have to be able to perform every single match, keep it together. And I'm totally with you, to be honest. We even said this in the back when we were watching. You've seen Hayden tarping, and then usually he's the one who's sitting right in the back. Maybe they're trying something up a little bit different. Maybe he's just taking over moments. But we've also seen so many duo plays in endgame, which end up clutching into solo plays, which get them tons of points because that individuality that's so good from them. But they're not doing it as one cohesive unit, like you said.
It's a curveball. It's a red herring. It's a distraction. And then day 2, they're gonna come back and be like, all right, guys, now we're playing for real. Sorry about that. We're just trying to, just confuse you a little bit. Then tomorrow, the real games begin for them. This is it. Last game in Europe. I don't know how this day has flown by. I know. It's it, man. We're doing this one last time. So, Sancho, a shot wager.
Let's go. The game 6-5s rolling in for day number 1. A whole slew of games with double points tomorrow. But this one, Sancho, it's huge. We got 2 trios basically singing an Island Boy basically by themselves. 20 points ahead, 40 points ahead actually of everyone else in the pack. This is the game, the decider to see who's the victor after the day ends.
I'm still reeling from that hot take from Levin. I'm like, what did he say? Like, what did he say? That head face.
No, listen. I'll tell you what he's saying, right? It's true. At the same time, this last game was a mountain zone, right? Crazy things happen. If I'm playing a mountain zone in EU, you know, yeah, sometimes my frag ends up parking. Sometimes my mom comes in the room and has to park for me, man. It gets crazy. It's so hard to handle. Obviously, people get disjointed, Levin and Reese. It's the mountains.
There's only one mama in the EU, and that's Mama Fishy, okay? No mama wager in the building. All right. You never know. Respectfully, respect. But, yo, it is the last game here of the Grand Royale Day 1. The great appetizer that we're about to see for tomorrow's double point fiesta. And here we go. Savage, Benji, and Dreda right now. This is what always happens with the Malibu Cup battle is eventually they split, right? They disengage a little bit. It's still, I would say it's even. I haven't seen... What do we see here?
Storm Surge already active with Savage and Benji as they take 25 damage over and over again as they lock into the POI.
That's Hottie's trio.
That's Hottie's trio. They disengage. It goes well. Is it the same for this game, Sancho?
No. See? My mind's eye is still being active, but no, this is what ends up happening. Malibuka eventually overpowers them. This is what happened last season, and when that first knock happens here, they did get the reboot card. It's not going to go Savage and Benji's way. Tradition always gets ran over by Malibuka.
Heals, quick heals, so.
This reminded me of like that Dr. Doom POI, the fact that you get people trapped all the way down to the bottom. Doom's domain, yes sir. How did that word even escape me? So much beef happened. Maybe I'm just trying to suppress it in terms of all the off-spawn fighters. Too much history. Savage and Benji though, their history might be just written for the day here real quick, unless Savage ends up popping off 3 big pumps back to back, or maybe just 3 shots straight to his back to take him out. From Shizo, the emote. That's what I'm talking about. Keep it spicy. But hey, we're talking about records. We're talking about the day so far. They're the ones winning. I mean, we could call them the better trio definitively on day number 1.
Just like that, in the blink of an eye, the last tasty moments that Andretta, Benji, and Savage had is a big fat L. And now they're going to go ahead and think about that, sleep on it. It's just a matter of just materials versus skill at that point.
It might just also be better off spawn on day number 1. Let me not get too ahead of myself, because if you look at the standings overall, 8th place for Andretta, Benji, and Savage, 115 points overall. You gotta scroll down a bit to find Mustache, Malibuka, and Shizo. They make it out. They had 1 good game, 2nd place, 10 elims overall. The other one's 20th, 27th off of the disengage. I mean, they might have the last laugh so far, but I feel like Benji, Savage, and Andretta might be the ones, you know, with the complete comedic showing, just laughing back at their opponents because they're going to be high on the boards rocking in day number 2.
We will see. Time will tell. As we see here, Verox, Michael, and Astro, the other part of the early fights that we've been seeing here down in Dirty Docks, I would definitely say it's been going Verox's way. As Safik, Lucian, and Patrick are still kind of in there. Maybe it's a draw. I would say this one is a draw, considering that Safik, Lucian, and Patrick are still doing well. And look at the beans, Safik, my goodness.
He's got a lot of pent-up aggression right now because they've been fighting over and over again. Even if they make it over towards the mid-game, which I don't think is, you know, the craziest thing to think about with 2 teams going to Dirty. Sometimes they're disengaging. They get bullied by other teams all the way around.
What do you mean,
Good looks for Analyx, though. Probably fixing some
also, can you
mistakes or aggressional issues all the way towards the end of the day. Picking apart Fork as this game gets started. Going to be a stalemate here, though, on this last one. You got to remember, you know how we always say placement's huge, but then elims are something that affect placements?
Yes.
Day 2 is basically like the placements, and day 1 is like the elims, if you're trying to use it as a metaphor. Yeah, you have double points tomorrow, but this last game means a lot, especially if you rack up a lot of points.
Now we're seeing this aggression here from Andalix. I've seen this happen before. They will go into Capcom and fight here. Chico is going to go on a build-up here to hold on. It's going to be a matter of moments before 4ZR and X-Sweeze close out Chico.
Took a lot of damage and used a couple of builds getting towards this fight. Andalex 2 dodges a few shots. Very nice to keep this 3v2 in their favor. A little bit of haircut. Fireflies down on wood bills and to make him burn. Switching over to Brick. Andalex is fast on his feet. Meanwhile, Chicky distracted. X-Squeeze does his little bit of a breakdown plan, it looks like, but he's gonna send his own builds on fire. Chicky now on a time clock because everything's gonna just burn. He understands that, starts to go a little bit lower. All in for this one. Has a lot of mats to be able to keep this too, but he takes a big pump shot, and now he's in trouble.
Now we're seeing Chico here trying to hold on. This whole thing might come down soon. There it is.
Man.
Never mind. All of a sudden, 4ZR sneaks up, gets a shot here. Great defense from Chico, trying to stop the inevitable. But it could be a matter of moments. Here it is. And Squeeze really wants to seal him. Did they pad up there? I think they want it. They want to get this over with. Send a message.
Like Vulture's just rolling in, but on Living Prey, 161, not going to beat out though. Chicky does a double take. Huge elimination, making it a 2v2. This is going to be tough. Squeeze now, trying to keep 4ZR alive with a few of those splashes. Not going to be able to keep that body warm. Unfortunately, he goes cold and Chicky now taking a lot of damage. Won't have minis to actually pick this one up. 4 HP, no materials.
Every move you have to make in Fortnite
really putting down the pressure. Aqua also putting a fight in the feed, but focus now onto this one. Jimkey and Chicky low. They've made it close and personal as well. Andalex, a mean shot from up top and keeps him inside the box. Gonna wait for him to get taken out. Jimkey meanwhile goes all the way down low and possibly has a way to break this down, but it's above water. It won't really matter.
Let's take a look at the replay. What happened to Andalex here, setting up the ambush. Andalex trying to get up the board. That's where it started, considering he is 23rd going into this match here. Andalex Squeeze so much invested into that fight, and just for a minimal Elim points here. But it's all about sending a message. And if you're a Chico, you got to feel good about defending against a former FNCS champion.
Yeah, not only that, just look at the extent they're going to, right? Landing at Misty this early, like before the first zone even locks in, going for a fight all the way at Camp Cod. They're really trying to get any points they can in this final game of day one. They want to be able to make a difference overall with the record they have on this day before those double points lock in.
Just love listening to these engagements. They're all trying to figure in, this is like a stalemate, a grid between Aqua sneaking in the shot. I'm hoping Aqua is that dark horse for number 2, and they're going to go ahead and use the slurp truck and save all that valuable shield. And it's basically like a refresh in itself. It's refreshing to feel that slurp. Get you back into the good health and standing of 200 HP. And now it's going to have to be a defensive hold from Aqua as Roki, which so far have not had the day that I expected them to have.
Really? I think they did.
I don't know. I mean,
did you not predict the day 2 team? You said the day 2 they pop off?
Yeah, but I didn't think day 1 will go this poorly.
But does it matter what they do on day 1 if they're going to pop off day 2? Think about it. Day 1 is equivalent to 3 games on day 2.
I know, but it's about performance. I wanted to see them in-game. I wanted to see them have good storm rotations and things. I'm definitely going to take a look at what went wrong, but from what I've seen, their performance in cash cups and things of that sort, they had command of their lobbies. They understood how to take on. Their rotations were clean, and right now, I don't think they have a game plan going into day 2. That's what's concerning me.
For me, I just like to see Aqua get his losses out of the way first. That's usually how he operates, right? I think that's what the wave was last season, unless they had an earlier win. But they're not going to be the stars of the show, absolutely. It'll be this trio in front of us right now making the catch-up. Thomas HD, 17 eliminations. And once again, you know, we've heard of, like, I guess, Spidey sense overall, right, in media. I feel like there's, like, a Thomas sense that's happening when he's on height that gets activated. The second someone makes an edit that exposes their head, Thomas HD's shots are just there, naturally. You saw it with Chapix. They tried to just move from one layer to another. I think 0.75 seconds, run the stats or something, of his body exposed, instantly taken out by Thomas HD. Thomas HD walks into an endgame with 5 elims. This man is just the boss.
And the boss is putting down all the costs to everybody, leading the lobby with the most elims. You saw that 3 shot there. That is our top 3 trios currently in this fight. It looks like Tayson Hen and Chapix. This is where they got a victory royale, right? They kind of chilled up here in this blue antenna, and they were vibing.
Yeah, this is where they've looked the least disjointed. I know Levin and Reese were talking about it, and it is true. You know, with that last game, especially being on mountains, besides that, just the roles have been a little bit sloppy. It's been desperation that has been working out for the trio overall in day number 1. Continue that, but also fix it. I want to see some nice, good synergy from all players on day 2. Tayson will take a little bit of damage. It always happens inside these surge bases. You know, this is not disjointed gameplay at all. This is just what's expected. But look at why I want it, right? 168 to 164. These guys are very close to just being defined first place overall. And they need to be a team to do that in this last game.
I got that. I mean, I know that was the beat for Hen, Janice, and Chapix when they were a trio. You listen to their comms, and they're not on the same page, but they always end up winning. They always get the job done, and you kind of swap out Janice for Tayson, that's champion for champion. Tayson is a 3-time FNCS champion. Jason is a 2-time FNCS champion. They themselves are FNCS champions. So I get it, but it works. It's like, it's not traditional. It's not synergistic, if that's a word, but it works. You know what I mean? Not other trios, they can't do that, right? I can't do that. You can't do that. Benji and Dreda and Savage, they can't do that. But that trio, they can.
What'd I drop?
I'm just saying when it comes to day 2, and that I think is the most important thing about this. On day 2, when everything's worked double points and teams are really playing like teams. Actually, you know what? Maybe you're right. Maybe being the opposite of that, going against the grain, might work for them. But look at every team that's gotten taken off early so far today, Sancho, right? Or 2 players going down, and it's not Thomas HC's trio or Malibukas we're looking at. Look at the commonality in all of EU. People just end up suffering or at a loss and get picked apart. They become, you know, the cannon fodder, the siphon for the big teams to pick up on. On day 2, it'll be even tighter.
How do you get out? I don't understand.
I really feel like this is going to be the... I thought they had us the first half, not gonna lie. And everyone's kind of placing their bets in the second half. Safik, Lucius, and Putrik here trying to make their way through. Some great hold as Michael goes down. And so far, like I mentioned, the stalemate, it's a long and drawn out. And sometimes it happens here because the Storm has been here, the safe zone. But they are able to look tall right now and move up the leaderboard.
When I'm looking at a zone that's kind of similar, I think what we had in game 2 or 3 overall, and very close to the one that I think Anas Squeezy just won. So South Dirty side, I think it might have just been exactly that game 4 and 5 where Squeezy and Anas Thomas took it back-to-back. It's also the game where the first place team placed 5th and 7th as Hen, Tayson, and Chapix. They have a chance. And this is something unique to this season. The Shadow Flopper type beat, Shadow Cube type beat even. Astro looking to just stay alive right now.
Is he gonna drop down on one of them? I think he is.
He's going for it. Screwy sees him in the never expected. Astro Meteor, and Screwy goes down.
That's the play of the day. That's the play of the day. The play of the day.
That's what we like to see. And past that, there's not going to be much.
Word.
You got some Stu Elam points for his team, right? That's the way.
100% worth. Maybe get a little bit more. Oh, we got a previous replay of what went down at Dirty Docks here. The lever action shotgun and Astro clipping it, getting it done. Clip it, ship it, post it. Get those impressions, young man. Get those impressions.
Tayson, Chapix, this is going to be very important for them to stay above Surge and not really think about it for that 4th and 5th moving. That's where this base becomes a little bit tricky and you have everyone close beside you.
Just to go back to the replay, I don't think Screwy knew that was going to happen because they vaulted they vaulted the shadow. They probably scared him half to death. They vaulted the shadow flopper, right? So that is not here, and that was a big factor last season. You saw Queasy's trio; they do a lot of the shadow flopper play with the launch pad. We vaulted it, no longer there. So you think you have no expectation that someone's going to shadow stone right into a bush that you have no clue that someone's going to do. So, oh my, I know Halloween's passed, but I guess it's not over yet for some.
Now there was a definite reaction. You could see like in the bush when Astro hit the 160. You see Screwy just look at him. I can't believe you've done this. He goes to the spray.
Yeah.
There's absolutely no way he could even react. Like, what do you do in that spot?
Take the L. Take the L. Take the L.
Squeezy, Thomas, and Anas, though, they're going to take some space right now. So look at this space.
I like it, and we saw a taste of this in-game before next to this crash site. Last time it didn't really go up the mountain. It kind of went closer to the north side here as you're taking another look at the leaderboard. Still, no major movements. It's basically the same. The big surprise is, I would say Keffy is here in the top 5. It's quite exciting, but no one should be really surprised about Crow because this one is the same position last season.
I'm going to read out a few of those points as well, too. So,
gifted.
Obviously, you saw it. We've been mentioning it. 4-point difference for first and second. And this might just be, I guess, a reference to duos happening next time in the future. But every single team basically has a dual partner of a team matched with them on points. So, Seti Kemitik, 126 to another 126 of Keffy, PKR, and Melody. Deoxtro and Jose, 118 to 118 with Save It Up. We'll find Masso. 115, 115 for Benji's team and Janice's team. 107, 106 for Hadi and Karma. Everyone basically has someone to beat, an opponent in the ring. It's a head-off, just complete face-to-face matchup with someone else on the field, and it might be someone you base up with, share the same layer with, but this is where you try to go for a little bit of individuality and some space for day 2.
What's been happening to Cammy, I think when they had that 1,000 Storm Surge, normally you would think that's great. But like I mentioned in the earlier the cast, folks, what gets them in trouble is being next to people on rotations that need Storm Surge. They got themselves in trouble. They had poor positioning out there in retail row, and they ended up in a box fight. They don't want to be in the box fight. They want to be center. They want to have those clean satellite dishes and be able to beam people freely, or maybe that nice little peanut butter edit freely, and that's what they want to be. Cammy and Seti, they are capable of defending themselves against the W key, but not against 2 or 3, and that's when they get in trouble, and that is why they begin slipping here, and that's why they drop those matches. I really want them to add the new shotguns to creative, man.
Cannot slip at all, and right now, it's kind of free for the 115.
Kind of annoying.
I guess point weight matchup. But at the 115-point battle, at the 115-point battle, the enemies just did not show up. They basically didn't make the cut at all. And Dread Up, Benji, Fishy, Savage eliminated off spawn over as Stevie Stacks. So Badil, Jennison, O'Reilly will look to catch up to Amplify and Crow right above them by 3 points. At the biggest heavyweight spot all the way towards the top.
I like this.
40 points ahead of everyone else.
Yeah.
You got Taste and Head and Chapix. They're also looking at one of the best spots on the map entirely. They have to move to their opponent's will as well. You see that orange mountain? That's exactly where Queasy, Anas, and Thomas are. 4-point of a weight difference between the teams.
See, at this point,
Tayson wants to stay alive to upkeep it. The dangerous thing, though, these guys are endurance-based fighters. They stay alive all the way to the end of the game. Thomas HD comes swinging hard. If he's alive at the end of the game and his team is there too, they get more points, I feel like, from what I'm seeing on average, than Tayson, Chapix, and Hen.
To combine all that, the pricing is going to matter because the ranking where you mentioned right there is like literally tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands of dollars at stake here. It's the biggest prize pool of the year, ending the Grand Royale. First place gets $600,000, and even fifth place gets $120,000, all competing for Fortnite, and that's just in this EU region. So that is why you're talking about, you talk about those pairings, each one of those is going to matter because there's thousands of dollars on the line for each one.
Thomas, Weezy, and Us, all they need to do is just find a little bit of advancement inside the zone to get their fight started. 171 points. The elims that Queasy has are going to make them basically just be one elimination behind Janice's team overall, or Taste's team overall. Apologies, gotta keep making path picks. These guys always swapping teammates, especially when it's a duo swapping. It gets tough, but at the same time, they've made it in. They've used that pad, and that's really good. They've saved that pad before Thomas. You saw them go on foot. Thomas take a lot of damage. They actually have a fight to take right now. If they get this refresh, it's huge. They set themselves up to basically win the entire day. It's up against Malavuka's team as well. A huge driving force inside the end game. Shizo's down. I think Mustache got knocked as well. Thomas HD is gonna have a huge cost trying to go for the loot. They'll be able to heal up. They've used a lot to get here, though. One inventory slot, free from all teammates. They don't own any of these builds. Launch pads completely gone. They need to get to the loots. The eliminations aren't just enough. There's hungry trios around them. And Alex, who's literally under 70 points rolling in towards the end of the day. Pushing for eliminations, looking for his next target as well. And that might just be Thomas HD.
We need to know if they have the mobility. If they have the mobility to roll on in, they're going to look pretty solid. But considering that you said they expanded and used some of that mobility, that may cost them here. But they're still going to hold on, still in second place in this fight.
they're down atrocious. Thomas HD doesn't even have a med kit to use. Forced to just splash up to get his HP there, and those are crucial shields to be used towards the end game. They only have 2 peppers as well, so one player is going to be left absolutely slow on the field, already moving through. Queasy taking a bunch of damage. They have to get towards the zone. They're very close to it. They base up, looking good for now, but this is desperation. Above on surge, low on mobility, low on a chance to win out the day.
They have to avoid the people that might need a W key. Malibu or Stash are still on their feet. They were able to withstand that battle. They did lose Saizo.
It's the same on both sides. Hen, no shields. Tayson out of utility completely. Just has the weapons to use right now. A main charge for this endgame is not what we usually see him with. Malabuka finally down to Thomas HD. Something's happened on that side of the feed. Here he also getting picked up. Tayson looking for something, a community pad, anything, a sense of power from a team. What a shot as well. 78. That'll be huge for the surge. That happens in a moment, but maybe Thomas has something now after that pick.
This dude's off the run.
I wanted to tune in with either team. Doesn't matter. This is going to be rough for both of them to make it out of this point. We haven't seen them do it before. If they do, this is the spot to do it.
And Alex gets an elimination. Will this be the game that set up that day 2 push from Andalex's trio here? We're still locked into Tayson here, our first place in day 1, who shook his head no when Shayo asked, does he have enough? And he said, no, I do not. So let's see how it goes down here. And they pull Max. This is bad. They need a community pad. There it is, that pad up there, and they're going to race to it. They have to make sure they don't get tagged on the way. This is going to be a crucial rotation for this trio.
And absolutely naked on shields, has nothing to really work with. Diving in the box, the pad gets placed down at the same time they fight. Chatfix with 1 HP, barely even makes it past.
Oh, no.
The ping where they need to go. This is trouble. A little bit of upward elevation as well. Tag down to 30. His teammates are down. His wings clipped on both sides. This man is now grounded. Has nothing to do, nowhere to go. Water below him. A big mountain in front, and everyone's kind of just waved past by. It's a tsunami of builds, and he doesn't even have a surfboard to be able to be active and just glide across from it. 31 HP from Chatfix. What can he do from here?
Our top 3 is still in this fight, but Chatfix is now a solo. What he can do, Shayo, is just hold on. We've been seeing clutches throughout the entire day, and this is going to be a nice clutch. 31 HP. It's the bounce back that's going to be crucial, but it's the harpoon as well, because he's going to be able to be aggressive and get into builds in a cone, setting up a trap. Can Chatfix get one?
Thomas HD getting knocked and eliminated inside the feed. Queasy with a response though, as Sapik goes down, and Os is there to pick up the scraps from that fight. So a 1 for 2 for that team. Chatfix though, still alive. The placement rolling in. 182 points to fight for first and second place overall in their own island. Once again, they're up at least 50 points against their entire competition inside the EU server. This is the final game of day number 1. Janice goes down. Also up the Chatfix as he's on low ground. Seti, Cammy, and Teak flip the script on the server, and they're the ones who have heights.
3rd place is sitting on height, but 1st place is in the low, and 2nd place is on the low ground. And Nas and Queasy have to work together. Thomas HD, who has been the superstar with the clutches here, is going to have to rely on his teammates to get the job done. They got the builds to be able to build around here. It's a slight elevation that will eat a little bit more. Things going to get tight, but that purple charge shotgun from a Nas, one shot could get a knock, and he has it set up perfectly. Does not find it. It's going to have to reload, reset that pressure cooker that Monster likes to say. And now they're working together here, and the chaos on up top. It's Cammy setting Teak. They need to close this out, but they need those eliminations as well, Shayo, because this is what I'm talking about. Tomorrow's bonus points 2 time, day 2.
Difference maker possibly for the whole tournament here. And it all ends on day number 1 so far.
Monaco is picking up a few more.
Cammy popping off as well. It's just beams from the sky. Anas waiting, watching. Bill's running low. They have the utility in zone. Bounces back, blessing them once more.
Queasy's going to set up the shot. Anas is going to hold that pressure shot with the charge shotgun, and Queasy's going to open up the edit. That's what they're trying to set up. There it is.
Situation up to 6. Sky pops off. Anas has room to move, and a big upgrade. Legendary gold pump shotgun, a back-to-back win on game 4 and game 5. Game 6 is rolling in as well for this team. Dual operation. Kemp's still alive. Neb's going down in the feed, but it's low ground. That's their home for the moment. Anas and Queasy are taking this patient. No room for mistakes. They're making sure every build in front of them is completely beamed. They have the time, have the patience. All Queasy needs to do is make that room for Nas. One player on their layer. Nas, though, absolutely affected. Final minis popping off here. They only have one box to really move with. It's claustrophobic, and Nas can barely even breathe. They go even lower, down in low ground. Knees actually hurting. The bones are tweaking and breaking. It's going to be tough for them to move out from this situation. And Nas has to move all the way in. 100 HP total to work with 5 different teams. The clock is ticking. Nas and Queasy can really just push first so far right now. They're the only ones really in their elements. They're quiet, waiting for the next moment to strike. Andalex is still popping. PKR is making his way up in the top 5, but here it is, finally inside the zone. A moment for an all-in, and Nas misses the shot. Queasy's there to maybe pick it up from the backside, but no, it's Keffy popping off. Teak all the way up top in a final 2v2. Cammy is alive in this final river. Blue is going to be washed off the shore. The 1v1, and Teak is left on a lifeboat. PKR is going to be traded out for that one. Cammy's got the floppers, though. He's been the fisherman all the way up on high ground. He's playing that heel off, playing the final game of EU perfectly from his spot up to 170 points. The champions do not count themselves out here today. Getting one win before and then rocking it off with the final one of the day as well. This is EU at its finest.
Oh my God. Cammy with the mercury coursing through his veins, closing out the day with the victory out. The champions are here and they're not ready to give up their throne. The crown still sits on their head. But what a great way to close out day one of the Grand Royale, Shayo.
Yeah, we had first and second alive for so long. I feel like 100% with that clutch of Queasy and Nas. They're definitely up there in that top spot. What was the catch-up like, though, right? Because we were focusing on it so hard. What did Seti, Cammy, and Teak really do? Was 170 close enough to really be inside that conversation in the top 3 in day number 2? It's huge, Sancho. There's so many teams. Keffy also popping off inside that feed.
That's what I was about to say. Keffy's trio, a big surprise here in day 1. I'm interested to see if they'll be able to keep up that momentum in day 2. And that is day 1, folks. Don't forget, tomorrow, everything's going to be worth 2. So if you go down early, you lose. If you're a Benji fan out there, if you're any of these early fans of those contested drops, you go down early, that's going to be a monstrous catastrophic game for you.
Absolutely. It'll be double the action, double the suspense, double the stakes. We'll have not double the casters. It'll still be me, Shaiwage, and Sancho West. But for now, we'll put it on pause, talking it and tossing it back over to Zeke, Levin, and Reese to break down that crazy top-tier game.
Shaiwage, Sancho West, you guys are absolutely incredible. EU, day 1, did not disappoint. There's a lot to kind of unpack here, but the biggest thing, as these guys just touched on, was we cannot forget tomorrow, double points. Every threshold is multiplied by 2, right? So let's take a look at our overall setting to see how things ended here in day number 1. We have another 6 matches out ahead of us tomorrow, Levin and Reese. And I'm looking across the board at all these trios, and I'm thinking, okay, some of these trios I know to be day 2 performers. Some I know to be day 1 performers. So now I'm kind of like trying to figure out, can be, even with these new trio shakeups, could they also be day 2 performers?
The answer to that will be find out tomorrow when you shoot it. So what's up 4-9 up?
Don't do this!
Find out what happens. No. On a serious note, yeah, I really like what I just saw there at the end, because you see the standings, we're getting very close to the top. Queasy and Nas and Thomas, 200 points. I really hope they haven't burnt out. I don't think they have. I think tomorrow they're going to come out raring. So I want to shout out to Keffy Shearer, because they literally just had a 17 elimination game to put them in second. They were 5th coming into this last game. 17 eliminations and second place puts them at second. I don't know where they found this form, but I hope they haven't wasted it on day 1, because they have nothing, and so they'll wish they had these games tomorrow. But yeah, really great game.
Yeah, fingers crossed that they don't just go to sleep and forget how good they truly are and how well they performed here on day number 1. Moving to the next page.
They're on top of each other's
teams
head.
kind of stuck in concrete here. Andrea, Benji, and Savage still in that 11th place slot. We see Kriachi's team down in 18th. Also, kind of not really moving. And Mustachio's team now also starting to dip further down into the leaderboard. I think they were 16th the last time we checked in. Now they're down in that kind of 18th, 19th, or 20th, place there in that last game. Again, even though getting off spawn, 18th for them overall. So not fantastic, not massive. That final page here going down. This is some of the teams you've just got to think, right? Like, we got to do something. We got to pick this up when it comes to second day. 2 teams in particular are kind of surprising for me. Floki, Clement, Deceptos in 23rd. Probably no surprise that, I was going to say, it's shocking that they're down 20%. Here. And Aqua's team also all the way down there seemed to have a lot of trouble. I think that was 28th.
Oh, no, I feel bad for the people on this one. You know when the teacher hands you your test upside down and you're just, you don't even...
Oh, yeah, you just know.
No. You know them ones there that I just want to say, double. We're going to keep harping on about this because this is a real thing. Double points is huge, right? We saw Malabuka's team in 20th, right? We've seen that team get 17 elimination games before. Let's say they had a game like Keffi's trio just had in that last game. 60 points, double that, 120 points. If you add that to what they're on now, that would put them in second. Like it is going to be a very up and down day in terms of the standings, especially if you see some of those teams lower down start to have better games. Like, I can't even, you know, we all have our predictions. I'm sure people will be thinking, oh yeah, Queasy's done well. Yeah, they're in first place. Good. I can't wait to see them tomorrow. You could just have 2 bad games and just be completely out of it, right? So like, it is going to be mad.
Yeah, it's a test of who could do well on both days, but the teams have done well on kind of the first day so far, as we mentioned. Obviously, Chapix, tons of solo pop-offs today alongside Tayson and Hen on his team. We saw in that previous game him picking up a bunch of eliminations at the same time there. Really doing a good job. Uguay, as he's mentioned, to try and pop off all the way through. I mean, they basically got up to like a, what was that, 14th? Yes, great position for them. That 1 HP launch pad to keep himself flying through. They've had some huge games, but not really managed to pop off with the consistency that a lot of the teams need. Third for them, fantastic, but I know these guys, and Tayson in particular, is not going to want a third. They are looking for first place.
Yeah, I know if that was me, I would have got tagged out the sky. It would have been raps. I would have been right back to the lobby. You know, them ones there. But look, I think with these guys, they definitely have all the skill. We know that they've been popping off today. Like I said earlier, I want to see them be more of a cohesive unit. You know, a team that started to put it together as a unit. Thomas, right? Thomas was obviously popping off all day long to start things off, and it was a thing where it was like, okay, you're popping off, you're clearly feeling it today. We need Queasy and us with you in endgame to really push yourself up the standards, and they did it. They stepped up, and I love what I've seen from this team. We talked about pressure making diamonds at the start. They've been able to cope with the pressure incredibly well.
I think if you're going to name an MVP so far from the tournament, it's got to be Thomas HG. You got to think, right? Every single match, he's either solo clutching, he's top fragging, he's just putting in the work for his team every single game that we've watched from out so far. That first and third games, he had huge clutches. He had the most eliminations to the 2 victory rounds that they won on high ground. Like, he's MVPing it up big time.
Gotta go happy.
Absolutely insane. And you know, again, we can't harp on this enough. The double points tomorrow, a victory out by itself is worth 60 points. Just 60 without looking at eliminations, without looking at the 4 for every single elimination. I mean, it's going to be absolutely wild. And that's what we're going to be talking a lot about tomorrow, right? Breaking down, okay, today's performance with the standard set of points. What is tomorrow? Like, how will that change, right? Because a lot of these trios, 33rd, you know, as far as 20th, they're thinking, okay, well, victory rounds were 60, eliminations were 4. I'm not normally a chaotic player. I'm not normally down to just push this box, but if it means I get a victory royale, man, I think we're going to try and push this box.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot of players who will be thinking, you know what?
Let's just send it.
It's worth, yeah, maybe it's worth a cheeky little box dive. You know when you think to yourself, we shouldn't dive here, right? We shouldn't box dive here, man. It's not worth it, right? You might be looking at it actually. You know, maths, maybe it's a bit worth it. You know them ones.
Hopefully the teammates are on all core and you hear some guy just Leroy Jenkins, and they're like, we're getting after this guy. We gotta follow him too.
Oh, God, I just started on broadcast. I'm upset. Really quickly before we say goodbye, let's take a look at the prize pool. It's just a reminder, okay? There's $600,000 on the line. And, of course, I want to touch on predictions before we take a look at the prize money. Actually, just kidding. There it is right there. Now, remember, we love to talk about this, you know, coming out of the #1 spot, 600,000, woo! But, again, we cannot forget these trios on the outside, right? You can be able to jump into that top 5. Will be life-changing amount of money. Reese and I were in agreement. It's Cammy, Seti, and Teak. And right now, they're doing pretty good. They're in a good spot going into day number 2. They're not that far off from first. Levin, Flois, Scram, and Hellfire. Let's get an update.
7th place, and I like it from them. I like it from them. They typically do a lot better on day 2. You know, I'm riding with the Danish supremacy right now.
Sniper.
You know, someone who's obviously hit the nail on the head with the Danish supremacy. Chayo Wager and us, Thomas and Queasy are literally in first place. I'm liking where Flois, Scram, and Hellfire are. I'm cool with that.
Feeling confident. I mean, Sancho West picking reason I've got his trophy currently in 27. So yeah, I mean, we said earlier that he's got the third eye, but I'm not really buying it so far. I hope this team pops.
Hold on.
I'm a big fan.
Sancho is spamming us in chat right now saying they're day 2 players.
They're day 2 players.
Trust me, they're day 2 players. Please, you know, give it a rest, Sancho. You know, know, you had your chance. Give it a rest, right? You know, 27. Look, I hope they do well because I love Aqua, you know, a legend of the game, and he deserves his respect. So we won't clown him too much. But it's not been a great day one. Once again, though, with double points, it doesn't even matter. Right? They could come back with 2 or 3 good games tomorrow.
That's right. That's where we have to shift our focuses to tomorrow. Fortnite fam, that's it for the action here in Europe. Reese and we're going to jump on the battle bus because we're going on over to NA East. There's action to be had there. And honestly, we're going from a super quick break right into the action there. So if you want to stick around, check out some more Fortnite. We love you guys very much. We'll see you tomorrow for more action on the Grand Royale. Bye, beep, beep.
This zone in the middle of Slurpee Swamp, key factor used for predicting zones is like how much water is like surrounding like
get it on people or what?
I'd say weeping, like in the orange bar on that hill. Yeah, like right there. It's either gonna pull top left, it's gonna like double max pull, or go bottom left.
Place it below the W in Weeping Woods.
Under Weeping, that's perfect. I think I'm gonna go below Weeping Woods on the like little hill by Sludgy Swamp.
Yep.
Unlucky.
I made it. Now that I'm looking at the zone, I can see it might pull more towards Dam at the bottom right side.
No. I was close.
I knew it was gonna go there after seeing that.
I would place my marker at the orchard.
Probably where you just shot it, like on that Spire Mountain, like right in between Steamy and that mountain. Yeah.
You see the farm, the north farm? Put it right next to it. Yeah, right there.
So I put my marker in between Steamy and Craggy. I think this zone's probably gonna pull north.
I think I'm gonna put my marker at the building on the north side. Yeah, perfect.
Is that a present in the water?
Alright.
What the heck?
At least I got 1 point though.
Oh my. Are you serious?
No mobility.
I don't think I'm in it.
Oh my gosh.
And I'm just out of it again.
Put my marker at the dock of Believer Beach. Yeah, about there. Yeah, that's fine.
In between like Believer, Pleasant, and Coral, like on the mountain in the water, kinda. Yeah, probably like right there.
Put my pin.
Low key, I'm gonna carry the running gun shotgun, bro. I'm just gonna try it out. I don't know.
Right in the middle of Believer.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna go by the island to the right of Coral Castle.
This is ranked mode too. This is almost Unreal.
Nice.
Well, this is an Unreal lobby because this is an Unreal lobby because I'm champion.
Oh my gosh.
I have hope. I still have hope. I still have hope.
Let's
now, was he
go.
running from somebody or what?
I knew it was going here.
To get away.
I could just tell.
Oh. Alright. Well, maybe this game just isn't for me then.
Now all we need is the last one and we should be good here. Just outside of the circle. Just a little bit unlucky.
I'd probably have to go with Stark Season. I don't remember the exact number. It was just all around. You could have fun, stream it with Arena, and the comp was pretty good.
No, I think it was season 16. There's not a lot of movement. It's only launch pads, and it made it so great for competitive with less RNG and everything.
Probably have to be Season X trios back when I played West Coast. It'd probably just have to be like the meta, all the items in the game. It really just made it unique. There's a whole bunch of stuff you could do to outplay people, and it was just like, I don't know, it was just perfect.
Is Lazy Lake, because that's when I started getting into
apparently people are saying that if you go to this and
it's really easy to get Surge and competitive, and it's really easy to loot as a trio.
Wait, does that
in my opinion, is probably Loot Lake because of how much loot it has and how much they changed to it. Like, while it was in the game, they changed it about every week, and it just made the game so much more fun with new additions and everything. And And it also
if you're having difficulty finding guards, that's how you do it.
I don't go there anymore, but I have a lot of experience and memories there for the past, like, I think 2 years it's been in the game.
Just activate that thing, and then they will come towards you. Good system.
Probably the spaz, because it's just like so easy to get clips and have fun with it.
For me, it's probably the heavy sniper because of how fun it is to use.
It would probably have to be the minigun. Season X, that's kind of, I was kind of known for using the minigun. It was just always fun, like just sitting on high ground, just like, I didn't really have to do anything. It was just fun to use.
The best ever vehicle is probably the four-wheeler back in like the desert season, like chapter 1.
It's probably the ATV or the ATK. I'm not sure what they used to call it, but because you could literally travel across the map in less than 30 seconds, and it made the game so much fun.
Quad crasher, probably because I mean, I would always just fly around with it. I was super good at flying with it, and I'd always hit people, and just they'd go flying throughout the air. Then
it's so much easier
once
when
they hit the ground, they get eliminated, and it was just funny to watch.
That much skill. You just use this thing. Go bam, bam.
Probably like winner royales, because like it's just fun. You have a good time and play with anyone you really want to, and you can still like place in it.
It was Secret Skirmish because I got second in solos and won the duo event, and it was so much fun.
TwitchCon 2019, I think it was. It was our first LAN, and we played pretty well. And the whole tournament and just like kind of everything about it was pretty fun, and just it went really well.
I think I should do a decent job. I'd say maybe I'll get like half of them right.
Should I take out my bounty?
I've spent quite a lot of time playing this game.
Should I take out my bounty?
Be a breeze.
Should I not?
This is actually kind of hard. I'm not gonna lie.
It's gotta be at one of the farms. I just don't know which farm.
Corny crop.
I'm gonna go lazy in between lazy and the gas station.
I think this is in Corny.
Corny crops. I'll just Corny crops. Final answer. No thinking.
Don't
that
matter.
Was lucky.
Don't matter. You can pump me really hard once, but I'm gonna.
Where could this be? Okay, I have an idea, but I don't know if it's right.
That's in Weeping Woods, I believe. This prop, I think it's in multiple POIs actually, but I would say Weeping mainly just because of like the ground I'm seeing.
I remember a swing set being in retail somewhere, kind of near the basketball park. I think retail row should be like my best bet.
And Weeping, because there's a lot of campfires there, and usually I go there and competitive and use the campfires.
Weeping Woods, final answer. The texture of the dirt, I don't know where else there's a swing set on the map. It's gotta be Weeping Woods.
Wait, what? I actually forgot there was a swing set in Weeping. Alright, off the bat, I already know. I'm looking at the trailer next to the brick building in Sweaty.
Okay, that's in
limited
Sweaty
there,
Sands, I think.
You know,
pretty sure.
That's on like the backside of Believer Beach, where all the RVs are.
This is too easy. Sweaty Sands, final answer.
That was the easy one for me. I knew that.
Ooh, I don't even know, man.
This is retail. This is definitely retail, 100%.
I think that's in retail row. That like prop, like that green sign, I don't think I've seen that anywhere else aside from retail. And also like I can see a little bit of the mountain behind it.
Yeah, he's like doing his thing.
That's kind of what gives it away for me.
This is retail row. It's like right beside like the water pillar.
That is retail row. Just Joel's. You know Joel's? I go to Joel's all the time.
Let's go. 3 for 4.
This thing is so busted, bro.
Misty is my home. I talked about it earlier. I know everything about Misty.
This thing is so busted. Why is it in the
just
game?
Right behind it. I know exactly
so
where this
broken,
is.
Dude.
Final one that's right outside of Misty. It's like some random waterfall.
It's like actually like.
This is behind Misty.
Medallion and everything.
That's like the only place where it has mountains and river.
That is behind
so annoying.
Misty Meadows.
I'm not even gonna pick that gold shotgun up, dude. I'm gonna stay what I got.
I got 5 out of 5 and the only one that took my brain, so I'm pretty proud of myself.
Wait. I messed up. Sniping's a lot of fun when you're doing it, but when you're getting sniped, dude, it's the most annoying thing on the planet. Shark Pup Dad, thank you for the gifted sub. Then Yash gifted a sub because he got gifted a sub. So thank you so much, Yash. Thank you so much, Shark Pup Dad. Thank you, Root of Evil 86 with Prime for 2 months. Appreciate you, man. What are your thoughts on the new sniper? It's completely broken, overpowered, busted.
What's going on, Fortnite fan? Welcome back to the FNCS Grand Royale. We just got done with the action over in Europe, and now, of course, we're hopping on the battle bus. We're sliding our way on over to NA East, and now, guess what? We're here. It's game time. Now, if you guys don't know who my name or who I am, rather, my name is Zeke. It's great to be here. I'm happy that you are watching as well. If you've never watched Fortnite a day in your life, and this is the first time you're watching, you chose the perfect time, because this is going to be some of the craziest action in Europe. First 6 games of the day were wild, and now we're back again in NA East to see a different set of trios competing and going head to head. Of course, I brought my boys. You know I have to bring Vivid, and of course Adam along with me for the ride. Reese will be casting in just a moment. DK from EU with my friends Grand Royale. Did you guys watch EU? How did you guys feel about that?
I'm doing research right now. I'm doing field research.
Oh, I loved the whole like storyline there with Shio's prediction. Right, he tweeted out earlier that Greasy's team was going to like take over on day 2 and not really have like great of a day 1, but then day 1 they just outperformed even his prediction alone. So that was really, really awesome to see.
Yeah. I mean, do you know what? It sets up tomorrow as well. Obviously, we're going to talk about all the point structure and how the Grand Royale works as well. Obviously, tomorrow things really ramp up with the double point situation. So it's good to see how things currently stand, but by the end of play tomorrow, it's going to look a lot different on those leaderboards, baby.
That's right. And if you guys have followed along, this is going to look very familiar to you. 2 days of competition, 12 games in total, right? 6 today, another 6 tomorrow. The trios, of course. The kicker here, though, is double points on day number 2. So let's pull up that format. This is what you've been seeing, right? For the last several FNCSs now, right? 2 points for eliminations. The victory out is worth the 30 points. But Vivid, tomorrow, double points. Literally, all of these points are ×2. So getting away with a victory royale is much larger in the grand scale of things.
Yeah, today was kind of just like hey, let me set up a little bit of a foundation of points, right? But then tomorrow, like, if you're not careful, if you build up that foundation, let's say you're in first or second after today, you're not really safe, right? Because basically everybody has a chance to just fly up the leaderboard if they start performing very, very well, because those points are doubled. So you have to be very, very careful about how comfortable you feel after how you perform today, because tomorrow it really does matter to literally like double the amount.
Yeah, it makes a massive difference. Obviously, we talk about the combination all the time, fellas. The combination of standings points, elimination points. When you kind of see that when they're doubled, I mean, you get a couple of good games under your belt. Let's say, for instance, you get a couple of top 3 finishes. You are going to rocket up that leaderboard very, very quickly. You combine that with 4 points per elimination. We've seen previously on other FNCS seasons as well. Some teams dropping the 10 bomb in games, double digits. That could get you 40 points in one single season. So it's going to change left, right, and center, and I can't wait, because we love the hype here. We love to see what's going to happen with our teams. We've got some massive trios who are rocking and rolling for this one too.
Dude, $285,000 for the trio. And this is the point that I always like to stress. Of course, we always concern ourselves with a trio that walks away in that #1 spot. But if you could go from, say, 33rd all the way up to 5th, right? A difference of literally $50,000, bro. So anytime we see a friendly team, they're going to be trying to climb as high as possible. We will see, I'm sure, some trios break away. They'll be like, yo, this is the top 3. They're fighting it out. But for everyone else, they're thinking, like, if I could just hit that top 5, we're changing everything, baby. So I'm excited to see how that happens, how that unfolds over the 12 games we have prepared for you. Now, of course, we are super hyped to be here, but you know who else is hyped? It's the players. So check this out.
Let's go.
I'm ready. Let's go.
This is our tournament. We're taking it down. You guys might want to watch out, because we're bringing it on this tournament.
Let's go, guys. I'm so excited to be here. I can't wait to compete.
I am ready to crush the competition.
Yeah, we're really excited to play and see what we're capable of doing.
It's so much fun competing with all the best players in the world. It shows that I am also one of the best players in the world.
Just play good. Champion just 41%. Get out there and just eliminate everyone.
Other competitors should feel us because once we get on a roll, we continue going. There is no slowing down pace.
What are your thoughts on where Fortnite is headed these days?
Let's do this, boys. We're gonna bring it home.
Lego and everything like that. Fortnite
We've had
racing.
our practice. We're warming up. We're ready. So anybody who wants to contest us, anybody who wants to take us on during this event, we're waiting for you.
We're just pretty scary. Like, we all know what we're doing. I think if people were to fight us, it'd be a bad idea for them.
There's no way we don't win this. There's no one that can beat us. We're ready for this.
I'm really hyped to play the event and I'm ready.
Let's go. Bring it on. I'm ready to win. It's about to go down.
Let's go, guys.
Absolutely incredible stuff. These guys are all really excited across all of the regions. You do love to see it. Boys, let's spend some time here. We got to talk about some trios to watch. We did do this in EU, and we'll do this in NA West as well. But here in NA East, we got to talk about a lot of these trios. Specifically, we're kicking things off with Bugha, Miro, and Dukes. Now, that's felt really weird to say, right? Because we just watched Chapter 2, Season 8. Bugha, Miro, and Muzz were your winners, right? So they've decided to kind of change things up and pick up Dukes. How are you feeling about this, Vivid? Is this still the same stopping power? Because like I do feel like we've lost a little something by giving up Muzz here.
Listen, bold move by Bugha and Miro, right? You guys are hot off an FNCS win, and you're going into another event that's, you know, a lot more money is on the prize on the line, right? Like, for example, Bugha, Miro, and Muzz took them, I believe it was like $45,000 each. But in this event here, you can take down $95,000 each. So we're going to be seeing them in Misty Meadows again, off, you know, building this brand new trio. But, you know, we always talk about how Bugha, Miro, and Muzz were like this champion and entitled team because they all had FNCS or, you know, huge event wins under their belts. But this is the same exact case, right? Like Dukes has won an FNCS with a different trio, and then obviously Bugha and Miro have won FNCSs, Bugha being also the solo World Cup champion. So again, we just have a very, very titled team here again, and I think that they can do just as well as they did with Muzz.
Yeah, I totally agree. I mean, we're seeing all these super trios forming all the time now. And you mentioned there as well, like, you know, this is the collaboration of these three is going to be really impressive. Maybe Muzz just fancy like teaming up with some others, you know, for a little bit to kind of say, do you know what, let's just let other people in, let's kind of switch things up, see exactly how we can get on in different formats. Grand Rail is obviously very different with the point structure as well. But Misty Meadows, obviously we saw there on the map as well, is where they'll be dropping. We saw Commandment centered in Edgy a couple of seasons ago, kind of that was their domain. Now it seems that these guys have moved in and they kind of make it their own area. So it'll be interesting to see. I don't think they're contested either, so they've got every opportunity here to, if they rotate well, they play together, they're cohesive, I think they could go a very long way. And as Vivid mentioned, they've got so many accolades under their belt as well. They have got everything it takes to go the distance in the Grand Royale.
Yeah, I like that. That's a really great breakdown, right? I think at the end of the day, this is a top 10 trio, right? Even if everything was to go crazy, these guys would, there's no way they don't place outside of top 10. But we got to continue the ball, right? We got to talk about more of these trios. Acorn, Jocks, and Slacks.
Drill, did you get to play Red vs. Blue yet?
Adam, this is one of your boys. This is one of your trios, all right? Your dream team. Especially, we just watched Chapter 2 Season 8. A bunch of these trios, they completely shifted around, right? And these guys are consistent. They've said, season to season, we're going to stay together. We're going to continue to work on these little mistakes that we're making. We're going to continue to improve as much as we can. But now we're coming into a double point format. So how are you feeling about this trio?
You know, I think obviously this trio is interesting as well because last season at FNCS we saw this trio obviously are you know, massive in the grand scheme of things. Previous winners, you know, as they've got so much in terms of experience, talent as well. When it comes to them actually, you know, switching things up and changing around, Sludgy is their POI. They don't shift, they stay in the same place. They know it well, they know exactly how to rotate out of it as well. They don't change things, you know, willy-nilly. They kind of stick exactly where they know they can rock and roll from. We saw last season as well, they were contested in that area for the first time, which is quite interesting to see. They're having to switch things up dynamic-wise as well, how they were kind of spreading out a bit. I think, Vivid, you agree. They kind of really tended to spread out across the POI rather than staying clustered together to kind of really kind of dominate from all different areas to kind of, you know, get as many mats as possible and to give themselves the best opportunity of staying in each of the games as well. So interesting to see. They've had a really good season up until this point as well. So this could be the one for them.
Got you, Louis.
Yeah, I mean, they played, honestly, like, they had a subpar season, and a lot of it came from, you know, them being contested a lot. And I feel like it also missed with their, you know, mentality a little bit because they were so focused on being contested. So that way, when it came down to actually playing in those finals, you know, they didn't really do as good as maybe they could have. But hopefully, a nice little break in between events here. They come in with a fresh mind, can take over Sludgy Swamp again, and hopefully, you know, outperform these other players.
No.
Yeah, and I love this as well, Adam. Like, you kind of brought up a good point because they keep going back to this POI, right? Like, the POI itself might change, but they know how to work in that POI. As you know, season to season, things are changing. They're saying we're already on rails, and now we're just saying, okay, here's this little tweak. We just need to rotate here. There's a chest there. Boom, and then they're already ready to go. Right? They already have that game plan. So we'll see, brother. I'm hoping they do well, but we have 2 days of competition and a big old change up in the double points tomorrow. So we'll have to see. Got a few more trios to throw away. Day, Tragics, and Jamper. Once again, I'm so used to saying certain trios just at the same time, and they're doing this to me, man. Vivid, talk to me about this trio. Why could this be trio to watch?
I mean, Jamper has always been a solid player. I believe we first saw a lot of his rise when he was playing with Booga a while back, and you know, that trio obviously doesn't really exist anymore. But Jamper was always that solid player when he was on a trio with Booga. You know, somebody that you can always rely on. I feel like Jamper's experience, he's played with quite a few different players now, and I feel like that experience that he has, I think that he's actually going to be the IGL on this trio, right? And then Tragics and Day, we've heard a lot about Day, right? Winning an FNCS, used to play with Miro and Reverse, obviously. FNCS wins there, and then Tragic's also just a very good mechanical player, a solid player that can always find those refreshes probably throughout the tarps that you're building. But I think the highlight of this team honestly is Jamper, because I think he's actually going to be like the foundation, the person who leads Tragic's and Day to victory.
All right.
Yeah, we've seen Day, Reverse Decay, and Miro were a trio. So we saw one FNCS, multiple times. They were fantastic. And this going back to the same POI again, I think we're seeing that kind of, you know, we mentioned about Acorn, Stacks, and Jack there as well. When you know a POI like the back of your hand, it gives you a lot, kind of an advantage in a way, because teams don't really want to press you necessarily because you know it so well. Whereas you've had a lot of experience, opportunity to get to know exactly how you get out of certain situations because you know it. You know, our players know the map, but to kind of know that you won from that point as well. And Day having that experience, Jamper and Tragics, I think as well, very organic, very fluid. They can come in and change things up where necessary. And Day having at least one of their players knowing that POI so well, having done so well out of it as well, it just gives them a lot more kind of, you know, a sense of security. And I think a lot of teams won't press that particular part of the map because they know there is such a solid trio kind of guarding where that is.
Yeah, I agree, man. I agree. It's scary. Now I'm going to throw one last scary trio your way. It's Commandment, it's Stretch, it's Scented, okay? This is a trio we are constantly talking about in NA East. If you've never watched Fortnite before, these guys are absolutely monsters. They will flip a game on its head on a dime. And the moment they engage any trio, that trio makes a mistake, it is all hands on deck. They're absolutely going to exploit. They're going to be jumping into boxes. They're going to be putting these trios on the back foot, waiting for them to make that mistake and then pounce. I mean, Vivid, this is an apex predator of a trio. I don't even know how to say that in an apex predator pack. I don't know. But this is a very powerful trio that, of course, we cannot forget about.
Listen, I would say for a very long time there, right, you could say that the two best IGLs in the NA East region were Scented and Zate, right?
Oh, yeah.
Scented obviously done a very good job of being consistent and leading his teams to second places, but very good consistent placements there. And then Zate obviously was on a trio with Stretch, right? So Stretch gradually learned everything from Zate, right? And kind of like, you know, picked up on all the things that Zate was kind of saying about the game and how Zate would react to any different situations, right? So now you have the knowledge bank in Scented, who has done very, very well IGL. But then you also bring in Stretch, who doesn't necessarily need to IGL because Scented is on the trio, as mentioned, but he is there to, like, you know, teach Scented new things, right? Like, you can always learn. It doesn't matter how good you are. So I think that's why this trio works so well. And then obviously Commandment, he's got to be one of, like, the most solid, well-rounded players in the game for sure.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. I think we can all agree that this trio in particular are probably one of the favorites to go all the way here in the Grand Royale. We've seen a couple of seasons previously, Commandment and Scented as well, Edgy getting to second position, I think, in FNCS. So absolutely capable of kind of consistency as well, which is really key. I think it was eliminations is where they need to kind of pick up to really secure themselves at the top of the leaderboard. But interesting as well there with Lazy Lake, you know, we saw on the map there, you know, Stretch obviously knows, synonymous with the location, the POI as well, having played there with Saf many times. Saf they're going back into the competition with Aegis and Kanada, which is going to be so sick to watch unfold as well. But knowing that POI once again and having that experience, you bring in players like Commandment and Centered as well into that fray, and you've got yourselves a incredible opportunity to really kickstart a Grand Royale, which you can go all the way and remain consistently at top of the leaderboard as well. I think these guys could be there or thereabouts for the whole. You heard it right here, newsflash. I think they could be there or thereabouts in the top 5 or 6 the entirety of this competition. Just saying.
I don't disagree. I don't think, honestly, anyone would disagree with you because of how potent this trio could be. For us visual learners, let's take a look at some of the POIs, right? Let's talk about Risky Reels. We have Muzz, one of the trio mates from Booga, and has now come on over. He said, all right, I'm going to pick up another 2 people, but now he's going head-to-head with Jaith, and his trio over at Risky Reels. So we are going to highlight this. We're going to break a few things down, and we're going to highlight kind of areas around this that you want to kind of claim when you're landing here at Risky Reels. Vivi, can you talk to me about this POI, please?
Risky Reels is kind of one of those POIs where there's a lot of like surrounding areas where you can kind of gather up loot. We know that there's like that one little spot over there underneath the hill outside of Corny, right? There's 3 chest spawns over there and a couple of floor spawns. So Risky's a very good, what we like call like a split shot, right? Usually you want to land and have your teammates go elsewhere, right? But like, in a scenario where you are contested, it kind of creates an awkward situation, right? Because let's say that you take like 2 minutes to go through this POI and you fight off spawn, right? Assuming that you don't lose anybody, right? And all 3 of your trio members are left alive, because remember, you gotta waste time on like reboots and stuff like that. But let's say that all 3 of you are left alive, then you have to kind of like, the only reason why this spot is viable is because that surrounding loot. So then after that 2 minutes of fighting that you just went through, you're already shambles. Now you have to like spread out and go try to find that loot that makes this spot viable. But since 2 minutes has passed, anybody around you that's like been uncontested is already like moved into those spots. So being contested at a spot like this is just really, really not ideal. I'm interested to see how it plays out and interested to see what these kind of players do in this scenario.
Yeah, we saw it last season as well. We were trying to work out what we think generally is the better position to be in. Is it to kind of have an uncontested POI where you've got free reign to loot up, mat up, and then go into the final phases of the game ready to rock and roll? Or is it kind of good to have that early kind of spar or kind of contestation, as Reese has kindly kind of created this word. Yes. I don't know, it came out of nowhere. But still, I appreciate it, Reese. Contestation is a thing now. It should be in the Oxford Dictionary. As an Englishman, I'm officially putting it out there. But I've got to say, I think with the contestation as well, Storm Surge, I think, is an important thing. And obviously, we know that this being such a stacked lobby as well, you do want to get those early tags to give yourself the best opportunity in the late game as well, to not have to kind of stretch or reach out to try and get that kind of those points up so you kind of remain above the Storm Surge. So it's kind of like a 50-50 really. I think a lot of the time players will like to have those early engagements as well, because you're going to have a lot of them, particularly in a kind of Grand Royale like this as well. So we'll have to see what happens, but any contest going on, it's going to be really entertaining to watch in the comp.
Okay, I like that. One last POI for you. The Crater near Pleasant Park. Okay, we got Scope versus Dom. All right, so yet again, another name, Scope, in his trio. Scope is just one of those guys that is just like a walking highlight reel, I feel like, in a lot of ways, Vivid.
Oh, no, I planned it.
Yeah, Scoped, there have been so many highlights out of this guy in the times that he has played, throwing it all the way back to when he used to play with Tifu at the Grotto, right? Obviously, them going out really well. But, POIs like this that have been added around the map this season have been really, really great. But the fights here, man, they are so chaotic, right? You have these little slip streams that everybody can use, kind of like fly around, quickly change their positions. But another thing that is not ideal about landing here is that you have Pleasant Park literally right there, right? So, people are chilling at Pleasant Park, they're like, in about like 5 minutes, I'm going to have to be thinking about Storm Surge. So while these guys are over here fighting for all this loot and they're fighting each other, let me just come over here and grab a couple tags. So being contested here, it's really, really tough. And then not to mention, you also have the Stronghold literally right next to it as well. And then people can swim over from Coral Castle. So these guys are like in the middle of just like no man's land, basically.
Yeah, we saw last season that, Cold, Cease, and Elite were, contested in the last couple of games at Coral. Kind of, I think a lot of teams were starting to kind of go to different areas of map to switch things up. Things weren't happening in their particular POI. They could change things up. So if you were aiming for that kind of area that they are going to have their contest, you've got Pleasant Park there as well. And you could kind of overshoot and go all the way to like Creo, Shark, and Knight are landing at Stronghold. But it's interesting as well, the likes of the slipstreams, we talked about those as well, are a big part of this game now, particularly this kind of phase where we see this season, teams we thought would use them to kind of rotate to get out of certain situations, actually they're using to be a lot more aggressive and going head-to-head against an opposition. So it'll be interesting to see how that particular contest kind of really pans out when you have the opportunity to get around your opponents very quickly, very fast, very efficiently as well.
Dude, that's where it gets really scary, right, Adam? It's like, you take a slip from me, you drop, you're like, okay, we got a few chests, I think we have enough loot to maybe push this team. You slipstream in, and then suddenly you've made a mistake. Half your team is gone, and you got to just run away, right? Like, that's the thing, is the slipstreams are kind of providing this great escape tool, but they're also providing a really good engage tool. But again, when you kind of put yourself in against another trio, based on whatever that loot has kind of been divvied out at the very beginning, you're going to walk away the winner, or you're going to walk away with your tail between your legs. So I'm very excited to see how that POI specifically plays a factor and a role here in the competition across both 2 days. What we're going to do is go ahead and take a look at Iamzo. We got a little player profile on him. Got to speak with him, so let's check this out.
Welcome, everybody. I am Life with Panda, and joining me today is Iamzo. Iamzo, go ahead and introduce yourself.
My name's Iamzo. My IRL name is Jackson. I'm a Fortnite competitor player for True North Gaming.
What are you guys looking to do as a team, or maybe something that you're looking to improve on ahead of Grand Royale?
We're just gonna look on how we can just outsmart the other opponents, either taking high ground a different way, playing low ground a different way, playing mid ground then going for high or going for low. We're just gonna try to outsmart the opponents. I think one thing we would have to improve on is mostly near end. So I think that's what we just have to mainly pack down.
You all as a team, this is your first season playing together, correct?
Yes, this is my first season playing with Spawn Paper.
What has been unique for you with this team that you maybe haven't had in teams in the past?
Definitely excited and happy to play with these guys because I have a really good IGL and my fragger quad is just really good and really good team down, back tarp and front tarp and everything.
When you look at teams and the success within teams, it really comes down to the chemistry. What are some tips that you can give to the community on how to build some chemistry with their teams?
Tip is probably if you're a young team, just try to stick with your team as long as you can, because that's the best way to long-term chemistry and short-term chemistry and just all-around chemistry. That's probably the best way to get chemistry.
Which role in your trio do you fill with Qua and Paper? You mentioned obviously Qua, very talented fragger, but what is your role there with them?
My role in the trio is kind of more of a 70% fragger and 30% IGL or helper to Paper, because Paper's my main IGL. So yeah, I'd say that's my role.
Imagine it's the morning of Grand Royale. You know the players that you're going up against. And which team are you kind of looking to avoid?
I mean, there's no one really around us that I'd be scared to fight. But if I'd have to say a team that would be I'd be playing would probably be Scented, because they're just so consistent and they're just all on 0 ping.
Good luck going into Grand Royale. We're rooting for you. Want to say anything else before we wrap up?
Good luck to all my opponents, though. I'm coming for the first place.
There it is, Iamzo coming for the first place. Thank you so much for joining us. Thank you for answering the questions. We look forward to watching you. And until then, take care.
Later. Thank you for having me.
Hey.
Life with Panda, thank you so much, brother. Over on NA West, coming out, helping out on NA East. Great stuff, great stuff. Now, Fortnite fan, we're having a little issues with the battle bus, so as soon as I know more, I will tell you, and we'll get into it. So for now, we're going to spend some time talking with Vivid and Adam about what we can expect from today's competition. Guys, let's kind of start things off right here. We kind of saw something very similar already in EU, and that is because this is Chapter 2, Season 8 still, right? There's not been a brand new season of Fortnite.
This is kind of
a lot of the strategies we're seeing are a lot of the same, right? And the only kind of big difference is now some of the trios are starting to kind of change around. Sometimes it's just one member, but they're still kind of continuing these strategies they've had in POIs, in rotations, in storm surge, things like that. So I'd love to kind of hear from you, Vivid. Maybe if you just want to throw out a POI and talk about why it's important, what we can see, and then of course we'll pick your brain in case you guys don't know at home. Fortnite fan Vivid was a professional player. Now he's turned my best friend analyst, so he's got in-depth knowledge.
Well, listen, I think that the very important thing that you kind of mentioned there was the fact that we're actually still in the same season, right? So basically what that says to me, right, if I was still being a pro player and I was still professionally playing, right, you basically have a database of information, right? Any of these players could have went back and watched some of the footage from the competitions that we had during the FNCS during the same season where pretty much everything was the same, rotations, POIs, and everything like that, right? There's this huge database available for these players to go back and kind of reference this and be like, okay, like what can I learn, right? Like why did this team place first? Why did this team place last? Kind of like maybe reference POIs, like maybe if we're seeing somebody here today that didn't necessarily play in the FNCS, but you know somebody was landing at the POI that in that FNCS, they could like learn from them and everything like that. So I think that this kind of Grand Royale is going to come down to a lot of preparation, right? And we also know that on the NA East region, there haven't been a lot of scrims. So what I'm thinking about is that like pretty much the only way that a lot of these players could have practiced or learned from anything is actually going back and putting in the time and effort to learning from a competition that we had in pretty much the same meta. So I would hope that a lot of these players took advantage of that opportunity they are presented when you have these two competitions being played on the same season. So I guess we'll kind of see how it pans out on the leaderboard, and maybe we can like pinpoint a couple more players that have been seem like they are preparing a lot more as opposed to how they played in the FNCS.
I think it's going to be really interesting to see how we saw last season in particular that trios did really switch things up in terms of like we saw like obviously our winners, Booga, Miro, and Muzz going all the way, which we all thought was like kind of like this super dream team, but surely it can't go as well as we think it could go, and it actually it really did. They kind of came together, all being top tier elite players. They kind of found their way together, and they had the most insane finale to that FNCS as well. But we've just seen yesterday the High Power boys. It was amazing. Loved it. We saw the competitive playlist is about to switch up as well. The next season is going to be a lot of duos play. So this gives like kind of like a last kind of like lap of honor really for the trios format for a while. So we could see a lot of our teams here as well start to be a bit more fun, have a bit more be a bit more creative in terms of like kind of entertaining us at home hopefully as well. Kind of seeing them kind of engage and because they want to kind of prove themselves in the Grand Royale. Obviously this is a celebration as well of a year of incredible Fortnite. And our teams now have kind of come together to ultimately put on a show for us. Obviously, there is a ridiculously massive prize pool as well. But I think this is a good opportunity to really, switch things up with your teammates because we've seen that this is not a region that shies away from changing things up if it needs to. We've seen obviously there's some certain trios who prefer certain POIs, but playing together, that seems to be kind of a thing that everyone's willing to be very organic about now. So I like that about this. I think it keeps things really exciting, and I'm looking forward to seeing what these guys can bring to the party today because I have no doubt, particularly tomorrow when things are doubled, that is really going to change the way our teams play because as soon as the first game or two, we always see the same thing. The first game or two plays out relatively slowly. Everyone's being a little bit more passive. Suddenly it ramps up all the way to like 300, and suddenly we see everyone kind of going for broke up game 3 onwards. When you've got double points up for grabs, the teams at the bottom of the table after today are 100% going to go absolutely wild tomorrow because they know that the points you have 1-2 good games that you pop off, you can go from being in like 30th place all the way up to like the top 10 super simply. So that'll be really interesting to watch. Obviously, every different competition, every competition is different in some capacity, but this one in particular, I'm excited to see what happens. This is going to be amazing.
Yeah, there's always like that meta that develops within the meta of the competition, right? Yeah. There's actually something I talked about with Levin back in Europe was, tomorrow, if you're a trio that's outside of top 10, you're looking at an engagement, you're thinking, well, hold on, today's like legit points. GG. That was we get this. Actually, man, old Fortnite's that's 12 points just off just this one trio. Fortnite's back, baby. Man, suddenly we're gonna make it into top 10. That's a lot of points. You know what? Yeah, maybe let's take this fight. What do we got to lose, right? We're either gonna be eliminated because we don't have storm surge tags, or we're gonna win this fight. It's gonna help propel us forward, right? But on the flip side of that, if you are eliminated early, right, now you're just watching everyone else around you take advantage of that double points, right, placing higher, getting a handful of eliminations, and now that leaderboard is starting to pull away, so there's a lot of, like, push and pull that's going to be happening tomorrow. I'm really excited for it, and I can't wait to watch. Guys, I want to talk about POI, okay? I'm going to throw POI your way, Vivid.
I have mad respect for you taking that once. You're a good player.
We got to talk a little bit about the Crater, and I want to get your opinions
you took the one, dude. I respect that so much.
All right, this is a POI, so Kata got wrong, and that's fine. But a lot of people do like this POI, right? And with the recent addition of the Crater right there, we're seeing a lot more trios kind of like gravitate a lot toward it, right? You've got the mobility and the slipstreams, rather. You've got way more chest spawns. And I mean, honestly, even if we like think back to Risky Reels, there was those white boxes, right? It's a super small POI. There's really not many places to go or hide. Misty, on the other hand, is massive, right? If you take a look at the center on your screen here, you've got this bridge. You're either going to claim the right side of that bridge, or you're going to claim the left side of that bridge as well, right? So I'm curious to get your take on this POI.
You know, interesting enough, we do know that Booga will be here, right? With Nero and
Why would I want this
and
over
the interesting thing is that I'm pretty sure they actually are not even concerned about the left side of Misty. If you reference his Twitter account, I saw that he tweeted something along the lines of that they were actually going to try to just claim the right side of Misty along with the crater. So they've kind of turned it into like their own little POI, right? And we know how valuable these creators can be. There's so much loot there, and it's really, really great and healthy for the game, right? But if these guys are actually allowed to grab half of like one of the biggest POIs in the game in Misty Meadows, right? And then also a creator, these guys are going to have so much loot. And then also to mention, you know, Misty is often very, very, I wouldn't say easy to rotate out of, right? Because, you know, a lot of these positions, these players like Scented, who is used to rotating out of here, they spend hours, they spend days, they spend weeks of scrims trying to figure out like, okay, what players can be where with what timings, right? But when you think about Misty Meadows, right, you're on the south side of the map. So more often than not, you're going to have to go up north, right? If you think about the north, it's a Lazy Lake, right? Lazy Lake has all these hills around it, right? So very often they're just going to rotate out of their POI early, go up to one of those hills. So Lazy Lake is often just left empty. And when you have a POI that's empty, it's very, very easy to rotate there because you have so much cover. There's so many little avenues that you can use to cover yourself from those hills, the surrounding areas that may be Storm Surge intensive. So they'll honestly they'll just rotate up north, kind of use Lazy Lake, and maybe they need to grab a couple more materials because we know Lazy Lake is very, very rich in that. And then they kind of just go about their way, right? They're already like halfway through the rotation as soon as they make it to Lazy Lake, and there's nothing in between Lazy Lake and Misty Meadows. So I love Misty Meadows as a POI. It's very, very, like I said, I wouldn't say easy, but it is, you know, convenient in some scenarios for you to rotate out of Misty. And then often you can just go left of those mountains as well, right? You can go to the west. There's really nothing over there. It's kind of like no man's land, no POI really over there. So great POI for these guys to pick up. And like I mentioned, they're going to have so much loot.
Yeah, loot is hugely key. I don't know about you guys, but I tend to find a lot of sideways kind of spawning in that particular region as well. So there's a kind of opportunity there to kind of, you know, get some great weaponry, to kind of, you know, really kind of boost shield-wise as well. I think, interestingly as well, we kind of talk about stats a lot on the broadcast here. I think we said last season that Caddy Corner, this kind of region of the map here near Misty, the southern regions tend to have a higher win rate, victory royale rate than any other region of the map here, which is kind of, you know, speaks a lot, you know, the fact that you've actually got so many kind of trios in this region who know that they can rotate if necessary. If the storm moves in a certain direction, if you're already in this area, then you can lock it down very, very quickly. I think that we're going to see a couple of trios in and around the likes of Dukes, Mira Booga, and Misty. You've got the likes of Pam, Kerry, and Fatch. I think Mars's trio is going to a bit more south towards kind of the blue Cougar as well. But if you've got only a few trios in and around you and that storm moves in a direction that benefits you in many ways, you are going to be in a great position. We can see here as well on our map, if you get into a certain position in this location, you can find, I think, the main kind of gas station. You've got the lake there to the left hand side as well. But I don't know what your thoughts are, Vivid, here on this, but for me, when you've got kind of an open situation like this, if you've got two trios landing and there's kind of a particular point of interest, you know, be it kind of the gas station, you've got like the other one to the other side of the street as well. When you see another team landing in that area, is your first, you know, thoughts to kind of engage and to kind of, you know, still contest it, or because it's so finite and a lot smaller than others, do you try and get out of there quickly and find somewhere else to land?
Well, if we think about Caddy Corner, right, we think about the loot, we think about the surrounding areas. I've got to be honest, when you leave Caddy Corner, you're not really going to find much loot outside of it, right, in the immediate surrounding area. And you know, you're going to run into the likes of like Lazy Lake a little bit later, but obviously somebody's going to land there, right? You can go a little bit to the northeast, you can go to Retail Row, but obviously somebody's going to land there, right? Their whole POI. So I feel like Caddy Corner is really one of those situations where you have to full send, especially because Caddy Corner more often than not really only works as a POI when it comes down to trios because of that little weather station that's up on the mountains, right? Usually one person on your trio lands there to grab some of their own loot while the other two, you know, loot the other surrounding areas. So you really do have to actually fight it out when another trio lands there.
Yeah, understanding the POI, right, was available to any time, and kind of what you guys have been hinting at, right, is like, you know, another trio is landing nearby. What are your outs? You know, where is a place you could go that you're like, there's a guaranteed floor spawn there. Sometimes there's a chest spawn there. What could I get out of that, right? Especially if you get something early like a launch pad, right? You and your trio could just bail on the whole situation and just try and land it somewhere close by that's a backup, right? We'll have to see, though. One last place I want to talk about, Believer Beach. We've got Saf, Agers, and Kanada that are going there. I mean, you know, Believers Beach, aka Sweaty Sands, aka whatever you want to call this, Arkham Rex and Epic Whales Homeland, whatever you want to call this place, has always been in the conversation, right? This is a massive POI.
I'd rather have not
It's there near the beach, just outside of Coral Castle. Tons of floor spawns, tons of loot, tons of chests, rotations as well, where you have the crash site right there. You can see it on the left top side of your screen.
I have no mobility.
If you need to rotate out, you can. I mean, there's just so much versatility in this POI, but again, it comes back to those little things, right? If you land and you can't land on a weapon, you miscalculate and just miss that drop by even 1 second, and your opponent doesn't, you are going to be dropped, and then your team is at a disadvantage. So, Vivid, kind of talk us through this POI. What strengths, what weaknesses you see here?
Basically, I mean, no, Believer Beach to me is still Sweaty Sands in my heart. Believer Beach, I guess we can call it that now, whatever. It's just got so much loot, like you mentioned, and one of the great things is actually, you know, the beach itself. When you cross into the beach, it also has water, and when there are water, you have fishing spots. So fishing spots also another out for these trees if they want to use it. I'm not sure if Saf, Gagers, and Kanata will be using the fishing spots, but it's always something that they can think about. When we think about the POI that's been added to the top of it, though, you know, you had kind of mentioned that the slipstreams are there, right? That they can kind of use them as a rotation out. There's always like this little bit of a concern in one's mind, right? Because you are basically relying on, if they start to rely too much on this POI for this,
I genuinely don't think this could be a worse situation
for them to rotate out. If the trio that is landing there kind of like hangs out for too long, right? They basically can't just go use those slipstreams, right? They can kind of block Saf's trio from going over there and using them.
If I can get a grappler from
you kind of have to be worrisome when you rely on another POI like this to actually make a rotation. So hopefully Saf, Gagers, and Kanata are prepared for something like that, because if, you know, the trio that is landing at their slipstreams leaves earlier, then yeah, sure, go ahead, use those slipstreams all you want to make your rotations. But if they kind of decide to like wait around, maybe try to get some sneaky Storm Surge tag, then Saf and Kanata are just going to be walking on foot all the way to the next zone.
Yeah, let's just take a moment there as well to, you know, kind of celebrate the fact that Saf's back in the game, man. He's back. You know, and we've been looking forward to this. We haven't touched on this. You know, the fact that, you know, you got Saf, you got Aegis, we know from D-Gen's trio usually. I want to say Skittles as well, but yeah, we had that last season. Just let's not go there.
Change ups, man. The change ups. Let's do this.
Zeke, I think it almost melted our brains trying to get our heads around that. But yeah, we're there now. I think we're there now, at least anyway. But Saf, yeah, Aegis, and Kanata as well. You know, I don't know about you guys, but I was watching those kind of the high power videos and stuff, the fun little challenges together as well. Saf just seems in a really good space. He was happy. He seemed kind of really motivated. He seemed energetic, and sometimes having a bit of a break and coming back into a competition like this, you feel re-energized. And I think that was really exciting to see, is because, you know, a lot of these players, you know, Vivid, you've said it before. You work so hard around the block, constantly playing Fortnite to get to be at the top of your game, and the fact that he's come back and he looks so cheerful. I don't use the word cheerful, but he looked cheerful. You know, alongside Aegis and Kanata, as what we saw last season as well. And Kanata, no one uses the word cheerful enough. He looked cheerful.
I guess not.
Kanata as well. Obviously, we saw last season. You know, this is a journeyman who continuously qualifies for all the major tournaments. Who has been there. He's done it. He's got the t-shirt and the entire tracksuit at this point. You know, I think again a trio who I'm looking forward to seeing compete. I think Kanata, you know, is absolutely capable. He clutched up that reboot round, the last one in the last season, and it was insane to watch him coming second, so close. I think in the game just before it gets through and qualifies for finals. They have all the capability here as well. Being a Believer Beach is, you know, and I'm with you, Sweaty, 100% all the way, Vivid. But you see as well that they have that kind of that clutch factor, which I think a lot of our teams here are going to need, particularly when it comes to the double points mentioned as well, because that is going to make or break who's going to win this thing. And I just want to see these guys compete. You know, will Saf, you know, go for the high ground again? I'm sure it'll happen many, many times, but I can't wait to see it. It feels like a breath of fresh air coming back, and I can't wait.
I do like that. And of course, for someone like Saf, right, the competitive veteran. It's like riding a bike, right? You kind of like, okay, I'll take a step back, and then I come back, and then you just find yourself reacting to certain things. Oh, I know what's there. I know I've opened this door. There's a chest right there. Boop, there it is. Beautiful stuff, right? So, you know, you guys are not wrong, right? I'm excited to see Saf competing. We'll have to see how things unfold. Now, Fortnite fam, I'm getting word. We actually missed the bus. I gave the bus driver a time. I was actually wrong. The bus has already left, so we're going to miss out on game number 1, but we're going to put together a highlight reel for you guys. And, of course, the standings. Everything else is playing out completely normally. We're just going to miss game 1, but don't worry. We'll get you guys up to speed when the time gets there. I'd like to actually throw another POI. Vivid, you were kind of talking, and it made me think of another POI
Chat,
that a lot of people do love to fight over, and that's Dirty Dogs, the dirtiest of the dogs.
All right, everybody's watching.
Okay, look, I'm not gonna lie.
Play with me.
I tried landing dirty
easy peasy,
for
lemon
like
squeezy,
a week.
Okay.
I will say it is easily like one of my more fun POIs to go at. The problem is I'm not a competitive player. Okay, so I will absolutely get built up on. People will Taj Mahal on my dome, and then I just lose the fight. Especially when you kind of like look at the lay of the land here. You got this right side right with the containers, only really good for farming metal, right? But because if you don't have bills, you go in there, you're like, okay, well I have to kind of hug these corners, and at that point I'm just hoping to hit my shot with the right hand peak, right? Or you just go on the top side here if we orient ourselves to this map. Then you've got all these little container areas, right? You've got chests, you've got very easily breakable things that have like a wood crate that you can immediately break. Boom, drops ammo, drops a chest. You've got instant resources available to you. So talk to me about Dirty Dogs. What's so special about this POI, and why do we see people fight over it all the time?
Listen, I'm going to give you guys the brutal honesty here, okay? I have no idea why you fight over this POI. I have landed there a few times, and it's got to be like one of my least favorite for sure. I have no idea how you're meant to play that. Reverse Miro, I respect them so much for like being consistent here and being able to win fights, but I feel like every single time that I like land here, I feel like I'm just always at like a disadvantage. Like I have no idea where I'm going, what's going on. But I can tell you that usually like transferring like the fundamentals from landing other places and looking at Dirty Dogs, I can tell you right now that it's probably you have to focus your attention to those two big metal warehouses that you have, one being in the middle and then one being a little bit to the right.
Your region is going to be different than my region, most likely.
Basically, they're like the high ground of POI, right? And when you look at these surrounding areas, there's a couple buildings that kind of match that high ground, but all the other loot is kind of like spread out on like first floors of buildings, or as you mentioned, those container areas. And these big metal warehouses have like direct line of sight over them from a higher point of view. So I feel like if you can get built up on those, it'll probably lay yourself up for like a really good start to a fight. But I mean, I'm telling you right now, even though I'm saying that, like I probably could never execute on it. That POI is just, it's just over my head on that one.
You know what's Dirty Dogs for me? I have these nightmares about. I remember the LTE event where I was there with a football as a goal, and I was just trying to get through the battle pass, kind of whatever it was, kind of like a challenge, and it was just ridiculous how many teams were dropping into the same goal net. It was driving me bonkers. But you know, with Vivid, I think you're absolutely right. When you get those two metal kind of warehouses, I think there's like a lot of metal crates there as well. You can hide behind. You can kind of you can spring up your enemies from as well. There's cranes for height. There's a giant hill to move past to get back into the rest of the map as well when you kind of comes to rotation. I don't know why. Obviously, the slipstream, the kind of the crash site there as well does help in terms of getting you a bit more air, a bit more kind of distance when it comes to rotates as well. But yeah, I'm with it. It's a very strange one. Obviously surrounded by water to a degree. You've got a lot of rotations coming in from Steamy as well.
That way I can get into a lot of your
lobbies. It's an interesting one. But you know, fair play to Dave for sticking it out season upon season, because clearly he loves the place. Loves it a lot.
Way to do it. So let's go ahead and
I wonder if that makes them much better players because it's harder to compete there. Does this mean that they know something that we don't? Questions that someday I hope to ask them directly.
I'm gonna keep on doing
look at this. We got our next match in 2.5 minutes. I know. Isn't that crazy? I know. This is what I love, right? Just getting to hang out with it. This is why when I made that video, it was the most sincere video. They were like, "Hey, Zeke, talk to me about like what your favorite part of any East was."
Creative is the best way to level up.
I love how fluidly conversations with them go. It's just easy. Really quickly though, with the 2 minutes left, let's talk about predictions. So remember, these are the predictions we think the trios could walk away. Number one, the best XP tomorrow.
Possibly the best XP
so
system
far,
in Fortnite, if it works.
We're doing okay in EU. Only Sancho West in EU was 27th, but again, he's banking up. He's cashing in on a day 2 team, right? So day 2 for them is probably going to go better. Let's come over here. It's okay, right? Okay, so now I've aligned myself with Vivid here. Okay, commandment scented and commandment scented and stretched. So you know, I love this conversation because all year long it's been Vivid versus Adam. Sometimes Vivid's right, sometimes Adam right. But you know what? I'm cashing in. I'm going with Vivid on this one.
Nice. I'm actually going to change my prediction. I'm going to change my prediction to I think that Zeke actually like stole the bus driver and he purposely like missed our bus stop so that way he could get to talk to us for the amount of time that he has. I think that's going to be my new prediction.
Yeah, I think I'm getting word here. I think game number 1 as well. I don't think South Asian Canada did particularly well in game number 1, so that's a bit worrying. But, you know, a bit of a slow start. But, you know, there's still plenty of time to go, guys. Double points tomorrow, it's fine. Obviously, you know, I picked these guys because more than anything, I think Commandment, we said in the stretch, we talked about these guys.
You're from America, right?
Everything it takes to go the distance. But to switch things up a little bit, I do like the idea of kind of like the trio coming in, just forming and just absolutely
Well, we got
smashing it. I can't wait to see what happens. And of course, as well with like Jampers trio. I mean,
before, or is this your first time?
We can't deny that Booga's got everything, you know, in their locker as well. And I think they had a really good game. Well, I'm sure we're going to see the leaderboard at some point. And I think they had a really good game number 1.
Well, guess what? We're actually going to go hang out with our casters. We've got Monster Face, we've got Reese up here
Okay, that's
for
a good bug.
And Reese has been watching game number 1. He's going to give us an update on what has happened, and then we're going into it.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you so very much for what was the most incredible top of show there, keeping us in the loop here. Reese, we have the biggest tournament since World Cup essentially as far as the pricing goes and the stakes here that are on the line for the players. Game 1 has concluded, but you do have some very important updates for us. Get us caught up, Ruben.
I've got an important update. We've obviously just managed to miss the first game, so I'm going to go through a list. Firstly, a lot of the top teams that we've seen haven't really performed that well so far, right? We did get to see some of the big guys like Acorn's team who popped really good, currently in 4th in the leaderboard. Saf's team who went down very, very early. A 0-point game to them, really struggling with Surge for them. But right now, so we've seen them get a 0-point game. We also saw Day's team not do so well in that earlier. Bully's team also at the same time. They were popping off, picking up a ton of points from that too. So a lot of the big names that we've expected not doing so well. One of the names that we did see do very, very well was Miro's team there, who was currently in 4th place on the leaderboard. Sorry, 5th place in the leaderboard, became 4th in the game with 5 Elans. They seem to have absolutely no struggle with Storm Surge one bit, which is really, really good for them. Looking good coming from the south zone. This was a relatively centered end of the map, so not too bad for them overall. And you see Vert going down there. Another team who, yet again, didn't manage to pick up too many points. Couple to the teams I wanted to pick out on big time was D-Roller's team, Charlie and Spegu, who was uncontested finally. Season on season, they've been contested. They managed to win the game with 14 eliminations. And they managed to win the game. That was the one. There's another team who got 14 eliminations, and that was a Minish team, sorry. The leaderboard's shaping up pretty nicely after game number 1.
What an incredible game number 1 that was, and definitely setting up our winning team, D-Roller, Charlie, and Spegu here for a strong start to the competition today. And again, it is so very important to be pretty much build a monstrous lead in day 1, because day 2, with the way the format's going to break out, that double point opportunity for any team to claw their way back can be devastating for a squad that did not break away strong here to kick things off. So now, Reese, coming into game 2, I mean, it looks like things are setting off pretty hot here for the Risky Reels.
Yeah, Risky Reels, we thought originally that Muzzle's team was going to contest here, but actually what happened with Muzzle's team is they ended up moving over to Boney Burbs, where they were originally looking to land, and then ended up fighting off big time there, disengaging and not doing so well, unfortunately getting scuffed. I thought this game they would move back in and be a part of this fight, but Shadow's team clearly noticed that Muzzle's team wasn't here in the previous one, and then ended up coming here dipping, but clearly the other team saw the same thing and getting involved. This time, Nuts and Joji getting involved in the action in Boney Burbs instead of disengaging.
Definitely on the other side. Looks like Mega doesn't pump here. Also pop off and find themselves a nice little team wipe. That's on to Joji's trio, who again has had quite a come up and a big story for them. Their team just banding together alongside on the other side. Looks like Miro, Dukes, and Booga had a very strong game number 1, netting themselves a big 32 points. Now, this is my pick here. I definitely expect them to do well, and it looks like they are already setting the stage up.
Yeah, they did so well. It was centered zone. They had no real issue with Storm Surge whatsoever. When I checked in the first threshold, there was 90 players alive just at the moment I was in, and they were 200 above at that moment. So they were doing very, very well. No eliminations. They weren't getting into any fights. Last season, we really saw them taking a bunch of fights. Unlike Saf, Aegis, and Canada, who really struggled with Storm Surge, went down super early and gained 0 points in that first match. So uncontested Believers Beach, or Sway Sands, as someone the desk may want to prefer to call it to right now, have historically had a lot of issues with Storm Surge, right? Because you have a couple options from here. Do you want to push to the west? Do you want to try and fight the teams over there? Do you want to push north into Coral, which doesn't happen too often anymore unless it's really contested? Or do you want to get way deep into the zone on the east side? That's usually the way to do it, but they've not really managed to in that first game. Having a little look back here at that early game fight, we saw Shadow's team picking up those big eliminations. Critical for them, trying to own the drop spot of Risky Reels, which we talked a ton about at the top of the show. And hey, for game number 2, they seem to manage to do so very well.
Yeah, and just kind of touching back on the historical issues that teams have had out of Believer Beach. I feel like I referenced Bizzle, Clicks, and Boogus Trio almost notoriously having one of the hardest just struggles for a star-studded team that should have did exceptionally well. Even when they broke away, of course, they were contested back then, but they had a very, very tough time, even contested moving out of that drop. Just finding teams that rotate. So drop spots play a key role in a critical role in your position in the tournament and how things are going to work out for you. This is also a really tough spot, but this is an area that's always contested, right? Pleasant Park, Stealthy Stronghold, Coral Castle, these general areas. Typically, teams have been seeming to come here and fight for the drop.
Yeah, but let me tell you why this is even more of a mess right now, because you've got Blake's team, which you're watching, going up against Dom's team, both contesting not in Stealthy, not in Pleasant, but just the crash site itself. It means that you have teams all around them. If I was Sap's team, who in game 1 struggled with the Storm Surge already, I'd be pushing this fight right now. That's why I'd be straight in. We know this is going down.
Yeah, you cross the water, come north with all that loot and see what you can do here for Blake, Burt, and Scopes. We saw in the highlights of game number 1 get taken out after this fight has already occurred. So they've had success here in the early games, but hold up. We got a man down here. That's Scopes, who is down. Now, mind you, Scopes is a key component to this team right now. Blake not necessarily being the fragger of the trio, but he's going to have to clutch up here against a hungry Dom right now. Dom's in a 1v2 situation, still winnable. 142, huge shot there. This epic charge shotgun can do some massive damage.
Yeah, he's scaring the opponents when you hit big chunks like that. I think the revive's going to go off. We didn't manage to get the finish. Yep, you can see all the other players. Every single one of them are popping medkits. They're all medkitting at the same time, the simultaneous, but Dom has nothing he can do. He's going to drain the launch pad to get out, but no, it'll be cold. Elite and Cease is going to start spraying from a distance, but no Cease is in this bush, I don't think, at that point. He's right behind. Dom has zero materials. If any of these shots connect, it could be over, but he does not know that Cease is there, and he's got the shot through the airplane, picking up Dom, and that's going to be an easy elimination for Cease.
This looks like such a Cease play, right? Just kind of creeping up, taking his time, the boomer himself in the right spot at the right time.
Calling Cease a bush player?
Oh, yeah.
Sounds like.
Oh, yeah. Listen, he's been around for a long time. He doesn't need to mech out against these players. Being in the right place at the right time is going to pay off for him. As Sentin, Commandment, and Stretch notoriously are known for being in key positions, but it looks like last game did not work for them.
For them, they were down in 2012. So basically, in the fourth zone, I was about to say, they ended up getting a great position and getting server focused. For now, they're getting ahead. So they did struggle with Surge in that previous game. They were not in the best position because they were struggling on the second threshold. So you can see, like, Sent is trying to get to that good position. He's trying to get to where Polarized is, but because Polarized drops here, they've already claimed those power positions. And Sent is pretty far away from his team. As you can see, not that far. They're actually much closer than I thought they were initially right here. They're trying not to create too large of a split. But then they're going to have to try and get more tags, get way further above, because we can't see them struggling with Surge 2. I wouldn't say seasons in a row, but 2 major FNCS tournaments in a row.
I was going to say, I don't necessarily love that play to ditch the vehicle. We'll see how that ends up backfiring, because as we know, being on those mountains there can get very, very tricky depending on which way the zone's going to pull here. Booga, Mero, and of course Duke here have a big decision to make. They're going to pop their stones right now, and we already know the kind of plays you can make once you have this extra mobility, but it looks like they get gifted. Fast Carry and Pam was on the rotate right now. Beautiful return tags here, but they find some awesome tags as well in the process. And you can see there, Booga looking to take down that vehicle if possible, making it one less reason for this team to escape.
Easy tags. You know, Pam's is contesting on the west side of Misty Meadows. I was wondering what the engagement would end up looking like. Were they going to end up fighting here every single match? Were they going to end up tagging each other? What are the routes going to look like? Because they're both trying to claim these high positions near Misty Meadows here down the crash site.
I hit for like 140.
Teams managed to get there earlier. They are obviously on the east side of Misty Meadows drop, so they have the ability to get here faster. Booga does not have many materials. I think there was 50 builds in his inventory so far, and obviously they're prioritizing getting Surge, but I guess they didn't pick up those materials at some point.
Come on.
Yeah, it looks like they spent a little too much time around the draw spot, but on the other side, Slack's Jack and Acorn, opposite situation. Managed to fully loot out the POI, pick up max material in the process as well, and it seems like they are very much positioned here to find their tags. Jack on the other side taking a little bit more risk, looking to hold down the opposite angle.
That's what we get for moving
Nani and Dusty are rolling up. But looks like there's a fight going down here for Jackson Smack, who have the Flu trio on defense here, playing underneath alongside Bryce here. Just spaced up and holding it down. Looks like this is a battle that might have been drawn out a bit here. Smack also does not have much, and they had a successful game one. Just look at the points.
They were doing really, really well. And actually, what I'm interested in is Bryce's team. Remember back to the FNCS finals from this season. Remember Bryce's team was one that was contesting Coral Castle against was it Cease's team, right? They were causing all kinds of havoc, all kinds of mischief. So they've decided to switch up their drop spot a little bit in kind of coming towards this. I think are they landing in Weeping? I'm actually not sure. We've not seen exactly where their drop spot is. If they're certainly not going Coral if they're rotating deep in this far. This is really rough engagement. This is super close to Boney. A lot of teams rotate in here just to get tags set up on Boney Burbs, up in the hills around here. Like, there's a lot of players have eyes on this fight, and the longer they stay here, the longer more teams are going to rotate in past.
Take a look. The zone's going to land right on top of them. All the more reason to go ahead and finish up this fight before teams start rotating in. They'll have the time to do so. It looks like they're going to single out one player. Jays is quick, but not quick enough for the shot there as he gets deleted on the trade. The bigger shot on the other side. Just showing you what they have learned year after year. Now Smack, the veteran himself, also under pressure here. That's Plague who's going to land a bunch of shots. So they're fighting back after what should have been an easy free elimination there.
This is a classic case of Jays just jumping straight into the box, getting way too overconfident. He's now finished at the backside, leaving Smacks and Mikey as a duo left alive. Smacks luckily going to be able to pick up the extra materials from that, but that's a rough one. But hold on, Mikey's getting chunked in the back. He's now picked up as well. It seems like the Blue Cam team is going to be able to pick this one up pretty easily, and I'm wondering, did Smack going to be able to get out here? He seems to hit that disengage we see in the map at the bottom right. He's got the car and he's getting out, but he's getting pressured from teams already in zone. And then, I mean, if you're in this position, you're just trying to get as many points as you can, because with the 44 you've got so far, every single point you get from here on just adds up.
And here's one thing to think about. Plague, Blue Cam, and Bryce did not make it into game number one, if not mistaken. That's why they didn't have any points here. So this is a massive confidence boost for them to win their actual first engagement of the tournament here. They get the shakedown, they get all the information. So they are absolutely set up now, at least for Storm Surge here, coming into the first instances, because look at how many players are up, Reese. There is a big threshold that's going to have to get cut down now in about 30 seconds as the pressure of Surge is going to get revealed to the rest of the lobby.
Yeah, in that previous game, it was actually at 94 players when the first warning popped up, so it was more stacked. Very similar to what we saw in EU that first game. You know, this is a massive tournament. The prize pool is absolutely incredible. Players are being so cautious in that first game. This second game, still, you know, starting to feel into it. They know the mistakes they've made if they've not started to push fights they need to. They know the positions they should have been in. But for this, they've started to learn, right? For Charlie, Spegu, and D-Roller, I was wondering if they'd struggle with this mid-game stuff because of just seeing them repeatedly, season after season, being contested off spawn in their cami split drop spot. Let's see what the Surge route has to say for them. 263 below is the subject right now. It's actually 179. That is not good for them at all. In particular, with the controller players on this, they're going to struggle with the distant shots. Let's see if... Oh, I was about to say, let's see if the automatic sniper rifle will clutch them up. They managed to get big shots, but they're still 62 below. They don't have to panic, just need to hit some shots.
Yeah, definitely, and that's exactly what he's doing. A bunch of windows are opening up. Great tags there as well, but they are still dangerously below here. 100 damage has to be picked up. I mean, Spegu has quite literally got the backpack on, and his teammates are inside of it with the shots that he's landing right now. He's doing an excellent job, but that's not enough. Will Straw Hat Charlie be able to really step up here? By the way, how dare you drop the Straw Hat? That was like my favorite part about your name, and he changed it.
It's called Charlie now. I mean, I'm not with it.
I'm not with it.
I'm calling him Straw Hat Charlie regardless. I'm with you, don't worry. Like, I've just been really impressed with these. I've actually been talking about these guys, I think from since season 6, I want to say, as a full trio. Potentially it was season 7, where I was really impressed after they won one of the cash cups. I remember voting their games just to see what they were doing, how they were doing it. I was really impressed with their fundamentals and how they ended up just laying out the important parts of the game in every single tournament we've seen them in so far. Contested off spawn. And they dominate too, right? When they're contested off spawn, they run through the teams, because Cammy Split's a bit of a 50-50 drop, so I'm really excited, especially after we've seen them win game number 1, to see how they play out throughout the remainder of the days.
Here's what I love most about that trio as we transition here, just really quickly. They play every third-party opportunity to the fullest, because they're a team that, you know, let's just say, doesn't quite meet that top of the priority priority for an invite list, but if there's an open track to get into any kind of tournament, they play. They pop off, and they're a top 10 type trio. Same like Voyo, Xcept, and Snake. This is a big reason why I've always rooted for those types of trios that they take every opportunity, they take it serious, and they fight for what they believe they deserve. And it's put them in those final settings, give them an opportunity. And they have been on an uphill track, but Smacked, on the other hand, is way below the surge, and it looks like Astira is not there to back him up. Smack's just gonna get the save.
I'm just totally going back. I think we're all in agreement. The Smack's out here, unfortunately, rough for them.
That's why,
you know, the way you worded that was interesting to me. You know, you're very careful about saying, you know, they're not quite got the respect to be tier 1 players yet. And you know what? I agree with Charlie's team before.
But that's the crazy part. Because now they qual, now they put themselves in, and they keep putting themselves in finals situations, right? Like, at what point do you decide these guys are top dogs, right?
I'm with it. I'm with it. I love watching them. I'm really happy for them to pick up the victory in game number 1. They've managed to get above the surge threshold so far, but it has come at the cost of a ton of their heals. Charlie now with no shield. Sorry, Straw Hat Charlie now with no shields left in his inventory. I don't know what Spegu or D-Roller had. We saw Spegu with a ton of the, I was about to say with splashes, 1 mini, not looking so good. He's used all the splashes to heal up the team so far. D-Roller with 2 big pots. So essentially they're working with 125 HP worth of shields, and none of them are capped off right now. So it's going to be a little bit rough, in particular, as they're going to make a bit of a south rotate to go, which is probably going to be tanked up on rotate. For me, like, if I'm D-Roller's team, I'm seeing that Harpoon that's in Charlie's inventory. I'm thinking probably going to have to start going for some sort of elimination, refresh, Harpoon it up, and figure out something here, because this is not set up to do well throughout the rest of the game.
There's a really big fight here for Ackerman, TK, and Slem, who are at 32 points. Production called a beautiful catch there, because that is going to be a major point swing here to net them back into the round. Mind you, those are fights for Surge, ladies and gentlemen. You see teams hopping into boxes like that. That means they have not really effectively set themselves up tag-wise or position-wise. They have to fully commit into a box dive. It seems like Booga, Dukes, and Mero were also under the pressure of the Surge, just taking a look at their HP count here. So they managed to out-heal it, and it's cost them a fair amount of inventory space. Look at this. They're blanking out on basically loadout here.
I want to know how Booga ended up with no AR. He's got pump only, he's got the automatic sniper, just obviously to get some shots off, but nothing else. I'm wondering, remember we were looking at them before, they were struggling in terms of their materials, right? You have to go back and get some. Clearly, Booga's managed to pick up 3 eliminations in the process.
All right, Flying,
see what else he had. Something in the inventory, but for him, just to have the auto sniper and a pump, like no follow-up if he misses the pump shot. He's got to be really careful, in particular with box diving. Now we know Booga's not necessarily a player just to jump straight in the box, but I'm thinking for Miro alongside Jukes, like that's not their. What's I gonna say? That's exactly what they're about to do, right? That's a lot of their play styles, getting super aggressive, getting really close to boxes. So with Booga not having some kind of follow-up weapon, I'm a little bit very cautious about what they've got.
It takes me back to the Zexer running heavy AR pump shotgun days, where everyone thought it was kind of crazy, but then they realized, dude, this high damage output, like he's headshots. And back then, I think a headshot was like 92 damage or something ridiculous.
Madness,
you would get shut down. So I don't know, maybe Booga's found something out. Maybe he's kind of got that vibe going on.
I mean, let's be real, they're in a good position. They got 3 elims, they're way above the surge, they have plenty of materials from those as well. Like, they're in a great spot. They have a hard rotate to make. They've got to go fully to this northwest side of the map, so it's going to be rough for them. They've done well in the first game. But this team right now, Cobalt, Spark, and Diminish, they're dropping in Weeping Woods. Fun fact, I almost got it mixed up in the recap. These guys dropped 14 eliminations in game number 1. 14. So they really fragged out. They're actually on top of our leaderboards as they placed 5th with that. So like they still had fragging power left. Then now in this position with basically no eliminations, I'm guessing they won a fight off spawn because they are contested by Jason, who we saw go down in this game. Man, they clearly have some fragging power that I'm not sure about.
Now, could you imagine what that point or those points would have looked like in tomorrow's setting? A 14 elimination game.
They've already won.
That is what makes this format so scary, and I think the players understand that as well. So yes, today matters, but tomorrow, man, get some good sleep or something, because it's gonna matter even more.
Yeah, little quick stat in the bottom left. Miro leads all players with 115 eliminations in NA East Finals this
you
year.
guys like the sound effects, or do you think it should
more
be
than second place Day, which is his teammate, which is absolutely insane. Well, his ex-teammate, I should say. Like, that is an incredible performance. The last time we ran the stat, he was very interested in putting it in his YouTube video, so we've run it again. I'm gonna get the time mark out. I'm gonna DM them. Hey, it's already popped up. You should put this in your YouTube video.
Hey, I see why you wanted to read that now. It all makes sense. But
all about the clout. At resub. There you go.
At resub. Get it in there, man. Get it in there. That's why I commented for all your followers to check me out. But here we go.
I should have retweeted it. Sorry, buddy.
They're having good fun with it, man. Let's get back into the action here. 7 damage above for D-Roller. Charlie and Spagu. A missed edit there is almost going to punish him. There's one shot on in. It creeps in. Now the pressure from the lobby, and this is where that lobby degrading is really taking its effect here. You can see the shot starter chug away. Got to be careful and stay nimble on the move here. Looks like they're doing a great job of just that. But they're barely holding on right now.
Yeah, that long rotate they had to make, like I said, with minimal shields has really been rough. Spegu now picked up. D-Roller trying to pick up the materials, and he's capped up on materials, almost not fully capped. But the team's starting to run in the box. It's Knight who's going to pick up D-Roller. Now, leaving Charlie as a solo. He's going to pick up Knight in return, though, and I think that might be the finish. He's trying to make sure he can get anything out of this that he can. 6 builds left to his name. The shot starts to come through. He's pulled D-Roller out of there, and yeah, the finish comes through into Knight. No! He's thrown his teammate off the cliff, and he's out of there. That's going to be him picked up. But Charlie now fully beamed out of what seems like nowhere. That's going to be our first, our previous game's winner, picked up in game number 2.
And that was just that super cheeky angle from Shark there. He opened up the cone, looked up, and just found him. Super unfortunate, and oh man, to throw his teammate off the side. I know he's riffing about that one.
I'm looking at your teammate about that guy.
Look at this spot. Coleboat and crew had the, I'd say, most dominant position leading into this, and now they've decided to go with the late rotate. Mind you, they have waited till every other team hit their pads first, and they get away with it. Now, typically, you get punished for this kind of action, waiting that late to hit a launch pad, but they managed to get up at the very tippity top here on top of some super strong builds. And there comes the punishment that we expected. Finishes down.
We were expecting them to get beamed out of the sky, but no, they're beamed as they land. Their builds are fresh when everyone else's has that really strong structure to build on. And now we're going to have to see what's he going to do from here on. He's got box down below. The spark is in. He's managed to pull the Minish back in there. Hopefully get the revive off while he sits and holds. Remember, these guys had the fragging power to pick up 14 eliminations in the previous games. Honestly, quite a surprise to me. In all honesty, I was not going to... If this was a team to guess who is going to get a huge game in game number 1, it was not going to be these guys. They're definitely going under my radar, but they have my full attention now, in particular with the fact that they've made a rough rotate. They have this first moving to go through, and they have minimal mats to do it with.
Take a look at Booga lighting up the feed there.
There we've got 2 Fortnite accounts, and we're
like
going to be splitting power
swinging
into those
2 more elimination in his
We're going to
direction.
see which team get the highest rank.
Out on our top trios that are performing very well so far. Agers, Kanata, still in the game. South somehow in the mix in that pocket right there as well. Looking like he's trying to figure things out. Slem, TK, and Ackerman. And their movement right now, good. Go ahead and make sure they have control of the field. They're very ahead of the surge right now. This is a great spot. 15 players have to go down.
We got Brady.
The surge, hit the zone. They've got a launch pad. They can now let anyone get ahead. Go for the triple spray. Go for the free eliminations, hopefully. But the angle's not quite there. But oh no, they're going to pick up users actually down in the feed right there up ahead of them. Got another player in the box. They're going to try and see if they can get the refresh. And this is but no Slam's being beamed up in the back. That's going to drain tons of his materials at this time. Is he going to be able to get the finish? See the res. He's going to siphon from that while they still have the launch pad. They've got to start moving.
Let's go!
This may mess up their rotates.
Let's go!
Now,
let's
go! They start to recalibrate there, even in the other direction on high ground. It's Frisk trio. He's trying to set themselves up for the win, but this is going straight off the face of the earth right now. Booga's going to lose Miro in the process, and not sure how. Oh, yes, that was to a backside knock there from Elite, who is just on the layer above here, so have to be extra careful now. Can they get the save off? Yes, they will be able to get this pickup. This is a crucial pickup now. You want to be a full trio in these type of end games here, and mind you, Miro's loot material is super important as well, as they're going to need it, because they're cutting straight
There we go, one on the list. We chill.
Not gonna lie, having you in the room makes this so much worse.
So he's got the attention and the information that he needs.
Have to get ahead of the zone. That was a classic case of getting too far back.
I don't have a pickup key.
Getting picked up. He's back in it. Miro's back here.
done. We're done. Which one's pickup?
Eliminations each now. They gotta figure out what they're gonna do.
Thank you, Radius. My only goat in this building. Like, I swear to God. Why is my own team griefing so hard?
Full height hold so far. This is looking good for them. Spark in a minute. 2 more eliminations.
Oh my.
Managed to frag it a little bit, but they still have
I can do this. I can do
They're
this.
playing the angles. They're seeing what they can do.
Akram is gonna find one as well.
Go right.
We're looking at Global, our point leaders back in the mix here. 4 elims out of nowhere. Mind you, they had 0. This is that playing smart that we love to see. Combo with the back angle there. And now, two players. This is huge. He waits for his opportunity. He grabs it. He
the guy at the end was actually real though.
And that's a
crazy.
great refresher, but it's not enough loot there, not off the PK. It was worth it though as he gets traded out just inside the top 8 now.
Embarrassing, you know what I mean?
Back to
like,
Minish.
it's so
Can he clutch
embarrassing
up?
to be fair. Because like loot is so judgmental out there. He's like judging you so hard right now. And I just can't handle that.
It's a minimum. He gets picked up at the back of the zone. It's Booga who
Go
picks up 7 eliminations for him.
Get it!
He should be a fragger. He's got barely any materials left. Juke's still in this with him. Juke's also picks up an elimination in the back of the zone. Stretch, who's down there, now left has a duo who's in this. Osp lost at the top of the zone. Frist and Visual still left in this command. At the back of the zone too. Everyone dwindling away with their materials. The shots, they're not connecting down onto Commandment at the backside. Booga's going for the spray. He's picking him up here. 8 eliminations now total. Oh my God. Commandment then fully down. Oh my God. Connecting yet again. Booga's popping off at this moment. And yet again, they've claimed the best position in the zone.
He might have just did enough to put his team in a winning position now as they fight their way through the high ground. Low ground's gonna jump all the way down, but no! The gun exchange there. The low ground team was just a little bit better. It's up to Duke. It's not looking too hot. He gets shut down. And D-Mer, AB, and Young Eden walk away with the big victory out there.
Nice, Luther. Metal, Luther. Metal.
But AB's team down on low ground showing why they're one of the best teams in the region. I've been impressed with these guys this season in particular throughout the qualifiers. They look super strong, not necessarily performing up to the standard that I was hoping for. But hey, low ground looked free given Commandment was way up in the sky, and hey, they managed to pick up a victory round with I think 9 eliminations.
Not to mention Commandment clawing back. Remember that first game was not a great one for them. And pretty much an ultimate stretch of an ending after solo in those final moments. So picking up all those crucial points when it matters is going to be the difference maker to keep them in the game here for day 1.
I don't have any boss. I thought I had 2
Absolutely
slaps.
will be, but look, let's throw it back to the desk to see what they've got to say about us.
Say us?
Go, Luther! Go, Luther! No!
What else can I say about that? It's probably second, of course, to these two. I'm sorry, India Priest, you know. Look at the hair up there. There's no way. Anyway, putting us back on track, my goodness. So let's talk about this. Duke and Miro, they do not get the victory royale. They still have 12 eliminations, second place. Now, AB and D-Mer, they're going to get that victory round 9, but this means they're still now 1 point below in this exchange overall.
Oh yeah, Booga absolutely phenomenal there at the end alongside. Did a great job there as a duo to push up and even take the high ground in one of the final 200. Which is always really good because usually when you're that late in the game, you know, if you is pretty solidified, they're pretty up there. You know, they're up there okay. They're doing fine. But I guess if Visuals and first they probably ran out of mats, had to drop down to make a play, and Booga then just took advantage of it.
Jenny. Let's go.
Indeed, I mean, here we are talking about Booga and celebrating what an amazing player he is, but you know, we look at his team as well. You know, Duke, and we also saw, you know, Miro as well. That stat that popped up on the screen, being like having like the NAE's like top like elimination scoring player this season, with like 28 ahead of second position behind him. I mean, this is a trio here who can continuously deliver, and it's great to see that they've got a massive start to the Grand Royale. Like, can you imagine back-to-back FNCS and Grand Royale championships? I'm getting ahead of myself here, guys. It's game 2. Still, awesome.
It would be pretty dope. Let's talk about some of the trios and how they performed here in game 1. In game 1, we saw D-Roll and Spegu and Straw Hat Charlie pick up the victory out with 8 eliminations. Vivid, how's it fare this time around?
Yeah, I mean, basically, we look a lot at these guys like a bunch of times throughout the past couple of I swear they always have
where am I going? Should I go clips? Or is it not left?
No, run it. It's blocked.
You're dead then! FNCSs with that, when they were contested, they would do such a good job of dominating the team that was contesting them all spawn, right? And and then they would just run into the late game with that, right? But when you are contested, you get that free and easy Storm Surge off spawn. So I don't think they and in this game number 2, they did
That's how we do it, boys.
not fare well up against the Storm Surge numbers, and they went down basically because of it, because they were forced to make some sporadic plays to try to gather up some last-second Storm Surge. So maybe a couple adjustments needed by them since they are actually used to being physical spawn.
Oh my God. Yeah, I think it is a team as well that have been one of our teams that have been together since July this year. So, a few teams like Acorn, Stacks we talked about earlier on as well, who have been together, have developed their craft as a trio as well. So it's no surprise that they had a great win in their first game. Shame it didn't work out from game 1, there's still time. I want to big shout out to Cobalt as well from this trio. They actually are contested at Weeping, and they've managed in that first game as well, I think, to come 5th position, 14 eliminations, in a contested situation as well. So game 1 really popped off, game 2 equally so. And this is just the beginning. This is just the beginning.
Oh, here we go, here we go.
This is without the double points, right? Imagine that 14 elimination, 5th place on points, right? Again, so its first day is really about setting the stage, right? Really setting down and saying, okay, what can we accomplish in day 1? Let's kind of end the day and use that to kind of catapult ourselves into day number 2 and give us momentum, right? Double points is nothing to bat an eye at, right? We make one mistake, suddenly everyone else is catching up, or
why would you
pop
say
off, and now everyone's playing catch up to us. There's still so much to see, and of course, that was just game number 2
I've never been so
on the day.
upset
We have
in my
4
life.
more ahead
How
of us.
have I lost
I'm kind of
that?
curious to see how things develop in NA East because it seems more of the same in Chapter 2 Season 8 Vivid, but I do feel like there's little like pockets of like innovation happening. These little things that these trails are doing to say like, this is Grand Royale, man. There's a lot of money on the line, and I'd like to try to place high if I can.
It gets a boost when you
And a lot of that comes from, like I mentioned before, there's not really a lot of scrims, right? So these trios are kind of learning as they're playing, right? So as we see these games develop, we're kind of going to see some adjustments made, maybe some new strategies that they figure out along the way. But then what's also going to be interesting is, for the first time, see like, day 1 be a little bit faster than day 2. Right? Usually the competition day number 2, it might slow down.
Boys. I'm curious. That's interesting. I'm down for that. Let's see if that happens or not here in day number 1. We got 4 more games to find out. So for now, we're going to kick back over. We got MDF. We got Reese standing by. Boys.
The leaderboard has shown us a lot here, Reese. I mean, what is pretty key is that Duke, Mira, and Buddha are on fire right now as they start to break away with a pretty decent lead. And Cobalt and Company, a team that has flown under both of our radars, is now finding their consistency. I'm very curious. Where are they dropping? How are things working for them?
I mean, they're in Weeping Woods from my memory. They're Jay's team, which we didn't see, but it didn't seem to be in the previous game. We did see it in game number 1. They got into a big scrap, which unfortunately we did manage to miss. And that was some of the reason why they were able to get 14 eliminations in that first game. I'm slightly concerned because they had that big first game, and then we did see them obviously go 7th, which just gave them no reason to consistently get into the top 5. Right? Top 5, so those big placement points start to come through. And if you're not able to keep getting into those, like another team like Duke, Miro, and Buga are just gonna take away.
I was gonna say now, cut them some break here, right? 23 minutes alive, 7th place, 5 elims, first blink.
28 kills, that's good.
But seriously, after 2 games, they have to be happy about the position they've put themselves in. Here's an early game battle that isn't panning out very well for neither of the 2 teams. Mega Dubs and Pump up against Joji, Muzz, and Rokane. Now, out of game number 1, you had showed some of your notes with me. It seems like Muzz and Company had to actually disengage out of this drop, right? So, who's the real winner here so far?
Mega's team, but I mean, they only have 6 points, so no one's really winning. Let's be real. Like, I would love to say one team's doing better than the other, but for a quick recap to the viewers, Muzz's team, alongside Rokane and Joji, they landed the north side. They did a little bit of fishing in the pond there. They pushed up to the slurp trucks at the north. Then they took a fight on the dead side of zone up at the north. But it was in this area where all of those teams clustered from stealthy ended up making it not the dead side. Remember, we looked at that fight at the start of the previous match. It became a mess.
Oh my gosh, my aim, bro.
It was a real mess. They got picked up, got barely any points, so it was at C5. Game number 2, the game we just watched, we saw them getting into an engagement. But if you ever watch Mega and Dubs fight here, it's the same thing every single time. They have the best drops for me. They box up inside of the main building and just let the fight drag on.
Go on.
And at that point, teams rotate in and third target. So basically, this fight
Get the match. I shot the NPC by accident, so I'm running away.
They drop and they win basically what is going to be a 50-50 off spawn. Or they do what they're doing right now, is where they pick up a ton of loot, dip north, and just take a fight somewhere else. Because and let's be real, neither are going to work out that well for them. Like, this isn't the setup that any team needs to do well.
Yeah, it looks like they're steal loot and then play a split drop route as they start laying or going to the lay of the land there to pick up the rest. Now, mind you,
Bro,
Brocade
he's about
was
to drop a 40
a part of that trio in the last season too. So
I reckon he's
kind of
about to drop a
interesting.
50.
I was gonna say kind of interesting that he absolutely understands the playstyle of Mega and Dubs and how they kind of function and like you mentioned,
Raptor, stay with me. You're my only
play
source of ability right now.
Into it.
No, don't jump over me.
Let's go back with Mudzy and
at this point,
here.
it's just AI farming.
Unit, it doesn't look like they're doing too hot so far. Okay,
There's
yes,
another
actually, they
one.
picked up the 2 Elans. They have Shadow on the run right now. So this is a little bit of payback, right? They've actually clapped back after losing this drop fight.
It's a
probably
real
twice.
player, bro.
I think it is
This is
a real
another
player.
situation where just neither of these teams are going to win over this. Like, if you go down to fight, like, what's worth fighting over in Risky? Let's be real, right? This team, they can land here. You can take the bridge up to the north. You can take the kind of IO base that's there, the triple chest and the Zayt Hill. You have way more loot. Here's a little recap of what we actually missed.
How do you make a name as the city's most compelling compact crossover? Well, the Lexus UX started with a refined suspension tuned for the streets, then added a palette of distinctive, vibrant exterior colors, and kept it going with an available 12.3-inch touchscreen using our intuitive Lexus interface. The Lexus UX, engineered to fit in, designed to stand out. Click the banner to discover more. Experience amazing at your Lexus dealer.
Win those fights. It does come down to that particular luck factor at times. Dubs, Mega, and Pump seemingly have pulled together a really great loadout, although Buzz and crew have stolen a fair share of the what Bony Bows had to offer.
You know what, the real thing that's taken from them is the metal potential, though, because usually the Boney Burbs team will take to the north, get the bridge there. With Muzz's team doing that, they have no option to do it, right? They can basically only get roughly 500 metal from the actual POI itself, and the entire team needs 1,500, right? So for them, it's not looking so good for their metal. They, again, will probably have to take an engagement, get a refresh somewhere later on, because where are they going to farm it from, right? In that
That's my flag! My keyboard is bloody blocking me right now.
The bodies, hopefully, what they're hoping for.
Actually, yeah, no, it is 120%.
It's really the only goal at this point, yeah.
That was a nice right
down to Weeping Woods, there's not much there. Center
nice.
map doesn't give you much either, so.
Little victory crown.
Absolutely right.
I'm looking 23. This is a big game right here.
The northern part of that bridge. Spegu, D-Roll, and Charlie have the opposite problem. As you can see, there's excess everywhere here.
There's no problem here. At the pleasure of reviewing many of these guys' games for season on season, like I mentioned, but also Kami Teak, right? They're the real pioneers of this drop spot over on EU. I'm seeing a lot of the similarities between D-Roll and his team, right? Obviously, the rotation here using the car. Like let's be real, every team's going to be doing that, but the timings are really, really critical. I want to see the spots that they get to for Surge. Usually, if zones pull on them here, they're going to base up.
Okay, no no-scope, no no-scoping.
Vision points that they can use. We'll see where they set up a little bit.
Oh my god, no. Bro, you're 130. No, you're 130.
Oh my, this is bad.
Games so far, 64 points. Third in our leaderboard so
far.
Oh my god! Doing a good job just fragging.
Seems like they're off to a slow start right now. They're very, very behind on
my god!
Except
I was gonna say, you saw from other teams.
I could get the down scope. We'll take that though. Huge game.
Look, first victory crown of the account. Like, we'll take it. I do wonder what team rotated here.
650
fight, right? That's the only
Bronze 3, baby.
Bronze 3 together here, but they're long gone now. And there's no Elans on either side, so
it's all bad.
Yeah, you can see how that's kind of punishing them.
Of course I did.
Yeah, we saw Muzz's team rotate way further north than Pleasant, like kind of up to actually it was the sideways in game number 1. So we could expect that they're way up to the north by now, rotated past, and
pulling up
even
some
get
boys.
involved in some of the fights
I'm the one after
from the
this.
backside rather than from the south side that we see. But
200.
Miro similar thing, looking really, really strong. I'm not sure why Miro's draining some of that precious metal that he's got here just to place the simple floors. Minor things like that add up, right? In that situation, the metal is so critical to ensure that you can use it when it matters, when you're boxing up for Storm Surge and moving zones and not using even 10 metal. I know it sounds minor.
I'm outie.
On your right, on your behind
I
you,
know
Jinx.
why. It's like he likes to have more wood for those kind of situations so that it can entice people to fight him, and then he can add up his stats. That's all he's doing.
That's it. Yeah, he got the most elims for a reason.
He's playing the real long game. We think he's not.
Dangerous. Oh, it's 1v1.
He knows what's up.
Oh no.
Back over Boney Burbs. Mega's team doing their traditional play, boxing up on the roof of the main building here. Cobalt, one of the
too much pressure
teams so far in the first 2 games, rotating their way through. Underrated names starting to pop off in the feed. Cobalt's team definitely A lot of other teams have also positioned themselves here. This is a popular spot. Usually that you'd want to split out, having your teammates a little bit more of a horizontal split, but you just cannot do that when there's this many teams around.
Yeah, and the issue is we all have those bad nightmares being on that southern side of the bridge, and being lobby focused by these teams that can get pretty much these key positions, because there are other mountains just to the east here as well that are actually very important. And once Trio start to base up there, I mean, you have a world of problem if the zone pulls north. So getting across might be a little risky here, or cost you a little bit more right now. I think the long run, you're gonna save yourself a lot of heals and possibly a headache, honestly.
Yep. With AB, Deemer, and Eden. Previous games winners.
Let's go!
Oh my god, actually won. Jerion's dish.
Let's go, dude. Let's go.
They managed to get themselves some good loot coming out of there, some good positioning too. See if they can hold anyone in. Their first game was not so successful. They got a 19th, which is right at the start of first moving.
That was a good one.
Struggled with their mid game a ton. Now, obviously, after picking up the victory round the previous game, this team's built off like good, consistent games, getting seconds, thirds. Just a really typical low ground play style. So for them, having one bad game isn't the end of the world. Let's be real. We have many left. But I just want to see how that goes throughout the course of today. I want to see what form they're on.
This is 30 minimum.
I was just gonna say, like, I'm surprised Auspis and Visuals didn't walk away with the victory out. They did get third place. They managed to pull that with 7 eliminations because they had the high ground. Like zone 7, they rocked it out. So for them to pretty much lose the battle for height up against the team that bounces way back.
Bro, I'm definitely screwing this up.
Is very impressive for them.
You're already Bastion.
I'm getting contested. I hope my use key's working.
Like there was a stretch play there, right? You know, a classic stretch high ground retake going on at some time, which we wouldn't normally see from Sended and Commandment. But obviously, we're taking strats from Zate's teams and previously, you know,
Billy,
a lot of players don't know.
What's Billy doing in here? Stream sniping, Thank you, Billy, sir.
For if a low ground team needs to take height, and that's what it seemed like. Obviously, we missed that point out in the previous game. It did manage to, mess up height. We'll say
I can't reset. I can't edit.
So I think in the next couple games, we're going to see some great ones from them, because Austin team did manage to win 2 games of the previous FNCS.
I don't have a select building edit mod, bro.
They are definitely height team that can win
and just like daps them up, like blends in, you know, and then like
TK and Ackerman almost open up a big key
firing
onto D-Roller there, but he does manage to just be in the right position there to not get punished.
He's one of us.
Slam it, TK and Ackerman very desperate and hungry right now for the tags here. Do notice that 0 elimination here. Already halfway through the material count, fully committed to the position they put themselves in here.
93 still. 93 still up. This is like I say this almost every NXT broadcast now, but I'm gonna say it again. Game 1, incredibly stacked.
I think you should go for it.
And it was.
Why do I need to go that
Game 2, players changed things up a little bit, get a little bit more aggressive. Players, Game 3, they adjusted back because it didn't work in Game number 2. It becomes equally as stacked as Game number 1. Then 4, 5, 6, free for all, right? So for right now, we're living on the NA's trend of every single Game 3
That's what I'm saying.
incredibly stacked. And there's going to be a lot of players that go down here.
Guys.
23 need to go down to the threshold.
And it makes sense because when you look at the top 10, you know, there's a rare few amount of teams that actually have had 2 decent and or good games, you know, by anyone's book. There's squads like Deemer that had 19 or the top 20 basically fall so early and then come back with a victory.
Hey, get here, bro.
And same thing, top 5s and then like 21st place, right?
Wait,
like,
chill.
For example, in their trio. So, yeah, the strategy shifting has to happen here if you want to stay in the running, and no team's been mega consistent.
Put him in the blender, dude.
Give me this pizza.
Pizza party, yahoo.
Yeah, for first trio, they've done around
nice, so
350
yummy,
damage,
so
but
juicy.
only 52 above the threshold.
Pretty white.
Not going to be enough by any means to keep them going. They're going to have to keep tagging them. A lot of players are thinking the exact same thing right now. A lot of players are sitting here going, we need to deal damage.
What the
Teams are going to get desperate. You're going to see a lot of box dives. That player count from 93 will drastically start dropping down until it gets to 70. It happens every single time. And right now for Cobalt's team, they're below 2 games in a row.
Advanced here.
Rough 2 games for them so far, but can they continue to get active here? Shots are coming in. They continue to slip down low. They're going to pop the chili peppers. Does this mean they want to go for the face-to-face box dive here? It seems like it.
Bro, I thought he could get away with that camouflage.
As a solo, they recognize that little weakness here. And look at this. Users and companies did not see them push out. This is going to be really bad if they don't pick up this information here soon. But no, instead, they're not going to take the fight. Skittles leaves the box as well because he sent
What's Tucklebuckle here, bro? What is Tucklebuckle doing? I hear a glizzy.
Them, but looks like it didn't even happen that way.
Tucklebuckle.
Plan from Spark and Minish. They kept ahead while Cobalt kept a little bit behind. Because he knew that team was split, right? We saw that Spark and Minish start to push
Where's
their
this
way
guy that
on
was
all the
glizzy
way up.
launching me, bro?
And then he was going to take advantage of the rest of the team push, which they did.
There he is.
But unfortunately, Cobalt's going to get the big beam back.
He
gives Sig that glizzy. From much. I like the strategy. Obviously, unfortunately, the users from Justice didn't peek when Cobalt was looking, and now they're peeking when they do not want to do him taking all the way down, and that means that the threshold's starting to raise up because other players are starting to get the tags now. They're going to rotate through the zone. They might be rotating into something lucky because Savage has lost a player down below.
Luffy's eyes
Now that's going to pick up onto Jayth actually. All the shots feels connected from Cobalt. Big one comes down onto Savage there, picking him up. The charge being held, the player down below. That's his wall, that's his edit. He's gonna try to go. Oh my gosh, the free fire not to come through. Big spray comes in. He's down to 16 HP. The zone's starting to tick him away though. He's got a time limit.
Guys, I need eyes, bro. My eyesight's not good. I'm elderly. Help.
Under the bridge, there's a double.
Let me out him.
Keep him in. But so many players around him there.
200.
He's got to get to a good spot.
Look at this. They are barely above the surge, even with all that activity showing how much they needed to actually put down as far as the damage went. And there are still 15 other players that have to fall here. Luckily for them, they are going to pick up some loot as well. So as bad as that may have looked, I think they have just enough to continue to stay in the game here. There are plenty of other trios nearby, though. They do have to be careful. You can hear the shots going on. I think they want to continue to push and keep the pressure here, essentially.
I don't know.
Now looking to break their way through.
I don't know how bad
Users up above.
had to do
Nothing.
to actually.
Trying to third party this fight. Mega's team's just been picked up right there. They can hear that skills that have done so.
Like, say like
team's moving into third party that as well. Cobalt's trying to decide what he wants to do. Yeah, they're going to get investigated in this. They're going to get involved. They're going to start trying to hit the shots, see what they can do. Cobalt now splitting materials, seeing what they can get involved here. It looks like they don't necessarily know what they want to do. They're a little bit hesitant. Trying to box out. They're trying not to
Any weasels, guys? Where is the weasel?
Yeah, the zone's going to start to move now. So they're going to start to dip. Cobalt had no intention of jumping in that fight. They're plenty above the surge. Teammates trailing far behind. Now Mikey's team is the one that ended up victorious from this, but Japper's team's rotating on the side there.
Oh, it's so
interesting call there. They get away from the opponents on the side, right of the zone that was pressuring them before, but then ultimately they have to end up going right into the zone here, and they are amongst just a cluster of players looking to do the same exact thing. All that fighting, not a single launch pad either, and it doesn't look like anyone back here has one, so a little bit of a bad call for them. No, Cobalt tries to pull up some loot. He gets the popper and the player in the process, I think, at the same time. Not sure what happens there, but hey, that little extra heal is going to keep him alive here inside the storyline, mind you. Next zone's going to tick for 5, so he needs this siphon here to stay in the running. Doesn't pick up, his teammate does as well.
Would you?
Can he continue to make it? Oh, they're so far behind here, Reese. This is rough right
now. Straight in the eye.
They were so ahead as well.
And
then
like
you're
holding
look at this.
I mean,
shut down early. Where would they fall?
No, he doesn't have a gun. He doesn't have a gun. But he said your whole house on fire.
You're going to be able to get too much in this top 24. They managed to get some placement points, so they're okay.
Killed everyone.
Would you do it? Those next placement content too. And Minish has managed to pop the med kit, but he's by himself.
I don't know.
Realistically, he's going to try to stay alive. Do what he can. He's knows the launch pad from Jesus right there.
I shouldn't kill him. He's a murderer.
Managed to pick him in the back of the zone. A little bit of an awareness check needs to be done onto a Minish. Jay's also now going to struggle in the back side of the zone.
Because you shoot him in like
not looking good for a lot of the teams who are stuck in that congested side. It was the north zone. Makes it rough. Beamer now picking up an elimination too while being tagged. Won the previous game. They're still back in the game though. They
I can't shoot him then.
DNA match on your car.
Materials to the name, but no heals.
You should knock him out.
Again, this is just always what's going to happen when these games are super stacked. And
then I'm
don't put yourself in a good position to get tagged.
What a ridiculous streak of action there, guys. All that just to make it to this mountain that we all sort of began the story here with over at Pleasant Park. And finally now, there will be a slight change of scenery as we get to the north side of Pleasant. These teams haven't quite had the issues.
Let's go, bro. Trick shot for last.
On the beach.
On the right of the water.
On the road.
More right, more right.
Why are you guys saying water, bro?
So we just came out of it.
He's on that far west side. They're currently in third place. Looking
Let's go.
Let's go.
Nice smooth game right there.
For Miro.
Doing like a slight, nice
as
and
well. Remember
smooth
coming
game,
from Misty, our current leaders.
All right.
A lot of the South teams probably going to struggle with that.
It's kind of crazy though.
Here they are. as I call them. They appear on screen. 51 builds in a rough engagement outside the zone with all the congestion. Probably to no surprise, no eliminations to their name. They're gonna yet again have to get an elimination, get a refresh. And this is what we saw from them this season in the FNCS. Repeatedly getting refreshes in the 5th zone. Sometimes successful, sometimes not. Obviously, that was when didn't have Dukes, and that was a huge tag going through from Booga, but
you ready?
didn't seem like it actually ended up in the elimination.
No, that was mega unfortunate. Collectively, they have a total of 2 minis and a single med kit on this trio right now. Just giving you a sense of what they're working with here, or how much they've used just to get to the mid game, and also all of their material.
300 generations
of what you can have as far as the maximum count here. So very, very difficult position to be in for our Sentinels. Booga right now, 100 damage above the surge, largely in part due to that headshot that he just picked up with that that sniper there. So this game's not looking too hot for them right now.
No, I was about to say I want to see a team with good positioning, good loot, and that's probably Slam's team. 84 builds him, great heals and the launch pad. They're current third place team. Look at the little bump in the inventory. Roughly around 50% materials. Everyone has roughly 80 builds. Tons of loot. Like, this has got to be some of the best in the whole lobby so far. We'll see that next zone. Totals max for them though. Yes, you know, you can get all the good luck. Let's be real.
16. Yeah, but this looks like no one's really paying attention to them. I do wonder if this is the place where you burn a pad. Are they thinking about it? Will they go for the ground rotate as no one is honestly focusing on them at all here? He might be able to get away with it. Completely rotating down the left side here. Take a look. Even Voyo and company are not paying attention at all right now.
It is right now. We got to remember, we know all that congestion's on the south side. They'll know that as top-tier players. They know that all those players are rotated in there. They can't see the little markers like we can, but we've seen so many engagements going on.
Oh my god, double went.
Slam hit the big shots on the beamer as he hits the pad. You got to think, usually you're waiting for another team to launch pad at this moment.
Alex down.
I think they're the only one. They're going to hit the short pad. And here we go. Here's the focus coming out from Boyle's team. Yeah, Ackerman's already beamed down to white, almost picked up at the same time. They're going to insta-build and metal to make sure they're safe.
That wasn't close at all. Just don't do that again.
Slam no gonna opt to just take the wood. They're gonna potentially go through these old builds. Risky play, but chances are most of the people have already rotated. Yeah, they're gonna have to play pumps out here. You cannot risk just having someone else in your face, but it seems like it's gonna work out for them so far.
Mega unfortunate that Ackerman, the player with the legendary pump, is the one with the lowest HP count right now. He's gonna wonder if he's gonna want to put it down for someone else. TK does have a power shotgun as well, though, so they do still have the firepower here. He's standing underneath the enemy's floor, though. TK has to be very, very careful. Oh, no, and here comes the pickaxing from up above. Now he's in an even worse position here, completely encapsulated in enemy builds now. He's on the run. Play for yourself, man, and that's what he decides to do as he moves around. He's getting chased here, though, and it seems like it barely works out for him, but not much longer as the zone ticks him out. On the other side, Slam just holding on underneath an enemy floor. Too afraid to make noise right now.
I'd be shaking my boots. He drops down. No one's going to be picked up. I think that's probably the play you want to make. You've got nothing left to your name. I think they managed to get that. And that is Booga's team, you're right.
That could be a wing user, bro.
Yeah, again, like I said, 5th zone, the time that they managed to go for eliminations, they didn't actually end up getting any of them now that I look in the feed. They got the 0 elims from that, but it seems like they managed to get all of the refreshes, so I'm not sure how the other team managed to dip on out and not pick that up. That set these guys up so well for the moving zones yet again.
That was Austin Visuals just sitting up top. They did all that work, and the loot just came falling down to Boogamira and Dukes. You know, we talked about that little bit of luck factor sometimes being the difference maker for you, and the key awareness there of look up, not be afraid to get involved into that fight is going to be the difference as Stretch gets taken out by user skittles and Justice here. Big elimination.
That's for them. They're going to hit the pads, go for the double dip. Drain a little bit of that white HP to stay up in the sky a little bit longer, but no, they've lost the high ground. They're going to have to go down to the second height. Users has no safe place to land. He's so close to so many of the other teams. He's going to start to elevate himself here. Hopefully his teammates can get in the back, and it's Osp taking height yet again. 2 games in a row as on the mid ground. Miro picks up an elimination onto Canada, taking the first of the game. They're still 114 below. This is critical for them that they managed to get up above to see if the reigning FNCS champions and ex-FNCS champions, the Duke, can keep up their first place lead in the Grand Royale.
Miro got the knockouts to Canada, but AV got the finish, so what that tells me is Miro just deleted Kanata out the sky off a launch pad, which is so unfortunate. And now the Surge, though. The Surge is mega active here. 4 players have to go down, or they have to fight back. Miro does have a team in his sights here, but remember, all that sweet loot they picked up is going to be enough for them to win this out. They lose Booga in the process here. Duke is mega hurt as well, and it doesn't look like anyone's fallen just yet. 2 more players still have to go down, which is them. They're the sole 2 under pressure here.
They connect, though. They managed to go through. The Surge still 28 below. It's still pressuring, still 2 ticks away. Not a single player starting to go down here. The Mini's trying to come out, trying to do what he can to save it up. Duke's doing the same thing, but the zone now crushing 1 player left. 1 has to go down. They're just going to jump straight in the box. Can he get 200 bomb? Potentially to become Neil and get the refresh. It's down to 30. The Surge is over. They're still in it as a duo. Miro's giving himself a good target, but the spray comes from down below. A single shot will pick him up, being on 24 HP, but he's going to hit the med kit down below. He should be safe right now. Scented goes down in the feed. Jukes has found himself his own layer away from his teammate, also picking up the med kit. He's plenty of builds. 74 left in his inventory. If they can get back together, this could be like a top 10, top 8 kind of game if they really don't even frag out that much.
You saw what he did there. He read that perfectly. While he was healing, he looked down. He said, okay, I know exactly where Miro is. I'll get you. Give me a second here. There goes the heal exchange. That means Miro's going to be back in action. Doesn't even split loot. He doesn't care. He's going to lead it. And they're probably going to start soldiering their way down slow ground. On height, though, Osp, Visuals, and Frisk with a back-to-back high ground positionings now are trying to set themselves up for another top 3, possibly victory out finish right now. They can do it. They have the material and the additional heals for the win condition here. What can Dukes and company do? As they are setting themselves up to break into triple digits, going to be one of the first trios to do it here. Dukes, find some loot. This is awesome for him now. Another player on the layer here, and no pressure coming in from all different angles. This is a tough spot to be in, and Miro looks like he's getting active on the low ground here.
Yeah, 2 games solo so far. Miro just fragging in the low ground. That's a finish for him onto Cold. Not the elimination, though. He's not going to get the materials from it. 0 mats to his day. He wants the players down there. He can't go up. He's going to have to go down into zone. Oh, no. He starts to ramp up. Can he spray them out? But no, he still managed to sit in the low ground in the zone. If he presses that AR, he can do what he can. It's a top 6 situation so far. Jukes is down, so it's all down to Miro in the gold pump. That player being really, really careful. The shots hit him, but no, Miro is going to go down in the low ground so far. Up above, Creo's still in it as well. Chris has lost off yet again. Visual's still in this as well. 8 eliminations to their name. The shots start to come out, but they've lost height. It would seem like they do not have control anymore.
It's not a race, though. It's a marathon to the finish, and Frisk is trying to hold it down right now. He's at 9 eliminations. Can he find his 10th for the Victory Royale now? Is the real question. He goes for it.
That's a real play.
And now, 20 HP. This is the most vital pump shot, though, at the end. And that could be the difference here. The Siphon's going to keep Vert up. Vert wants to go for the breakdown here. It's coming down. No fall damage. And just like that, he gets kicked out of the zone. And Visuals will survive.
That is a game that they managed to capitalize. They failed to in game number 2. In game number 3, they take the high ground. They hold it. They send the attack dogs down to disrupt the heal off of Vert down below. And they're going to pick up the Victory Royale in game number 3 for
Wait, I thought that was the last guy.
So unfortunate, though, they didn't get a single tag on the last player there, because that would have been difference maker. That would have been more points for them, which we know is crucial to setting yourself up. Just coming into day number 2, Reese.
Absolutely, and I'm impressed, obviously, again, by Junior and Booga. Managing to stay through a messy end game.
200.
Managing to put that individual skill obviously in action. Let's be real. Miro picking up elimination, staying alive in the low ground, just doing what they can.
We're not going to have to worry about any of that other stuff anymore, though, because we have leaderboards and highlights to get. So we're going to toss it on over to Zeke, Vivid, and Adam to give us the update.
And guys, thank you so much. Fantastic game number 3. Down 88.
And East, okay, and East. I see you. I respect it, and I like what I'm seeing. Let's keep this going. Now, Bert, Blade, and Scope find themselves in second place. This is a trail we kind of talked about there in the beginning of the show. Talking about a trail that was super incredible and performed well. But in those final moments, man, it's going over to Frisk, Visuals, and Ops. First place. Both of these teams walking away with 10 eliminations, though, Vivid. I mean, that's pretty good. At that point, the extra few points for Victory Royale doesn't really matter, right?
All right, come on,
10
Alex.
eliminations, man. I feel like we've seen so many teams so far in just 3 games put up big number of eliminations, but
We're going naughty.
1v1 at Naughty Nets.
You want to be Naughty Nets? They're stealing the show from me right now. They have been on Naughty Nets every single game. So a lot of respect to put on their name after those first 3 games there. But again, man, we just see Luka, Miro, and Juice. It's always a situation where there's like 2 of them left, but it feels like they're a trio. They're just vibing out. They're playing as if
Bro, they get the exact same job because of the border as well.
I mean, Miro with a little sneaky
Oh no,
play on the
way right in the bar.
at the end, dude, try to gather a couple more, placement points for his trio there, man. This trio just has so much clutch.
200 HP.
Yeah,
Gold
definitely does. I think it's pretty interesting that the Storm
He has the
Surge
right
in
hand,
general
yeah,
played a
is he
really
above?
important part of that last game as well. I think
pop
it's
that?
interesting to see the likes of Miro,
Wait a minute.
Tuesday,
He
and
wins,
Booga kind of
There's no
hold
way.
that
Two
rather
builds,
aggressive
two builds
range,
only,
kind of
though.
like trying to actually get
No, but he's studying 100. He's studying 100.
Trying to get themselves as many shields as possible to kind of just basically survive. Not give away their position, but just survive the storm surge to get down to those 30.
Bro, where's the
and then
weapon
they can
for my
carry on
guy? Come
what
on.
they're doing, and Miro just made it through. And again, managed to clutch some
Is he
standings.
crouch
We
walking
talked
as well?
about
There's
eliminations there,
nothing-
2
there you
teams
go.
getting 10 eliminations at the end.
He's
So
sneaky.
exactly
In the bush, in the
like
bush.
the same amount of points. When it comes to standings,
Four
there's only a
builds.
couple points in it when it comes to first and second place. But those eliminations, those are what's
The brick under me doesn't know it.
getting
The
us
brick.
up for a
No,
real-
siphon that.
Yeah, and I think this is a huge game for Booga and
Bro, he
company,
needs to get
right?
the brick.
A minute in
That
second
brick will
place
win
going in
them
that game
this.
falls
He's got
super
100%
early, right? At
bro.
that point, Booga's like, okay, we can actually make a play here.
He
We
has
can
no max, he
try
has no
and
max.
rocket
Where he
ourselves
has no
to the
max.
standings. But for them,
knows this,
I
he
mean,
knows where he has no
falling
max.
early, especially on day number 1, I'm not too worried, Vivid, right? With the
He knows
double
where he has
point
no
threat
max.
tomorrow, it's definitely a bummer. Like, of course, falling to that point is going to be a bummer for the trio, but it's fine. That was just game number 3. We have 3 more ahead of us, and then 6 games tomorrow of double points. But overall, I want to see how they bounce back from this, right? What can they do to make that up?
Let's go, bro. Good. Get
I
island.
mean, so far these guys have impressed me, right? Like I don't know a lot about Cobalt, Spark, or Aminish, right? But the first game,
Now he's gotta win the game.
14 eliminations. Second game, a 7th place with 5 eliminations, and then everybody has a bad game, so they went out 24th there with only 2 eliminations.
Bro, I had the headset on backwards the whole time.
You guys had a bad game, but at least you managed to scrape together some amount of points. So they've obviously showed they can compete with the best of NA East. One bad game doesn't dictate how well they're going to do or how good they are. So hopefully they can bounce back in these last games.
Get a lot of points from
Yeah, let's not forget as well, they are one of the teams that are contested their POI, one of the few teams that are as well. Managing to continuously deliver those eliminations despite that is crazy impressive. Whether or not they can have that consistency throughout the rest of the games that we have.
That guy was flat. I'm in high elo, he was flat!
I don't know, but we'll have to wait and see what happens. I think it's going to be really exciting regardless.
I'm gonna
Game
win,
4
bro.
is right
That's
here.
the spirit.
Let's do this thing.
You got it.
Let's go,
Oh, man, took the words right out of my mouth. Adam, so which case, Adam, throw it to the boys.
Okay, Reese, Monster, boys. Let's jump in, baby. Here we go.
That guy's
He threw
terrifying.
Adam off there. He's like, wait a second, I get to take control of the show. Yeah, Zeke's been very, very forgiving lately. But he let Kelly take over the Friday announcement. And now Adam, look at that. Yeah, it's because he's standing now. He's sitting. He's a new man. He could have had none of this. Yeah, he's a different person.
Get your head in the game!
Different breed of
I
Zeke,
need to hit
different breed
island
for the
there,
players
bro.
as
I
well.
need
As
it.
us,
Okay, that's a free
Visuals
kill.
and Chris have only been on
Free
an
kill
upwards
fast.
track here. Now picking up that victory royale. Big game for them. How can they one-up themselves? I don't know, because they have been playing so excellent here, Reese. I mean, consistency at its best. And like I said, in the FNCS finals, they managed to win 2 games. They've only picked up 1 here. This seems to be a team who can just win games, right? They made it here to the finals by winning a game.
Let the
They are
cook
clearly
happen, bro.
capable to win games in the finals. I'm gonna see it win a game one more time in the next 9 games.
If I get like a 15
Now, I
kill
do
win
have a
high
question,
elo, bro,
and
surely that beats
maybe we can give the production crew in the back some time to think about it, but what game did off Visuals and first win? Were they one of the trios that it took forever to pull in that victory royale, or did they just punch out early like Booga and company? Because if they do just have it like in the bag to win, I mean, let's just talk about 2022 for a second here. They might be a team to look out for.
He's only got one shot.
I mean, it's two, so how many of these teams
bro,
gonna
looking
pair
clean,
up?
bro.
How's it actually gonna go? But if you're this successful, like surely you've got to think that you're gonna team up at some point.
Oh my god.
See how it works out.
Oh,
Yeah, I reckon.
Joji and Brocade being the focus.
there's almost no aim.
Just give us an overarching view of how this all played out. Doesn't look like
Oh
a
my god.
situation here. Same situation.
Goal.
Like points for Mega's team.
That'd be
actually crazy. 13 for Joji's team. No team really benefiting here, but the big beams come through to Mega. Hold on, this could switch up things. The first time we've seen a full engagement. Joji's going to pick up
The max death.
elimination of the Mega there. Pump's going to try and probably pick up the siphon materials.
could change things around. This is the first time we've seen this go quickly.
No, he's got one more. He's got one more.
1v1.
Remain good elo, like I swear.
They just sit inside that building. And Rokane knows this. Rokane knows the strats. He knows the counters to the strats. And that's a big building will come down with a Firefly. So he's already trying to prevent them from boxing up.
Let's go, Alex. You're doing great. Keep stalling.
As calculated as you can be for someone like Rokane. Talk about counter strategy. That was just beautiful.
No, don't get
the inner Fortnite nerd in me is just geeking out right now. Is like he probably hates or hated when teams in the past would throw a Firefly
so remember
at them when they were holding up these spots, and now he recognizes this is the biggest weakness of that positioning right there, right? It's all wood.
And that's just what we know about Rokane being an ex-teammate of this, right? The fact that he knows the strategies and he knows how to counter them so easily. And that's it, right?
Surely just kill him now.
Wood's
It's
building
pretty
can be
like,
taken down by a little bit of fire. It seems like they're now going to go in and finish the down. Leaving Pump as a sole really impressed me last this season. But is he good enough to 1v3 amongst Rokane and Joji? We'll have to see.
Alright.
Well, that's pretty good.
Holding it down right now. He is going to lose
The finish. It's not moving no more.
The big mini that they get to steal from Pierce, they're going to need it. Joji's going to be the one who takes the pressure of the shot there. Face checks it, but works out.
I'm going to go to sleep now. This took 4 hours.
Let's be real. There's a chance here. That's not worth splitting. It's not worth fighting for. Hey, look over to replay in Risky Reels. The pickaxe comes out in this fight. That's a 1-1. We've seen 2 eliminations. Jaith now also starting to go down. So after they're winning the first game, well, not the first game, in the second game, game 3 and 4 seems to be not necessarily going for the way of Jaith.
I'm trying to scroll down here. Let's take a look. A 32nd, a 33rd, and then a 13th. So that last game for Mudzy, MNRR, and Uden, they actually survived the drop and a pick up good amount of elims, right? They turned something into that game. So showing a little bit of a glimmer of hope here for that trio. Now they win another early game fight. Can they pull somewhat of a cease situation like last season where they were contested and still managed to pull a top 10? Tough ask, but as we know, not impossible.
The difference, though, is that Cease's team was doing really well uncontested on the first day. So they were doing already really good, and then contested started to kind of, flounder. They kind of went down underneath that. So I'm wondering if they can catch up, if they can do big. I've not seen any signs that these guys are going to clutch up big time yet. Unlike Osprey and Visuals, this is the classic strat for the teams landing mid-map. You land in the gas station over the right of where they are to the east. You harvest all of the metal here. Then you rotate into the pyramid or cube town, whatever you want to call it at this time, to get any leftover materials if you have time. Often, because it's hard materials, those metal takes so long to harvest, you just kind of get stuck there and you don't even end up rotating into the pyramid to get all the extra loot. But it's always worth going past because there's so many floor spawns. You can get so many launch pads, and that's why this team's able to take height so frequently, because they have the mobility to do so.
And just touching on Cease's trio really quickly. Last game was excellent. 4th place with 10 eliminations, jumping them way into the top 10 finally. Because their first game, they were taken out at 27th place. So rough start, but wait for them to kind of hold on and fight their way back in.
I was expecting a faster start from them, to be honest. I wasn't expecting 27th in the first game, and then a 10th with 4 eliminations is pretty good in game number 2. They were really good in that first day when it came to the FNCS finals this season. Only 3 weeks ago, so you'd think they were still on top form. We'll have to see, right? They were 6th after that first day. They did have a couple stinky games now that I look back at them, so potentially we're going to see a repeat of that.
Here it is, that uncontested drop spot. We talked about, was it Flu Cam, right? That was kind of battling them here. They've mixed up their drop. They found a lot of friction in the field, so it seems like they still have managed to find somewhere that's completely free.
Yeah, if you take a look at the map in the bottom right, it's a little bit different. I'm zooming my own face in here. There's not that many teams around them at all, right? There's teams near Believers Beach. They have a long way to rotate the zone. We see Cold and Elite are up in Shark right now, and this is a far rotate. You've got to think, with 93 players still alive, like, man, they got to get themselves deep into this zone. This next zone's probably going to keep pulling further east as well. So, man, they have to get moving. Moving and shaking at that moment, because they're probably going to struggle. This already, despite the fact they got good loot, is set up to be another 27th.
Yeah, and just look at the clock, right? It's eating away here. The zone's already moving, so the fact that they haven't gotten any surge, I'm assuming, because of the fact there's no teams are there, they're already outside. I mean, they're going to be the team that gets focused or farmed on the way on in, especially if they're coming in hot in a vehicle, which is going to be a dead giveaway to the positioning. So Looks like D-Roller, Charlie, and Spegu have had a bit of a tough time after game number 2. Already kind of slowing down here.
I think we'd see more from them. After that, we obviously saw some of the struggles. But what I will say is that their positioning here is not what I would expected when I'm watching how Kemi Setik plays this. They're usually up on the highest point possible. Well, they are on the highest point possible. Sorry, I'm just wrong. Doesn't matter. They're playing it perfectly. So hopefully they've got good tags.
Yeah, that's what matters most. That's kind of the key to the split position for the split drop. Not to mention they do get zone favor from what we last saw. So it's very much kind of like in this northern-ish area, somewhat center, which is going to be good for them.
That leaderboard on the left, though. 108 points. You can see where Ost's team is. Duke's team in second. And Cobalt's team in third still. AV's team catching up. And then Zlem's team down below, too. You see the kind of more veteran teams in first and second so far. Starting to gain that lead. And I'm wondering for guys like Cobalt, who's not as experienced in this kind of lobby, if they're a big 14 elimination game to start things off. Maybe, you know, I don't want to say it was a one-off. Obviously, they had a good second game as well, but potentially they're not going to be able to keep that pace up throughout 2 days.
Yep. That is the key to this whole thing, is the pressure that starts to set in when you realize you are up at the top and all the eyes are on you.
And you look and you go, man, that first place prize is $285,000.
Big money.
And then you start to shake a little bit. That's life-changing money to win at the end of the 2 days. And some of the less experienced teams, I mean, they're not used to that kind of pressure. If you've been to an FNCS finals season after season, like guys like Muzz, so it's obviously not up at the top. Like Miro is a 2-time champion. You got Booga, obviously World Cup champion. Jukes won in FNCS in season 7. These guys are experienced. Same with Ost, Visuals, and Frisk. They've been around for a long, long time. You know, I think they're probably going to be more calm and cool and collected, unlike Cobalt, Spark, and Minish. But you never know. Maybe they could just be hard as nails.
Very different caliber player out there. The new trios on the block, though, still showing up, trying to make a name for themselves and setting the bar here. Put some respect on them. AV, Deemer, and Eden already picking up their first victory royale today in impressive fashion. They're making their rotate. Day Jamper and Tragics have a bit of a split there, though. Little ambush setup. Kara now on the other side. Frisk looking for his tags here. Where is Visuals? No HP. He's in the box. He's in the mix here.
I was actually interested in seeing Day Jamper and Tragics. Definitely my pick for today, coming into it after how they played only 3 weeks ago. Currently down in 13th. Fragging out, absolutely. But just not able to really get anything into the top 10, you know. I'm wondering what the issue is. Game 1 was the Storm Surge issue. You can say that about most of the teams who aren't doing well right now. But I want to see where they're struggling. Is it their positioning? Is it their rotations? Are they not able to hit the shots that they normally would? I'm just not sure.
Top 3 trios are currently positioned up, and you can see Booga and company are the ones getting the most active right now. Mind you, they are on the heels of first place. First Ops and Visuals holding on to first by a mere elimination.
What they can do. Booga's team still now gonna eventually hit the rotate. Miro clearly not got his driver's license yet. Gonna box up the car. There you go. The last thing you want for your car to be visible. Players will spray it. It'll blow up all those builds. It'll set everything on fire. Become a complete mess. I actually like the strategy where once you've used it to rotate into third zone, you intentionally jump out a little bit earlier and let that car kind of roll away from your base. So that if players spray it, it'll potentially blow up someone else's base rather than yours. As I accidentally did to my good friend Coach Harry in a solo scrim, where I jumped out of my car and threw the car into his base. He was then server focused, and it was not a successful match for him, whereas I came 5th. So just putting it out there.
And that's how Reese discovered the strategy, guys. You know,
that is quite literally how I discovered the strategy.
This can work. We've seen it done in real time. I can attest.
Yes. I've been there, done that.
Another notch on the belt for Rogue Shark now, though. And Creo, oh no, 2-man operation, no Knight below the surge. A nightmare unfolding here for him as he has to figure out a way out of this zone here. Are you trying to set up a launch pad? What is he doing? Okay, he's trying to find his way to some loot. Possibly his teammate's reboot card is the thing that makes the most sense now.
He knew something we didn't. Got the 6 chili chug splashes.
Okay.
Oh, he's throwing his chili chug splashes away. I was about to say, he's got the 6 chili chug splashes. No, he does not. But he's chucking them on the reboot van so that he can try and get Knight back into the game. Not sure where Creo is here. He's actually the one rebooting. Okay, so he's throwing all of those additional heals so that his teammate can heal up so they can keep as much in the inventory as possible later on. Smart play. Very, very smart play from veteran players like this. But they're going to have to figure out now what they can do to rotate through. Creo, Knight, and Rogue Shark currently in 7th place coming into this with a 3rd place in the previous game. But that positioning on zone is not looking good.
They're just ever so slightly above the Storm Surge there. Saf is going to find himself an elimination in the feed. Nosh is going to find one as well. Blake's down and out. Shots are going to come in towards Booga now, though. As pressure begins to set in. It's just game number 4 here.
Nothing worse than running with a grey pump in in-game, outside of running with a grey lever. I'm actually interested to see what Booga has in inventory, because usually if you're tarping like Booga is, you're usually giving the shotguns, the better shotguns, down to the players playing at the back of the tarp like Jukes. So unless Booga has like a grey pump, then I don't know. But we must say Booga's been fragging out.
With this highlight here, sit down Bryce as Frisk finds a massive shot there. Keep in mind, that's our 1st place team, guys. We're hinting how Booga, Miro, and company can go ahead and sneak their way on up. Look at this. In the zone still. Going back.
Cutting further in.
Wait, this is terrible. Oh, no.
These are current leaders right now. Creo's team jumping straight in. Rogue Shark picked up. Knight starting to tick away. Creo at the same time picked up 3 eliminations. 3 free eliminations at that for Frisk, but they've lost visuals. Now that's 6 eliminations total. They've had 2 full trio wipes in the back of the Storm. I'm not really sure what the play was there. The reboot's going to come through. Potentially, they heard the reboot. They saw the reboot. Either way, I'm not launch padding deep into zone as a full trio to try and pick up eliminations. We know how that was going to end up working out, but for us, they managed to get visuals back in it. They have a launch pad there. It could be risky trying to get back into the zone, but they should be okay. Whereas we go over to Booga, Miro, and Jukes, who are now below the threshold. While it's active getting tagged, 4 players still need to go down.
Oh my gosh, and unfortunately for Miro, that he could not find the angle there to find the tags. Just a few would have been a difference. And there it is, another major key player down as Dukes is going to fall. Booga is just about to be up next if he can't get a heal off. There it is, a big pot is going to come through. But the clock is ticking here, ladies and gentlemen. Our leaders in the space right now, Miro, Booga, and Dukes, our 2nd place holders, are about to fall to Storm Surge in another tick if he cannot get a heal off here, as Booga seems to already have popped his med kit. No, he is fully down. He's on his knees essentially here. This is it.
Oh,
Miro's gone. They are out of the lobby. And just like that, we see them fall early for the first time. Titans can bleed.
I mean, this is opening up so much. We already saw Osp's team also deep into the Storm too. So they're potentially not going to have a huge game. Slacks, Acorn, Jack also getting tagged up big time while overpeaking a little bit. Their materials starting to, their heals starting to dwindle away here. And this is really opening things up. Cobalt, Spark, and Diminished, AV, Demar, Edan, Slam, DK, and Chucky are all able to get into the position. But look, Frisk, awesome visuals in Storm with tons of materials, tons of heals. They've managed to get away with what was probably one of the worst rotates I've seen in a long time.
And it's crazy because had it been a different zone, they'd be in probably 5-tick territory. So like it would be such a different story, but things just worked out for them. It just so happened to be very, very close to the risky reels there, which allowed for them to have a relatively smooth rotate on in, and no one noticed them. They stood under the radar, just a rarity across the board. Here comes the marker to reveal the next zone. They understand where they have to get to, and it looks like they are back in this game. Somehow, back in this game, and the fact that 2nd place is down now, they have the opportunity to really build a big, big lead here.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like they're going to falter anytime soon. They're doing really well placement-wise. Every single game being in the top 10. This game looks like it's not going to be any different. Especially that lucky 4th zone pool for AV, Demar, and Edan. Looking good on the materials, looking good on the loot. But a rough rotate to make with a lot of pressure starting to come on through. They're currently our 4th place team, as you can see on the far left. They're going to try and get tags on the players up above. Fighting at the far side of the 4th zone when they got to rotate. I think all players in this know that this is a rough one. They're going to hit the Chili Chug Splash. Thankfully, they have the slipstream to get them through, but will there be any teams with their eyes on the prize, which is their eliminations? AV lands, it's the 68. The 86. Cool team starting to get into an engagement now. Zlem on the other side of the wall. AV trying to replace to the ramp. He gets one in. They've not been chunked up big time. That would have been really good refresh for them, given they have 58 builds so far. But unfortunately, the shots to minimums.
There it is. He's trying to rotate on in. Now getting the pressure from Stretch Sensen and Commandment from the other side of the wall here. That's not too good. No, he's going to start backing up. Also, Jamper and Day. They have angles here from the side as well. They're below the surge potentially here. Yes. Well below the surge right now. Oh, they're not going to give it up.
Struggling today in this game in particular, right? A lot of things are going to change up on the leaderboard big time, I would suspect. Outside of Off's team, who's sitting in a good spot. If we see AV go down, even if we don't see this team go down now, look at the materials. 21 builds, mainly just brick left remaining. I'm sure the teammates Deemer and Edan don't have much else. So for them, this is going to be rough. They're going to need to go for some sort of refresh. Maybe not box dive at this moment, but yeah, they're starting to get focused yet again. They're down to wood, down to brick. Just trying to stay in it as long as they can. The Chili Chug Splash pop. They're going to have to start moving. Ackerman's right next to them. Could jump into the box. No, they can try to establish up on high, but I think they're going to be dropped down into someone else's box. Could be Ackerman's. AV starting to get tagged up. He's got 9 builds left. Their zone's still pulling on him. He's going to get into the back of the tarp. Will he be able to hit something? Donnie's right on the other side of the ramp. He's walked right past him.
Oh, no.
He's gotten hit in the back. He didn't see the minimums missed. No, he's connected the shot. Is that the knock? Yeah, it is, but Bully's trying to ramp face in the box. He's in, and AV's down. Eden's down. Deemer's down. Our 4th place team is going to start climbing down the leaderboards after this game.
They tried, but it's not going to be enough there as he gets sniped down and cut out of the lobby. Top placing teams falling one after another. Meanwhile, Osp, Visuals, and Frisk are still in this game. I saw Osp live just on the peripheral there, just on the outskirts. Sneaks his way on in. What a game so far, as things are really going to start to change here. I mean, if you're Sensei, Commandment, and Stretch, you're happy. You're excited that these top teams are falling, but it's still in the hands of Osp, Visuals, and Frisk. Finally now, they get taken out, though, to the hands of Slacks, Acorn, and Jack. So, Osp was alive by himself, barely holding on, and now he is also out. This is going to really open things up for everyone else now in the standings.
Yeah, we got a quick update. Our top 4 teams are all down in this game. 5th team still in this, which is Lem, TK, and Chucky. Slacks, Acorn, Jack, you're watching right now, is in 6th. And they're in this too. So this team alongside Slam's team, you got to be watching out for to make sure they're going to start catching up. I'm going to manage to get a supply drop in their box. That's going to be a guaranteed launch pad. See Tragic's team also right next to them. A lot of the top teams. I'm interested, honestly, just to see what the leaderboard looks after this.
Leaderboard's definitely going to change here, and we're going to see some familiar faces up at the top of Jack, Slacks, and Acorn continue to play the way they are right now. Seems like they're finding their stride here in the late half when it matters most. The team that definitely tends to turn online when it does matter. Big pickups here. Elite's Cease and Cold, though, also holding on by a thin margin here. Elite is by himself now. Has he done enough? Does he have enough tags here? There's a full trio next door. Look at the silhouette through the builds there. One false move and he'll get sniped down. Has to be careful.
Did say this is probably going to be a rough one for them. They had that late rotate, and it's unfortunately ended up being that way. They managed to pick up 5 eliminations as they went, up to 81 points total, so they're still climbing the leaderboards. They got to think there's some of the other teams still in this. Lem's team and Slack's team going to do more. Want to see what Elite can do as a solo. He has the pad. Up on high ground, Clarity G's team still in this with Casker and Nittle. A recent swap in the teams. They're in 15th, very middling on the leaderboard, in the best position. They pulled the first moving zone. They're going for the sprays down below. They're set up for a victory royale so much. No one can pad up onto the height that Clarity G's on. He's on such a good layer. They just got to make sure they can claim it at the front side too.
Clarity G on high ground. Nitto and Casker here. 2 eliminations. This could be a massive game for them. If they can pull home a victory royale and a couple more eliminations, they will be sitting up inside that top 5 position potentially here. Remember, 1st and 2nd place being completely out is completely up for grabs now. It's very much a realistic position that's put in front of them here. Can they reach out? Can they grab this opportunity they've been given?
We're going to have to beam the players at the back. They're hitting the pad. They scuffed the pad. Who is this? Which players is this? Who weren't able to hit that properly. Nittles managed to hold all the way up onto height. The first moving seems to be there with Clary up on the ultimate high ground. Down below, Slacks, Acorn, Jack. Still in this, but no, they've lost Jack actually, but they're still looking up. They're going to shoot out the ultimate height team, which we know is Clary G so far. They're going to keep tarping on. And are they going for a height as a duo? No. They're going to be hitting that launch pad. These must have been the players who were sitting in the back of the zone who got beamed, and that would have been slacked down. They're going to make sure they claim that low ground, see what they can pick up. But as a duo, this is going to be so rough, and they've lost Slacks as well, so it's all down to Acorn as the solo. He spotted the player, he's dropped him down, but no, he's chunked Acorn back in return. 8 HP to his name, but he's going to have to pop up the minis. Still 41 builds, but they're all wood, so he's going to get fully focused if he gets boxed up here. That floor is not his. He cannot sit on that box.
Acorn by himself, almost top 10. He can see it in his distance there, but he has to stay alive. He has to stay up and running. This med kit's going to be the difference maker to definitely give him the confidence here to be able to pull home the clutch. 18 builds, 12 builds now, gets behind an opponent. The sound wasn't there, but he hears it at the very end. The floor break comes through. The gas and the switch up there. He goes back for the fight. Beautiful shot, and Acorn is alive here. He puts down Peterbot, who arguably has one of the best reaction speeds that we have seen to date in recent times. But Acorn is showing him, hey, I'm wearing the crown today.
Yeah, he's looking more like edgy with that kind of reaction speed so far. Akon's still in it as a duo. 2 eliminations to his name. He's going to pop the medkit now. He's gone from 12th as a duo, and he's clutched up till 9th place so far as a solo. This medkit play potentially can take him even further into the zone. We saw down on low ground, Sentence team having a fantastic game, still being a full trio, claiming the front side of zone. The classic playstyle we see from Sentence Command and Edgy, but for Akon, it's pumps out, it's angles held, it's every shot connected, hopefully, and will he potentially even play the medkit here? He looked like he was taking a tag. The 40 comes through onto the pre-fire onto the wall. This launch pad not going to take him anywhere. I'm wondering if he wants to take that zone tick to go down to 90 HP so that he can then play this medkit. Yeah, there it is. He's going to potentially go for the medkit here. This might be the right time, but no, he has his own builds to work through. He has his own space. He's trying to cut things through. Still top 9. Not a single team goes down. Muzz goes down in the feed, though. Down to top 7 teams, so he's clutching so many points.
Oh no, the false medkit there though. He makes a mistake, and now he has to get ahead here, buy himself some more time. Can he do this effectively here? It looks like he is just in the right position to go ahead and get this medkit off. Now, the later he can pull it, the better, but he has definitely put himself in a risky position. Mars is right above him. They're gonna get caught out. Onto his lair he goes, but he does not find the shots. He gets shut down. Commandment and crew also get completely taken out. High ground still being held here by Clarity, Niddle, and Casker. They are looking for the win on the low. Justice Users and Skittles are still in this game here. Keep them in the story. Keep them on your top of your minds, because now at 90 points, they are surely breaking into the top positions.
I think so. The team on height, who are usually there, down on the low ground. Ackerman still in the mid ground. It seems to be as a full soul. He's going up. Hits the 108 onto the player. I think that's Casker up on the height. He's got the wall, but no, the shots come back. Ackerman now picked up to Clarity G. It's a 3v2 situation up on the height. Clarity G, Nil, Casker going down, but the sprays come out. The drop down, the 190 comes through. The max damage shot. It's a 3v1 situation. And wow, all over. Nil, Clarity G, and Casker are going to pick up the victory in game number 4.
One of the most veteran trios to ever do it. Clarity, Niddle, and Casker, the kings of Retail Row, clap back now for a 6 elimination victory royale in a clean, dominant fashion as well. They got high ground and never looked back.
Never looked back, indeed. They claimed it so early. They had such a good control over from them. They picked up the eliminations. You saw the harpoon drop down below to ensure they could keep getting those materials back, and that's why they were just able to hold it for so long. Great play for them all just to drop down at the end, make sure they could capitalize on the numbers advantage they had. And look, the victory royale is, and I'm sure, again, I said this mid-game, I'm interested for the leaderboards.
But it's a heartbreaking situation for our top 4 teams that were taken out nice and early there, giving the opportunity to everyone else. And we saw how many points Ackerman had. He jumped way on up. So we're going to toss it over to Zeke to give us the final update.
Thank you guys so much. Fantastic game at number 3, or 4 rather, excuse me, out of NAE. So I know we haven't had a chance to look at the standings. So let's take a lot of time to talk through this together. Okay, we got to set the stage with 2 games left to go. There's a lot of things to talk about. We're going to start at the very top, right? Os Visuals and Frisk currently in that number 1 spot, but right behind them, you've got Zlem, TK, and Ackerman. We just watched Ackerman in that last game, right? He placed there in, I believe, top 3, if I remember correctly, Vivid, and that's how they were able to jump up the leaderboards.
Yeah, they took advantage right there of the fact that our previous top 4 before that game had went out pretty early, did not actually make it into the end game right there. Regardless of that happening, though, Awesome Vision was in first. Very surprising there that they actually held their lead, but that just speaks to how big of a lead that they actually had. But as you can see, with them going down, though, that top 10 got a lot closer, right? 10th place there in Scented, Stretch, and Commandment being at 83 points.
Yeah, a lot of teams here, though, still managing to kind of get a lot of points on the board. I can see that Aegis, Saf, and Canada, my pick, has snuck its way into the top 20 there. Only 7 eliminations, but a lot of placement points, so still kind of in contention. But, I mean, you said it yourself, Ackerman there getting 8 eliminations on his own, propelling them to the top 4, I think it was there, which is exceptional to see. And this is only game 4, as we keep saying, but at this point in the competition, it's interesting to see how teams are playing, whether it's passive, whether it's aggressive. 2 games to go today. This is a chance to really make a stand now.
That's right, and of course, we keep the competition going of the top 4 falling early, right? So that's the Sundown's proverbial shoop happening where the top and the bottom of these lobbies start to kind of scrunch back down and catch up to each other. Bugha falling super early. You know, Vivid, it feels a little uncharacteristic. I'm not sure what decisions they made that kind of let them in this position. Of course, you can't see on the right side of your screen that they are below Storm Surge, rather. So something misfired here in this game, and they really couldn't get anything going.
Listen, these lobbies so far have been absolutely stacked. I mean, there is like almost nobody going down in the early game, so you are getting a plethora of players, almost like 90 players going into every single one of these first Storm Surges that we have seen. So it's causing people to act a little wild. So you can't really expect any of these players to consistently find Storm Surge every single game. So I think Bugha and them going down right there isn't something that they necessarily have to worry about, right? They just go with the same game plan into the next game. The storm might be a little bit different, might shift a little bit to a different side of the map, or the rotations are a little bit different, and that their game plan will work. There, just unfortunate that there in that game it didn't work.
Yeah, it's interesting. You know, you make a great point. I think sometimes the game plan works, sometimes it doesn't. Game 3, it did work. We saw Miro go all the way through to, I think, the top 5 or 6 teams. Managed to get those standings points for the team. They tried it again in that game. It's surprising because they could see a lot of teams in and around them in that situation, but chose to try and just heal off, trying to survive the Storm Surge when I think you've got to go for tags in some situations. That felt like one of those situations where you're going on blind faith, really, just hoping that someone else out on the lobby is going to go down before you can continue on and go unnoticed, undetected. But in that situation, they played it badly, but we know these guys can come back, and I'm sure they will do in the next game for sure.
Yeah, this is just your old worrisome Zeke out here. I'm just trying to think through all these things, right? Making sure that people can find the Storm Surge tags where they can. So I'm really just trying to spark up this conversation. Of course, we know Bugha and company are some of the greatest to hit the lobby, but I just worry a lot, okay? I got to make sure I bring up this conversation so they can think through these things, and then hopefully we see these improvements made in the next game, but don't worry about it, all right? Tomorrow is double points, so right now, it's just about where can we end the day and prepare for tomorrow. The battle bus has beep, beep, which means we're jumping on board. We've got MDF, we've got Reese. They're standing by for game number 5 of the Grand Royale.
It's crazy to think about that. You know, for players to find a perfect set of games, it just doesn't happen very often. We only saw it in recent times for, I'd say, Teak on EU just recently. And you know what? That's the kind of the truth of it, right? For Bugha and company there, Miro and Dukes. Zeke asked a question. Why weren't they able to kind of figure it out? What went wrong? But the truth is, it's hard to have those games as consistent as we see them do.
Yeah, no, honestly, it's funny you bring up Teak, because for Cami City, Teak, I sat down and spoke to their coach then, and the way that they approach a 12-game format is literally every game at a time, right? We go next. If we do really well, we keep the mentality calm. We don't celebrate too much. And the same thing, if we do really bad, we don't beat ourselves up about it so much. So for them, like, they're doing super, super well, doing consistent every single match, mainly based on mentality and obviously game plan and the fact they're just amazing players. For Muzz's team, for Miro's team, it seems like, you know, when I watch the game plan, it's not all dialed in at the same time, right? They just don't have that same edge that often I see from guys like Cami, Say, and Teak.
Yeah, it's that different level of caliber that you could just tell is a standout, especially when it comes down to preparation, right? And just overall performance. But getting back into things here for Pump, Mega, and Dubs now. A little bit of an alpha drop for Muzz and crew. They try to take big main this time around. So playing for more and more of the POI, it seems like.
Yeah, they got their drop map open for this one. They're making sure they get the good drop. But yet again, seems like all the teams end up splitting. Seems like a messy fight so far. Dubs with 6 builds. Joji getting tagged from afar. from the drop from a distance. That's going to dwindle away some of his precious minis that are so important in these kind of quick early. Oh, I shouldn't say quick because these can last a long time, but these scuffed early engagements. They've managed to control main. Now we already know we can counter the strats because we know Rocade knows how to counter them, which means we know how. At the same time, Dubs and Mega clearly know how to counter them too. So we're probably going to see some fireflies again, maybe some gas cans come out, maybe to burn the buildings down to knock them out, but even potentially a disengage from the old Dubs and Mega here.
Yeah, Josie, Rokin, and Muzz are basically the brick wall, and Dubs and Mega are the speeding car. Like, it's just not going to work out for any of the two sides. They're going to collide and hit a dead stop, and that's really what's been happening so far here today. Dubs and Mega are coming on up, though. Nice Harpoon for defensive measure there.
Good, missed every shot, unfortunately, though. Didn't manage to get the follow-up from it.
There's not much to work with.
On height. Nothing. 0 builds, quite literally. They're just going to get up on height, go for the potential to just stick the pacing right together, see if we can jump straight into the box, maybe. With no builds, that's just what you got to do. One of the most difficult parts of these early game engagements, but the shot's going to come through. Muzz down to almost 1 HP. I'm sure Pump's going to start climbing through. Pump's got that beautiful aim. Who's going to connect the shots? He's going to pop the med kit. So much more HP on the team down below with minimal materials still. They're just trying to play the angles, play the right hand peaks. The chop out comes down. Pump starts to go up. He's going to place the walls in between. He's blocked his angles. He's blocked his shots. He's chopped down. He's run out of materials now. Muzz also getting chunked. Slowly jump in the box. Muzz down to almost no HP. Pump's just spraying in. That's Muzz down. The 98 shot starts to connect. He's getting tagged up from the player above. It's Rocane. Rocane starts to fight back at the same time, but no, Pump's going to be able to clean that one up. 2 for him, 1 for Dubs. And this is just going back and forth, but for Pump, 12 points for their team so far at the start of game number 5. I know day 2 obviously is double point, but they are so far behind so far.
Yeah, and none of them are playing very well as far as after they make it out the drop. I mean, last game was a bit better. Muzz and company, you can see that they at least are up to the, a decent positioning with the double placement, but just look at this. Dubs, Mega, and Pump, they make it look easy this time around. Doesn't seem like the aggression really worked off or panned out for Muzz and crew. They're getting dropped very early. Gonzo, Dom, and Chimp also having a difficult time today. I don't think we've brought them up not a singular time in the broadcast.
Game 2 at the start, we did.
Is that what it was?
We watched this fight, remember? We saw the messiness that was here where 2 teams are fighting over and over again. The one elimination they've got here is their first point on the board. They were talking a lot of smack about this drop spot, right? They were all over social media, hyping up their skills against Scope, Blake's team. And so far, it's not going so well. Let's put it that way.
It's rough. Very, very rough for the mental, especially with the way the format works. I mean, you have to think deep down in your mind, like, hey, we can still absolutely come back. And mind you, it's not just about first place. Like, second and third, that money, that prizing is insane. So the entire top 10, I mean, it means so much. And for the Grand Royale here, there's a lot to be earned and said about any team that can stay consistent and fight through the 2-day format.
And one team definitely can do that is Booga's team they're watching right now. Every single member on this has won an FNCS in a different season, which is crazy thing. Obviously, Booga won the previous one with Miro. Miro won in season 4 and season 6. And then Jukes won alongside Users and Justice in season 7. So all of these players have won an FNCS at different times. Last season, obviously, 2 of them were together. That's why I talk about an all-star team. Usually, all-star teams don't really work out so well. But a lot of times, definitely in the last season when it was Muzz instead of Jukes, they were definitely carried by their just individual skill and the firepower. I'm not saying they didn't work together as a team, but like I said earlier, they didn't have the most clear and concise strategy like some of these other top teams do. And that'll make them go down in some of these earlier games, but we'll see some great solo clutches, some great pop-offs like we already have. That second game where we saw, obviously, Booga take 8 or 9 eliminations was absolutely incredible, and you just can't talk enough about the skill of these players.
We almost saw a full-on face check there into Buggy's trio, but things are going to slow down. Frisk, Off, and Visuals getting active already after the disappointing fallout. In the last round there, they have a lot to fight back for as they've given the actual opportunity for the rest of the lobby to go ahead and close the gap here now. Consistency being the name of the game here. Most importantly, like we talked about, is finding a good footing here in day one and just basically make it through day two. Stay consistent. Don't fall on day two. Earn points. Everything is doubled up. If you fall early, it is going to be, I'd say, a catalyst effect to set you back.
And it will be. We'll see how they play it out. They're obviously looking for tags. They're looking to get aggressive. They're going for the triple sprays now. See, they're not looking in the best position yet again. They've obviously previously in this spot, they've taken this exact hill in previous games that we've seen. A very popular spot on the NA East region. They're not in here with the best materials. Usually we're seeing them with almost cap mats. Steel's looking absolutely fantastic. You see the 3 box here of our current top 3 teams. We've got the OSP team first on the very top side. Ackerman alongside Slam and TK on the far left. And Bogamiro and Jukes third place so far with 106 points. Only 19 points difference between first and third. So obviously we're only 4 games out of 12. We're far from the end right now. Definitely some of the top teams starting to take away with it.
I'd say the most important games are still to come because
oh no, they are.
Yeah, today is cool and all, but tomorrow matters. Like, tomorrow matters so much. If any of these teams had their performances today on tomorrow's set of format, I mean, they'd be cruising right now, but it is what it is, and we have a whole day of games to come, so
the players were not too happy about it, but you just have to be super consistent through both of the days. And I did wonder, what if what if the players thought get half points on the first day rather than double points on the second day? Would their mentality change at all regarding what's going to end up happening? Either way, the players have to play to the best of their abilities on both days. Let's be real.
It's funny that you say that. It's the literal same thing, but
it is. That's the point. The whole point is, do you think the mentality would change from the players?
Of course it would. It's Fortnite we're talking about, man. It's all about how you shape it up.
It is. The leaderboard again, rocking on the left, like we mentioned, Lost Team 125. Slam TK Ackerman down on 123. Jukes Mira Buga on 106. Then you see a little bit of a drop-off. There's a lot of players in that kind of mid-90s so far that we saw pop off in the previous game. They caught up big time. But we're not seeing the top teams dropping out, the top 3 teams, that is, dropping out in this game like we did in the previous. So they could kind of create a larger gap if they start performing like they have in the matches previous.
Steel, what weighs more, 6 pounds of feathers, 6 pounds of bricks?
A ton of steel or a ton of feathers?
Oh, man.
But you know there's people out there who'd be like, oh, half points on day 1. That's not so bad.
It's so funny.
I just thought about that. You know, I had a lot of thought thinking about players' mentalities recently. Something that's really, really important. And I don't know why. I've just been thinking about that a lot when I heard the format for Grand Royale. I just thought, I wonder if players would react more positively.
All right, I'm gonna nominate.
They had the half.
I'm gonna nominate Reese for the editorial team at Epic. get him in there.
Yeah, no. Anyway, back to Miro, Jukes, and Buga, who are again in the best position they almost could be right now. Got their tags off relatively early on. EV's team, who we've saw struggle in that previous game, but have had a lot of big pop-offs. Still close to their home, and they're starting to take advantage of Nos, DJing, and Yomzo rotating near them. Hopefully managed to get a good chunk of tags out of that one. See what they have to do after this, though.
Yeah, game 1 and 4 being the most difficult so far for this trio here. The same issues they struggled with in game 1. Storm Surge at 18 minutes, 18 seconds. They went down. Game 4, Storm Surge again, a singular elimination. 18 minutes, 7 seconds. They fall again. So, like, quite literally a mirror of a situation that played out for them. Here and now, Cobalt, Minish, and Spark, they're on the rotate. 93 points, 3 eliminations this game already, setting themselves up for a fairly good game to come if they can just stay alive right now. But they have Plague and Crew playing for the key positioning on this mountain. They don't want to give up the chase here. They are looking to hunt for the tags with that natural high ground. Cobalt's going to have to be careful. They know, though. They're ready.
Let's see what they can do. They won the off-spawn fight in the Weeping Woods. They're 544 above. They're in a great spot because of that. You know, We often talk about the fights off spawn and how it can hinder you so much, but if you're dominant, if you're winning them so frequently and more importantly quickly, man, they can really set you up for a good mid game. You just have to be able to capitalize on it.
Can I just say, like, respect to Colboat there. He saw the brick, just like reservoir in the distance, quickly swaps over to brick off the wood. Just little things like that showing that he's playing well today. They're playing very, very well today.
Smart play indeed. They're going for the pre-edit play for Frisk Visuals and off now, but Frisk going to be picked up. This is our first place team, losing 1, 2, and now all 3 members. A psycho play for them being below the Storm Surge, and they jumped into the wrong team. It's Cold Elite and Cease, another one of our top 10 teams, currently in 9th place, who just made easy work of a desperate team.
And those are big, big points now. That's going to jump them up. A 6-point swing here. Booga on the other side in that same position we've seen him in before as well. Storm Surge here being a difficult problem for them. They haven't found the solution. They're barely above right now.
There is a lot of north zones. I'll give them it that there's a lot of north zones. And this is what it comes back to. More teams who would have, I'll say, have a better game plan, a better thorough understanding and not be as reliant on the pure talent of each individual player would have already had a plan for these way further north zones and would have put the timings in there to make sure they were in deeper. They're constantly seeing these guys on the edge of zone. This is basically the exact same thing we saw when it was Muzz in the previous season. But obviously, they were able to capitalize on that. And this worries me. I'm not going to lie. They're relying on pop-off games so far. And, if this game is anything to tell so far by the way it's going, I'm not too hopeful for the way that the rest of the leaderboards look out in terms of them picking up a first.
Yeah, they have the opposite problem of what Sensei Edge and Commandment had back in the day, where if the zone was on top of Sensei Edge and Commandment, they played terribly. They had more difficult time finding Surge when it was on top of them than it did when it rotated far. Whenever it rotated across the map, they just managed to make it work. Key position after key position. It seems like Boogamiro and Dukes not quite on that same track here. Difference in play style.
I remember that vividly. Vividly remember this because Sentinel's team always had, if it was a far zone, they always had the understanding they needed to rotate far and they needed to make sure that they got in ahead of people so they could hold people. Unlike what's happening to Booga's team, they're getting held because they rotated later here. They're trying to get into an engagement, trying to fight here now, which is making them desperate, right? This team, however, I will say, will be able to win some of these fights at the edge zone. And that's what they've been able to capitalize on all season.
I was going to say, that's the difference between this team and most others. They have that fighting potential. That probability of success is very high with players like Miro on board.
But imagine, right? Imagine they had this firepower, but they also had the game plan in line. They could be the best, most dominant team out there. I would 100% put money on that.
Should have kept Buzz. Just kidding.
No, it's not an issue with that. It was the same issue when it came to that team as well. They hadn't even practiced that much when they won FNCS. That shows how good they are individually. So just imagine, I always think that when you see teams of this caliber, if I saw them making plays that were consistent with what some of the best in the regions and in other regions are doing, like over and over again, being in zone and to take tags 2 minutes before surge, making sure your early rotates, make sure your harvesting as efficient as possible. You know, all these really small little things that add up. If we saw that, man, I'd be scared about how good this team would be.
Absolutely. For Lem, Ackerman, and TK, the team that has also just recently banded together. And talk about a successful tournament events for them. 130 points already in the competition here. TK, who has just been on fire since transitioning from console to the PC track here, proving that, hey, he can do whatever it is that he wants. He's got the skill to prove it as well.
Yep, let's have a look at the quick stat here. As a solo, Chucky took his team from 11th till 3rd in Game 4 and led all players with 22 solo impact points. So if you're unsure what solo impact points are, that's kind of in the title. But it basically is the amount of points that you get for clutching up as a solo. So he's putting in the work for his team so far. Ickerman being Chucky. It's just to avoid confusion. We will call players what they name themselves in game. So we will call Chucky Ickerman. But just for clarity, I know me and you, Monster, both love it when players change their name for huge hundreds of $1,000 tournaments that are broadcasted to tens of thousands of people.
And then watched by millions on YouTube. I mean, it's pretty clear.
On YouTube.
It's pretty clear he wants to be known as his in-game names, you know? So
yeah. Ickerman, which we're gonna honor. Continue. You've made the choice to change his name. Every FNCS, every broadcast, we have the same discussion. He has chosen his fate.
AV203 as well, as he's vibing out right now. 96 points. Okay, so they're still holding on. They are still holding on. I mean, that win being the big difference maker for them that has allowed them to sort of propel their way on up, right? They bounced back. They fell early in game 1, bounced back game 2, Victory Royale in the bag. Look at this congested. Look at this pocket of players sitting on top of one another where there's barely anyone inside the new zone right now to the south of them.
You got to remember, though, look what's in front of them. A large reservoir of water. A vertical elevation change that they're all going to have to traverse. Get into that new zone for the teams on the far west-hand side. For Zlem, Ackerman, and I was about to say Zlem again, and TK. They had a relatively free rotate. We saw on the map they chose to go a little bit to the east here. Charlie seemed able to hold them, however. I think, yeah, if you look at the map, you've seen all those players start to hit the launch pad. They're using them real early. See how TK's team doing. 93 below the surge. They're going to hit a pad to go that far distance. And man, this is not looking good for them. They're going to have to start getting the tags in, potentially having to hit some of those players out the sky who may follow. Yeah, there you go. There they are. If they'd looked back, they might have been able to see the players behind. They knew there was a lot of congestion. Should have been an obvious play that there's players going to pad behind you. They meant to put themselves into a good spot, however. Good visibility over the whole area. I don't think they're going to struggle with the tags, but no, Zlem's getting beamed up from behind, leaving a wall open. I'll have to see what they can do from here on out.
It's a great angle to have right now on the...
Look back, they might have been able to see the players behind. They knew there was a lot of congestion. Should have been an obvious play that there's players going to pad behind you. They meant to put themselves into a good spot, however. Good visibility over the whole area. I don't think they're going to struggle with the tags, but no, Zlem's getting beamed up from behind, leaving a wall open. I'll have to see what they can do from here on out.
It's a great angle to have right now on the lobby as they need this surge, and they're hunting for Ascented. Looks like he's going to take a lot of damage in the distance as well. It's not looking too hot for Minish. The Minish gets taken out. The pressure from the double fire here. 2 angles, and a couple of those shots are going to land onto the down bodies. This is big for them, and it's going to set them just above the surge now. As players are falling, there goes the big jump up. Oh, and more tags now. It's a Creo and company there, too.
You've hit the shots that matter. The max distance zone now comes in again. They did manage to get up above the threshold, which is fantastic for them. But yeah, again, this is the same team we saw with a max distance rotating the 5th zone. This seems to be their Achilles heel, making the rotates to 5th. But back over to Miro's team, who are above the threshold. Booga's down. We saw the difficult rotate. The one elimination from Miro picked up a bit of a refresh, getting the materials back on up. They're all back on their feet. They should be okay here as long as they find a way to make this max 5th rotate, potentially from a launch pad. And I think we could see another good game from them because they are actually set up relatively well with their materials. I just hope they make this 5th zone rotate well.
That's what it all comes down to. How good can they actually bounce back right now? Make this proper decision here. Make the rotate count. Let's watch it play out. They definitely have the pads to make work, make do of the lobby. They're going to go with a mega high pad here. Down comes a short dive. And now, looking for where to land. They're on their surge. They're going to land right above. Is this Commandment and crew below them? They have to be careful now, as they are going to have to get active here. They need a single tag. And yes, it is Senta who's down low. He's trying to see if he can tempt them into the edit here. No, they know better.
So we can do. Try not to overpeak. 50 surge is starting to drop, but no, they've claimed more. They're up 100 above. They shouldn't do anything crazy here. They're starting to get focused from Jamper's team at the far side. The adversaries that we saw them going up against in the previous season. First versus second, but the leaderboard not looking so similar on the left. You can see that right now. Awesome team still in first. We know they're down. Slam's team still in this as well. Long
Wood
time
focus.
Yeah, the Wood focus come through onto Budsy's team, who's finally starting to have a good game, and unfortunately seems like a maybe stopped right here by Booga, Miro, and Jukes. This far rotate. They've made it in. Let's see what they can do out of this first moving. Can they overtake the first place? It seems like they might be possible.
Just look at the shots here. Look at the pressure they're putting on the lobby. They're not going to find the tags, and they're looking for the tags because it is going to matter in just a couple moments here when the moving zone reveals itself. They are going to have to continue through, but Booga just a little bit faster, recognizes danger from up above. Dukes gets caught in the process, and in comes the rest of the shot from the team up top. This is not looking too hot here. They're going to have to change layers shortly. Unfortunately for Booga, though, they have not decided to do it just yet.
Oh, he's cracked.
Oh, this is so bad now.
Down to almost no HP, 3 minis to his name, got the bandies too, maximum of 125 HP, but Jukes does get picked up, but the zone starts to move, and yet again, they are below the Storm Surge threshold now. This is what, the third, fourth, fifth time we've seen the shot. Oh, if he had his pump out, could have connected at least something there, but the threshold slowly starting to tick away now, 107 below. They're going to hit the launch pad. They're going to have to see what they can do from here on out. Height is a no-go. They're way up on the hill to the side. Miro's beamed out the air down to 50 HP as well. 4 minis to his name. They're just sitting on barely any materials, barely any heals to their name. But I think this team's going to frag out. I'm looking for it. It's Edan's team underneath, a team you do not want to mess with. Their consistence right next to them on the leaderboards. It could change up big if they jump in, but no, the spray's starting to come out from another team. They're going to have to start to make a play here.
It just seems to be problematic layer after problematic layer. Everyone seemingly focusing in on where they are. They have not caught a break. Finally, now they get to get their guns out and the pressure onto other teams. And this time, it's off to Scented and Stretch, who are on the run right now. But the surge is already active. The pressure's already on, and they have to continue to push on through. Soldier on in. That's a great tag right there. It is probably going to give them a little bit of a moment here to breathe now, as the surge is going to settle in. 3 players have to fall. They don't have to worry about it just yet. Out comes the exchange here. Where are they going to take this game now, as they are going to need a couple of refreshers here to continue to remain? That's a great tag. There goes the player down. Eden is taken out. AV on the other side as well. That's a team wipe. And the player up above here. Can they continue to find more?
Positioning so good. They're staying so close to each other. The layers now finally managing to get the space. A time to breathe is up on the high ground as the carries team still up there holding such a great pressure down onto the entire layer. We see so many top teams still in this. Zlam, Chucky, and TK still in this with great materials, some good eliminations to their name too. They're going for a pre-edit play. They're hitting the 29 shots. They're doing what they can, and they're looking up to take over first on the leaderboard.
It's a good game so far for TK, Zlem, and Ackerman, who have 3 eliminations. And mind you, they are up at the top when it comes down to the points here. Another end game will solidify themselves a fantastic day 1 leading into day 2, but this is just game number 5 of the Grand Royale. It's a game that matters a lot. Here goes the 3-2-1 onto those open builds. They spot a player out. The big move in here. Chuck is going to get right in front here. Looks for the edit as well, and he finds that one too. He is on fire, moving quicker than the opponents here in the lobby, and you can just tell that he's looking to change the pace here of the game, and now it's all starting to click here. They're inside the top 10 as well. Another big game for Zlem and the trio.
Booga picked up Commandment. Sent and then picked up Booga in the feed. So both teams now down a member, if not all completely out at the same time. I think they're all still in it. Solo scuffed. Yes, Miro, he goes down now. Jukes does a solo, but no, he gets picked up too. It is Day who manages to pick up both eliminations onto them. Popping off, clutching up, but up on the high ground. Fatch carry Pamstu with a great hold, the great chop out, managing to show why they are absolutely dominant players on the region.
But no, they get shut down. Yamzo finds one, Nosh finds the other, and it looks like they're going to walk away with the high ground. But no, on the other side, Chucky gets taken out there. Zlem and TK are the only ones up now, as they try to just work their way through this layer. There's a tree in the way, vision being blocked. This is not looking easy for them. There are still so many players managing to maintain survival here inside the layers. Finally now, it seems like the players might be running out of materials and sandwiching themselves into these other layers. Did Slim time the med kit right? Looks like he did. He's going to be able to bounce back here. He's got another heal as well. Another find there too. And look at the points. They're starting to rack up here now.
Starting to rack up. He's in the backside of the zone. TK's down below on the wall of that. Edits. He's going to end up going down. But no, he's just now playing the zone. He has no builds. He's stuck. It's over for TK. That team goes down in 4th place. Up on height. Fatch and Pamstu still managing to hold it. They're going for the heal off play. Fatch may actually end up heal him. Chuck it. Yes, heal him. Chuck. Yes, he's going for those Chuck splash pace. He's going to drop down. He's going to look for the shots. But no, if he gets knocked, picks up that could be an incredible choke. And it's Charlie D-Roller and Spegu on the low ground with 4 chug splashes to his name. They may be able to heal off play. D-Roller or Spegu still in this as well. The heal's coming through, and yeah, the heal off play is going to win it up. 6 eliminations and a second victory for Charlie D-Roller and Spegu.
And this is that team that we talked about and highlighted at the opening round of game number 2 there, that they are grinders, they work hard, and you can see how it's all paying off here as they pick up themselves a great victory out there in game number 5. Not to mention from the mid and low ground with 20 players in the final moving zone, so not an easy zone to manipulate and make work at all.
I know, and let's be real. The teams that we had at the top of our leaderboard coming into this game, messy. Messy from players deep in zone, solos, down on Storm Surge. Like, it was all over the place. I'm sure the leaderboards have changed up big time, purely because of those big pop-offs from the teams who were closer to that 10th place.
Yeah, definitely. And let's not waste any time. Let's send on over to Dex to give us that good crunch. Thank you guys so much. You guys are absolutely fantastic as always. Pamsto, Fatch, and Carrie. Fun fact, Pamsto actually won solos of the All-Star 6 months ago. So now saying, hey, look, I was actually the one who won solos then. I can win trios now. And I'm going to go ahead and prepare you guys. Like, now you'll start seeing my name a little bit on day number 1, but then day number 2, when there's double points, I'll be there. I like that. I like that. Friends, let's take a look at our standings. Vivid and Adam are going to walk us through what we're seeing so far. We've only got 1 game left to go before we say goodbye for NA East, but we can't forget, tomorrow it's all about the double points. So today, Vivid, it's about making sure you can just walk away and say, like, okay, after day number 1, we've built ourselves up a cushion, and if things go right, we're gonna pull ahead. If things go wrong, we've built enough of a buffer between us and everybody else that we can make a couple mistakes, but we have to be mindful of making those mistakes and try to flip those on their head and try and win ourselves an overall Grand Royale.
Yeah, and as you guys can see here, man, TK's Lem and Ackerman taking a 21-point lead. Very, very surprising considering that I feel like at the start of this, right before this game, they were up here, right? But other teams had the lead and everything like that, but no. They come out with a solid 4th place, 5 eliminations. They've been playing very, very well all day. And that's how you can see here. Another team, though, is sneaking up that I wasn't really paying attention to all that much because I haven't really seen them in the top 4 yet, but Cease, Cold, and Elite putting in work there, 134 total points there. They got a 3rd place that game with 13 eliminations.
Yeah, I'm just thinking ahead to tomorrow and the double points we keep talking about. And Zeke, you mentioned there as well, like how things are going to change up. And you consider the first position right now with Lem, TK, and Acorn with 89 placement points. You look at Slacks, Acorn, and Jax with 87 and 5th position. But look at the elimination difference. Tomorrow, if you are in the first position like Zlem, TK, and Acorn are with 33 eliminations, it's not 66 points. It's going to be what? 120. Wait. I shouldn't do maths on broadcast. But a lot. 132 points? I think that's right. Comparatively to like 64 points. It's a massive difference having those double points. So that's why eliminations, I think tomorrow in particular, are going to be a massive factor in this. I should have brought my abacus on my calculator. I've schoolboyed this. But still, maths never touch it on broadcast. D-Roller, Spegu chart, 2 victory royales out of 5 games is an insane, thing to do in this kind of situation, in this kind of stacked lobby, to get 2 of those. But the eliminations aren't living up to expectations. The placement points are there, but 2 victory royales, fantastic. Tomorrow we're 120 points worth that alone. But I think this is when we're going to start to see the eliminations making a big difference here as well. I think that's when tomorrow with double points, I think that is key. You have to get those eliminations. You have to get aggressive.
Absolutely, and I love that we try to do math. We will never try to do it again, Adam. Remember, Vivid is our mathematician. He is the one. Vivid, what's 33 times 4?
33 times 4. 132?
Oh my gosh, he's a legend, ladies and gentlemen. Make sure
That's
you follow.
what I said. I just got there later.
That's him right here. Follow him. He's a mathematician, pro player turned analyst, biggest mind in Fortnite. Boom, there you go. You love to see it. Okay, this is the last game. Okay, to set the stage going into tomorrow's Grand Royale Finals. Almost said Grand Finals just to shorten it. Let's not do that. But yeah, Fortnite fam, you see the bus. It's ready to go, which means we are as well. One last time in NA East. Reese, MDF, bring us home. Really does feel like the day has gone by as quick as a flash here. We're all of a sudden rolling into this final match now, Reese. And just looking at the standings here, Slam TK, they're looking pretty good up top.
I mean, they're chilling after that. Like, obviously, we saw Osp, Visuals, and Frisk struggle a bit there. Like, they were looking so good in the kind of middle of this tournament, but towards the last couple games, not so good. 19th and then that 29th as well. That was looking rough. The first 3 games all being in the top 10 with the victory royale. It seemed like they were off for a fantastic start, but let's be real. 4th overall so far, coming towards the end of day 1 with another game left, with double points left tomorrow. I am really not concerned.
The thing is, the spotlight is absolutely on the top teams that deserve it, but the true issue being is tomorrow's format. Double points means that anyone here can still pop off and honestly come back in a major way, and there's still a ton of top-tier trios holding on to the top 20, like kind of just staying in the conversation here as sleeper picks, if you will.
These are not my sleeper picks so far for Pump Dubs and Mega alongside Doji's team. But hold on, the fight's starting to engage so far. We've watched just every game so far. Pump's team's making easy work of it this time. Unfortunately, this fight's had to happen every game, and it looks like Muzz is wrapped up fast as anything. They're going to have to come back on day 2 with a bit of a better plan than just to contest the Bony Burbs, because it's really not been working out so far for them. It's not been really working out for either team, let's be real.
Sorry, I blinked. What happened? Oh, team wiped up? Oh, it's over? Oh, gosh. Okay. 32 teams remain, guys.
32 teams, and one of them, Booga. Mira and Jukes, obviously off spawn. Misty Meadows, not really having any issues there. They're on the west side, having the team that ended up placing in that second place right next to them. Pamsu carrying Fetch. My brain went blank for a second there. They don't seem to be really getting into too many engagements. Like I already said, wasn't sure how this would go. How would they fight? Would they end up taking tags at each other from Booga's position right here? Not really trying to look back too much. We check back on what happened at Bony Burbs. Pump just hitting the shots that mattered, and unfortunately just cleaning this up. And like I said, like, plan needs to be reevaluated for tomorrow.
You know, every now and again, the story arc needs the filler episode. You know, just make sure we keep things going along, keeping us in the loop here. What I wanted to talk about was Booga's drop spot. Like, I don't agree with him taking the island so early. I think the more optimal way to play the drop, right, is to get all 3 people in the main POI, clean it out, air it out quickly, and then move, because you got to go through that island eventually anyways, right? So that's probably the difference maker, is that they're losing, who knows, maybe 30 to like 60 seconds on the drop just by not putting Booga inside the main POI.
Depends, because you got to loot. If you each loot some side on the east side, right, you go from bottom, from south up till north. One person can clean out houses and sweep that way, one person clean the other. Just remember, you got to go to the dish as well. There's so much there. If Booga can get set up there on top really early, he can look for tags much earlier whilst the other 2 loot, which is why we kind of saw him with lower materials in some of the earlier games, because he was spending that time just with his sight lines. But the thing is, you're really only going to see Pamsu carry Fatch from that position.
Right. That's what I was going to say. There's really not many options. So all I'm saying is I don't know if it's the most optimal strategy, judging from the outside in.
That drop spot, so I cannot tell you. I'm theory crafting in my brain as I try to figure it out as we go along. Let's be real. Like I said, there's a lot more efficiencies that team can definitely make. We'll see if the early game being one potentially in the future. Right now, back with Rogue Shark Knight and Creo, who is in their drop spot of Stealthy. The Blake's team here, we've not seen too much of, because they have been fighting to the south side of this every game with Ganzo's team. After the smack attack on Twitter, now they're doing so in the POI itself. Seems like a 2v2 situation. Scope down to almost no HP. Knight now getting chunked. No, it's not a 2v2. Another player starting to rotate to the side. Was this actually Ganzo down below? It seems like it is. Just a mess of a fight all around.
Yeah, definitely. And listen, Shark almost had Scope there for a second as he had the ground on fire, and Scope seemingly just runs through it on set ablaze there, but looks like they bounce back. 2v3 situation. Rogue Shark still trying to maintain the aggressiveness that he kind of set the pace here with at the beginning. Knight's caught out by himself. Does have to be very, very cautious not to get dived on, but no, he's got enough distance between him and the opponents that he is out of gas. No more ammunition to work with. And now comes the disengage. They're going to have to back up. Hopefully, there was enough tags there as Dom and crew hear the shots in the distance. Is he going to be able to get close enough to hop in is the real question. It seems like he is poking around for info right now.
I'm trying to wonder if Rogue Shark even got that much ammo, because he had like 250 when we first checked in with him. Now he's used so much, which obviously creates so much sound that attracts attention like Dom. You're going to start to hit the disengage. This fight is no longer worth it. I'm not sure if they can get the reboot from Creo. Probably not at this point. They may have to start going somewhere else. Definitely not in that POI. Move back over a little bit to the south here. Okus, Nani, and Dusky, a team that performed really, really well in the previous season, placing 5th overall. Right now on 68 points, which is currently putting them kind of 20th in that area after the elimination they got today. So definitely not living up to the pop-off performance that they had earlier in the season. But we'll see. We'll see if they can make it now.
Big fight about to break out here, though. Okus, Nani, and Dusky One of those few trios, like we mentioned, inside the top 20, trying to hold on to this positioning they've built for themselves. Still very much in the overarching conversation for the tournament win to come, because there are, of course, 6 more games that'll be played out tomorrow, the way the finals is going to break out. It's the last game, though, of the Grand Royale today.
You could almost think of it as 12 games tomorrow.
12 more games tomorrow.
But technically, it's played within 6 since it's double points.
That is... That's the way. I'm telling you, we're going to put you on the team to shape it up.
Yeah, no one needs to do that. Check back in with some of the teams who seem not so much of today, down on 44 points for Tieko's team alongside Nos. Bit of a rough engagement for them on the south side of the zone. Again, 33 builds at this point of the game is rough. This is the last place you want to be. You want to be capped almost at this point. 2 minutes before that first zone ends up shifting, which means that a lot of the players are trying to get set up in the best positions. In the feed, we see Tragics picking up Tabney. Lucan picking up Knights. That fight's going down, and Cole picking up Rogue Shark too. Man, Nos is just struggling here on the edge.
Trying to find some tags here. Pretty desperate. Bugamiro and Dukes already have moved from their draw spot. They're starting to make a move on up. Here it is. Using these slip lines to their benefit. Slipstreams. Oh, look at that. They pull a pretty favorable zone for the opening instances here. The team's going to go ahead and poke out on the distance. Not a good enough exchange there for Bugas. He only finds 1 tag.
Probably Marzel W's team down, spawning on that southeast side. Hopefully Bugas' team can take advantage of this on their rotates. They're usually, a lot of these times, fly through the sky using the launch pads there to try and make the way in, or the kind of pads that are on the floor in these corrupted areas. So they may be able to take advantage of that and take the shots out of the sky, but doesn't seem like they're setting up to. They're going to start focusing on the rotate. Yeah, again, another late rotate. Remember, this has been a trend that we've seen very, very commonly with this team so far. 50 seconds before. Usually, as a note, 20 or 2 minutes before the first zone closes. So essentially a minute ago. These teams are in zone, like top teams are in zone, in position, getting tags and like trading off. For Bugamiro and Dukes, we always know that these guys are really far behind. And in this positioning is why they always end up taking edge zone fights. And I'm wondering if they're going to be held to by Skittles' team, who's pushed up way further ahead of them. A constant thing we've seen with this team is just being way too far back.
I just want to pump the brakes for a second. Cease, Cold, and Elite are in 2nd place. Under the radar, once again. They have a 3rd place, 13 eliminations last game. Just monstrous big games. And then that 4th and 10th, that kind of threw them right back up into the conversation. So what happened there? How it happened? Where it happened? We definitely...
Was I asleep last game or something? How did I not notice that?
He was just going crazy. Too much unfolding. Look at this. 136 points. And they're taking their time right now. Coming out of the Koro Castle.
Yeah, we saw this in one of the earlier games, and I questioned it. The game didn't go that well. I'm wondering, clearly they have some sort... This is intentional, right? Rotating this late is intentional, which is interesting for Surge purposes. They have 1 elimination, so maybe they're just getting this way earlier than we think, then coming back here. Probably taking advantage of that fight on the east side. But I still want to know how they play around this in terms of the rotations, because they're going to end up being super late to the zone and being held by a lot of people. So maybe they have some really good rotates on board that can kind of counteract that. I know, obviously, they can use the Shadow Stones and then hitting the bounce pads here to go really, really far. But I want to see if that's probably just the strat every game. Let's be real.
Yep, that's what it probably just has come down to. Exactly that. They play really late. They get just big loot. And then they sweep on in. They get themselves a key position. Now, keep in mind, it has not necessarily worked out every time. They have fumbled 2 games, but their comeback stories have been ridiculous. That last game included, and that's the reason they're in the position that they are in. 3rd place, 13 elims.
Pop-off trio.
I just wanted to call that out.
No, that's a good call out, because somehow, I mean, we were obviously caught up last game in the craziness that was going on with a lot of the teams. Like, obviously...
And listen, I was going to say, Acorn went crazy, right? It was worthy of sticking on him, watching the clutch. He pulled up at the very end there. Big shots here to keep them inside the top 5. So, you know, you never can really expect the team to do what they're doing as far as the elims go. I mean, we saw it earlier, just kind of started off like, where did Colbo and crew come from with a 14 elimination game, right? These kind of things just happen.
Kind of hit the shots like Brist is right now. Brist known as one of the best aimers on the region. Hit the shots for the right reason here, but Osp has also gone down now. That's one elim to their face, a 2v2. The big trade starts to come through. But no, Brist actually managed to miss a bunch of the shots at the same time. He's down to 39, but that's the full wipe coming out. So they're going to pick that one up. And another scrappy fight for them. Losing Osp again. They're now going to have to figure out a way to reboot him. There's tons of loot here. But I'm trying to figure out where they do this, right? They can't go to the south. You see there's 2 teams boxed up there on the dish. Can't really go to Boney because teams always situate themselves there. Do they go to Weeping? Probably the play.
And the thing is, these last 3 games, they have faced the same exact issues. Storm Surge, Fight 1, game after game has been a bit of a difficult one for the last couple rounds. This time, again, facing the punishment, losing a member, TK and Slemdo. Also have to hold it down here. Ackerman on the front side of the walls. He's very healthy. He's going to fight back. He's going to find Young Egan. This is a big fight right now for Young Eden, who has managed to stay up in the standings here up until now. A top 10 team. Where is AV? Where is Deemer? As they get pushed way back here. Off the layer, up to the high ground. They don't want to give it up, though. They're getting hunted down now. And there it is. AV gets found out. Deemer will be next here as Chucky has all the HP in the world. Into the box he goes. Ready for the charge. Oh, no. That's not an edit you want to make.
That's not the one.
Oh, gosh.
That's not the one. I'm guessing 0 materials left on his body. Deemer just said, you know what? Blue lever, you're sizzling the charge. I'm going to just edit in your face. Even a scroll wheel reset would have been the wave there.
Brist cracking was impeccable here. Bam. There it is. Round and round onto Nosh. What a fight right there. So AV Deemer and Young Eden, after being able to maintain a top 10 position in the game, a victory royale today, it is not going to be enough. They're going to definitely, surely fall after this round is here. So they'll be kicking off tomorrow, possibly somewhere around 12 to 15 place or so, depending on how the other trios do. They're still in it. But man, to give away the last game is going to be a rough one.
It's going to be a rough indeed. Bruller's team center the 3rd zone. Tons of materials. Hopefully a lot of damage too. We struggled with that in previous matches. I still have high hopes for the team. I'm telling you. I still have high hopes for them. Mubuga's team. Tons of materials still to their name, trying to get that extra leftover loot from the pyramid. Looking awfully stacked, but again, 0 elims to their name. I'm wondering if we're going to see them make another push, another fight. Potentially towards the 5th zone. I don't think they need to by any means right now, but just the trend, just the play style. Get yourself stacked before moving zones. You don't need to worry about it. Ooh, but they've seen as D-Roller's team in the bush. They're going to start to hit some of the headshots with the all-mag sniper. Storm Surge way over. 70 still alive. Actually been rebooted now, 71. I'm guessing that reboot is Osp's team. If I was... Well, I was going to say if I was to guess. I clearly have guessed. Storm Surge is reactivated again.
Whoa. That's a rarity.
Some players now definitely panicking in the game. 100%. 2 teams thought it was over. The sweat had already been wiped off with the towel.
You know who I think again. You know who I think is sweating right now? Cease and Trio, because they were so late coming out the zone. If they managed to figure it out, that's where it was. Yeah, that's the replay. That's the highlight.
I thought that was
we need. I was gonna say like that's the kind of trio that's gonna be under serious issues right now. Teams that were just playing super late here, moving in the final moments, they're gonna be struggling the most here.
You want to know who was below? Figure out the painful team who was devastated to find out that Storm Surge was reactivated. 2 teams, players getting rebooted at different times to put them above. There's 2 definitely sad players in this lobby right now, just trying to heal off the zone. You hear nothing No audio going out. It's W Carey who goes down to Crackley. So Crackley potentially was the player who was below. That's not good for that team as they were really looking good on the leaderboard.
Struggle game there. One man being down from the equation. Zlem, TK, and Agerman just kind of vibing out here, getting a feel for the lay of the land. No reason for them to move at all. 1,000 damage above the surge here as things start to settle now. Crackley gets the full finish there onto Carey. So the knock was enough. The finish comes through. That trio is going to bounce back. One more player still has to go down, though.
We're still seeing active
I don't see the lightning bolt at all. Yeah, I was going to say, I don't see the lightning bolt at all in the distance here. Oh, Fatch is going to fall too now.
Maybe it was Fatch's team then, yeah. That makes sense. Where would a Fatch's team got their tags on? They weren't getting them on Booga's team. We probably didn't see them getting them on Nexy's team either. They were a late rotator. We saw that too. You know what's so funny is like this the next surge warning's about to repop up. These players haven't had any time to rest.
So we've seen 7th place DJ, Nosh, and Yamso get taken out. We've seen AV, Deemer, and Edan fall from 9th. We still have our top 6 teams in rotation, in play right now. Slim, Booga, Frisk, all alive right now. Also in different positions here. Booga's team being the most interesting right now. They're outside the zone. They're at the pyramid still. No one's really got focus on them, though, so it seems like things are going to work out for them right now as they're trying to get their move in here. Finally, now they get kind of looked in on. They have to be careful, though. If Jamper and crew see this late rotate here, there's fresh builds. This is a recipe for disaster. They don't have a lot of mats either.
The players looking for them toes, a Booga. Getting some big tags that are actually going to be really important. The roller hits him down. Small little things like that just make me chuckle when you see Miro open up the floor, free flopper from the harpoon fished. Back over to Frisk, the team who was in first dropped down to 4th. 30 builds to their name and only 10 above surge. Whilst it's active, this is not good.
Can't believe this is going off again. This is the maximum surge can be, by the way. 20 players from the previous threshold. So things have really stalled out here in the last game. I think it just goes to prove that, man, these teams really want it. They want it bad right now for the Grand Royale here. The final game of the Grand Royale here for day number 1. Starting to set on these teams here. No! The edit from behind, though. Frisk Vision and Oz. Frisk goes to play for himself here. Doesn't even want to stick around. Oz gets taken out.
Visuals down on low HP. Same with Frisk. He's got plenty of heals. No materials to his name, though. Teammate gets into the box. They got a max distance rotate. Barely enough mass to even box up. 6 more players still need to go down to surge 2. What a brutal game for the players in this lobby. Honestly, this is probably one of the most difficult mid games we've ever seen. Probably because it's a mid-zone too, but Frisk now getting pushed into the box. The pre-edit play comes through.
Oh, the cone.
And the cone placed. It's users, justice, and skills. User and Justice are Season 7 FNCS champions. No, an Elite, you were right. Elite's team is below the surge. The late rotation strategy not working out for them at all. 200 below Storm Surge now in the 5th zone. They managed to get 2 elims from it. They are currently our 2nd place team who've managed to claim 9 points in this game so far. But it's not going to be enough. This surge still being active, it's going to last potentially 20 more seconds, and then the next warning is going to pop up straight away. This is just Storm Surge after Storm Surge after Storm Surge.
Wait a second, though. This is a big find here. So you talk about 20 seconds. He's going to buy himself 10 with the med kit. Arguably the best healing item you can have for when something like this is going to go down. It buys you so much time.
Bandages.
Oh, gosh. Are we going to see him clutch this up and just, like, barely hold on right now?
You can now keep it bandages.
Listen, teams are falling pretty quickly as well. Yeah, so if he does survive this, there's going to be a fair amount of points he can clutch out by himself.
You got to remember also that, like, when it comes to placement, top 17 will give him 3 more points. So he just needs to survive 2 more teams, and he'll gain valuable 3 points, which really, really adds up. So, like, if you're a solo in this position, that's what you're looking out for. The Storm Surge is now over. Warnings just about to pop up again.
Wow.
Like, literally the warning's just about to, I should be here.
Hey, but listen, if he can stay alive, top 17, top 16, those are all that placement points he'll be fighting for right now. So this is a big clutch right now coming out of Elite. Also, word is Osp, Visual, and Frisk completely wiped up, by the way. So yes, they got away just a little bit there, but fourth place is now down and out. That leaves Slem, TK, Chucky up at the top, Cease Cold, and Elite. You're watching Elite right now, literally trying to hold on here. Barely hold on. No one's been eliminated, by the way. He has 500 damage below. A near impossible mountain to climb right now. Can he just get some points? Can he get some elims? Like that alone would be huge.
This is the final
30 seconds to do something.
Final game of day number 1. But no, he's been beat with the back. No, he didn't make the threshold, so he wasn't able to do that. I mean, everyone else in the lobby's now gained 3 points. 3 valuable points that he has now up on the high ground. Slam's team still in this, actually, the final zone. Looking good on materials so far. Eliminations popping off. They've managed to survive something crazy whilst Storm Surge still here. Yeah, again. Oh, but
and they have an absurd amount of points right now. At 171, definitely ahead of the competition. Kanata, Aegis, and Saf trying to claw their way back up into this competition as well, as they are just merely holding on to top 15 as well here. So this is a big game for them to definitely put them in the running for tomorrow, to give them a realistic chance of confidence here coming into day 2, where the double points are going to start kicking in for the Grand Royale now. Kanata's going to find dubs on the high ground too, so things are starting to connect for them. Another flopper found here. There's just loot everywhere right now. They don't even see it though. Too much pressure kicking in.
That's the flopper they fished earlier. May come in absolutely vital for this heal off. 19 below Storm Surge. Again, the players being tagged. Miro, Jukes, and Booga. Yeah, again, struggling with Surge. They drop below. Now they're 55 above. The Harpoon comes out. The materials now into Miro's inventory. He can tar. He can keep his team in. There's the shots connected from Juke yet again. He's going to have to change layer, change horizontal spacing here. As Miro goes down, Miro is also finished. So it's Booga and Jukes left in this as a duo. 29 up. Surge no longer a problem. But the player's on the wall, and he's going to be picked up as left in solo Booga, the World Cup solos champion, to see what he can do. He's been absolutely popping off all day. Game number 2 with 9 eliminations onto his name. If someone's going to do it, it's got to be him.
So far, incredible awareness here and great zone reads. There goes all the layer change, but no, caught in the process there. They were a little too quick on the other side of the wall on high ground. Chucky is up top with TK here. They're fighting for it, and Slem snatches it up from Saf and company. And now, look at that. Kanata, Jack goes down, Saf goes down, and this, oh my gosh, a change of events here. How quickly things change on the high ground now as Saf and his trio get just wiped up here. The little bit of confidence they could have built for themselves for tomorrow gets taken up. And Slem is just on a different level. He is not stopping. Give this man the money that he wants, because he is coming for it.
They're in first place right now. No one can overtake them coming out of this last game on day number 1. Can they accelerate that lead even more? 3 more points as TK picks up Jamper from up on the high ground. Down to the low. Users team still in this alive. Spegu's still in here. Acorn goes down at the backside of the zone, but up on high. We got to keep our eyes on the winning team from so far. Down low, Slacks with 15 shields to his name, can't pop any. 2 builds the players in his box. He edits them out. He's got to do something. The ramp replace. He hits the 100 shot. The tag down below. The pick up the full finish too. The Siphon coming through at the back of the zone, and it's D-Roller who he picked up.
Big elims here now, and that's going to be a massive and crucial change of events here. Puts him inside the top 3, and now all of a sudden he has barely got anything to work with though. 3 builds here, a solo in the mix now, sandwiched between 2 trios up top. Where he focuses will change the story here now. He's going to go down. He's going to punish down low. That's a 90 tag, but the Siphon gets put back into the hands of users here. This is a good old-fashioned 3v3. 13 eliminations for Slem, TK, and TNG's Ackerman now. Down they come. It's an all-out gun brawl. It's Slem, TK, and Ackerman pick apart each and every one of them on the low ground, one after the other.
16 elimination victory for Chucky, TK, and Slem. I'll say Chucky because they won the game. They connected every single shot that they needed to at the same time, and the settings check to finish things off as well.
Things are crazy there at the very end. My gosh. You know, you don't really see an end game finish like that where all 3 come down, shots go off, and no one falls from the winning Victory Royale trio there of TK, Chucky, and Slem. They walk away with a big Victory Royale there in 16 eliminations. My gosh.
They were in first place going into the game with a victory round with 16 eliminations. That leaderboard, look, I know who's coming on top. I know who is currently on top coming into day number 2.
Hey, there's no questions to be asked about that one. From us here, though, at the desk, Monster D-Face and Resub, man, it's been fun bringing you guys to NA East action. This is just the beginning of the Grand Royale. We're going to toss it over to desk for Zeke and crew to bring us on home. Slam! Chucky! What the heck is going on? TK, 16 eliminations. This is what you get when now I'm mobile. I can stand, I can jump in and out of frame at will.
You've gone mad.
I've gone mad. Absolutely. This is what happens. Okay, real quick, let's talk about the elephant in the room, and that is Chucky's name. Chucky, do me a favor. Set your name to your name tomorrow. So when you inevitably potentially win, we're celebrating you as a player and not someone else. Just throwing that out there. 16 eliminations. My goodness. I just want to put that into perspective, right? A lot of people would, maybe new faces to the broadcast could look at this and say, 16 eliminations, Zeke, is that really that impressive? Yes. Typically, we see right around 9 eliminations kind of being that, standard, if you will, especially when you're looking at the caliber of players here in these lobbies, Viv. It's 16 eliminations, especially on this last game, to go into double points tomorrow. With 217? They've got a boon. They've got a boon.
Can we just look at the elim column real quick? We're seeing 49 elims for these guys, and the second
let me rub my eyes real quick.
30.
Yeah, it's 49.
34.
I'm full sending you, boys.
Elim difference. And to put it in perspective, as Zeke was trying to do right there, 16 elims. Let's just look at some of these top 10 teams, right? If we look down at 8th place, D-Roller, Spego, and Charlie, they've been playing phenomenal. They've had a couple of pop-off games. They have 20 elims. They've gotten 20 elims in 6 games. TK, Islem, and Ackerman have gotten 16 in just 1. That was absolutely phenomenal. Well done, boys. 217 points in day 1. Congrats.
Yeah, I mean, Os, Visuals, and Frist were first position 2 games ago. They're now down in 6th, which is something. But 64 points in the lead right now as Lem, TK, and Ackerman as well. This is incredible. I mean, what's amazing is you think about this. The last 3 games, games 4, 5, and 6, 3rd, 4th, and 1st. So such a strong finish today. They had a 6th position as well in game 2. But what a day for this trio. I mean, tomorrow will be doubled, maybe in the kind of almost the 500 region. But Slacks, Acorn, and Jack as well. I want to say a big shout out to these guys. Again, clutching a lot. We saw Acorn there, managing as well to drive the team forward and get those kind of those end points. Eliminations maybe not there so much, but placement points as well. This is how you got to play. You got to be there or amongst it in the final circle or 2, and they've done that consistently today. That's why they're in 2nd position. That you can see a lot of teams there in contention, the top 10 positions. You can see 11th through 20th here as well. Obviously, we have the likes of Pam, Carey, and Fatch at the bottom of there with 77 points. But you start to work your way up through the top there, and you can see Cobalt and Spark and Minished as well, who we've talked about a lot today. They had a great start, I think, with their first game with 14 eliminations there. You can see here that throughout the course of the next 5 games, only 14 across 5 games. So didn't quite match up to expectations there, but still, in 11th is still a strong finish of day 1. We haven't talked about DJ's trio really at all here, Vivid. DJ, Nosh, and Eomza there coming in at 12th position as well.
Yeah, they were playing pretty well throughout the day. I mean, a trio that's surprising to see they're in the 15th place. Actually, your prediction there, Agers, Saf, and Kanata, just wanted to remind you that you did predict the team.
Thanks for bringing that up.
15th. Yeah, no problem.
Really glad
make sure that you remembered. Yeah.
You can have this one. Though, I've had all year. You can have this one.
Of course. Yeah. Of course. Yeah. Same story. Creo Knight and Rogue Shark newly formed trio there. I mean, they're not doing as well as I thought they would. Creo's got a lot of experience. Knight and Rogue Shark have been together forever now. They're still trying to find themselves like a solidified 3rd that they feel like they can vibe out with, and I feel like it just hasn't happened. I feel like the last person they tried, Clarity G, they found some pop-off games and everything like that. But again, no scrims. This is kind of like their first experience really playing as a trio. So never know what can happen going into game 2 with a little bit of homework tonight, or day 2, not game 2, day 2.
Yeah, definitely. I think that's what a lot of our teams will do this evening is kind of going, kind of regrouping, thinking about what's happened today. Obviously, tomorrow is going to be very different. We keep talking about the double points. It's the same thing, but just everything just counts for extra. I think eliminations I mentioned this earlier on, have been so key, particularly obviously our top team with 49 right now, which is massive. You can see it 21st through 30th position as well. Just making sure we kind of feature everyone who's competing throughout the course of Grand Royale here as well. And again, some names that we were not expecting to see here. The likes of Muzz, down in 29th position. This is an FNCS current champion, in 29th with Joji and Rokane, which is still a incredibly sizable trio there, but only 10 eliminations, 28 placement points here, only 48 towards the bottom of the table there, next to Knife, Donny, and Simple as well. But, you know, Voil, except, we can see another Snake in 26th position as well. There's a lot of names in this competition who, you know, you could have expected could have got all the way to the very top, or they could be in this position they are now, but they really need to have a big one tomorrow, which I think we're excited about as well, because if you are, and you touched on this earlier on, if you are in that kind of bottom half of the table right now, go for broke. There's no reason not to. You've seen the prize pool. You know, a few positions can make or break tens of thousands of dollars. So why not? You know, go all out and try and get as many eliminations as you can, as many points as you can, and change things up. You know, this is the final event of the year. This is a performance. This is your chance to have your magnum opus in front of the world. Just do it. Have some fun, man. Bring some good Fortnite.
I mean, you know, there is $285,000 on the line. And again, just coming in 5th place would net your trio $54,000. I mean, that is ridiculous amount of prize money, right? So I agree with you, Adam. And, you know, another kind of small thing to touch on, of course, is sometimes we look at these trios and they're day one performers, right? They do well in day number 1. They try to get ahead of the pack, and then they try and just coast for day number 2. And then we see the other side of that as well. So we'll see. Maybe some of these teams will come out tomorrow. They'll say, we're day 2 teams. We're ready. We're going to take tonight. We're going to VOD review. Really look at the mistakes we made and the issues we're having, whether that be rotation, storm surge, whatever, and then say day 2, we're coming back double points. We're going to come back strong, and we're going to aim for that top spot. Now, before we do say goodbye, we're going to touch on predictions just super quick. I know, listen, Adam, I'm sorry preemptively, but, you know, I feel like we're not doing that well either, Vivid, Commandment, and company. Not the greatest. I mean, coming in 7th currently, which is, it's pretty good. Is pretty good. Saf, Adris, Kanata for Adam is in 15th, so at least we're doing better than him. Let's take a look. Jamper, we got 10th place right there from Reese Hub, and then of course Booga and company coming in real strong right now. So in 3rd. So overall, Monster D-Face doing the better of us. But listen, Vivid, you and I are we're gonna see this through to the end, okay? It's to the end. We're gonna end up in the top. Don't even worry about it. Maybe we'll find some way to incorporate Adam. I have power now, so maybe I'll just have production just like change prediction. I don't know yet. We'll figure out tomorrow. Tomorrow's Zeke is a different Zeke for a different time. Fortnite fam, it's been a pleasure hanging out with you guys. We love doing this. We love talking through these storylines, the action, and all that. Of course, please give these two incredible gentlemen a follow. Give MDF and Reese a follow. Reese coming over from EU as well. It's late in his time, and he still wants to do this. It's a great time. Don't forget, we have NA West, so 6 more games there. And it's going to be a super short break before we jump back into all the action. So stay tuned, and if not, we'll see you tomorrow for double points and the conclusion of the Grand Royale. So until then, we love you, and we'll see you on that battle bus.
Number 1 tip for starting out:
make sure that you have fun while playing the game.
Play the game will help improve your game sense, your aim, your fighting skills, your mentality.
Start doing like mechanical training,
learning how to adapt quickly,
getting like the mechanics down of like your keybinds and moving around and learning the map, stuff like that.
You have to put a lot of time into learning these new changes as quickly as possible and being ahead of the other players you're competing against.
The main way a player can improve their aim.
There's tons of creative maps that you can hop into that help with your aim training.
There's a lot of creative maps in Fortnite that allow you to practice different styles of aim, so I'd recommend trying those out. You can do close range aim, long range aim, aim for shotguns, aim for sniper rifles, whatever weapon you need to practice with.
There's certain codes you can find, I'm pretty sure on Epic's website of like creative maps you can find.
There are third-party applications for improving your aim, but I also think that the main way to improve your aim is just to play the game.
My best tip to help with building:
spending time in creative, doing editing maps.
There's people who do like they tell you where to build, how to build.
In creative, you're by yourself. There's no interruptions. You have infinite materials.
When to build, and you can just learn building and do courses.
Practice those mechanics you've been working on in free play and do it actually against another player, and that's how you improve it quickly.
The most common mistake that I see,
instead of going full out aggressive, you know, W key, like people would say, sometimes it's good to play it a little slower, play for the end game.
People usually blame the game whenever they die.
I used to put my sensitivity on a very high sensitivity that I couldn't control.
People not utilizing right hands. You player can shoot on the right hand side where you can't be seen from the other person. And if people do that, they'd win way more fights than they lost.
So how do you know if you're good enough to turn pro? It's a complicated question.
It's very nice that Epic allows us to have leaderboards in-game, and you're going to be able to see your improvement.
When you can see yourself placing highly, especially in the team game modes.
If you're able to make a living out of Fortnite tournaments and competing, then I think you can consider yourself a professional.
You have the opportunity to go pro if you put enough time into it.
I think this season is shaping out to be really good. I think the competitive meta is pretty balanced, and it's more fun to play than last season for sure.
Chapter 1, Season 5, just because there's a lot of new stuff that you could try out and get your advantage on.
Chapter 2, Season 7 was my best season. I placed 4th in Grands, and that was my best Grand Finals placement.
Season 3, as it had the slipstreams and the combat shotgun.
Season 7 with the airplanes, and you could fly around, you know, shoot a couple bullets into the sky and make it like Morse code.
Believer Beach, just because of how much loot and fast metal, brick, and wood there is, and just a lot of good rotation items all surrounded that really helps you set up for a good position for future zones.
It's definitely going to be Tilted Towers. I know it's the fan favorite, but, you know, it brings back the memories. You have all the action there, the hot drops.
Salty Springs is my best POI because I've done most of my accomplishments there, and I've just had the best moments and memories from Fortnite.
Is Starks, there's a vault, you can get gold spazzes, golden scars. You get pretty much all the best weapons in the game.
The Stark Mountain. You can just hot drop there, get a bunch of guns, and, you know, drop a couple frags.
Legendary pump shotgun.
The gold pump. Like, it's just the most fun weapon.
The Kit's shotgun.
Kit's charge shotgun, just because of how powerful it was from such a far distance.
I'm gonna have to say the hand cannon, because not only is it very effective at destroying builds, but it's also a lot of fun to use.
The quad crasher.
The quad crasher.
The quad crasher, because I remember you could fly in the sky with it. You could go anywhere around the map, and it really brings back some good memories.
Definitely the Stark cars. You could go so fast, and you could actually get to the other side of the map in very short amount of time.
It has to be the IO car, especially if you match it up with the big tires. You're able to go extremely fast on any terrain and rotates towards where you need to go.
World Cup Finals.
World Cup, just because of how intense it was. It brought so many different great players from all different regions to come and compete to show which regions were the best and who was truly the best player in the world.
Solo FNCS Week 3, I believe, is when I got first, and that was my first tournament win in Fortnite.
The second one row has to be my favorite because I had the most fun, and I played like 3 regions that day.
And I'm gonna have to say PAX West of 2018, I believe. It was the end of the summer skirmish, and I believe it was the best one because it was the first tournament I ever made earnings in. I made it to finals, and I made $5,000, so that was definitely my most memorable and best tournament in Fortnite.
To the left of Steamy Stacks, where's like a little gas station at the... Yeah, like right around there.
To the left of Steamy Stacks and to the right of Craggy Cliffs, in between on that little hill. Spot on. All right,
so I would place it in between Craggy Cliffs and Steamy Stacks, sort of like on like the IO base that's towards north of the map, right there.
Here, because I think the chance that the next zone pulls to the top right after the previous one does is very high.
I would like to go just a bit left of Corny Crops. Yeah, that's good.
Nice. That's 1 point. That's 1 point.
Oh, I'm right on the edge.
Oh, I was pretty close.
I expected it to be there.
Aw, no way. I was close to being in, but...
Oh, looks like I'm in the middle. That's 2 points now. That's another point.
Oh, darn it. It looks like it's very close.
Alright, I guess I don't know my zones too well. I died there. Between Coral Castle and Believer Beach.
North, on top of Believer's Beach, a little bit to the right. That's the one.
towards the left side of Pleasant Park, like right before it hits the water, right there.
On the R in Believer.
Towards the spire right next to Believer Beach, to the right of it. Yeah, right there. That's good.
Once again, I already knew I got another point. That's another point. Let's go.
Okay, we're in. We're in. We are in it.
Really good spot. I'm pretty confident in this one.
Barely in on the second one. I don't think it's gonna be good, but I got 1 point so far.
Oh, I made it in. Let's go.
I think I'm gonna get it all. I think I'm gonna win it all.
No, it falls far again, just on the corner. You have to be kidding me.
Oh, no way that it pulls towards Coral like that.
Darn, I'm out again.
Oh my gosh.
That's 3 for 3 right there. That's 3 for 3. I'll take it. Above Slurpee, there's like the orange spot, like at the bottom of the orange. Yeah, I'm good there.
So I'm going to put my marker for this final round that I need to clutch it up in on a little bit to the right, or of the, you know what? Pretty much directly on the P of Sludgy Swamp. Beautiful. All right.
I would put it towards bottom of Weeping, right there.
A little bit below Slurpee, in Slurpee Swamp.
I'm gonna place mine right about on Slurpee. It's perfect.
Oh, that is a close call, but that's 1 point. It's a very close call, but I'm 1 point. 1 point in.
Okay.
Again, pretty confident with this one.
I barely got it again, just like my other second zones.
I got this one, but it's not good for the next ones.
Unfortunately, I did not make it to the next one. That's all good. 1 point is 1 point. It's all good.
Oh, okay. See, my strategy never fails. It's the 1, 2, 3.
Dang, no way.
Yeah, dude, I was so close.
Aw, no way. I'm like very on edge of it too.
No.
Ladies and gentlemen, what's going on, Fortnite fam? It's great to be back. We just got done with EU. We just got done with NA East. And now we get to do it one more time today in NA West. Welcome to the FNCS Grand Royale, the last official broadcasted tournament of 2021. It's your boy, Zeke. If you've never seen my face before, what's going on? I'm happy you're here. If you've never seen Fortnite, you have picked Probably the best time to tune into a Fortnite broadcast ever, because you're about to see some crazy Fortnite action like you've never even believed that you could see. Now, of course, it's a little lonely here. I can't do this alone. I need some friends. So I've got two people with me. It's Kelly and it's Panda. That's right. They'll be our analysts here between games. They're absolutely incredible. If you're not following them, you should be. Kelly, Panda, say hello. It's Grand Royale time.
What is up, Fortnite fam? So excited to be here. I feel like I just saw you guys not too long ago during the hype hour, which, I mean, how could you not be hype right now after all those incredible announcements? So excited that we get to end off the entire 2021 year with this, the Grand Royale. I even heard other casters and analysts saying we can finally call it the Grand Finals, Panda.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be exciting. Obviously, coming off the hype hour yesterday, I'm pumped. I'm so excited. We got a great year ahead of us, and this is the best way to wrap up the year. It's the Grand Royale, and it's the final time we're going to see some of these mega powerhouse teams come together and battle it out.
Yeah, I mean, once again, we thought Chapter 2 Season 8 would be the great shakeup of trios, but again, we're seeing it one more time. We'll get to that in a second. First, if, once again, I like to say this always, if you guys are following us, you know this format, and this is not for you. This is for you new faces out there to the broadcast. So check this out. 2 days of competition today, tomorrow. We have 12 games total. We have 6 today, the next 6 tomorrow. This is going to be trios going head-to-head, but check this out. Day number 2, double points. So let's show you the format. This is the format we've been running all year long. So 30 points for the Victory Royale. Points all the way down to 24th, and every elimination is worth 2 points. So again, you're probably like, okay, if this is the format we've been running all year long, what's double points look like? I got you covered. Literally, just take every spot and multiply by 2. There you go. It's super simple. Kelly, what I'm super excited about, and I've already seen this in EU, NA East, and now I'm going to see this in NA West again, is trios preparing themselves after day number 1, right? Making sure they earn themselves enough, like of a spot, a nest egg, if you will, enough of a cushion or barrier to say, like, okay, we've got points. We got to go into day number 2 with double points. We have to make sure we set ourselves up for success. How are you feeling about the double point format?
Well, if you think of it mathematically, and I believe actually Sundown was talking about this earlier, is that day 1 is kind of 1/3 of the competition, with day 2 being 2/3 of the competition there. So although it does give you a nice little nest egg, as you said, they do really need to look to day 2 as obviously the more important day. That's double the points there. But out of all these teams that we have, who does better on the second day? Well, unfortunately, it's kind of hard to say because almost all of the teams that we saw in our top for the Season 8 are no longer a full trio anymore.
Yeah, I mean, that's correct. Even when you talk about Rex, Arkham, and Epic Whale, they're not together. They won so many FNCSs together, but they decided to split. So now instead of Rex, they have Reet. So many huge changes to the trios. It's going to be super interesting to see how all of it unfolds here, because again, this is a fresh, unique take to trios that we haven't seen on the West Coast, because this has been the first massive shakeup here on the region.
We're going to touch on these trios in just a minute. First, really quickly, let's see what's on the line here. $105,000. That's right. For the trio that walks away in that number 1 spot. But as I will always tell you viewers, some of you that have been with us all day long, you've already heard me say this twice. Even if you don't come first, it's okay to say make it in the top 5, right? If you could go from like 33rd to 5th, look at the difference in prize money there, right? This is the Grand Royale, baby. This is life-changing amount of money. So all these trios will absolutely be looking to place as high as possible. Now, of course, if you can walk away the winner, dope. But otherwise, you're still looking to climb as high as you possibly can. Okay, let's talk about these trios. So you guys already know about the duos for next year. So this is the last time we'll be seeing trios. So let's kind of talk about this and break this down. Rex, Epic Whale, and Arkham, this trio that has been dominant literally all year long, right? If you've heard about Fortnite, I'm sure you've heard about this trio. Well, now they're changing things up. They're actually duoing with Reet. So Arkham and Reet. Now, I'm going to go ahead and tell you about the next trio we're going to talk about. We're going to talk about these kind of like at the same time. Rex, Snacky, Favs, right? So the other trio that finally dethroned them, now they've said like, okay, we're just going to pull one of these numbers and now we're just going to change up one person. Kelly, this feels like a dynasty. That's what this feels like. This feels like a power move. Hey, we've been dominant at the top. Hey, this other trio just finally beat us. Why don't we just send one of ours over there and then we'll just own the top 2 spots always? That's what this feels like.
I'm a little confused by the decision here. Obviously, when you've been so strong for so long, winning 4 seasons back to back to back, such as Arcrum, Rex, and Epic Whale have done, they see Reet, they obviously see that they're beaten, but by the way, they were beaten by a lot. They were beaten by, I think, 15 points. They already got second place anyway, which is a great performance, the most consistent performance that we've seen out of all 3 major regions ever. So I'm a little confused why they would do that. Reet, I think, worked really well with Snacky and Fav specifically because he's so aggressive, but to have him join Epic Whale and Arcrum, where instead Rex is now joining Snacky and Favs, I personally think that they're actually the weaker team out of the 2.
You know what? This is interesting.
I like this.
Right? Because, again, Reet is a powerhouse player. We know him well. We've seen him do incredible things on multiple regions, right? But when you throw Rex in the dynamic of Snacky and Favs, that's also extremely unique too, because again, the role that Snacky and Favs were missing in season 7 and before was that top tier fragger, and Rex fills that role just like Reet did. So it really boils down to who will be able to come out on top and who will be able to formulate a better game plan based on where they're going to be, because we just saw the POIs there, Believer Beach, and a bit of a split there for Snacky, Favs, and Rex. So it's going to be very unique take here for these teams. But will we see an upset of the champs, or will Kelly have something else to say?
Well, who is the champs? Is it Epic Whale and Arcrum now? Because technically Snacky and Favs are 2 out of the 3 first place teams from the last game. So wouldn't it be argued to say that they're kind of the champs now? Obviously, when you look at longevity, you look to Arcrum, Rex, and Epic Whale. But to me, although I will say that the synergy is there for Epic Whale, Arcrum, and Reet, anytime that there was 4-mans, squad tournaments for third parties, they would always pick up Reet, and it would be those 4 together. So there definitely is synergy there. But I truly think that Rex, like you said, being that powerhouse, but more contained, because where Snacky, Favs, and Reet fell short in Season 8 was that over-aggression. We constantly saw Reet getting kind of pulled out as a solo a lot of times and then going down where Snacky and Favs would have to save them. Can Epic Whale and Arcrum do that for Reet the way that Snacky and Favs was? And with Rex stepping in now as the fragger, and he's way more safe than Reet, I think that this is probably the most even competition that we've seen in NA West.
I love it. I love it. You can tell we've used a lot of time to talk about these trios because it's weird. It's strange. It's a dynasty forming. We'll see. But we're going to quickly move through because we have a few things we want to talk about before we can get into these games. Let's switch gears. Falconer, Kadenox, 4DR Storm, another trio we've heard quite a lot about. Talk to me about this trio, friends.
I mean, they're a great team. Obviously, Falconer, Kadenox, and 4DR Storm on their own right are all incredible players where they've constantly made it into the finals for a lot of FNCSs. And in fact, Falconer has played with both 4DR and Kadenox separately plenty of times in trios and other competitions. But this is the first time that they're all playing together. I think the first time that they actually played together as a trio was the Trios Cash Cup just about 2 weeks ago. So they're a pretty new team. And obviously, synergy is very important, but individually, all incredible players.
Yeah, I mean, Kelly said it best. They are incredible players coming together here in these moments, and they have a lot of potential. That's why we wanted to talk about them here in the beginning of the show.
Okay, I like it. Quick. Let's go quick once more. Symmetrical, Temple B, and Wavy Jacob. Let's check out their drop spot, and let's quickly touch on this trio. Why should we be keeping our eyes on them?
Well, they placed 3rd in Season 8, so that's a pretty good reason.
Yeah, I mean, and they were one of the only teams, or the only team that was challenging Reet, Snacky, and Favs the entire way through Season 8. You have to remember, Arcrum, Rex, and Epic Whale came back very late in the competition, but Symmetrical, Wavy Jacob, they were there. They were on the heels of Reet and Co. the entire time to take that top 3 spot. So, I mean, respect to them, and they do have a lot of potential today.
I love it. Let's do my favorite part. Let's use the Telestrator, baby. Let's talk about a few POIs. I got 2 for you. We're going to kick things off with Caddy Corner. We have Falconer versus Godku going head-to-head at Caddy Corner. We already know this is a problem POI, right? People love to fight over Caddy Corner. The claws come out, and inevitably one team will fall. But the question is, who will fall, Kelly? Is it Falconer's trio, or is it Godku's trio?
So 4DR, although he wasn't playing with Falconer and Kadenox last season, did actually land in Caddy Corner in Season 8. He was contested by Aiden. There was a lot of, they didn't really do well individually either, so I'm not too certain. But Falconer definitely has the experience here, Panda.
Well, especially with a POI like this, it's so hard to split this area between the gas station and the main building. It's a little bit different, obviously, when you utilize Weather Station, but here you only have main building and gas station. So to split these two areas is very, very difficult for two teams to come out successfully. So it's going to be tough to see who ends up coming out on top. But if they do begin to fight here and they take these engagements, they need to do it quickly, they need to loot quickly, and they need to rotate.
Absolutely, and I love just kind of like those squares, right? Kind of indicating these are one of the few areas that you can kind of occupy, right, as a trio. And then there's only one other spot, right? So your trio's going to pick one, their trio's going to pick one, and you're going to battle it out and see who walks away. Last POI, we're going to talk about Steamy Stacks. We got Quinn versus Dragon. So similar situation and similar question here, Kelly. I mean, I personally don't know too much about Dragon, but I feel like Quinn and company have been performing very, very well, right? So I feel like this should go to Quinn, but I'm excited to see from Dragon.
So, Quinn, Wave, and Cool did land Steamy Stacks in Season 8, uncontested, and they placed 18th. Now, to be fair, Corny Crops, there was Reet's team, which is the team that won, and obviously a lot of those rotations do go towards the center and even south zones, so they always kind of had to face them or face a lot of other teams. The Northeast region was so congested. The fact that they're now being contested by a newer team definitely is going to be putting some pressure on them, Panda.
Yeah, I could agree more. And Steamy Stacks is probably the most or one of the most difficult POIs to make work for you when you are contested, because there are so many locations that you can loot, but they're kind of spread out, right? So you can either take that right side with that one building with your whole team, or you can have the better advantage, take the left side with multiple buildings. But either way, there's a lot of areas around this that people rotate from and begin to contest. So it's very, very difficult when you're contested here to come out on top. We'll see how these players end up doing. But honestly, if I'm going to have to pick one between the two, I think Quinn, the veteran in that space, understands Steamy Stacks probably a little bit better than the other team. So Quinn, Wave, Cool, I think they're going to come out on top.
Yeah, I'm excited just to see kind of like them being pitted against another trio that's going to contest them, right? I want to see if they've taken this experience they've gained and if they can put that to use, right? But we'll find out over the next 2 days. So let's really quickly talk about predictions. We've got about 2 minutes before we jump aboard the battle bus. So let's talk through the trios we think could walk away your overall winners. So for the first time in NA West, Kelly is by herself in predictions. I get my own prediction, and it looks like it's all of us versus Kelly.
Listen.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
I'm listening.
If you look at these two teams right here, clearly these are the two best teams in NA West, to the point where when one player leaves, the other player from the other team moves over to them because they want to be with the best team. But Snacky, Favs, and Rex, not only Snacky and Favs walked away first place out of Season 8, beating out Epic Whale and Arkarim, not only was Reet the more volatile, risky player to have on their team, which is no longer there, but they also got first place in the load session for this tournament. So, yeah, man, I'm going to go for them.
And what I'll say real quick, and this is what it boils down to. Snacky and Favs, they're at an all-time high right now. They're at the best peak performance we've seen from them as players. It really boils down to how Rex steps up to the plate and fills that role. Rex had a bit of a lackluster performance in the Season 8 FNCS, and it kind of was part of the resulting factor in why they didn't take the top spot there in that season. So for me, that's why I just didn't have enough faith in Rex in that moment. However, there is still potential. I respect Kelly's decision there. Normally, obviously, we go back and forth, but this time I can respect her in going with that pick for sure.
A lot of times when you look at Reet, you go like, oh, that's the team that's going to have the most amount of eliminations. They only got 68 eliminations. Yes, only 7 games played in the load session. But Rex, Snacky, and Favs had 100 eliminations. In fact, one of those games they got 16th place, and they still got 17 eliminations. So they're not running into Storm Surge issues, which is something that Epic Whale and Arkarim over in Believer Beach constantly run into. So, yeah, it's going to be Rex, Snacky, and Favs. I'm calling it right now.
Production, let's have a backup graphic ready to go to change mine to Kelly's prediction if things go wrong. Oh my gosh, that's crazy. The battle bus, beep, beep. Fortnite fam, you can tell this is a very difficult conversation, right? There's two opposing trios that really could go either way, but it's time to kick off the competition. We got 2 casters for you. It's Clay, it's Sundown, and we've got games. Friends, over to you.
Thank you so much, Zeke, Kelly, and Panda. And what's up, Fortnite fam? My name's Sundown, joined by Clay Stelling to close out the action here over in NA West for the Grand Royale. Clay, how are you doing today?
Oh, I am so excited after watching those games, the setup for tomorrow for a lot of these regions, and that double point day. Ooh, I cannot wait to see what NA West brings. And of course, that shakeup at the top. Got to keep our eyes on that to see how it sets up these duos going forward.
Yeah, it's all about the two Titans switching up, swapping a member over, and what will happen up there as we drop into match number 1 here in the Grand Royale. Don't forget, we will be playing 12 matches total, but the pacing in terms of the points is going to be a little bit different. As we hop into game number 1, we got Falconer in the top right-hand corner, Godvro in the bottom right-hand corner, and a nice, pretty much right down the middle bus path from north to south to get us started.
And interestingly enough, we see someone going for that pyramid drop. I like to see someone going for it. We didn't really see it last season with the last season of the FNCS with it just being the convergence, but now a little bit more. Wheels already going down. Falconer going to be the one. Again, they are going to be contested. We knew this coming into it. We know that they are going to be good to go, but are they going to be able to get any loot? They both landed on top of each other. They're all in the same area. K-Nox going to go down. 40R does have chug splashes so he can get back up, but that immediate loss of K-Nox is going to be so bad.
Yeah, it's really tough when you end up down a member in what we talk about sometimes as a coin flip fight, but a lot of it depends on what weapons drop where and how you're able to make the push. And 40R Storm really doesn't get the benefit out of anything there. He'll be able to back up and at least pick up a pump, so now he can fight defensively. But with just the SMG, no first shot accuracy, and not a ton to really put pressure on these players who are just standing out in the open, you can't really abuse the fact that they have no builds. Falconer now going down, it's all going to be on the veteran. There's just nothing to be done there. Even a little bit of an L dance thrown out there by Fikwe as he picks up all 3 eliminations. That's 6 points for him there.
A little bit of an insult to injury there. They say, you know, I got you down to take the L as well. Love to see just a little bit of back and forth there. We know that's going to continue throughout the rest of the 11 games. I'm sure we'll see an L dance from the opposite team once or twice. As we move over to Craggy Cliffs, we've got Izo and company looking to use some of these newer weapons this season to their advantage. That beautiful sniper rifle is so powerful, so big, and just so good at quick damage, but you have to be good at hitting your shots. In the meantime, we see Rich Homie Quinn going down. You know, Panda talked about how they were his pick to win, but unfortunately right now, out of that drop spot rather, unfortunately now going down a little bit earlier.
And you can see the situation, a little bit of an awkward standoff. Craggy Cliffs, particularly when you are contested. And this north to south split is really weird because there is a natural high ground. But as you can see, Naru showing, there's like no materials on the northern part of Craggy that you can farm up even remotely quickly. Like you're stuck hitting walls, which give you like +3 and +4 brick going through. As you can see, they're going to hit the bed and get like 2 more builds. And that's about the most efficient you can get. But it's going to be able to get a drop and he makes it pay. That's 75 damage going over real quick. That feels good.
That's a great find there. Just being aware and paying attention will get you a lot of damage sometimes. And didn't use a lot of ammo as well. You notice they don't have a lot, so he's being very careful. Here we go, a little bit. Used about 6 bullets there, got 50 damage. That player not even healing up. You can tell they didn't have the real HP to do it. They will pop some bandages so they can get back up, but other than that, they're going to be right back down over to 75 effective HP as pushes come through. Olaf up above. Chicken Itza has a little bit of solace for now. They've got a little bit of comfort, but they're really running out of time here.
And Chicken Itza is a play on words for Chichen Itza. It is a Central American temple of worship from the Aztecs. So a nice little history fact being thrown in here. But honestly, each one of these trios is trying to avoid being history in match number 1 because the situation is so tense. And if you take a look in the bottom right-hand corner, Narus luckily kind of smells that one out, checks over the horizon, and he says, we got a little bit of company. So he takes some tags. They are going to be able to get some minis here from that vending machine. That's huge for them.
It really, really is that the disengage northward will give them those shield barrels, but Elise is going to be the only one there. This is unfortunate. Elise doesn't get this elimination quickly, and that's where the 2v1 is going to punish him. He's in the same box. He's got a little bit of time, though. The third party from the hill is going to save a lot of these players. They're going to have to back out total for every member of the team there. They're trying to get together. Either side of this gets really awkward really quickly because Zone is coming in, the team from above as well. And now all of a sudden you have way too many variables in this equation and you don't really know if you're going to be able to make it out.
There's a launch pad on Olaf if they do want to try and get out of dodge, but don't forget, like, there's no way to really cover it off efficiently. Like, if a trio's coming in after you, they're going to be able to close it. And you can see Sauka, Defiable, and Kaboo just doing a little creeping, little crawling, trying to find an angle here. They know they want to get the drop here. The thing is, if they're not able to really get the first shot, I'm not sure they've identified the fact there's still another team to the north. They should know that there was at least more than one team here based off their scout dropping in. And that's going to make the smart decision, just kind of back up, grab that nice little whip, and they should continue on the rotation.
Should be great for them. If they get out in time, they can kind of gatekeep a lot of these trios. Eyes are already moving as we move over. Arkham, Epic Whale, and Reet this time around. Again, Rex does feel that, or Reet fills that same role as Rex. Rex fills the same role as Reet, whichever way you want to word it. But it's that chemistry and synergy, and it's not like Reet hasn't played with these people before as well, right? I mean, they've played together. They have dominated West together on many different areas of competition, but do they have the synergy to keep it together this entire tournament? Do they have enough experience together to do it? Maybe, but I don't know.
Well, I'd say one of the key factors here, right, and like they've talked about it publicly, was Rex wasn't necessarily playing the game as much as Epic Whale and Arkham would have liked, and I don't think you will ever say the same about Reet. Reet plays in literally everything. Like, Reet's like, oh, OCE Cash Cup in 2.5 hours? Yeah, no problem, I'll stay on. Play some creative until then. Like, he will literally play in absolutely everything. When you talk about these guys at least having chemistry, I mean, they've played in West Cups, they've played in East, they've played on Europe, they've played in Asia, they've won money, I think, in pretty much every single one of those except Europe, and maybe there was one outlier circumstance. I know Reet qualified for at least one final all the way over in EU, so... but now flipping on over, we can see Kytrex under a little bit of pressure here. That's Nitrix who's going to be able to get the pickup here. Cash, Porker, and Nate trying to get the pressure around the outside. As we've seen so far, only 2 trios have gone down. You can see that in the top left-hand corner of your screen. We do still have 6 other players who have been taken out, pardon me, as we are down to 89. You can see here, Nate trying to get up on the wall, trying to own whatever pieces he can around the side, but doesn't necessarily want to get caught out. And this is, again, we talk about awkward fights. Keep an eye on the bottom right-hand corner right outside of Weeping Woods, and there's another team who's just kind of staring, waiting to see how far this fight devolves down.
And for Goldfish, or Gold Cash, Nate, and Mystery, they did notice them. They do see them. They are aware. But Nitrix, Kytrex, and Baka don't. They don't know that's a team lurking up above. Jelty, Krizix. Put a base up on top of that bush. Another team coming nearby. They've got to be careful. They've invested a lot. Look at the hard mats that were used now, even more from Nitrix and Kytrex trying to make their way away. Wavy Jacob, on the other hand, seems to be chilling. Is just sitting, farming some extra wood for Temple, Symmetrical, and himself. And no one seems to be a threat for them.
Yeah, and kind of keeping an eye in that top left-hand corner, that 89 we were just talking about. Jump back up to 91. Those are the reboots that NA West tends to favor. I mean, it came a little out of favor in the last FNCS because there weren't necessarily the opportunities due to how the elimination curves work, but no surprise here in the Grand Royale that teams are going to find a little bit more room, particularly in these first games where it's just going to be poking and prodding because it's not necessarily the same as those regular FNCS lineups. It's not the same type of teams you see. There's a couple players who've been able to sneak in because they are better at winning those matches. And I mean, we kind of talked about it, particularly tomorrow when the points are doubled. Like, this part of the competition, these first 6 matches are effectively 1/3 of the available points. So despite the fact that we're playing half of the available games today, only 1/3 of the available points will be coming through. So those teams who have the ability to, like, grab a victory royale, all of a sudden the 30 points turning into 60 points just from those placements makes a huge difference. So today is largely about stage and kind of knowing where you're going to stand, and then tomorrow is what's going to be the big push.
Yeah, that's set up for, and honestly, tomorrow it'll be like the opposite of a shooting. I don't know what the opposite of a shooting is, but that's where people will start to break away if they're having a great set of games. If they come out hot and they end hot, and then tomorrow they do the same. I mean, there's just not really going to be a chance to catch them. You don't really have the opportunity with how the point format works out. As we get a nice view of what's happening here, Jelty and Krizix up top, and we move over to 2/3 of the previous champions, Fabs, Snacky, and now Rex joining them. The amount of titles of FNCS titles on this trio now, as well as Arkham Rex and Epic Whale, or rather Arkham Re and Epic Whale. My apologies there. It's just insane to see.
Yeah, I mean, we've always talked about the very top part of the West being loaded. I like particularly the exchanges and the fact that it's been so close to the 1-2 punch. Snacky and Fabs, when they had Kenshi as well before, they're always right towards the top. I think it was 2 second-place finishes in a row there before they're finally able to add Reed and kind of push over. And again, it was only really done right towards the end. Don't forget, like, Epic Whale, Arkham, and Rex put on an absurd performance, the best day 2 performance ever. Like, they broke all the records for a single-day performance there, but it just wasn't quite enough, right? Like, there was the one game we talked about where they ended up getting the victory royale, but so many players ended up just falling to the zone. And if it seems like we're kind of reminiscing and setting the stage for you guys, well, that's because if you keep an eye on the top left-hand corner, that number is not going down. There's not people who are fighting. In fact, it's going the opposite way. We've seen yet another player picked up, so we're now back up to 92. And with the second zone closing in now, we should get a Storm Surge warning here on the right-hand side. We'll be able to check in with some of these top trios and see who's going to be under threat, who's not, as we see Squishy's car get popped right there. They're going to take a little bit of extra damage and try to box up. Swing on over to Dog, J-Roses, and Zinx. 152 above, but that number is dropping on the right-hand side, and we need 22 players to go down, Clay. So 8 trios currently going to be under pressure from that.
I want to know who some of them are. We're swapping over to one of them right now, albeit only 44 below, but we know that Arkham and Epic Whale with Rex did struggle with Storm Surge. This is one of their biggest things. They had a plan in Season 7. They executed it, and they fell short in Season 8. I now want to see in the Grand Royale what Arkham and Epic Whale in particular have done, because Reed always seemed to be above Surge in that last FNCS final, but will it be enough? Will they be able to find the damage in time? 57 damage. They still got a little bit more to go with the zone, as well as they've got a good amount of time, but with everyone already being based up, with everyone already being set up, look, they're just continuing to drop.
Yeah, and I don't think I've ever seen Reed under Storm Surge, because he's either pushed somebody and been eliminated or gotten the elims he needs, or at least as we saw in the last FNCS, they were able to like, game plan around it. So as long as the other top trio, if Fabs and his trio are above Storm Surge, I'm with the observers. Let's ride this one out, because I want to see how this new trio ends up reacting, right? This is kind of that first initial checklist, right? Okay, did you survive your initial drop? If yes, proceed to first Storm Surge. If you're at first Storm Surge, are you above it? Right now, the answer is no. So they're not able to proceed to play the next part of the game, and it looks like they're going to go for an ambush play. There are ghosting. They're going to hit the pad, and we saw this happen over on NA East. They're going to try and drop down directly on top of a team, so he's going to then jump vertically, right? So he's going to drop below them. He's trying to line this up. Oh, this is going to be such a good shot, but shots are spraying their way. Arkham dropping down directly on top of him. Hello! From the top rope, Arkham straight into the box. 105 going through, trying to push forward, finds the 31 tag as well. He got the Storm Surge, but now can they disengage? They aren't necessarily actually above yet. They're still below, as Reed's going to end up going down. So while he found the shots, it wasn't enough, and the damage comes through. They were too late. Reed's been taken completely out. Arkham now desperately trying to pop a heavy pot to try and get that off. Epic Whale looking for a little bit of space, but they have to keep going. Despite dropping down, it's not enough damage. We talk about too little, too late. This might be it, Clay.
Yeah, they just weren't coordinated on their push. They all went at separate times. Arkham went in, but it still wasn't enough. Really needed that finish to come on through. 57 below. They're trying to out-heal it there. Nice shots there from Epic Whale. 150. Will it be enough to put them above? Doesn't seem like it. People getting damage all around. It should update here, and it is. 118. Do they have enough to get to each other, though? 97 builds for Epic Whale. They're right on the other side, though. Arkham just out of that box, just out of reach to get back in as Flicks, Lokes, and Mudio take an elimination there onto Reed. They take down one of the FNCS champions from Chapter 2, Season 8. Try to be feeling good, but somehow they're only 54 above. They're not comfortable here.
Yeah, and the one thing we talked about, how Epic Whale, he loves to over-index on on heals and utility. You'll always see him with floppers. You'll always see him with minis. You'll always see him min-maxing the amount of effective HP he has. So while they aren't in a great spot here, if they are able to grab Reed's card, they're right around the outside of Weeping. There is a reboot available. They were able to get themselves above Surge. So while you kind of check that box off, there's maybe a little asterisk there. It's like, hey, maybe next time don't lose a teammate, but they are going to be able to get the disengage as we swing on over to another trio. They don't have to worry about Storm Surge right now. Storm Surge will actually turn off, keeping an eye on the top left-hand corner. Jelty's trio finding the full wipe onto Kytrix, Nitrix, and Baka being taken out, as well as Regulator picking up Nate. Puts us at 69 players, 25 trios, so still no placement points going over, as one more trio will need to drop here. Poffy, Psyrazor picking up the knocks there, not quite getting the confirmations. Yep, there they are as we talk about it. Horker also finding one, and there's the +5 points for placement.
Where depths will fall. The zone, while there's a lot of people, it feels a little empty on the side. As you can see, Special and Temple are going to be able to work their way on through. Arkham and Epic Whale in a similar situation as they found themselves earlier. The same exact team trying to be aggressive onto them. Epic Whale taking a big amount of damage there. And unfortunately, it seems like it's too big of a chunk. And, oh, he's got the flopper. They'll be able to heal back up. Arkham does have a med kit. Should be good. He's got to pop it now, though. If he doesn't pop it now, he's going to go down. He waits till the right moment. Does, I think, get it off just by a millisecond, if any. But no, he's actually not going to get it off because the zone is going to update and do more than the 2-tick. And unfortunately, a miscalculation there from Arkham. He went for those shots, and that cost him his life.
Not going to be able to find it there. As the zone does close into the fourth, it goes from 2 damage a pop to then 5 damage. I mean, 5 damage is not insignificant, and Flix, just barely able to find those Chili Chug splashes. He does also have a launch pad. He needs to find the room to get it. I don't think you pop minis here. I think you need to get yourself into the zone. Will be able to find that. Now he's just trying to get a little bit of space onto the cabin, and again, solo dolo, but towards the middle here in zone number 4, we see Jay going down in the feed. That's Nate getting the full confirmation as we have 60 players left. Lush also picking one up. We'll get a view of the lobby, see who's posted up where. So we've Cuddy, Drew, and Assault up on the high ground currently, right in the middle of Weeping. You see Lush getting the confirmation there. On to Kenshi of Team 33 being taken down. You see Krizix and Jelty over on the side. Nigel, Rakasuki looking for a little bit of space in the lower part of the cabin. We peek on over. Rex Snacky. Fabs, plenty of space right now. 1 elimination to their name, but they need to be careful about this rotation. They're very far, and they're kind of in an awkward spot, Clark.
Yeah, everyone already having rotated around them, except for the team behind them, and that team's going to go across the bridge more than likely. They are getting a lot of damage, so that's the power of that sniper rifle this season. The only one, we saw how quick it was. Snacky will get the down there. Snacky, though, is second for total NA West final victory royales with 8 this year. That's a lot of victory royales to get in Fortnite, and we know how valuable they really, really are. And tomorrow they're going to be even more valuable, that double points. So they're looking to set themselves up well for it. 646 damage above Surge, but you're right. Look at what they have to go through. Look at the push they've got to make.
Yeah, running straight into just a line of builds. All these players already established, but he's doing a really good job at spraying back shots when he can. Able to pick up the Elim there onto Elige. Now, it wasn't his knock, so no points coming through, but it gives them the space, right? They're able to now navigate up a layer. Snacky needs to be careful because he did just have his shields broken, so players should be able to call it out, but they're not. They just got great positioning here. They just kind of took high ground on this side, and with 3, 2, 1, the reveal of the half in, half out, it drops right on top of their head. They're in great position. You can see them immediately split the launch pads, figure it out. Only 2 trios will be under threat here of Storm Surge, and you can see they're going to try and pressure the opposite side, as now 1 trio will be under threat of Storm Surge, and that's actually the trio on the opposite side. We can see the purple lightning just to the right. Not necessarily, no, it is the team on the high ground, so they're going to be taking a bunch of damage. They're going to be forced to poke down. You see Snacky actually spraying. How? He didn't even aim that one. How is hip fire so good? That's the one thing I don't get about some of these players. They just hit nut shots.
They do. They find him out of nowhere, and the triple spray not going to go through for Snacky. Rather not go on him as well. And now they're looking to find any sort of elimination they can, right? They're 822 above. It doesn't matter. They've got 500 AR ammo. This is what you need to do. You just got to spray and keep spraying. You've got the high ground. You'll be able to make it in. You'll be able to rotate in, even though they're technically not in right now. but just keep spraying. Use as much ammo as you can right here, because if you get to this moving zone with 500 ammo, you essentially wasted your opportunity. So many eliminations. We move over to the low ground to a team that is below. Nice shots there by Wave Jacob. Gonna put him above for now. 33 damage above. We'll see if they go below. We always see that, but no. So we'll turn off for now.
And we're into the cascading placement points as well. So each trio that drops will be +1 point to the remaining trios. See 50 players up, 17 trios left. Your current leaderboard on the left-hand side, Godbro, Glace, and Fikoi tied up there with Zoomer, Yumi, and Squishy at 17. Drew, Mescuddy, and Assault just behind at 15. So don't forget they are leaders then on eliminations being the difference, as all the placement points will be equal at this point. Not necessarily in a bad spot are Temple, Symmetrical, and Wavy Jacob, but the one thing to be cautious of is keeping an eye on the number of players who end up going down, because with Weeping Woods, it hasn't been denied through the Fireflies. That means there's tons of excess wood, which if players aren't forced into building with the hard mats early on, as we see right there, all of these trees are going to get reformed. So if you get to that 7th zone Storm Surge, and we're still hanging around kind of like mid 40 players left, that's going to be really rough for Symmetrical and Temple. I'm interested to see where Snacky, Rex, and Fabs are, because again, they were doing fine on Storm Surge on the rotation, and they're going to early launch back because it is an opposite side of the zone. They have to be careful because of the cover. They did opt to go all the way to the high and then try and get around to the front side of the zone. Not taking too much excess damage, so they're going to be happy with that, as hey, they have priority position now. Everyone else is really slow on the uptake.
This is what you want to see from 2/3 of the team that just won the previous FNCS Dynamic Zell hostings, all going to fall in that rotation. They've taken the low ground priority. They said, it is our low ground. We want to claim it. But what can they find? Saki in the back. They're going to try to find any elimination. Ghouls and Grim, unfortunately, going to fall down. Like fighting their own battles so close together. The high ground, though, I think it looks like it was Temple there for a second. No, Symmetrical, Wavy Jacob, and Temple going to be here. And the low ground, JJK Drew trying to make something happen, but unfortunately will fall as well. But look, down there below Surge, and it's going to hit.
Yeah, that's what we were just talking about. However, that number went from 41 to 38 very quickly. 3 trios will be impacted by it, and they are one of them. And 260 basically means you have to jump in. You have to go super aggressive. Snacky picking up some eliminations in the feed. Aiden also going to be picking them up. So you can see the number is dropping relatively rapidly, but not quick enough for Wavy, Jacob, Temple, and Symmetrical. 83 below, 90 below. You can see the minis being given out saying, hey, who else still has a little bit of utility? Well, Snacky's like, I got utility, but I'm the only one picking up eliminations right now. Trying to get wall to wall, trying to fight, and doing a good job with it. As we say, we flip over. They are more than enough above. You can see 1200 on the right-hand side, so they're going to pass that check mark. And as we talked about them finding the priority side of the zone, I mean, it looks good to play for that late game 3v3 from them. They're not adding as many as eliminations as I would have expected here, but with Storm Surge turning off, they'll have a free pass into the top 10 with what looks like decent control.
And they've got that epic pump shotgun in Snacky's hand. If he can hit those shots, that's going to be a lot of eliminations coming on through, as well as Rex, Wavy, Jacob, Jelty going to fall. Temple B, unfortunately, going down. It's going to be Cuddy up above. A solo on high ground with no heals or no potential for it, as we see Lush taken down to Wave, trying just to spray their way out. Only 115 total AR ammo, and now immediately he's going to be found out. Has to drop down to Snacky, unfortunately, going to fall. Sizer there will take him down. Rex gonna fall there as well. Godfro will be the one to do it. The only question is, what is up to Fabs? Can they do it? No, they cannot. They have been taken out of the game so far, as everyone else tries to stack as many points as they can. We see Mech10 unfortunately falling there. Fikoi the one to do it. They stay in zone.
7 elims?
Perfect timing.
7 elims on Fikoi right now. I know what they were popping off, but man, Fikoi has been putting in the work. But one thing to note here, this final zone, we're going slightly uphill. Yes, it is a solo up there, but it looks like everyone is finally now run out of mats. This is the last one. Will Old Man Mountain be able to gift the solo an opportunity to make a play here, or will Fikoi continue his absurd run? He does try and have the harpoon combo, but with no builds here, they're really at the mercy of just trying to find a pick on something, and Fikoi does it. Cuddy going down. That was a player on the high ground, but he immediately ends up using almost all of the mats from there. top 4, still 10 trios remaining. They're sitting on 10 eliminations themselves. They open up. There is a trio directly on their right-hand side trying to find the room. They will potentially run into each other when they open up this ramp, but he should have got that information there. Fikoi is looking for the fight. He wants to get that first shot off, but he's caught out in the open. That was a very poor decision. He ends up costing him there. A Psy-Razor, Eclipse, and Poppy will be fighting for that finish here. We have a 3v3v2 to close it out. Or 3v2v2.
Nice shots. Oh, it's going to get the elimination as well. Under Cool, who ended up making it all the way to the top 3. And now a 3v3 notch down on the low ground, trying to lead their team to victory. But they don't really have the ability to do it. It's going up a slight incline here. Running out of space. They're going to have to build as much as they can now. They do have a charged shotgun, so they can go for it if a team decides to drop down, but look, they're going to get coned off. One of them going to go down to zone. Entrex, the only one left. Good shots there, but it's not going to be enough. He gets it down onto Poppy, but they follow him up. Psy-Razor says, I'm there, I'm here, and Eclipse said, I got the heal off just in case they pick up the Victory Royale with 9 eliminations.
Eclipse feeling the power of the Lunar Eclipse that ended up playing out there, channeling it right now. And I mean, that cone was gross, by the way. Like, we talk about piece control and just how often it ends up impacting the game. Well, you saw just that little bit of change in verticality. They recognize this, like, hey, they're going to want to jump around on their right-hand side. That's a huge victory royale, and honestly, it feels like a little bit of a statement. We don't really talk about Psy-Razor, Poppy, and Eclipse enough, but in the last FNCS, they were really challenging pretty much right up until the end, and they were in situations where they were able to push for the top.
They were, and now coming out on top, but we did see 7 eliminations there from a team that got a little bit, elimed a little bit early, but they still got a lot of placement points, so we'll see them pretty close as well. Question is, the leaderboard-wise, how is it going to shake up? Who's going to be on top? Can they hold on to it? Because, again, reminder, tomorrow's double points. It doesn't matter if you end in top in today's, can you do it tomorrow as well?
That's what it's all about, but we're going to kick it on over to the desk to break down the match number 1 action. Zeke, Kelly, Panda.
Thank you so much, you beautiful people, you. First game of NA West is down, which means we have our first set of winners. We can take a look at the overall leaderboard and see how things kind of shook out for everyone in the lobby. You know, I'm not really sure what we want to call. Is it Psy-Razor, Scissor, Poppy, Psy-Razor?
Was
Sure.
what Sundown said.
Sure, let's go with it. I'm so sorry. I'm not familiar with your name. If you'd like to tweet at us, any of us, let us know how to pronounce it. We'd love to give you all the credit. But first place, game number 1, excuse me, and 9 eliminations. That is exactly how you want to start the day, right? That is the jump start you need to go. All right, trio mates, we're ready. We're ready for the competition, and we can make a statement here on day number 1.
Yeah, they had an incredible performance there. And honestly, we have a limited amount of time during these pre-shows to talk about teams. So we had 4 that we were already talking about. But if there was going to be a 5th, it would have been this team right here. They were actually tied in first place with Rex, Snacky, and Favs out of the load session that we had. So an incredible team here getting 190 points, of course, during that load session. But now starting off the competition with 48 points at VR. But to me, Panda, I also have to give out to Fikoi doing an incredible job there, grabbing, what, 8 eliminations before going down?
Yeah, I mean, just incredible in the performance that he had, that solo impact he had in those final moments. A bit of a misplay there when he tried to go around the ramp and heal off for a little bit, but nevertheless, still held on for his team and ultimately got some much-needed points for the team. So that's still a huge impact for them.
Yeah, and unfortunately, the trios we predicted didn't do so hot in game number 1. I mean, Epic Will, Reet, and Arkram. I'm telling you, I'm going to mess up their names. I'm already telling you right now. Let's go ahead and preface it. It's going to happen once or twice. But yeah, this Storm Surge play here in the kind of midway point of the game could have gone a better way, Kelly. It almost was pretty cool.
I mean, that's what you want to see with the Shadow Cubes, and we've seen it work successfully, but this right here was almost too much of an aggressive play. Arkram kind of misplaying some of the edits right here and inevitably taking Reet down because of these missteps.
Yeah, I mean, definitely a huge impact on them. You saw how he tried to control the fight there and lost control almost immediately, resulting in Reet not being able to come in and help clean up in the final moments and actually end up getting caught out. So definitely a misplay on their part. But you know what? This is a team that knows how to make mistakes and come back stronger. So we'll see how they do going into the rest of these games. But we got to talk about Snacky, Favs, and Rex for a second, because all of them in the end game, they're looking solid. They aren't in the top 5 right now, but still a top 10 performance starting it off.
Kelly's becoming too powerful. She's she's grown too much as an analyst. Her third eye has been open for a long time, actually.
Well, you know how Dragon Ball Z, they always, each saga gets stronger and stronger. So I started off going Kaioken times 10. Now I'm at least Super Saiyan 2.
Wow, I would say higher than that, Kelly, but I appreciate the humble brag. That's very nice and kind of you. Thank you for also the anime reference. You know, we love anime here. All right, we got a few seconds here before we jump on that battle bus again. Remember, this is just game number 1. We're just testing the waters right now. Nothing's set in stone. We have another 5 games to see how things play out before day number 2. So for now, we're jumping on that battle bus once again. We got Clay, we got Sundown. We have game 2.
Beep, beep, 1 match down, 5 to go. And so far, the top of the West, it wasn't looking necessarily how we expected, Clay.
Sorry, no, not at all there. But that's what I like to see. I like that shakeup. I like that competition coming back. And it's not just the top 2 teams anymore. We're here to show you, hey, we've got the skill to do it as well. And that's what I like to see, the Grand Royale really showing up. We've got a lot of Fortnite still to play. We've got 5 more matches today and then 6 more tomorrow. I'm excited to see how we end up today. Because again, we've been talking about it. It's double points tomorrow. It sets it up for tomorrow. It's very important to set yourself up well because playing from behind tomorrow is going to be that much harder, especially with a team like we just saw. If they pop off like that and they get a lead, if it's a 60-point lead and they play well tomorrow, well, GG, well played. Good luck trying to catch them.
Yeah, it becomes incredibly difficult, and it means that Victory Royale is, again, worth the 60 points tomorrow. But 30 points today. Talked about a little bit how a third of the points are available in the 6 matches today as we keep an eye, and already a little bit of a change as 4DR Storm, Falconer, and Kadenox have left Caddy. They have left Caddy corner. They're saying, nope, no more coin flips for us over there. We'll try our luck over at Lazy Lake against Zays and his trio. So still in a contested spot, but keep an eye in the top left-hand corner. Cyrays are getting a knock on the tempo right away. I would love to see that fight if we could swing on over there and get an opportunity to see what's going on, because Temple ended up getting finished off. If they're able to convert that all the way, that's our match number 1 winners, then taking out a huge trio immediately here at the start of match 2.
And that may be what they needed to set them up for Surge as well into that early portion of it, right? You get eliminations off of spawn. You're able to get all of the maximum amount of damage as well. That's a good amount of Surge into total pool there, as Olaf unfortunately going to fall there to Slick. Falconer trying to get in, and it seems like Falconer is always fighting at Lazy Lake. Shots will connect there, and oh my gosh, that aim from Falconer. Honestly, playing a little bit, there we go. I was going to say, unfortunately, not to the best of their ability there with the loot that they have. They trade one out. 40 are going to go down. Falconer are going to be the only one. They're not only one. Kadenox is there. They're going to be able to make this happen. But yeah, that harpoon immediately came out. Could have gone in with it there. Prevented a lot of this from happening. The shots together. They're fighting well together. And no, all of a sudden out of nowhere, Ordebs is in the box. He's got 1 HP.
It was 1 more than he needed right there. Able to pick it up as we're going to get a replay of what went down over in Craggy Clips. We followed this in match number 1, but Chikanitsa able to get the drop there. We swing back on over, and you can see Ordep's going to be able to pop plenty of shields. Needs to find some white heals, and Combat is going to get Zays back up on his feet. Combat being the one to pick up all 3 of those first eliminations, also rocking the brand new Naruto skin. So big fan going through there. Love all of those and everyone that ended up putting the work together on it. Seriously, the Epic artist did such a great job on that outfit. Now you can see the rotation coming through, because that's one thing you have to feel a little bit weird, right? If in match number 1 you're uncontested, then all of a sudden another team flies over and then you just immediately clean it up. Like, if you're the team who's contesting over there, you're 40R Storm and like Falconer, what's your game plan now for match number 3? Are you going back to Lazy Lake? Are you going back to Caddy Corner? Like, what's the deal?
It's a hard one. It's going to come down to whoever they think they were closer at getting the eliminations on it. It looked like it was closer at Lazy, but the problem with fighting at Lazy is when you make that first move, if you don't get one of those players down, it doesn't matter. If you trade out a player, that team that initiated is going to be in even more of an awkward spot. Is Sweet Boy going to get 2 downs there in the feed? Dorito and Quito going to fall over, though. We see Dirty Docs, Corny Crops, and Believer Beach, some of our power trios, if you will. Boy going to be traded back out, though, in the feed. Moving over to Epic Whale, Arkram, and Reed. That Axel Champions looking so good on, of course, the 5-time. Can to pick up it here? Would it be I don't want to say the redemption because they never really had losing there last season didn't really mean that much in the grand scheme of things for them because they're so accomplished. But you know they want to have this title under their belt. You know they want.
I mean, and on top of that, too, there's just under $400,000 on the line in prize money. I mean, they want the prize money as well. They want the title. They want the wins. I know you can see it in Epic Whale's name. He prides himself on how many times he's won that Axe of Champions, and you can see Glace going to be able to pick up the Elan there. And honestly, they need to get Fikoi back up on his feet and get him rebooted because Fikoi has been the one putting the work in for this team, already having 2 eliminations off of the initial fight here. But as we see, keeping an eye on the bottom right-hand corner, somebody seems to have smelled that the caddy corner is a little bit free, and they're going to be rotating through there. We're going to swing back on over to Craggy. You can see Elige, Slick, and Chicken. Despite already picking up an elimination, there's 3 eliminations. There's still one other trio who's closing the gap over here. So it's kind of weird how each one of our trios, despite being able to win a fight, then immediately bog down into another one. But that's tend to be how Fortnite plays out, right? You hear some shots on the side, just think, hey, let's go check it out. Maybe some free eliminations. But luckily for the West here, a lot of these fights resolving faster than normally we would see.
But unfortunately, because Chikorita is so far away, they're not going to be able to impact this fight the same way they would have wanted as Wale. To see how Fikoi ended up going down there, just the triple headshot. That is unfortunate. That happens so rarely in normal Fortnite, but in competitive Fortnite, if you show even just a little bit there, they are going to find an angle to get all this damage off. And while Chikorita wasn't able to impact the fight, look at the damage that Elige and Slick already did. They are already so weak down below, and that's why the pressure is continuing to come through for Chikorita, because he knows as soon as they can heal up, as soon as they have that opportunity, it's going to be that much harder for them as a duo to win this fight. They go in, seems like they may have grabbed the card. I don't think they did, but they're backing up. They won that legendary AR, and they are good to disengage. A pepper or spicy fish was popped, and they're out.
I think they managed to pick up both the card and that legendary AR. That would be the only reason I would have outright disengaged that fight. I'd be shocked if they didn't end up getting both, particularly with how in zone they are. This is a very, very northern pole of the zone. You can see that based on the bottom right-hand side, Craggy, while being on the interior. A lot of that ocean is, and once you get all the way to the outside, it's actually really difficult to disengage in this situation if you don't have a boat. You think like, oh yeah, you can just swim forever, but that's not necessarily going to be the case. It's really hard to break the line of sight. We already have a team hanging out already on that Boom Island towards the northern side there. You can see it's just, he's such a tough situation. Player already ramping on top of him, white damage coming through, and what should have been probably a comfortable 2v3 to take if they'd continued the pressure. They try and do the quote-unquote smart thing and disengage and play safe, and unfortunately not quite going to pay out, as Defiable is going to shake him down for his lunch money in the positioning of the other teammate, and going to get the siphon, maximize as much as the Storm Surge damage, and him, Kabu, and Sauko, they're going to feel really good about that. That's 2 eliminations. They have priority position on the zone. They get all the loot that comes from that, and they should be okay in terms of Storm Surge.
And that's one of the best things. Again, we mentioned it last game. Anytime you can get easy guaranteed damage, and of course it's not easy. None of this is easy for any of these players. Everybody they're playing against is so good. But the easiest Storm Surge damage to get is when you are contested off of spawn, and that is where they're finding success, and that's where some of these trios that we're watching do find success. Notch with that mythic first rifle in the inventory, rather G5RC with Notch there and Anterax. I want to see their Storm Surge. I want to see them above it. Looking through their inventory though, their wide heels are not the best, and oh no, that happens whenever you try to build a stair there. You'll go right through it because you go so fast with that vehicle that you just go underneath it and you get stuck, and they don't really have the heels to get stuck there. They do have a couple chug splashes on Antrax, but that was just unfortunate.
Yeah, you have to actually recognize the fact that you need to slow down a little bit in that IO car. They will go too fast for the build to end up completing before the car is already intersecting it, but they will be able to get under the campfire and help mitigate some of the situations. Now, don't forget, you cannot relight that. They will be able to stoke it out, though. Be able to put some investment of their wood to get back in the effective HP category, and honestly, it's a worthwhile trade. They'll get enough space. They feel like they should be comfortable on Surge. Otherwise, I feel like there'd be a little bit more of a sense of urgency in terms of rotating because they do have the chug splashes, but They're just chilling right now as we swing on over. Kennologic Gaming, Symmetrical, 33 Wibby Jacob in Temple B. They're posted up looking for some potential tags. They do have a team just a little bit to the south of them doing the same thing, though.
And this is okay because they have many options for rotation. They can go down the water to Craggy. They can go straight across if they want to. They don't really have to worry about the team right next to them really interfering with any rotation. And they've even got priority on the Pleasant Park Bridge. So they're fine moving over to Snacky, Favs, and Rex this time around. Usually that read there, but again, they've swapped it up. If you're just joining us, they have changed. Essentially, the first and second place from last FNCS, swapped one member of each trio, and now they are here as, see, just look at what they've set up. They've got maximum number of chug splashes in the inventory. Yes, they used a little bit there, but it seems like they have more down somewhere. Okay, no, going for that IO vehicle just to rotate all the way through. And again, you talk about over-indexing on heals with Epic Whale. I mean, that was over-indexing if I've ever seen it.
I mean, as we immediately swing on over, 4 floppers, 3 chug splashes, 4 minis, and a partridge and a pear tree. I wouldn't be surprised if we had one of those hanging out there as they're just trying to farm up whatever they can. You notice how they are a little bit lower on wood. Teams are often prioritizing getting the hard mats early on and then making sure you refarm as much wood as possible because it is the most readily available material on the map. But right now, particularly as we did just get a little look in the bottom right-hand corner, the zone is pulling really far to the north yet again. So it's north and then northwest in terms of the first 2 pulls. So a lot of these teams and the playmakers who would normally be moving around the map and picking up elimination, zone dropped directly on top of their head. So a little bit of a slower pace match, not quite as slow as match number 1, but still can expect Storm Surge to kind of be the next round of action here. So we'll have 4 trios currently who will be pressed under it. 5 trios have been eliminated. 4 more will need to go down before the first round of placement points are given out.
Look at how congested that area is, and even outside of the area we're just in, look how congested it is. But Snacky, Favs, and Rex decide they're gonna rotate away from Pleasant, go for that drop. Only 66 damage above. Now 45, now 44. They're falling down quickly. Now 24. They're disengaging what I thought was the drop, but look at this build that they've already made. It seems like, oh no, someone else made it for him. And they're going for positioning over tags right now. Because they're above, do they have enough ability to find the tags now? Yes. But look at how much damage Snacky just took.
Where did he take that damage from? He must have poked his head out, and that must have been one of the semi-auto suppressed snipers just ripping him to shreds because he was relatively healthy before that. Can see 44 damage not quite going to be enough, but Rex going to add to it, something he does incredibly well, and they actually might look to get busy here. Those are some chili chug splashes popped, and they're closing the gap. You can see them walling off towards the other side, and they're trying to get wall-to-wall with this trio. That's Aiden, Aratusaki, and Nigel on the other side, and Babs, they're going in, they're going forward. 46, 46, 31. They're going to find 1 knock. Will they be able to find the second? They will section that teammate off, but they're just going forward. Babs does not care. He says, hey, forward we go. Nope, instead, they feel like they got enough. 312 above. And like we talked about, they're able to not only push that team off the loot from a previous fight, but also section off the player, get the body shots into the headshots for the maximum Storm Surge damage, and they're going to feel really good. That was a well-executed push.
That's what you want to see. That's what you hope to execute on it. Ooh, I like this play. I like having Rich Homie Quinn there just by himself in the builds and 2 players in the bush to maximize those angles that you can get and minimize the amount of builds that you are using. And the trio rotating in is going to be tagged up a little bit by them, it seems like, but not that many shots are hitting. They're 185 above. And as many people know, if you're running from the zone, you usually aren't above surge. You've got to keep that momentum going forward, and you don't have time to stop for it, as maybe Jacob, Nitrix, Nico, all going to go down the feed.
Fikoi also going down there, so a lot of our top trios all of a sudden in a little bit of interactions going down now. We'd love to see what's going on with those trios as we swing on over to our match 1 winners. 534 above, despite only having 1 elimination, so they are totally fine. Definitely want to see what is happening with the one team who is under Storm Surge, or with Wavy Jacob and his trios. They were in an engagement on that side. We do still see that there's still 1 player who needs to go down before Surge turns off. One more trio will need to drop before those first 5 placement points end up going out. You still see in the top left-hand corner, 71 and 25 players and trios remaining respectively. Eclipse, Poffy, Cyrazor. Look for a little bit of space here over on the side of Stealthy Stronghold. Don't forget, you cannot knock down those walls. So when the buildings end up going, or when the zone ends up going back and forth over the top of it, really ends up being a hard investment in mats. Antrax, Knots, and G5RC getting one of those super high valuable boulders. I think that ends up being like 90 to 110 brick or so, depending on the size going off there. And as we see 2 players go down, Storm Surge turns off, and everyone gets 5 points.
And it may turn back on, knowing who has done their reboots. We'll see if anyone come through. And as I say that, we've got a reboot that just came through, back up to 70, back down to 69. See if we'll get another reboot here in a moment. It may have enough time because that reboot van timer did get shortened on how quickly it does refresh. So when you see Baka and Kytrex falling, G5RC gets shot at but takes no shots, 197 effective HP. They're in zone, and they're not in the best spot because of the team above them looking in. But in all reality, it's a lot better than some of these other teams that are just now rotating in.
And right now, Snacky and Favs, 2 eliminations to their name, and they have a great area because right underneath this crash site, you can see their entire side is just blocked off, really covering them from the rest of the lobby and allowing them to kind of pick and choose which one of these teams they want to return shots at. A little bit of a slow reset there from Rex. They're only going to take what I believe was 1 headshot worth of damage there, so not too bad going through. We'll see. Everyone just kind of chilling right now, battling for space. This 4th zone's going to be really awkward, honestly, Clay, because if it pulls anywhere other than the southern part of the map, there's going to be a ton of movement.
I'm going to say it's going to go northwest here, right up towards Stealthy.
You're a devil.
It does.
You're a devil.
It does. I wanted to see everybody struggle with that movement. And immediately, the peppers are popped. Rex, Snacky, and Fab say, no thank you. Play, I want to get into zone as quick as possible. And honestly, they're not getting shot at all.
You know, sometimes you just get to have a nice leisurely stroll right through the middle of the zone, and if you time it correctly, everyone else is looking the wrong direction. That was the top part of your screen. Bottom right-hand corner, Epic Whale, Arkham, and Reet currently only sitting on 10 points. You can see, again, not necessarily the strongest of loadout, but over-index on heals, something we've talked about before with this trio, and they're really looking to get an ambush. But my question is where... Okay, Arkham's over on the left-hand side, already kind of knocking them in towards zone, making sure he has a tarp on that side, and it's uncontested. So they have that covered out, potentially looking to catch somebody on this rotation, but you have to imagine somebody checks that push, right?
Yeah, they have to see it. There's not going to be 2 free rotations just like that. They're over-indexed on heals as well. 3 med kits, 10 minis here on G5RC, but they're able to sneak their way into zone unscathed, able to farm back all the materials that they use to rotate in, and they get in just fine.
Yeah, now don't forget, in this 4th zone, you can anticipate that all of the trios will be just tucked around the outside, because 5th will be that half in, half out, so no longer pulling inside the previous safe zone. It's all competitive. We get into the moving circles after the fact, so kind of was the transition into the mid and the late game. As you can see, G5RC trying to find some shots, not necessarily getting it. They're leaving these walls open relatively long too, but there's no trade coming out as Epic Whale is able to pick up a knock in the feed, so that was the ambush we were talking about, able to manufacture themselves elimination, as we see on the right-hand side. 8 damage below currently for Notch, Antrax, and G5RC. They got 25 seconds to figure that out before the 25 damage every 5 seconds comes through from the Storm Surge as J Combat ends up going down. Arkham will get the finish there onto Perovencha. Nico will get Wavy Jacob, so he's going down. Sauko also gets picked up by Frap Eyes, so lots of big names right now currently being impacted on the leaderboard one way or another. Our match number 1 winner, Cyrazor, going to find a knock onto Nico, and honestly, Antrax, Nos, and G5RC, they have to get going. This Kenshinko right on the other side as we swing over. This is Rex, Snacky, and Fabs. 395 above. Snacky able to find a knock onto Zenlush down there. Uchiha able to pick up J-Combat and or Depths. Nico also finally getting converted on as Savarsky will go down to G5RC. gets the confirmation over there. Rich Homie Coin also picking it up as we have 2 trios currently being threatened by Storm Surge, but they're dropping quickly.
Indeed. I thought we'd see a little bit more resistance in the number of players, but as you say that, it's already down to 51. Only one more player will need to fall, and with G5RC getting knocked, I think that may be the one that takes it over, just turning the Surge off. This team looking so good today, but my question is, can they keep looking good? And they're 8th place coming in, I believe, after all the points updating as well. 12 points for Arkham, Epic Whale, and 180 above. This is great to see. They haven't really had that big of an issue with it in the moving zones before, but it's before the moving zones where it hurts them. But leading all players with 112 elims in NA West Finals this year, the only NA West player over 100 total elims. So you can see why it's a valuable asset to have Reed on your team.
Yeah, particularly in the finals when we talk about how all the points being doubled tomorrow, well, that means those eliminations, hey, that's 4 points a pop if you're able to convert, and sometimes Reed can just be let off of his leash, and he just hungry hippos all of those points up. I mean, we've seen him just pick up trios like it was absolutely nothing, but we've also seen it go the opposite way. So I'll be very interested to see with the limited amount of practice time, because the thing we always lauded about Epic Whale, Arkham, and Rex, right? They play together in everything, right? Like, since they had formed, it was almost every single time. It was so rare to see them, and that's what made them part of such a consistent trio. But does that dynamic change up, right? Because I know you can say, like, yeah, well, Rex was mainly kind of that pop-off player in the late game, and Reed can kind of slot right in. And I'm like, I'm not sure I necessarily agree with that situation, having watched a lot of the VOD play from both of those guys. Like, yes, they're both capable of putting up similar numbers, but they do it in very, very different ways. So that's kind of the big question mark that I want to see over in that kind of trio swap up, as Arkham is able to pick up Russo, and we're going to swing on over Poppy, Cyrazor, and Eclipse. A good early launch pad into a rotation as Arkham does get the confirmation onto Russo, and we close in on our cascading placement points. So next trio going down will be +1 points all the way through, as Eclipse loses the entirety of the shield.
That was a little bit greedy there. Went for the wall when it was already taken from him, and trying to honestly block it all on off, but they were ready for it. The edit down going to come through. Poppy taking a lot of damage. Look who's on the high ground. Dynamic, Rexy, and Zelho as they look to make their move. Epic Whale and Arkham still there. The question is, yep, that's the answer. Taking down Poppy. 2 to 3 eliminations there for them. Can they grab any of this extra loot, or no, will they not be able to do it? Going back towards the northeast, they got to keep going. Got to keep moving. The thing I'm worried about with them is, can they get Reed to where he can operate like Reed can? We saw last season, it was a completely different Reed than we had ever seen. It was a Reed with so much more control, so much more prowess. They operated a lot from the high ground. That was Arkham, Epic Whale, and Rex's win condition. It seemed like every single FNCS. So can they get him up?
Well, Reed also had prioritization on the power weaponry. So far today, we've seen him with an uncommon shotgun twice, right? I don't think I've seen him with anything higher than a green, which is another part of Epic Whale and Arkham's game plan, where it's like they don't necessarily care about what weapons they're holding, knowing that they can put that work in. Well, Reed's not necessarily that way. He is very much used to having one of those epic or legendary shotguns to kind of supplement the fact that he is so good at the game, right? When you have the strongest weapon and you are also good, it's just a natural advantage coming through. So let's see if he's able to manufacture upgrades for himself, as Eclipse is completely out of builds. But that was some fantastic pathing. He found some great space for him, and Cyrazor's going to take over the front, but they were able to find some of what looks like their old builds as they're able to edit back down. And with only 4 left on the trio, I mean, it's going to be very important to find a refresh right here in these old builds.
And luckily for them, their old builds are where zone is. Both of them going to go for the medkit play, it seems like. But they have enough time, I think they do. Cyrazor will be able to get it off. Regulator, Moaning, G5RC, all going to go down or get knocked into capacity. Arkham going to be one of those players that did it. Both medkits going to come off. That's going to be 10 seconds off. No, it's over behind. Shots through. Eclipse is going to go down. They both get taken down. Both eliminations going to go over. Arkham, I think, going to be the one to do it, and it was 4 eliminations. Arkham will now have to operate solo. His entire team going to go down. He goes back He knows where Epic Well's body is. Can he find any of the floppers? Yes, he did. 3 floppers there. Chug splashers as well. You talked about over-indexing. You talked about having an abundance of heals, where here it is. Here's where it's going to pay off. It's got to get in the zone. It's moving further and further away. Did he waste too much time in the zone? And I think he did. He waited to try to find him, unless he's got a launch pad, unless he can maybe dash his way on up here. Shot's going to go through on the high ground. He does get in his zone, but no, he steps back in, trying to go for it, and goes down to it.
And was unable to pick up the medkits on the backside, and you see Snacky able to pick up a huge knock there on the low ground. Snacky, we talked about him doing it all in the last game. Well, he's doing it all right here now. Yet again, 6 elims to himself, 9 across the trio. They have full control on the low ground. They're going to drop him down, and instantly Snacky takes the brunt of the damage there with the harpoon dropping it, but he should be able to get shields back off. This will put him in a position where he's going to be the one to look to trade and knock the players down. We have a 3v2v1 situation coming out here as the player will get dropped down. Snacky ends up being taken out. Won the Swanton Bomb from the high ground, but Favs able to pick up Ratomi Quinn. He's able to get back towards the zone. No time to pick up the medkit unless he gets splashed, so Favs will find Zello towards the bottom part. 11 eliminations and the victory royale for your 2 out of 3 defending champs. 33 Favs, 33 Snacky, and the new addition of 100 Thieves, Rex, taking match number 2.
And it seems like all they gotta do is give Snacky the good guns, and look at the shots he's gonna find. That was a beautiful one there. Ended up finding the player as they were sprayed down. Actually, they ended up going to the zone, so it could have been 7 eliminations there onto Snacky, but name of the game for them is give him the good weapons and let him pop off and just get to endgame.
And what really impressed me there was their control, the way they were able to work together on the low ground, call out the targets, and when Snacky did end up getting traded out, it was no problem because you were still in a situation where it's a 2v2v1 and you had priority. Brilliant job on them closing out the victory royale. We're going to ship it back on over the desk so they can break down match number 2.
Hey, production, can you guys go ahead and change my prediction?
Oh my gosh, hey, what's going on, everybody? It's great to be back. It's Zeke, your boy. Hi, everybody. Okay, Kelly, first words here. Rex, Snacky, Fab, first place, 11 eliminations.
I mean, look at that, 78 points total right now. Actually, I'm almost more impressed by Poppy, Sizer, and Eclipse right there, standing strong with that 1 VR they got in game number 1. Had another good performance in game number 2, but my goodness, Snacky just playing out of his mind on the low ground right there, grabbing 11 eliminations. Snacky grabbing the bulk of all of those. But I think, honestly, Panda, the competition's kind of close, 1st through 7th place.
This is probably some of the closest action we've seen in recent times, right? Especially on this region where we've seen players become so dominant in day number 1, break away in the first 3 games, but we're not seeing that here. We're seeing a lot more consistency from these players, and that speaks to the skill ceiling that is continually changing here on the West Coast. But there's a lot of stuff we got to break down in that game.
I mean, you know, of course, we would have to talk about Rex and Snacky and eliminations and their pop-off performances. Why wouldn't we? They come out super strong.
Yeah, they had a good start just from the beginning. I think they grabbed the first few of their eliminations from Zone 2 right here as we're watching it. They were kind of close to threshold, which was surprising me, but as you can see right here, now they're going drastically above the threshold and pretty much just staying consistent throughout the entire game.
Yeah, and that's what they're so good at, right? They know how to get surge tags, and this is kind of what elevates them above Arcrum, Epic Whale, and Reet sometimes, is that they are a better team when it comes to getting surge. We see Epic Whale, Arcrum, and Reet struggling to get those surge tags early, which ultimately affects their game, and now that's why we see Rex, Favs, and Snacky excelling. You see them in these final moments, comfortable in these final moments, and ultimately in this game, walking away with a beautiful VR.
Just incredible awareness from this team right here. You can see that they're on the low ground. Pretty much no other team is trying to contest them on the low ground. As soon as anyone drops, they are fully aware of where that person is. You can kind of see actually how they're all looking around in all directions at all times. Just the awareness and patience that this team has. Instead of trying to steal height, instead of trying to break into a box, they just wait for everyone to fall into their trap. And that's exactly what happened here. An incredible performance, walking away with 11 eliminations in that game too.
So good, so strong, and that was just like you said, game number 2. We're gonna jump aboard the battle bus in just a moment. First, I'd really quickly like to touch on predictions one more time to remind everybody at home what the predictions do look like. As you can see here, I am Rex, Snacky, and Fabs. Kelly and everybody else is Epic Whale, Arcrum, and Reet. Thank you so much, production. Production, have a backup to my backup. Yeah, absolutely great stuff all overall. Kelly taking this much better than I thought she would. Great stuff. 30 seconds before we go in. I like that Clay kind of called out. You give Snacky the weapons, and he's going to kind of take the brunt of the action. I love that, right? I love that he was the one putting himself in harm's way. He was like, look, I've already got 6 eliminations, right? If this guy drops how many domes me, which did happen, like, he's already done everything he needed to do. He's already paved the path for this trio. And then the rest, we're just like, cool. We'll just walk over, cross the finish line, get ourselves a victory royale. Game number 2. That seems pretty good. Production trader, we'll change all of our stuff back. Yeah, great stuff. Anyway, 5 seconds before we jump back into all of the action. Make sure you guys stick around. Remember, 6 games today, another 6 tomorrow, as well as double points. So it's all about how high we can place here in day number 1. We're jumping aboard the battle bus once more. Clay Sundown, over to you.
Thank you so much, Kelly and Panda. No thank you to Zeke. I mean, come on. Like, we know Kelly's doing the right thing in terms of the prediction. She's put her homework up there. Let's at least let her keep her pick. You can do whatever you want with yours as we hop on into the halfway point. 2 matches down. What are you looking at here in match number 3, Clay?
I am looking at these teams that are close to getting to the performances that they want, the ones that are getting to that top 5 and just falling a little bit short. I'm looking to see what Arcrum, Epic Whale, and Freak can do to really round out this team, because you see the makings, it's there, but they just haven't polished it out enough. And again, reminder, as long as you're in a good enough spot today, tomorrow is a whole different ball game that we haven't seen before.
Right, we've talked about it a little bit in terms of the points available tomorrow. Well, honestly, a lot of it at this point, right? We're going down to the 2 times multiplier, which means Victory Royale is worth 60 points, eliminations worth 4 points. Slickymon actually going to be the first one to get taken down there right off the start. Just ends up taking a little bit of fall damage. You can see Dragon will pick up cool right away. Rich Quinn also going down. So on the unfortunate side of that trade, is Falconer will be sticking it out here over in Lazy Lake. Cuddy picks up a Pulsar, Batman Booga. Day gets the finish over onto Wave, and 40R Storm has that epic lever action shotgun right off of the start. I mean, if you can get wall to wall with that, that thing rips early.
It really does. And the new pistol, it's so good as well with the follow-up. We've always talked about the pistols in the past, and now, honestly, I think this one's just a little bit more in favor of those fights at the earlier stages, before it really had to have been one of those epic or legendary ones. But now it can put up a lot of damage very quickly. As Jagfear, unfortunately, going to go down there. Drew going to take him. Squishy now going to fall there to Chip. 40R Falconer and K-Nox, again, they are trying to be the ones that make the move first, but I like that they're not going into these buildings, and as I say that, as I'm setting up, they're dropping into a building. I like to see them figure out where everybody is before they dive in and make that decision.
Yeah, kind of play around the rooftops, get information. As you can see, Pulsar Chip going to pick up the full elim there. Yumi also picking up a knock onto Rex as the teams over at Lazy Lake just kind of poke and prod, trading back whatever Storm Surge damage they can get their hands on. Nobody necessarily wanting to commit too much because, again, Lazy Lake not necessarily known for its abundance of resources, right? You don't want to get bogged down in a fight early on because, again, you're just kind of swinging at these like +10, +20 brick walls, right? And it just doesn't add up. It's not a good use of your time. And Falconer instead, he says, nope, I'm going to hop in the truck and I'm going to close the gap. He drives it right on into their backyard and says, surprise, where's the party? Here it is.
Not able to find the damage, though. 40R going to take a big chunk of it himself. They pause for a brief moment, and we talked about how 40R had such great loadout. But look at Falconers. It's common all around, except for that AR, that burst AR in the inventory, just to give them a little bit of extra swappage there if they want to swap over. They don't want to reload one of those weapons, but 40R trying to find an angle, but seems a little bit lost there for a moment. Is going to find everybody running through, but doesn't go for the shot. Look at that charge. And oh no, the Fireflies from the other team actually going to cause them a little bit more chaos there. Ordef's going to go down. Falcon are going to be the one to do it. The entire team is burning down below. 40 are now going to hit the shots with that charge. It doesn't matter if this player's running away. There we go. That's what we like to see from Falconer, K-Nox, and 40R Storm. Seems like Lazy Lake sticking there was the correct choice for them as they take all the eliminations away.
I mean, it helps that 40R Storm ended up rolling that epic lever action and then getting the side grade over into that charge right away. The charge just so devastating if you can find kind of that 2 to 3 box limit, as we do get a replay of some of those early game fights that we miss. Olaf getting the cleanup over on this side. We do see Rachel McQuinn getting taken down over on the other side, and we're going to swing back on over to, again, the secondary fight over in Craggy Cliffs, where Salco, Kabu trying to close in the gap, and Elige is just running for the hills.
It seems like, once again, at what point in the 12-game tournament, with the last 6 being double, do you decide, I'm not landing here anymore? Is it in the 4th game? Is it in the back half of the first 6?
If I'm these teams and I'm struggling at my drop spot, if I have a secondary one that we've practiced before, I'm probably going to look to hit that up and maybe game like 5 or 6 if the first 4 are rough, knowing that, like, yes, while there is still time, like, you need to figure out your game plan before tomorrow. The benefit is, of course, you can go in, you can VOD review, you can find out kind of where the empty spots are on the map, or maybe there's a trio you think you match up favorably with, right? And try and find some space and make plays on day number 2. And if you're able to win those initial fights, right, like, yeah, 6 points doesn't sound like a lot right now, but that's 12 points tomorrow, right? So if you're able to kind of get those engagements that you want to be taken, you're able to isolate some of these early fights, like we saw over in EU last FNCS, a little bit with Cammy, Seti, and Teak, how they were kind of post up in the middle of zone and pressure teams who they knew were underneath Storm Surge. They become just that much more valuable. So we actually have a little bit of a trade-off for that legendary bird. It looks like it is going to go over to the northern side team, and Defiable & Co. have so much extra loot here. Jesus.
Oh my gosh. Everybody seemed to be stacked here for them. They didn't even know what to pick up. And the legendary suppressed sniper rifle. This will be a source of a lot of their Storm Surge damage coming through. A quick replay for everybody about how things ended up taking down. Oh, what a shot. Is he about to 1v2 this right here? Maybe even a 1v3. No. Unfortunately, was not able to do so. They go down. But what a shot there to start that off. We're back over to Lazy Lake G4 RC rather, Antrax and Notch. Back new Falconer Company, but I don't think they want this. They realize, you know what? No. Lazy Lake's not the place for us to fight. We're going to keep disengaging and getting out of there, but you can only run so far when you only have 25 builds.
And G5RC took a ton of damage there, so did Notch, and if they are able to kind of get in the semi-truck and just drive away, it offers a ton of protection, but notice how there's only 2 seats in that thing, right? They are missing a teammate on the opposite side, so while Antrax and G5RC are trying to disengage, Notch is like, what about you guys? Help? Hey, it's okay. I'll meet up with you later. I'm on the road. It's fine. As we swing on over. 100 Thieves Rex, 33 Snacky, and Favs currently sitting in first place. 2 out of 3 defending champs, and everyone knows all about Rex as we have yet another Northern Pull. That's back-to-back here in games number 2 and 3.
Ooh. I was saying it's going to Coral Castle. Listen, I was the evil one earlier. I'm going to say it again. It's going to go to Coral. And everyone's going to have massive elevation changes, water zones. I'm ready to see it. A leaderboard update, though. Overall, it's going to be Rex, Favs, and Snacky taking the lead with 78 total points. Again, reminder, if this was tomorrow, it'd be 156 total points that they would have had, of course, just over these first couple games.
Right, and if you're trying to think how to rationalize it, we've talked about it a little bit before at the start of the show, you might think, well, double the points tomorrow, doesn't that just make the first day useless? No, not at all, because you're still playing a third of the available points going through, right? So yes, there's 2/3 available tomorrow. Your performances tomorrow matter more, but you can still set yourself up for success, right? And you can feel these other trios out, try and figure out where the room is on the map, who you're able to push, which one of your Storm Surge rotations makes sense. And honestly, I think it's a little bit more exciting, at least for me as a caster and observer, because the teams who are able to adapt and execute a game plan and look at the wealth of information that's available to them, not only in their region, the VODs that they end up going through, but over the course of the other regions, which is why I enjoy watching NA West so much, right? Like, we get to see what happens in the other 6 regions before we even finally get here, and some of those little adaptations end up creeping in.
And that's what we get to see over those 12 games, right? It's those little small micro adaptations that you make, whether it be on where you rotate to, or if you're rotating this way versus that way, if you're finding tags here versus there, and also how other players are rotating as well. That's what's so intriguing about Fortnite. It's this big game of multiple different chessboards and multiple different chess games happening at the exact same time, and you have to be really good at micromanaging all aspects of every single game there. As we move over, we get a nice 3-box here of Favs, Snacky, and Rex. And bottom right, it's going to be Epic Whale, Arkram, and Ree. And again, if you're wondering, we keep using this word over-indexing. It just means focusing heavily on having these in the inventory. Look at Epic Whale's inventory. Again, 3 floppers, 4 chug splashes. I believe that's 1 big shield there. So focusing very heavily on having these heals because he knows that they need it to get into these end games.
Yeah, and it's been really tough kind of trying to figure out the Storm Surge gameplay. Largely, we've been hanging around with them. What we saw previously when they did have Rex on their team is they kind of drive around with Arkram leading the pathing, and then with Epic Whale and Rex just hanging out the window, throwing these shots away. And now, while not necessarily the worst of game plans, you can see Arkram is the one carrying the heavy weaponry right now. I'd be very interested to see what's in Reed's loadout if Arkram is the one who's holding on to that epic pump shotgun. Reminder, the leaderboard on the left-hand side, there's our top 5 currently only separated by 11 points, so still plenty of room at the top. And as we've mentioned, probably about a gajillion times in the broadcast today, don't forget points are doubled tomorrow, so there's still plenty to be played for, whether you're at the top of the leaderboard, whether you're at the bottom of the leaderboard. And yeah, this is really weird to me, right? The fact, and I know I've probably used the weird too many times tonight, but there's just so many different situations that we're not used to seeing on NA West, where Reet is in a trio, and all of the power weaponry right now is over in Arkram. Arkram is the one with the rare AR. Arkram is the one with the epic pump shotgun. Like, in most circumstances, Reet should be the one holding that in a trio, and has been the majority of the time. And as we see, the update on the right-hand side, first number was 22. That lets us know kind of who the lowest team from the threshold is. There's only one has to go down, so we can anticipate there'll be some ping-ponging there. But these guys, 563 above there. With the update, we also have our top 24 trios, so 5 points being given out. You can expect them just kind of disengage, as this is the first time they've comfortably passed that first Storm Surge check-in. Reed's actually going to pick up an Elam doing it.
And this is where they need to operate for the rest of these games. This is their strong suit, is forcing a team out of a situation and not just going in, not knowing everything. They just have so much pressure together as a trio. And it was even the case with Rex. Right? They have so much pressure as a trio, they have to focus on that rather than just trying to go in quickly, all separate, and then maybe getting elimination, and it usually ends up with one of them going down. So it really needs to be their focus of, hey, just put pressure onto one of these players, get in, get out, we're good.
Uchiha throwing shots towards the outside. Lush and Mekton trying to help him out. Again, as you can see, top left corner, 69 players remaining, 24. Trio's still up on their feet, so first round of placement points with Storm Surge has turned off, so team's likely just kind of poking, prodding, gaining whatever information they can. Which, yeah, needs to be careful because I don't see any excess heavy pots on them to get over that kind of 50 threshold. He does have plenty of minis, so he's just trying to harass this team a little bit, playing that gatekeeper role where you are inside of the zone, the opponents are out, but once they hit that tree line, I'm not sure he's going to reliably be able to find shots, or at least he shouldn't.
There are the shots being thrown back as well. The zone continuing to pull to the northwest. I'm calling it again. Not too far off.
Wrong.
They're going to be able to stay
not
here,
not northwest though. We're going away from Coral, so let's dispel any of that Coral nonsense. First of all, a Coral zone pull, if my math is correct, at least like based on the FNCS this season, is probably under at like 2%. I want to say it's lower, at least based off of the games that I've watched, but I don't know across the board. Like Coral just has so many factors playing against it in terms of the zone pulling up in that area that it's no surprise that we're coming a little bit more central here. But Clay, you do get your wish in terms of water zone and change in verticality, because that river basin is no joke in terms of the rapid changes of verticality. It might look like it's relatively quick, but I promise you, the grid space here is so incredibly awkward. Anybody who's played in kind of a moving zone in this situation or in the late game arena knows exactly what I'm talking about, right? It's just like that entire left-hand side of the hill that's on your screen there, trying to build around it, just ends up being a nightmare.
It does, and what was even worse for Rex, Snacky, and Favs is that car blowing up is so much damage, and I don't think they have the big pots either to really get back up above that 150 effective HP. As there are 18 first-time finalists competing in NA West today, compared to 27 in EU. So a lot of players have been in this situation before, but it's all about how you execute on it in that very current day and that very current moment. As we swap around, just take a look at the inventory. Yeah, no 50 pots available for Rex, and anybody else that goes below that threshold is going to have to rely on their minis, and they're already starting to dwindle down on those as well. So a misplay, staying in the car a little bit too long, but how will they adapt and overcome it? Because we know they can.
Yeah, and I'd like to hang out with this trio for a little bit, because they've been getting into some really weird mid-game fights that I wouldn't anticipate they normally get in. We've been seeing their name pop up in that elimination feed relatively frequently, and right now Symmetrical swap right on over, and that 68 tag feels so good.
That's what they needed as well. If they're below surge, that's going to just keep adding up points, rather damage points over towards them, as maybe Jacob will not pop a mini there. I get that he only has 2 in the inventory, and you always want to have those 2 together. That way you don't just have 1 mini pop, but you know, with the chug splashes available, they could also use 1 here.
No, I like it. He's banking on getting an Elim. He's going to pick up an Elim here with the rifle. It's fine as we swing on over, and that's a chest and a half popping out there.
What kind of luck did they get? I need that kind of RNG in my games, please.
I was just about to say, we were talking about priority power weaponry. Well, it doesn't matter when everybody gets a purple. You get an epic shotgun, and you get an epic shotgun, and you get an epic shotgun. But a team who's normally been picking up a bunch of eliminations, but quiet so far this game. Glace, Godvro, and Fekoy. But I like this, that they're at least still all up on their feet, right? Because minus the first game where they made it kind of into the moving zones, we've seen at least one of them get picked or tripped up early on here. So I think there's potential for them to roll another big point game here.
The potential is there, but they got a long way to go. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 trios standing in their way right now. 3 just directly. Look at the one right in front of them as 83 points going to be first place right now. Rex, Favs, and Snacky, but not too far behind. You've got a lot of different trios right there. And again, your goal, if you're not in first at the end of today, is that your lead is 1 point off. You want that lead to be so close that tomorrow it is a whole nother day and it is anybody's game.
And if you ain't first, you're last. Well, that's not necessarily true, because again, double the points tomorrow, and it's not like the points are made up and don't matter on day number 1. Like we talked about, a third of the available ones on the board, but it's really going to make kind of those big victory route, big elimination games tomorrow stand out, right? If you're not able to put up the most consistent performance today, all of a sudden you're looking to like, hey, what can we do to have that big game performance tomorrow? Because maybe that's slightly more valuable than just racking off 6 consistent games, knowing that there is a higher potential for points to be picking up as we do pull northwest with the 4th zone. So anticipate these players packing the outside here. And it seems like with the exception of the southwest corner, there's plenty of space.
And finally, just air above. They don't have to worry. They're finally above by a huge amount. They don't have to stress about anything really going into this next one. If they don't pull zone, that'll be the biggest stressor for them, but they can relax now.
Just take some time to just like we're doing, and the observers as well. Thank you so much, giving us a nice little survey of where some of these trios are at right now. Is Antrax, Notch, G5RC sitting on 74 points themselves, so right up towards the top part of that leaderboard. And honestly, I love the shield fish in the inventory as well. One, just because fishing is so efficient, but the fact that it takes just a little bit less time to pop than those big pots, so it will end up adding up. As you can see, they are 94 below, so they look like they're trying to get in. Notch is going to be the first one in. Eclipse ends up taking a ton of damage. Would love to have stuck with that fight over on the opposite side, but right now you can see Favs, Rex, and Snacky 333 above. They're doing just fine. As Razor will end up getting the knock onto Notch. J Mudio ends up picking up Yawn there as well. G5RC trying to play a little bit defensively now. As you can see, Notch has been picked up, but they were able to get themselves above Storm Surge. So Razor getting the confirmation over there, but Antrax on the flip side of that offers them a little bit of help. He knocks Poffy, and I think if G5RC and Antrax are aware of that, they should be able to sneak down and potentially snag a reboot and get some priority positioning here. G5RC will do that, but at the cost of almost all of his effective white HP, so they need to either find a medkit, find some white heals, or find a reset. And with just the shields and the positioning they're in, if they're able to weather the storm, it's possible, but I mean, it's going to be tough.
That is almost a 90-degree incline coming on through, right? You've got a very big mountain ahead of you, and not just figuratively. They've got a literal one right around the other side, and they've got pressure coming from down below. They've got to be careful about that. 3 more players going to go down before Stormsurge is turned off. 40 are unfortunately going to be one of them. Cuddy getting traded on back. Kenshi now going to go down. That's a big knock there in the feed. I wonder what is happening there. Arkham, Epic Whale, and Reek going to be involved in a quarrel as well. They take down Grim. Where is Favs? Where is Snacky? What are they doing? Rather, as I say that, Kenshi, I'm just so used to them playing with them there, but still a big Elim going down. As Squishy goes down to Arkham, they're going to fight another Elim as well. Now, this is the Arkham, Marie, and Epic Whale we want to see. This is where they will dominate, but it's on the back of them having such power weapons. You can't guarantee this every time, but Sundown! They pull zone.
They pull zone, and they have so much loot. I don't know if you saw them. They were trying to juggle and decide. Like, they might have left a full stack of fish down there just because they can't outright carry it. I know that Epic Whale ended up having just a ton of splashes, but they're going to invest all of these extra hard mass knowing that they can just drop back down and pick up whatever is left in that cacophony down on the lower part. But they're sitting on 4 eliminations, Clay. There is still 43 other players up, and this is the first time everyone has to push into them.
How many are they going to get? How many can they spray out? And again, immediately, they send one player over to launch pad. A couple of them are going to stay back just to secure it there. And boom, as soon as Arkham is challenged, they are going for the high ground. They are landing on top. Falcon are trying to make something happen, but Reed is going to be able to dodge that right away to create a battle for the high ground. Who's going to be able to take it out? And it's Reed, of course, on the high ground. Arkham lost no HP. Most importantly, that high ground push, Arkham was able just to disengage long enough for Reed and Epic Whale to get there.
But now swinging over to our current leaders, defending FNCS champs, Snacky and Favs at it with 100 Thieves. Rex, the player who's able to clutch up in so many different circumstances, but checking the right-hand side, just barely ping-ponging above, below with the Storm Surge. 2 trios will be threatened by it with 121 above. They should feel like they're safe again. The 7th zone surge drops very quickly because we are in the moving zones. Cyrazer and Temple able to exchange elims there on that side. So our match 1 winner still trying to run through. One more player will need to be confirmed, and the Storm Surge will turn off here. Cyrazer, 85 points, just trying to earn any of those placement points that come with just outlasting other trios. In this point, again, every trio that drops is +1 point. And Cyrazer says, I'll do a little bit myself there. +2 for the elim, +1 for the placement. C is symmetrical. He drops in 14th. Cyrazer finds another good angle here. He's playing out of his mind today, honestly. Finding so many good areas. A player who we don't call his name enough, honestly, because I'm pretty sure nobody knows how to pronounce it, but I'm going with Cyrazer. As right now, Rex picking up 2 eliminations on his own, has the harpoon, as well as that legendary burst rifle and a rare pump to try and drop in, but Snacky end up going down. Rex finds the first shot. Is he able to get the conversion? Yes, it will come through here in a second as we have our top 10 trios, top 20 players heading into the endgame.
Unfortunately, his teammate's going to fall. He's going down as well. Got stuck on the edit. Wasn't able to make it. Reed and Arkham up above Rex.
But Cyrazor got him.
Cyrazor on 5 eliminations. Yes, it was him, but he's running out of options. 5 builds remaining. Not a lot of room to work with. This zone is closing so quickly on him. So are the opportunities for them to get back into this game. They have 120 effective HP, now down to 100, now down to 90. Just like that, they lost 30 HP sticking in the zone just to try to buy some time out of builds. They have to hope high ground doesn't have an angle, someone not on the other side for them. No, they're gonna find one. That's gonna be elimination for the other player, but they take him down perfectly as well. They're gonna get the siphon mats and able to get back, build themselves just enough of a relief to be still in this game. That's 6 eliminations. You've got to worry. If he keeps going, this is setting themselves up so well for these next couple of games. This is what we like to see. Again, NA West showing us that, hey, it's not just the top 2 anymore. There are a lot of players in this region that have the skill to show up, and Cyrazor being one of them. Nice usage of the last 2 builds he has left, but no, gonna be hit with a harpoon in the face.
Yeah, and I mean, just look at the defense from Reet, Arkham, and Epic Whale. They have Reet and Epic Whale down on the tarp right below low ground. Arkham is so high off the ground that nobody can reasonably contest him, even if they have a launch pad. And now Reet able to pick up a knock. They make it into a straight 3v3. So Reet and Epic Whale are fighting right now on the logo, trying to force these players out. He's trying to get ahead of them and get the piece of control. Going to drop down, gets the first one. That's a huge knock. Reet gets the second. Can he get the third and call it a game? He does. Reet pushes through 8 elims for him, 3 for Epic Whale, and 2 for Arkham. 13 total, and that takes them up to 93 points. It wasn't a question of if, it was when, Clay, and match 3 is the answer. They get the first victory royale and up on the board for their newly formed trio.
And what a way to do it. Good amount of eliminations as well. And it all came on the back of them pulling zone, them having high ground, and them having those weapons to do it. We talked about the fact that they could. Just got to find the right ingredients there, as Shai would say, to bake that cake. And victory royale cake is always a nice one to be able to have at the end of the day.
Yeah, and I think they need just a little bit of a pinch more of early aggression, a little bit of pinch more of prioritizing some of those power weapons. But when they get all of that going into their recipe, they're baking a fantastic cake. But let's kick it on over the desk so they can break down the halfway point of day 1.
Production, go ahead and change my prediction back to what we originally had it at the start of the day. Oh my gosh, I don't know why I keep doing this. I'm not paying enough attention. Hey everybody, great stuff. It's your boy Zeke back again. Wow, so it's crazy. Now we get the other side. I kind of like joked about this at the top of the show, that this was like a dynasty situation, right? You had this #1 team. You had this team finally dethrone them. They split up into 2 separate teams. And now, I mean, look at this. They're in 2nd and 3rd place. It's a dang dynasty, Kelly.
Wow, Arkham, Reet, and Epic Whale now up to 3rd place with 93 points right there. Of course, an incredible run from Reet there. 8 eliminations total just from him, dropping down in the final moments to go 1 and 2 and grab those final elims. But of course, you have to talk about the team that's in 1st place right now. Cyrazor going for an incredible solo run. I think he was solo when there was around 10, 11 teams left over, and then was able to grab a 4th place finish there. So incredible right here. This team, we need to give them more shout outs. Obviously, we love to look at Arkham and Rex's team, or I guess I should call it Fav's team, because Rex and Ark. But yeah, incredible performance right there. I'd love to see how top heavy this competition is.
Yeah, I mean, look, all these incredible performances are culminating to this, right? Again, remember what Kelly mentioned before and Sundown mentioned before as well. This is the first third of the tournament, right? Obviously, day 2 is going to be a lot more impactful, but you need to be consistent in day #1 to day #2. With teams like Reet, Arkham, and Epic Whale being known to be day 2 teams, it really speaks to how well they're doing today, and will they be able to keep that on tomorrow. These other teams, though, they're stepping up to the plate here. However, Reet, Arkham, Epic Whale showing us that despite being behind, they still have what it takes to come back here in the second half of the games.
Well, they definitely were not behind at this point in the game. 900 above threshold, easily grabbing that height. And you can see Favs' team was trying to grab second height there, but Reet immediately takes them down, and they hold it without much of a threat from anyone else. A lot of teams trying to poke up there, but Epic Whale, Reet, and Arkham were just so synergized at that moment. They had such good communication going on. And also, I want to give a shout out to the fact that they had an insane amount of heals. So they were ready for that heal off. We actually saw it in game 2, where Arkham was able to kind of run run back, grab a bunch of med kits and floppers, but it wasn't able to make it all the way into the end game. So they're making sure that they have all that health in case it does go to a heal off, but it doesn't need to when you have someone like Reet who's just going to drop down on the lower team and take them both out.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. I mean, 8 eliminations there for Reet alone. That just speaks to the powerhouse player that he is in those moments. You just need a duo around him to get him to those moments, right? And we talked about before how he did exceptionally well last season with Snacky and Fabs, or this season, I should say, in Season 8 of FNCS. But look, it really boils down to what they can do in this. This is a new team. Both of these top 2 and 3 are new teams. And will they be able to compete with Poffy and company? Because they're showing us that they're ready to take this top throne here at the end of the year.
I mean, it's possible, right? Like, I'm excited at the idea that Poppy's trio could be this new dominant trio, right? Like, we get a secondary shakeup to the next one. I'm looking forward to that. Guys, we're getting ready to jump back aboard the battle bus, as y'all know. Don't forget, tomorrow, double points. And, of course, I'd love to just kind of talk through some of the predictions and whatnot that we have. Before we do jump back in the battle bus, so let's go ahead and take a look really quickly here.
Wait, oh.
What?
Zeke.
That is more accurate here.
What?
Listen, you can't just change your predictions all willy-nilly, Zeke, all right? You're going to get punished if that's what you do. And thank you, production, for switching my prediction back to the correct one, Rex, Snacky, and Fabs.
I'm so upset.
Listen.
I mean, when you wave your magic wand too many times, Zeke, it's bound to snap. Enough of those dark arts around here. Make a choice and stick to it as we hop on in. 3 more matches to go. The first 3 are down here on day number 1. My name's Sundad, joined by Clay Stelling. And Clay, honestly, this is about kind of what I expected given the shakeup.
Yeah, this is where I expected it to end up being there at the end of couple games from what we saw, right? It was like, yeah, you know what? Hey, it's an A West. But we still got some competitors up there, right? We still got those teams that are like, hey, you know what? Just because we're not top 2 doesn't mean we can't play with the rest of them. We can't put up the same amount of points, and that's what I like to see. I want to see how close they keep it, though. Because, again, NA West typically is those 2 big teams at the end of the day. But right now, it's not that quite yet.
Yeah, and I think one of the things to note, too, is looking at trends across some of the other 12-game finals that we've seen out of NA West. And while it typically is kind of one of those 2 top trios that we've been talking about battling back and forth, there's always a 3rd and 4th trio who puts together a really solid run. And right now, Cyrazer, Poffy, and their trio are doing it. They are in first place. Yes, it is by only 1 point, but they've consistently making it into each game, and they've done it in very NA West ways, where it's just like, hey, that first game, they're able to rack off a number of eliminations and make it through and secure the victory royale. Then in match number 2, hey, we made it all the way to the end game as relatively consistently, and now really the NA West kind of cornerstone there, it's that absurd individual effort from one player in a game where you deserve to maybe get like 7 points. All of a sudden, he turns it into a 20-point game, right? And those are the type of performances you'll need to have not only today, but especially tomorrow. Those games where you're not supposed to get points and you're able to convert on them. As we see 4DR Storm able to get one of the knocks here and get the conversion. They're trying to separate and get Falconer back up, but Kadenox not necessarily in the best of positions with no builds and just that common SMG.
They do have the revive coming through, though. Get that one Elam coming through will give them that slight advantage. But again, with only 30 HP, you can put the damage down, but you are 1 hit away from it. But that's always enough, right? Even if you get that reboot and they just have the pistol, it's still enough to have that body there to take that initial shot for you. See what they do with it, though. Again, Lazy Lake, one of these awkward places to fight. You can disengage in so many ways, but you have to have materials, and Ordeps does not.
Yeah, we've talked about it, how you're kind of swinging at those walls or anything on the interior to try and min-max your builds, but there's not a whole lot that you can really do. Boom, yeah, you get like 3 metal coming off there. You can see just even 4 or 5 whacks there only end up netting him just an additional 2 builds, but he will get an angle, will get some shots onto Storm there with that burst rifle, so he'll feel a little bit better about it. But the tough thing when you're in this 2v3 situation is it's so incredibly hard, even if you have the card to get off a reboot, because the other team immediately goes over and plays defensively around it.
Okay, Knox able to find a bit of a hole here. Is not going to push it. Just going for the loot instead. Okay, all right. Again, this RNG today is so great. Some of these players, K-Knox finding 3 big shields back to back, finding a 140 tag. Not gonna push it, but unfortunately, the enemy down below needs to because they don't have shields. They don't have the same luxury that K-Knox just have.
Yeah, K-Knox finding floor loot, chest shield, and then immediately, I believe that was one of those kind of plussed up ammo crate shields off the corner, and then also going to find a great angle onto Ordeps, get the confirmation, and Zaze is the last one up now, and this should be easily resolved.
Yeah, there's not really many places you can hide here, and okay, all right.
I don't see that many big shields in a match, man. And I specifically hang around the outside and pick up as many as I can. This dude just found 4 in like 4 straight drops. Like, come on now.
And Zaze is getting minis as well. What is this building right now? We've got a lot of players there. Elimination is going to come through, but I need that luck.
Don't we all? Don't we all? But ultimately, right now, K-Knox is going to pop one of those extra 3 off the opposite side. They get the 3 eliminations. Take a look at the top left-hand corner as well. So far, 3 trios have gone down, plus 5 extras who've been picking up, taking us to a total of 85. Still 30 trios remaining, and 40R Storm gets obliterated. My lord.
Ooh, the shots. Just connecting there. Will they be able to back off in time? Falcon are going to be the focus now. Notch just have that harpoon if he needs to get into these wood builds very quickly. The damage continuing to go through. Seems like they did a great job at that first initial push, but Notch is going to find him. He's going to go too aggressive and decided to go by themselves. And now all of a sudden, Anterac, G5RC all have to be very careful. They have to disengage. This Falconer wants that elimination. K-Knox wants that elimination. 40R wants that elim, and they weren't even able to grab their Ebu card. They're out. They have to go.
Yeah, honestly, it felt like that was almost a little bit too easy for Notch. He opened up the edit, and he just whiffed that shotgun shot. I mean, he put it wide, and I think that was Falconer who he opened up onto. He didn't have a weapon out off of the start, and if that first shotgun shot hits, it's very different, but you could see how he was almost a little bit surprised as he went through and opened it up. Swing on over to the other side. Quick little replay. You see Grim picking up the nice little elimination into the assist for it, and then Lime getting upset that he got picked up. He know they were so close in that fight.
Unfortunate there as we swap over to Epic Whale, Arkram, and Reet making their way into zone. They're going to find Jellyfish there. Just again, trying to find any extra floppers if they can. And they'll take some damage, but again, building out that wood in Weeping Wood, they're going to be able to refarm that up very quickly. Again, this team coming in 3rd place to this game. Taking, honestly, very minimal damage. I like that they immediately hopped out there. Said, hey, you know what? That car's close to blowing up. Let's not risk it for that biscuit. Let's just get out on foot.
Yeah, hop out the whip. No more skirt for them. And they'll find a great angle, but no shots connecting for Arkham. Very atypical in that situation. But you'll see they're just going to try to box up, find some potential angles, make sure they're breaking line of sight from the opposite sides, and a little too blasé, honestly, in my opinion here, right? Like, not covering their back. They haven't really 100% checked and made sure there's nobody rotating over there. Like, yes, we know, looking on the minimap, there's nobody from the south side, but there could be number trios, and as we say, one is right coming over the horizon. Nope, they're actually rotating farther inward. As they get a nice little 3-box of our current top 3.
It's an interesting zone. Finally get to move away from that northern region. Just center it up a little bit. I'm ready for the pyramid zone. I know it's a little bit far off. I know it's only the first zone, but I'm ready for it. I want to see the challenging. I think Shio alluded to it. We want to see these players challenge. We want to see what they can do in these moments where it just seems like, oh no, that zone went there. What the heck am I gonna do? Moving over, we've got Rex, Fabs, and Saki, and this is where I think Rex feels a better role, is because he's always fit that role of he can kind of mold anywhere, but seeing their loadout, if Rex has that shotgun, we know what he could do, as well as, okay, all right, okay. They all have epic shotgun.
Yeah, I was just about to say, if they all have that shotgun, though, that's even better, and I mean, You can see how before they're prioritizing the weapon on the Snacky. Well, no prioritization needed as you're able to drop all three going on there. Now, we did get a little bit of a look at the map. We can anticipate that the second zone will probably go a little bit west, but it could still have the option of coming east, which could make the rotation for the trios who are on the eastern side here relatively difficult. We do see Jay picking up the knock on to Quickamon. It'll be interesting to see if he's able to convert, as we have a little bit of a slower match here than we did in our previous game number 3. We saw a little bit of a speed up going on, but as is typical for NA West, once we get in the back half of games, 4 can sometimes be a little bit loosey-goosey, but some of the trios will tend to button down. 5 and 6, well, it really has depended in a lot of circumstances. We'll still see kind of that first storm surge, assuming teams don't just fly at each other.
And usually they do. I mean, usually we'll see that just constant aggression throughout the entire match. It'll calm down around that 70 threshold that we'll see, but everyone likes to be super aggressive in those last couple of games just because they know, hey, we're setting ourselves up. But how aggressive do they really have to be? Again, we talked about it a lot. It's a double point day tomorrow, and so if you just play for placement today, if you're one of those teams that's like close but not in that top 10, and you get into the top 10 tomorrow, you're set up so well.
Yeah, and I would love to see the Poppy and Cyrazor fight right now as they're going up against Kadenox. We saw the knock there in the feed. Rakasuki, Nigel, and Aiden under a little bit of pressure as well. Needs to be careful about the hot feet on the backside. Literally, the floor is lava there. Brian Loke's going to get the knock on the Kangarna. XC being taken down there. Rakatsuki still trying to find a little bit of an in route. Needs to be careful there. Is able to kind of catch his feet, and they will go back up onto the high ground. So good decision in that regard, but a lot of materials burnt as well. Down to 88. So basically invested the entirety of their brick to kind of hop back up here, only having 9 of those left. So going to be a little bit difficult. There are some opportunities to refarm that here too. I was kind of keeping an eye on the top left-hand corner. That number actually keeps jumping back up. We were at 80 a second ago, now back up to 83.
Ooh. NA West and their reboots always seem to come in to play as Aiden, Nigel, and Arkatsuki are going to be able to get into this stream eventually. They make the rotation. They take a little bit of damage, but they're able to rotate it through. We do see Aiden land a little bit short. And what a stark difference of loot, right? You got that legendary burst rifle, but then you got a common shotgun. It's really hard. It's right. You hit him for that small amount of damage there on the shotgun, and then you follow up with the burst, and it does a good amount, but it's still not that 1-2 combo you're really looking for there. Reboot will come through for Kadenox. They're going to get back into the game, and again, talked about NA West loving their reboots. There's another one bringing it back up to 83.
Yeah, and as we do see where that second zone is pulling, we're going a little bit out towards the west. So you can see some of that zone inertia coming through. And we talked about Storm Surge. Well, trios should get a warning coming up here on the right-hand side, whether they are above or below. That first one, 122 below, then it'll update 805 above. So what that first number shows you, that is the team who is farthest away from the threshold currently. Right, so we know all the trios who are underneath, there's 122 damage that they need to be doing. To me, that's about 4 to 5 rifle shots, or if you're able to get a good pump shotgun off. That indicates that there are a lot of trios right now, currently 5, who are going to be forced to do some damage. As we get a look at the top part of our leaderboard, our current leader's 355 above, so we know they're good. They're just going to rotate into zone and probably about face. Honestly, if I'm them and I see 352 above, I'm skipping this checkpoint and I'm going further inland, and that's exactly what they're going to do. They're going to try and pull as central as possible so they don't have to move until zone 4 and potentially even zone 5.
This is a great rotation. Team that needs to make an even better one, Notch, Antrax, NG5RC as that zone coming in. They've got truck to rotate with, but they're chilling a little bit more. They want to farm up as much as they can. Again, min-max as much loot as they can grab, and now they're going to be on their way. Driving into zone 191 damage above surge. They don't have to worry about that for a little bit, but again, we really strive that 150 mark will usually keep you safe if you find no tags. But NA West likes to push those boundaries. They like to go for those storm surge tags as much as they can. So I'll be surprised if we get into zone here and that number doesn't start dropping pretty quickly.
Yeah, I mean, they're not 100% safe, but it's going to feel pretty good, right? There's about a 310 damage difference between them and the team who's lowest off. And this is the story I want to stick with because Epic Whale, Arkham, and Reet, we talked about their need for finding weaponry, need for finding tags. And on the right-hand side, 2055 above goes to 45 above, goes to 26 above, ping-ponging back up to 47, but they're not safe as 5 trios are going to be put under pressure. And Arkham takes a ton of damage there, now 68 above. Keep an eye on the right-hand side. The second that number ends up dropping to a below, they will take 25 damage every 5 seconds. So Arkham right now going to be looking for some tags, and he'll be happy with that exchange. Again, we've talked about how they tend to hold a lot of extra heals, making sure that they use their utility spots to have the opportunity to trade out damage here. And another real quick little peek, but honestly, these 20 damage tags aren't adding up. We talked about it. 4 trios are underneath that threshold right now, and they're fighting to try and stay up on their feet. And you can see that number, 50 above, 29 above. They need to find a reliable source. Otherwise, they're still going to be threatened. And as I say that, Reet is actually going to be able to find the elimination onto Aiden with a couple other players going down. They should be okay for this Storm Surge. It's going to be close, but they should be okay.
Just look how empty it is. This is interesting. I'd love to see a shot of everyone else, right, in the rest of the map. Just see where they are as Rex is going to find elimination. And the feed Zinc's going to go down. I'd love to see that overall view. And I'd like to see it's even more empty than perceived because they hold both of those mountains.
Yeah, and they're splitting it up. I anticipate that most of the players, we talked about how that east side had a ton of people rotating in on it. And also majority of the map is going to be driven from the north. So I would guess that the kind of eastern border plus the north is where you're going to see a lot of these players ending up kind of right on top of each other. We're going to flip on over. Here's a replay with the Rex, seeing if he's able to find a shot. Look at that 151 there, and that was onto Wave. A brilliant shot from the left hand too. And you can see how he's just immediately able to return the fire. And that's one of the things that I don't think Rex gives enough credit for. His box-to-box shotgun aim is disgusting, and that might seem like a very specific thing, but when it comes to competitive Fortnite, you see a lot of wall-to-wall fights, and if you're able to just weave in and time that extra shot a little bit better than your opponents, you take a lot of what would be 50-50 fights and turn them into 70-30, 80-20s, or honestly, in Rex's situation, 90-10s. He doesn't lose those fights.
No, he really does. He really does it, right? And we talked about, oh, wait a minute, Arkham gonna go down. Saw it in the feed. I don't know. No, confirmed elimination. Puffy gonna be the one to do it. That's a big.
Yeah,
and he was the one separated, right?
Yeah, I was about to say, we need to see what ended up going on in that situation because Cyrez or Puffy and Co, they're the #1 trio. That was a push onto the top 3 trio. And we talked about how you can occupy a certain amount of space, but you need to do it safely. And when Arkham is separated away from Epic Whale and Reet, it doesn't matter how good Epic Whale and Reet are if they're unable to get over and to help. And that's exactly what happened. Cyrez or Puffy and Co able to close the gap off. And we see now only 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, maybe 6 trios inside of that safe zone. So we still have about 17 who need to rotate in, and almost all of them are on the northern part of the map. So expect tons of action to be going on here. Now, there is a reboot ban in play. We've seen some very ridiculous late reboots. However, I'm going to kind of just throw that one out because that is very far away. Unless the moving zone happens to pull back across it, then we could see some shenanigans. But right now, we do have a 3-box with our top 3 trios, our current leaders, in the bottom right-hand corner. And actually, as I say that, Rex's Elims have pushed them over the top, so they're the current leaders at 114 in the bottom left-hand corner. You got Puffy, Cyrazer, and Eclipse in the bottom right-hand corner, currently sitting in second. Then NRG, Epic, Whale, 100 Thieves, Arkham, and Reet at the top of your screen.
And I really like this because we've seen Epic Whale and Rex work together. We've seen Epic Whale and Arkham work together. We've seen Arkham and Rex work together. And I want to see how Epic Whale and Reet work together in this moment, right? This is where we can see down the line in these future competitions if they end up making plays together in whatever competitions may come through. Coming back to that, a solo Sizer took his team from 21st to 4th in game number 3 and led all players with 29 solo impact points. And this is what we're talking about. About players that are not getting that recognition that they, you see these top players do, right? Because again, you think of NA West, you think of the top 2 teams, you think of the names that are currently there, but Cyrazor, Puffy, Eclipse putting in work to make themselves one of those names.
And I know you guys are out there, Eclipse, Puffy, Cyrazor. Yo, let us know if we're saying that name right. Right? Like, we want to be able to give you all of the credit as we go through. Haven't heard definitively either way, but as of right now, they look like a very good contender going into day number 2. Again, we talked about it ad nauseum, but double the points tomorrow in just disgusting shots coming through there from Rex & Co. They will get the confirmation and also get the Elam points as well as the harpoon, so they're going to be able to just gobble up all of that extra loot. And with not too far to rotate, they should be able to tunnel out with any of the extra builds that they have and be able to just double back in. Doesn't look like they have too much extra except for wood there, so could be a little bit of a difficult rotation. But as you see on the top of the screen, Reet ended up getting knocked there. He's currently getting revived, and Rex, Fabs, and Snacky have a great opportunity to open up the lead a little bit here.
Ooh. Is this where we're going to see them take it? Is this where they're going to go for it? But Epic Whale going to maybe find elimination. Either way, doesn't matter. They're going to find the loot. Taking a little bit too much damage, being a little too greedy. Got enough shields there, but I think for the first time in a while, we see Epic Whale with a very shambles slowdown. Really a lot to work with there, heals-wise. Mats-wise are not the best, and oh, that's because they're all on Reed. Let's hop over there. We see all the heals on Reed, dropping him over for Epic Whale there. That way he can have some white heals on them, and Zone has to keep on moving, and they got to do it as well. And Reed almost completely missing those players right in front of him, but that's great. They kind of stall out. They take the pressure from this team right here in this metal box, and oh, hey, what a free rotation that was. Reed is going to go up just to pseudo challenge, but now they're in zone. Now they're good. I like this. Oh, he's going to go for an elimination. They're going to find it.
I was about to say, it looks like Reet wants to fight. This isn't a posture up in game position. This is a, hey, I sense there's some people in shambles on the edge of this rotation. Let's put the pedal to the metal right now. We're into the cascading placement points. The second Storm Surge is turned off. 46 players remaining, 16 trios left. Each trio that drops will be one more point. And Reet, while he does have that legendary charge shotgun, it is definitely not his shotgun of choice. However, he will take the upgrade going through. I will say, I feel like the charge shotgun is a little bit more difficult to navigate on controller as somebody who ends up playing with both. That being said, Reet is infinitely better than me, so I have no doubt he's still going to make people pay. So we swing on over our current first place trio, newly formed, 33 Snacky and Fabs, plus the absolute titan of 100 Thieves Rex sitting on 6 eliminations. Rex holding half of them with 3 and plenty of the heals as well. However, they have a long pull, and I'm not necessarily seeing a launch pad. Instead, they will opt to use the Chili Chug Splash and get just a regular running rotation out here. But this is where you're really kind of testing to see how well you work as a trio in these new groups. I mean, you'd think that Fabs kind of has this down pat at this point, but this has been a little bit slow as they try and get around the outside of this high ground. Rex is actually going to poke his head on up here with a nice little Nick Merckx high ground take into the double cone off, just walking casually around the outside and then slaps a cone on top. So that was one of the, right? Just so simple.
Again, these high ground takes, these rotations, for a lot of these teams just seemingly very simple. And okay, let's see. Will we see round 2 of this high ground take? No, Epic Whale gonna get some tags so they can try to stay above. Again, they're gonna have to get a lot. They're gonna have to hop into boxes together, so should get a knock. And honestly, I like them going for high ground there on that play. I like them going for it. And look, you saw the pre-edited wall come through. Not many players use those right now. And they're very hard to execute well, but if they can do it, they're good. No, Epic Whale gonna reset that wall. Not gonna go for pre-edit. Reed down pretty low. He's gonna start taking Storm Surge damage right now. He's gotta be careful about that. Trying to pop the mini to try to out-heal it, but boom, immediately as he pops it, it is gone. Zone gonna be on top of him as well. What damage can they find? Because unfortunately, they've got to find a lot. The charge is there, the harpoon is there. The damage is gonna be there for now. Is gonna get the knock, but not able to finish it off. Epic Whale now has to try to out-heal the zone, try to out-damage the Surge, and it doesn't look like he's gonna be able to do that. Has to find some sort of opening. Will find damage there, but takes more than he deals and still is below.
However, does have the floppers. We saw Reet gift those over. He's going to look to take one more tick, and actually inefficient taking that flopper right there. Going to lose 10 HP, but he says doesn't matter. Need whatever I can get as Storm Surge will turn off. Cyrazor still up on his feet, so We've seen our top 2 trios still battling out with 3rd place, trying to hold on to the clutch of Epic Whale right now as he finds a little bit of room, but only one more build. Does have the harpoon, but an angle from high is going to rip all but 2 of his HP, and the last 2 tick over. Rex, Fabs, and Snacky, I think they were the ones to find it, as this slight change in verticality is going to just play so much Merry Chaos in the backside of the zone. Will swing on over. They were our leaders till the eliminations took them back. I think it's neck and neck right now between Mizu, Poffy, Cyrazor, Eclipse, and then Fabs, Snacky, and Rex. You can see hip to hip on the Logon. Poffy has that epic pump shock and Eclipse sitting on a rare and plenty of chug splashes and minis if they want to go for a double medkit play. So a couple of win conditions on the line. The question is, how do they opt to play it out?
Do they go aggressive and try to get all these extra elims, or do they go for just that victory royale through the Logon? They don't have a lot of mats here on Eclipse, but it seems like everyone else does. And they're back and forth. They're 5 points off, and look who's trying to take the high ground. Dragon is going to do it. Snacky trying to fight for it there. Doesn't get it just yet. Dragon trying to drop on down. Is forced to almost essentially. Snacky going to be right in the box with another player. Is going to block him off. The editor there. The shotgun shot's not going to connect. Only a 40 damage, not reloaded, and that's going to be a lot of damage. But look at how many elims they already have. 12. It's going up a hill as well. Everybody is funneling up into them. It doesn't matter that they don't have mats because they have eliminations. That's going to be another one there for Snacky. 3 elims. That's going to be the other one as well. Now 4 eliminations. They find so many in the back half of that game, and they pick up the victory royale.
14 eliminations and the VR going over to Kelly's prediction of Rex, Fabs, and Snacky, but Cyrazor, Poppy, and Eclipse a 2nd place performance and not a small amount of elims from them either. So we're seeing a battle at the top between 2 of the best trios in NA West, but right now Epic Whale and Arkham are on the outside looking in as the defending champs, Snacky and Fabs, adding in Rex, and then Cyrazor, Poffy, and Eclipse have been dominant today.
They really have. They've been putting in work in our performance time and again, and game after game after game. It feels like we're constantly mentioning their names. We're constantly talking about them. And I want to see what the analyst desk has to talk about this time, because we got to throw it back over to them.
You know, Sundown, sometimes Kelly just knows what she's talking about, and right now is one of those times. Of course, Snacky, Rex, Fabs, 14 elimination victory royale. So if you've never seen Fortnite before and you're like, oh, that sounds like a pretty cool number, is that good, Zeke? Yes, the standard is like right around 9 eliminations, right? And especially, and I said this back in NA East, with the caliber of players we're seeing in these lobbies, 14 is extremely hard to do. And these guys made it look effortless, Kelly.
Yeah, it wasn't even like it was towards the end of the game that they grabbed all those eliminations. I think that they had around 4 eliminations around Zone 4. So just, again, so consistent throughout the entire game, never having to worry about Storm Surge, never really having to worry about rotating aggressively, because we saw that height take. We're going to look at it again in a second, but 2 VRs now solidifying their spot in 1st place, but still Poffy, Cyrazor, and Eclipse, after getting that 2nd place in game number 4, holding strong in 2nd. But Panda, you can see the Shupening is reversing, I guess. Well, I don't know, maybe it's happening.
We call that a lead.
You know, listen, it's changing, right? This is a new leaderboard that I don't think everybody was expecting going into this. But it's exciting, right? Poffy, Cyrazor, and Eclipse so close, right? Obviously, you see them stepping up here in day number 1, showing us that they are worthy of that top spot and just barely losing it out here in the final moments of that game. But regardless, right? Obviously, Rex, Fab, Snacky stepping up to the plate. Eliminations, 14 eliminations in that VR alone. I mean, that's dramatic. But again, it's only day 1. There's still day number 2 to play and 2 more games in day number 1 to play. So still a lot to unfold.
Yeah, there's a lot.
Really. Oh, go ahead, Kelly. No, please. After you.
There was a lot going on there, and for me, it was happening around the zone 6, zone 7 when the height was being taken. I believe Epic Whale actually had height, but they were also below Storm Surge, so it was like they were in a weird position, which gave the opportunity for Rex, Snacky, and Fabs here to not just dominate the high ground, but to do it in almost a questionable way, Panda.
Yeah, it definitely was an interesting high take by far, right? You see him obviously set up here. Rex knows what he's doing. Rex doing a really good job here overall of taking that high ground. If it wasn't for what Rex did there and the way that he cranked up and took it, they wouldn't have been able to maintain it. That's the key to holding high ground in a situation like this, is taking it, cranking as high as you can, at least one of the players, and ultimately holding it. But the relentless pressure you see from this team, if they smell blood in the water, they go for it.
And here you have it. You can see Rex up on top, Snacky joining him as well, and Fabs all the way at the top. Unfortunately, we weren't able to grab actually the climb that we got to see because they looked like they did it completely effortlessly. I don't actually understand how no one even tagged them while they did it, because they did it out in the open. Obviously, with Arcrum's team having Storm Surge, although they had height, they were in kind of a rough position, so they weren't really able to pay attention to what was going on around them. So map awareness for pretty much everyone else on a bit of a deficit for them, because now we get to see the matchup. And of course, we have to look at the classic matchup. Snacky, Rex, and Fab versus Epic Whale, Arcrum, and Reet. The total points, of course, going to the way of Snacky, Rex, and Fabs with 2 VRs and 33 eliminations. The average placement, though, as well, is incredible here.
Yeah, I mean, look, any players that can step up to the plate and get a sub 5-0 average placement, like, that's just absurd to think about. And again, we saw a game that's uncharacteristic of Arcrum, Reet, and Epic Whale early on there, where they went down fairly early. So it's interesting. This is a huge shakeup on the region, but I'm excited to see how the rest of this unfolds today.
It does feel a little bit like both of these trios are kind of still getting their bearings in these games, right? Like, yes, they're having these big pop-off performances, but it feels almost like kind of like ramshackled together. It's not as clean as I would like to say, but we'll see, man. They still have 2 games left to try and work out all the kinks and come back tomorrow and bring it that much harder. But with only 2 games left to go, how is NA West going to end? How are we going to prepare ourselves for double points tomorrow? Well, that's what we're here to find out. Sundown Clay, over to you.
Thank you so much, Zeke, Kelly, and Panda. And 2 more matches to go. And so far, the defending champs adding Rex has looked like a little bit more beneficial to their group. And we just saw that head-to-head graphic, Clay. Do you feel like that tells the whole story so far?
I feel like it doesn't tell the entire story, but it does paint a nice picture for everybody just joining. If you are, hello, welcome. I hope you're having a great night. Got a couple more games of Fortnite ahead of us, and then we've got 6 more tomorrow, and those 6 are going to be the defining moments of the Grand Royale here, because they're double points. And we stress that so much today. You're going to hear it a lot in these final games, because it just matters that much more. You talked about it being 2/3 of the points, essentially, that are going to come through from tomorrow. And that's a lot of points.
Yeah, it's a big change up from what we typically see in the 12-game format, where if we go back to the last FNCS, Epic Whale, Rex, and Arcrum had the most historic day 2 ever. Well, if this is that type of situation, then they would have just utterly destroyed and become the 6X champions. However, that is not the case. You have to be able to play to the format. Here we go, match number 5. It looks like we got about a middling drop path here with the bus. You can see Astro Genshin, Dragon, and Day in top right-hand corner. Bottom right-hand corner, we got Wave, Cool, and Rich Homie Quinn. We're going to take a look at what's going on in that Steamy Stacks fight and see where else some of the contention is happening. In the left-hand side on the map, looks like most of the other trios have found enough space for themselves.
Should be an interesting fight yet again. Oh, and a third party coming in with that suppressed sniper rifle coming through. Is everybody going to land? Are they going to land on top of each other, or are they going to separate per building? And it looks like that's what's going to happen. And no! He was trying to make something happen and could not do it. The angle wasn't there. Combat going to go down to Falconer and 40. They finish that off quickly. And Wave is left without a gun.
Never want to be left without a gun. Always want something to be able to kind of ward off the opponents on the opposite side. And right now you can see Cool trying to get the shots onto Genshin before he's able to get some builds there. And honestly, though, that common SMG, you can't really afford to waste shots early on, because if you don't have an entire clip full of it, your elimination potential, even your knock potential, is very low. The thing is not the highest or the best in terms of DPS.
Stalling it out. The thing about Steamy is stalling fights out, right? Unlike any other POI, it stalls your entire, like, I think in any other POI, it'll definitely take effect. But this one, more than any, it slows your entire game out. Your entire early game comes to a standstill because this is such a hard POI to fight early game with the ability of the stacks like Astra is doing right now, like Dragon was doing moments ago. It's hard to disengage from here because if you try to run away, well, they're just going to fly on top of you. If you try to stay there, well, this is going to happen.
Yeah, whoever's able to get priority over one of the Sox automatically is able to just rain shots down and kind of control the tempo as you see Glaze picking up another Elim up there in the feed. We do see Rich Quinn super low on effective HP. We'll see if Astro Genshin opts to push down. It looks like they're going to try and make a closeout here, deciding that they've isolated two of the team members, dropping down the Fireflies as well, but not a ton to really catch on fire in this area, so don't think that's really going to apply the pressure they want. Will use up the chug splashes on all three members, so going to feel good about that, as well as stacking in some additional minis. The timing a little unfortunate there, as he would have liked to have popped those minis beforehand, but going to get a Firefly right inside that building, and that should equal some pressure.
How much pressure will it make for them, though? As Wave is looking for an angle on the other side. Saw Asher Genshin there, but can't find anybody else and won't be able to build, otherwise they'll know where he is, and that edit will give away the position to get back together. Cool looking to surprise them as well, but again, they just don't have that pressure with, just look at their loadout, where the zone is pulling as well. This is, again, one of those areas that if you draw this fight out, your entire game will suffer.
And the tough part about this rotation is normally you think, well, whenever we end up leaving, we'll just do a northern rotation. It's the team who leaves first is going to be able to get all the loot along that path. So generally that should be the team who already has map positioning. Yep, as we see that, the yellow triangles to the bottom right-hand corner, going to hit the stacks and go on that north rotation. Quinn trying to get whatever pressure and shots on him as they can, but nothing really connecting, and they're going to be forced to now disengage.
And they can disengage, but how far do they go? But 40R, Falconer, and K-Nox. That replay coming through, that was combat going down earlier. This is seemingly finally going to be their fight here. Someone ended up actually hopping on top of him, almost taking down two. That was unfortunate. Multiple different replays coming on through. This is Place taking down Wale there. Other elimination going over to them. And we take a little break as we move over to Arkham. Epic Well and Reed, a team that I don't think when Epic Well and Arkham are playing together will ever really be contested here. Even going into the new FNCS competitive seasons.
Yeah, it's just tough. You don't want to fight this team off the drop. They've been here for so long. They know all the bus paths. When you're put in that situation and you add Reet, the one thing I will say where Reet probably feels like a definitive upgrade over Rex is in that early game fighting, where if you put whatever weapon in his hand, I feel like he's just a little bit scrappier, a little bit more efficient in that regard. I'd argue the efficacy of that swap otherwise. However, I'm sure that's a debate that will settle itself out in time based off of results, etc. And they're trying to get the rotation on, and the real question has been Storm Surge for them largely.
And luckily they've got Arkham all the way up on top of one of these destroyed saucers here, trying to find any tags. But again, they're investing a lot. Luckily there's a lot of bricks, so it's not that big of an issue, but I want to see them be aggressive like they were the game that they ended up picking up so many eliminations. I want to see that again, because we know they're capable of it, but gotta get the right ingredients again. Pepe, Nate, and Lizzie were just trying to hang out. They didn't want any beef with anybody coming through. Move over to Boney, and Boney's interesting because we've seen a lot of Fireflies come through, and this is one of the biggest downsides of Boney. And oh my God, Rex just gets absolutely beamed from a suppressed automatic sniper rifle there.
Yeah, it seems like he was taking shots from multiple angles, and Eclipse actually going to get a confirmation there onto faking Naruse as well. So our second place trio trying to not lag behind, but you talked about Boney Burbs from the pressure down. As we look at a replay, it's Notch getting a fight, trying to get box to box. Hits a great shot through that face stare right there. Able to hit the knock onto Assault. We look at the shakedown and the confirmation. So we swing back on over. Our second place trio was done enough today. Salco also getting picked up. Hey, that's 2 eliminations for them. They're going to close that gap a little bit more.
Hey, and they will definitely take that. They will do it 9 times. I mean, honestly, what, 10 times out of 10? What am I going to say? 9 times? No. Hey, a couple elims here and there. Close that gap. Again, that's the thing. And I said it earlier, is going into tomorrow, if you're not first, your goal is to be as close as humanly possible to first. You want to be 1 point off. Because if you're 1 point off, that means tomorrow, both y'all got to play a whole new set of games. And it's not this, hey, I got to catch up. Hey, we got to try this. We got to do that. It's, hey, we're only 1 point off. That's nothing.
And I really like this little bit of an ambush spot because you're able to get a right hand on top of this rock. And once you're out in the opening, even if you are in a car, you're generally going to be aiming kind of in that divot. So you're able to see the elimination here on Salco. And that's just some fantastic team firing.
It really is. And the fact that they're able to get it from that far away, like, that happens very often. Like, team firing that well happens often. But that far away is even rare. So I love to see it. I love to see that they are doing well together because they're one of those trios as well that has stuck together in some form of the word, whether it be 2 here, 1 there, 1 here, 2 there. They always end up finding their way back together. And now teams that are on completely opposite spectrums of the zone. We've got 1 in zone, 1 in the new zone, and 1 completely out of that new zone. Boney Burbs. It'll be a hard rotate to make. Meanwhile, Epic Whale, Arkham, and Reek can just kind of slide down to their cars and rotate further into the POI where they landed at, while Poffy, Eclipse, and Psyrazer have a trek and a half to make.
Yeah, this is going to be a long rotato for them, but luckily they should just be able to go towards the north, and there's not a whole lot going on there. They talked about how in NA West the matches could slow down a little bit. You're probably wondering, it's like, show us the fights. Well, right now, we've had 2 trios eliminated, and there's still 91 people up, so people haven't really been fighting.
No. This is usually where it happens, too, is it's 5th game, 2nd zone, almost Storm Surge thresholds coming in. Everyone seems to just relax, and we'll see a couple reboots here and there. And you can go back and watch any of the FNCSs this season, and you'll notice that same sort of pattern in these final moments where everyone's just chilling, everyone's trying to get in the zone. You see right here being a little bit aggressive, but they're realistically just trying.
Screen's messed up. Looks terrible.
I hope everybody's having a good morning. I know nobody's watching, but okay, you're rude. That looks terrible, but okay. Not gonna complain. Back down again. Yeah, I screwed that up. Jeez, I'm not up early this morning. Nerds. Get clapped on. Get clapped on. Get clapped on. Didn't build. Good job. Frick, I'm dead. I'm done dog water right now. The ass gay. Crap.
To get into zone.
And Arkham is separated again. Now, don't forget, last game, he got picked up very early on. And allowed them to get past the Storm Surge threshold. However, he needs to be able to stall long enough for Epic Will and Reed to get back over, and he's just going to be ripping shots out there, trying to blow up that vehicle. However, not quite going to get enough, as we do have another trio dropping down here. Hop back on board with Reed, who's just trying to find an angle to lay down some shots. Honestly, wouldn't expect to see him that inactive during this time period, but looks like they're trying to get a bead over towards Believers Beach and able to find some. That's Epic Whale with a 22 tag. Be very interested to see where this warning comes in on the Storm Surge, because there's a lot of people up.
There really are. And I don't know how many of these teams are going to be that safe, right? Even if you're above, there's still that threshold of where you're really safe versus not safe. And so I'm excited to see how many of them are overtly safe, and where we move over to Mystery, Tendra, and Nate. Wait a second, as it'll update here in a moment. They're 214 above, so they're one of those trios that's very safe. They don't have to worry about Surge coming through. Normally, right? That's like when we're at that 75, maybe that 80 threshold. But there's too many players that need to go down, so they're not comfortable just being there.
7 trios out of the 30 who are left are going to be pressured by this Storm Surge. So anticipate a lot of action. So kind of look around. The teams who are under Storm Surge are going to be forced to threaten. So those teams who are a couple hundred above don't necessarily have to watch them, except for their reactions to the pushes that end up coming out. Much more interested to see what the teams who are below and how they're able to kind of navigate the pressure as it comes through.
295 here for Antrax Notch. G5RC. A lot of chug splashes there in the inventory, so even if they were below, they'd be able to survive that onslaught that we know is coming. But I think Frappe, Nate, and Blizzy are below. That's why they're positioning the way that they are. That's why they're looking constantly in those cones. And I'm excited to see what they do if they are below. If they try to go for the pressure and look. Snacky, Fabs, and Rex are going to be below for a moment, but I mean, it's them. They're not really going to make up too big of an issue or fuss out of it, as I do see that Blizzy is going to take down G5RC, going to get traded back out, though. And I think that entire trio just went aggressive. They made that play. They made that push, and Fabs takes a lot of damage there.
Yeah, Fabs taking a ton of damage. Storm Surge hasn't ticked on yet, but we've already had 10 players go down just at the threat of it. And honestly, Midi doing a lot of work in the feed. We've seen him pick up at least 2. Cuddy's going to find 2 of his own as well. Lime able to find the knock onto J-Fix as Macon. He's also going to get a confirmation over onto Lime. Jay picks up Mystery Rex. So Wavy Jacob will also get a knock onto Nico as Midi gets his confirmation. And that Storm Surge disappeared instantly. We were straight down to 70 players. Teams had their interaction and they went.
They said, no, thank you. I'm not a fan of purple lightning striking me from the sky. I'm good. And they all decided to make this unannounced agreement that we're fighting right now. As soon as there's a threat, we are going to fight. And that's exactly what they ended up doing is Epic Well, Arkham, and Reet. I wouldn't say they're in a bad position because they got this ability to rotate through, but Epic Well, not as many heals as they normally have. Not as many mats as they normally have. They still have the minis and the floppers for those storm plays that they all end up doing, but down to 86, 84 builds. I wonder what Arkham and Reet have to offer, but ooh, and then a sundown.
Yeah, they should be able to refarm in the area. The one thing, because we pulled directly back over Believer Beach, you can kind of guess that 4th zone is either going to drop directly on top of the beach itself or over towards that western side. It's not necessarily likely to pull up kind of towards that dock area, so you'll probably see teams cheat kind of towards that southwestern corner. But I love the investment of hard mats in a priority position where you're able to not only see the teams who come over the southern hill, but also if anybody tries to pull off a cheeky reboot, you're right there and able to pounce on them. So I like the positioning right now as we swing back on board. Again, this is our current first place trio, the reigning champs of 33 Snacky and Fabs, adding 100 Thieves Rex to the roster, swapping the Titans on the other side as Reet goes over. You can see there's a Grand Royale Finals record in the last game of 11 reboots. And don't forget, reboots did get a slight adjustment. I believe it was at the start of this past season, where those cards are easier to pick up. You don't actually go over and pick it up, just walk over it. The reboot timer is a little bit faster in terms of how long the van charges, and additionally, you get a little bit longer to get your buddies back up on their feet. The timer went from 3 minutes up to 5 minutes. So while there are some contributing factors, NA West goes to show that, hey, they're still all about keeping everybody up and together as 11 reboots coming through. And this was that priority position I talked about. Like, they have a great chance of the 4th zone dropping directly on top of their head right now.
Will they get it, though? Knowing zones. Oh, great tags from Eclipse. Looking great at that angle as well. The only team, in all honesty, if it pulls anywhere towards them and that team is stuck out there, they're going to just gatekeep them. It makes perfect sense just to sit there and wait. That team on the island can help as well. That team is in a very unfortunate spot. And well, in the moment they thought, hey, the rotate was good, not the reboot. They've got a reboot, and oh, that makes it even harder for them. That rotate, they thought, hey, yeah, this will be great. We'll get around the other side of the zone. No one will be there, but now everyone's going to be looking. And hold on, wait a minute. Fabs, Snacky, and Rex all going to be on top of each other looking for this extra loot, and they're going to be able to get it relatively unpunished. Snacky did lose a lot of HP, but I mean, it doesn't matter. Look how many big shields they have on the ground.
Yeah, able to pick up 2 eliminations there, but also saw Epic Whale and Reet getting a pair of their own. Unsure if they're able to resolve that fight and then exit out. We talked about kind of that zone dropping directly on top of Believer Beach towards the western side. So Cyrazer and Co. do have the priority position right on that little outcropping towards the out-hand side. They should have high ground for the 5th zone if it doesn't pull out and away from them. In terms of the pull, it's most likely to go towards the southern part, but it could go also due east and west. Very small chance that it ends up going towards the north, but like we said, there's always a chance. As the shots begin spraying out, we hop back on board here. Rex tons of heals. They're going to look to try and get wall-to-wall here and get a jump on J-Flex Brian Lokes. They will open it up, but no shots coming through, and unfortunately, it shots the other way. Ooh. As Favs gets absolutely destroyed. Rex also pushed back near instantly. They're trying to disengage, and Rex not going to be able to create enough distance. Snacky now is all to do for him. That's a huge knock if he's able to push forward, but Flix is trying to get all the way in and get the confirmations. As I say that, Rex ends up going down, and while Snacky was able to get a little bit of pressure, we will see the Storm Surge on the right-hand side. It should update, and they should be okay, but as I say that, yep, there it goes. 2 of 5 above, and while they're okay, it's okay in the sense that Storm Surge isn't going to hammer on them, but they have trios on either side, and that's our first place trio going down. Haven't you ever heard of closing the door? Instead of saving a marriage, you opened up an opportunity for the leaderboard to just be kicked wide on open here in match number 5. And Epic Whale, Arkham, and Reed, while they were able to pick up a couple eliminations, none of them were their actual points, right? Thank you for throwing that leaderboard on the left-hand side. That team with 170, they are down, so the shooting could occur right now, Clay.
And it really needs to. And we're harping on it, right? If you go in to tomorrow with a 60-point lead, that's a victory royale. So as long as Rex, Favs, and Snacky get into that like, again, this is a hypothetical. If they kept going tomorrow and just kept playing the way that they are now, it would be impossible to catch them. So this is a game where the second place team, which you see in the top middle of your screen there, and the team we were just watching, Reed, Arkram, and Epic, well, really need to perform, really need to pop off. And oh, that hurts.
I was about to say, that zone is awful. We pulled directly over on top of the dock, but the rotation for so many of these teams, as you can see, they went with the odds as well. They're like, it has to pull to the south, right? Nope, instead, there's a nice little apartment stack with 3 or 4 trios who already occupy the entirety of that Believers Beach dock, and Epic Whale is actually going to get a knock onto Jagveer as well. Very curious to see if they're still under pressure in that regard. The Cyrus are popping Eclipse. They kind of banked on the zone heading towards this side, and it's nice because you get a free pass to the mid game, but this is now kind of your next check mark, right? This rotation is really tough, and I haven't necessarily seen a launch pad. Boom, there it is. So a high launch pad is going to end up being the answer, and you're really just kind of putting faith in the fact that this team directly across from you either misses their shots or isn't looking, and it looks like the whiffs end up coming through, and they get a free rotation. That honestly should have been a lot more difficult, but hey, plenty of space for them.
Exactly, and they have enough mats that this doesn't matter, right? They didn't really have to move. They have 135 here on Psyrazor, so they're good. They have shields as well. 6 plus those 2 extra chug splashes there. Now only 1, so down to 7. It's like that never ever happened. Is now Mekta and Flush and Uchiha trying to make something happen there, trying to climb their way at the leaderboard. Meanwhile, on the ultimate low of flow grounds, we've got Epic Whale, Arkram, and Rex as they now be our main point of view here. Where's the zone gonna go? If it pulls north,
no way.
Everybody's
there's no way. It literally like it's
time.
Yeah,
and yeah, it can't. The possibilities of it pulling north to that island was like a 0.001% chance, but hey, it was a possibility. But this is great for Arkram, Epic Whale, next. It's going back towards them, their old builds. What can they do with it?
Yeah, trying to find a little bit of space, and we talked about how occupying that space off of the start was very important. We are inside of that second Storm Surge threshold, so 49 players left, nobody taking the 25 damage every 5 seconds. However, we're still outside of the cascading placement points. We still need 2 trios to go down before we start seeing that +1 for each one of the trios to come through. So still plenty of points on the table. We will see the warning on the right-hand side, 28 below, 41 below. We'll see if that ends up updating for them, but given the fact that we saw an update, our second place team is currently below on Storm Surge with a lot of players who need to go down. So it's not just them. There's 7 teams who are currently underneath that pressure, but the number's going to shift to 6 as they jump right on into the boxes here, trying to get as much damage as possible as they're constantly going back and forth. They do have 25 seconds before that damage ends up coming through, but you want to be comfortably above it because once you're in that 7th zone Storm Surge, it's kind of a little bit too much. And as we talk about a little bit too much, Arkham goes down. Nico picking up the knock there, desperately wants to know what is going on with Reed and Epic Whale. As we see, Arkham has been taken out in that circumstance. We do have Cash up on the high ground trying to range shots below. We will get a zoom out here. We see, yep, Arkham is down. Yet again, it is Epic Whale and Reed as we into the cascading placement points now. 41 players remaining, 15 trios up on their feet. Kenshi finding a double there. Uchiha and Kytrex both going to get taken down. They are well above Storm Surge, so no necessary threat coming in that regard. I am curious to see if Cyrazer and Coffee were able to figure that one out, but it might not end up having time as they didn't close the back of a tarp. And a great elimination for Epic Whale as he says, let me not make the same mistake, and just chucks a piece of metal out there to cover his Ziggs. However, dropping down a layer, loses the entirety of his shield. Into the top 15 he goes, and Reed is down not only all of his shield, but all of his HP. He gets ticked over, and the 5 times FNCS champ will left to do it on his own. Trying to find a little bit of room here to occupy, but it's not going to get much. 13 builds left. Does have Fish, does have a med kit if he wants to play just for time as he's into the top 10.
Yeah, he would have had to plan it right then and there. That was his opportunity going back. He's going to go for just the floppers here. He's got time for the med kit as well if he wants to just stay here, wait for the zone to come all the way back over here, and that's exactly what he's going to do. That's why he hopped in the zone for that 1 second to take that tick of zone damage. Is getting ready for it, is going to pop it a little bit too early, stops it, and is going to go back. Should be able to pop that just fine. It's Epic Whale. I have no doubt in my mind he knows how to pop a med kit. We'll have that 1 extra fish to use as well. This buys him just a little time. Didn't get him enough placement points. It didn't get him anything there from when he initially started it there, but we'll get him back into zone. Somebody on the whole other team on the other side, he decides, no, I'm not going to be there. Does layer change beautifully, but 1 build remaining. What can Epic Whale find? Can he stay up? No, the shot's going to come through from the Harpoon. They drop him down. Aiden will be the one to do it, and of course, Cyrazer, Poppy, and Eclipse have held on through the mid-ground, low-ground layer changes that they've had to endure. They are still here, albeit not as many eliminations as we normally see them with. But again, they've closed the gap. They have now taken the lead by 3 points. How much more can they grab, though?
Trying to bust the top of that leaderboard right on open, trying to break through the glass ceiling. And they say, you guys spent all of this pre-show prep, all of the time talking about Epic Whale, Re in Arkham, and then Favs, Snacky, and Rex. What about us? Grand Royale, our time is now, and they are putting it to the test. They're showing how good they can work as a full trio. As Eclipse does end up going down, but Cyrazer and Poppy still up on their feet. We know Cyrazer has had incredible solo impact so far today, and Poppy has a decent amount in terms of utility to offer here. They do have a good layer, and Poppy is going to duck back into the zone, and they're going to opt to have some chug splashes. So there is potential here for Cyrazer to be able to get off a medkit if they end up working together. No, instead, they are just going to dip back, use the chug splashes to change the angle because they have no more builds. Poppy end up going down. He'll get dropped down. Cyrazer gets taken up as well, but that's another top 4 performance. They will be your current leaders, but the question is, who else can cause the shooping, push themselves into top 5? Godbro, Glace looking to do it right now as Godbro is trying to find the siphon at the right exact time. Will end up picking up the elimination, but that was not his knock. He needs a fish, he needs a knock, he needs something as he goes down. Second place is a 1v1. Nigel trying to find the opponent. He does have space in the zone, but doesn't have time to get the med kit, and he dances it out saying, sorry, not enough. Jay Mudio will take that one home, and that was a little bit of chaos there in match number 5. That was a tough ending, Clay.
It really was, but Nigel, even though they danced their way on out of it, their team had 13 eliminations in a second place. Mudio able to pick up that victory royale, though, for the team. And now, our question is, with all of this chaos, with all of this, I have no other word other than chaos happening there, what's the leaderboard look like? We know first place is going over to Cyrazer, Puffy, and Eclipse. How much, lead-wise, did they separate from third place as well? We know second place is sitting in that 170 right there. Who ended up hopping up into third place? There's so many questions that we can ask right now.
Yeah, and we're going to ask Zeke, Kelly, and Panda to answer them for us.
Friends, thank you so much. We've got all the answers. We'll take a look at the leaderboard as soon as we can. But yeah, I mean, remember, we're trying to set the stage going into tomorrow, right? Especially when double points are on the line. We have another 6 matches tomorrow. 1 left on the day. And you know, Kelly, Panda, with 1 game left, I mean, if it's me, I'm freaking out. I'm like, okay, we have 1 game left to really cement our lead today, or perhaps put ourselves in a really great spot for success tomorrow. How you guys feeling about this with 1 game left to go?
I do agree with that, obviously, with one game left, and that momentum, that snowball effect does have an impact on day number 2. But I also think that a lot of these teams that are kind of without that, like, you know, outside of the top 3 range, are probably a little less nervous than they have been in previous FNCSs because it's double points tomorrow. They can kind of VOD review what happened today, and change up their game plan, and it's not going to be as impactful as if the points were both the same for both days.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. I think what's going to happen here tomorrow, we're going to see breakout performances from teams that took the time tonight to educate themselves on what the mistakes they made today, what they could do better tomorrow, and then ultimately that's the teams that we'll see climb. That's also why we see Arcrum and co usually do better on day 2s. Despite the change up here from Rex to Reed, it still stands that they are a better day 2 team. But will it be enough? I mean, looking at this leaderboard, I gotta say, these teams are stepping up to the plate today.
Honestly, a little surprised to see Rex, Fav, and Snacky this close to Poffy, Cyrazer, and Eclipse. Only a 6-point difference right there. Obviously, they do have 2 VRs, but as far as consistency goes, it's Poffy's team without a doubt being able to play, making it to the end game pretty much every single time. And in fact, I think this was the first time that we saw them go down below 4th or 5th place. So the fact that this is one of, if not their worst game today, is a great telling of how they're going to be performing tomorrow. But of course, we do still have Arkham, Reed, and Epic Whales team in 3rd place, right below Rex, Fabs, and Snacky, who's still holding out strong in 2nd. And I do want to give a shout out to Grim, Yumi, and Squishy. I constantly see them in our finals, and to see them up here in 4th place makes me really happy.
Yeah, you know what? It makes me happy too. It speaks to how great these teams are in West, and we're so excited to showcase them.
I love it. Let's take a look at our second page here. I think the very interesting thing that I want to point out is, of course, that Victory Royale status. We already have 5 games, 1 left to go. And take a look. In the top 3 spots, we have 4 of the 5 Victory Royales. Look at 18th place, Flix, Mudio, and Brian, right? They just got themselves that Victory Royale. Now, so let's take this into tomorrow's context, right? If this was double points, imagine how much higher they would be after that, right? So I love what you guys are kind of talking about and framing as like, today, yeah, it's single points. Tomorrow, you want to be bringing those performances, right? Hitting those double points will absolutely make a difference. Now, we only have a few minutes before we jump back on the battle bus. I'd love to focus in on Eclipse, Cyrazer, and Poppy, this standout team in 1st place as of right now. Friends, I don't know too much about this trio in particular, but my question would be, do you guys think they're a second-day performing team? Right, we talk about this often. Some teams they do really well on day 1, but not day 2, and then other teams do the inverse, right? So how are we feeling about the performance today versus what it could be tomorrow?
So, although they did tie for 1st place with Rex's team getting 190 points during the load session, the second half of their games was arguably incredibly weak compared to the first half of their games. They did get the final game in 2nd place with 20 eliminations, and obviously this being a different format, that only means so much, but it did seem like they did slow down a little bit. However, that was with all the games, all 10 games being in one day. Now that they have a time to separate and kind of recuperate, I think that this is going to be their tournament.
Oh, big words, Kelly. Okay, I like this. We'll have to see. I'm down for a new champion overall in the region, so we'll see if that happens tomorrow. But for now, 1 game left in NA West. Buckle up, Fortnite fam. We're jumping into it.
5 down and 1 more to go before we head into the utter frenzy that is double point madness in day 2 of the Grand Royale. NA West has played very NA West-like. We've seen the top trios basically come out, do what we expected, pick up 2 Victory Royales in Rex, Snacks, in Fav's case, and then on the flip side of that, 1 for Epic Whale and Arkham. But honestly, Cyrazer, Poffy, and Eclipse pushing up towards the top have been the trio who have really surprised today as we swing on over to yet another Steamy Stacks start here between Day and Wave. My name's Sundown, joined by Clay Stelling to take you home in this final match.
40-yard storm going to fall. Rich Homie Quinn going down very quickly. Dragon is going to take down Cool as well. Actually, no, that's going to be Astra Genshin from the other side. And just like that, seems like the fight is in their hands already. What an angle that they had there. Dragon able to hit the shots. Wave, though, does have shields. Doesn't really have the HP. The damage, as they see Dragon already pretty low. That's going to be the elimination. As I said it, Dragon and Astra Genshin may have just gone down here, but shields go over to Asher Genshin. Again, if they can stop any of these siphons from going through, they'll be good. But oh no, the phase through the ramp, the harpoon gonna be used. They don't have a shotgun. That's the next best thing. It does 75 guaranteed damage every single hit that you do. Genshin will back off for now. Which we've been trying to give any comms that they can. Wave gonna stick it there. No, he said pros in fact do fake the revive there. I'm going to. That's gonna be the elimination, not the siphon though. Asher Genshin needs to find Cool. She needs to stay up. They've got about 1 more second before Cool takes over. They do. That's the siphon they needed. That was their elim. How a true 1v1 remains.
And then Wave going to dip back over, make sure he at least gets the materials from his fallen comrade. Now we do have that 1v1, and Genshin doing his best to try and keep the pressure on. Wave has been able to disengage and not only find another big pot, but he will have priority positioning in terms of the number of materials at 22 to 5 because Genshin just trying to hit whatever he can, try and get some form of material here. But he was able to pick up at least one of the reboot cards, so you're going to see him try and create some space, and it looks like he's hunting around his teammates, giving a call that there's minis down there. Should be able to cop those. Instead, going to right over to the chest, another set of minis, and honestly, just a little bit of a weird fight as we swing on over. This is the Lacey Lake fight we were talking about. And Falconer, yeah, he definitely hasn't heard of closing the door. He opens that one, and we'll get taken down. Then we'll see Dragon going to work with that rare burst, just chilling up on the rooftop. So a lot of interesting fights here off of the drop.
And then we saw Asher Genshin, just no builds remaining. Wasn't able to get Siphon there from which Quinn and disengage. And again, this is what we mentioned last game. This is what we set up. But if you're fighting in steamy stacks, it's one of those games of cat and mouse that goes on for a long time. Your enemy can just disengage like Asher Genshin is doing. They can go back if they want to. Wave baiting out those minis there. Realize that it's not going to be worth it there. Asher Genshin will go up, but again, it's all this back and forth game of just make them think you're leaving, land on top, and you're good to go. But Asher Genshin says, no, they're actually going to leave this time.
Are you sure?
Well, maybe.
There he goes.
No,
yeah.
Okay.
It's just about to say, I don't know, it might have been one more pump fake, but is going to opt to exit along that northern route where we've seen so many steamy teams opt to disengage. There is just more available loot over towards this area, available mats, but again, definitely playing from behind, going to try and grab the reboot van over here as well. Doesn't want to hit the central one. So it looks like both of these trios are just going to trade, getting everybody back up on their feet. And honestly, neither too worse for wear if they were able to get the double reboots coming through. It looks like that's going to be the case on one side. Will it be the case on the other?
Maybe. They get it, but it's just going to be Dragon. No, there you go.
Yeah, nice little delay on the second one coming through, but both trios back up to full strength, and we're at 87 players remaining.
So, effectively, fight's been reset. A little bit more loot on the steamy stack side of things, but get this nice set of houses to loot for Dragon, Asher, and Asher Genshin. Let's move over to Yumi. Squishy. We're chopping down the lighthouse here. Grim already taken down. Not sure where. May have been at the shark and they disengaged over here. Looks like that's the case. Where they're coming from that, or they use that car to get away, but very interesting contention happening up here this far north.
Yeah, I believe we saw Grim get taken down right off the start in the elimination feed. But we do have plenty of room to move here. We see Yumi and Squishy trying to play some shots as the leaderboard flies in on the left-hand side. 51 points separating first and fifth. We're currently on board with our fifth place trio. But don't forget, the points tomorrow are doubled. Yes, that is right, doubled. So the end of day results today, just by playing half of the matches, are a third of the available points going through. So if your favorite trio isn't doing so well, there is still plenty to play for. And don't forget, NA West has just under $400,000 in terms of prize money and the bragging rights, because regardless, we're going to have a new champion.
Whew. And they're going to have a lot of money in their pocket. They are going to be sitting really well after today and then going into next year looking good. Again, duos. Very interesting to see. Again, I'm excited about that. Swapping away from trios, and it brings into question, right? Like, you have these powerful trios like Arkham, Epic Well, Rex, now Reed. Who's gonna be the duo of the trio? We have that tension there now, right? Because before it was okay. Now you've got to form a trio. Who's the trio going to be? But now it's like, okay, you do so well. Who are you gonna break up? Like, who is going to be the one that doesn't get to play with the other teammate they played for an entire year?
So, want to know how I deal with roster madness? I just don't. Right?
Yeah.
To me, like, everyone's like, oh, are you following the rumors behind who's playing with who? I'm like, I will wait until there are official tournaments and there's cash cups and dream hacks or whatever, and then I'll check in and see who is playing with who. Because as we all know, it doesn't matter each one of the regions, there's always a last minute shakeup. There's always one or two trios who you're like, huh, I didn't know they were playing together. And it was like, yeah, they decided it 12 and a half minutes before Q's went live. And it's like, well, that makes sense as to why I didn't know it. So I tend to just kind of don't when it comes to dealing with the roster madness and wait and see where everything shakes out.
It's a fair point. I think we've been through roster madness so many times in competitive Fortnite that it's honestly the safest option. It's always fun to try to follow along and see new ways.
Fun is one word for it, that's for sure.
As we move over, look at Jorito. Oh, just a beautiful shot there onto Godfro. Had him in a cone, and when you have someone in their cone and they own the floor, you always have to edit that cone to follow him down because it's almost a guaranteed elimination because they're trying to get away from you 99% of the time. They're not trying to fight you in that moment. So if you just hit them with your shotgun, you're usually going to get that elim as we get to go back over to Rex, Snacky, and Favs. Again, this is our second place trio. They're doing well. I'm going to point out the difference as we bring up the leaderboard. That's 49 points between second and third. While right now that's a big difference, tomorrow that's easily make upable. But that lead for Arkham, Reed, and Epic Whale, if they really want to have a chance, they've got to cut into it big time here.
31 points, so not too bad, right? And then we end up looking at the fact that it's the double points going over. But if anything, like, I don't necessarily feel like that has benefited Epic, Whale, Reet, and Arkham, because so far from what I've seen today, they don't seem like the team who's going to have that really high elimination victory royale game so far. They're not playing for it. They're not getting on teams' walls early on. They're not trying to take advantage of what might be some of the trios who, in a straight-up 50-50 fight, they probably win in more than 50-50 situations. They're not doing that at all today. This, in fact, like, this looks more passive than we saw them play when they had Rex on their team. And I did not anticipate that would be the route you would go. Like, if you're adding a player like Reet, I would have expected them to start taking some more of these mid-game fights, particularly in a circumstance where, I mean, if you look at the drop map and the teams who are dropping around them, that minus Phony Burbs, like, all of those trios are pushable. Right? Like, you could start flying and get going. Like, I have no problem with Reet taking a fight against any of those if Epic Whale and Arkham are close to support him, but that just hasn't been the case. It's grab as many fish and shields as we can. It's hop in a taxi and then just drive around the island, which is fine. It's just, it feels different. You know what I mean?
I would agree. It doesn't feel like, because last season we saw Reet. We saw a tamer version of Reed, but it was still Reed, right? He still had the pop-up potential. If they wanted to push someone, if Reed really wanted to push someone, they could, as long as the setup was there for it. It seems like right now, Reed's got the setup, but hasn't been able to get the execution there because Arkham and Epic Whale aren't used to that fast style. Right? They're not. They can play fast, but that's not always their game plan. That's not always their go-to. And that's why I think Rex is finding a little bit more success over there. It's because Rex can adapt to many different playstyles and have over many different years. I mean, going back to Scented and Edgy here, they play differently than Arkham and Epic Whale do as well. So I think that's why you're finding more success there, because Rex doesn't have to play differently than he's played any other time before.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about, or at least Panda did a great job just showing the game plan that Favs and Snacky have been able to execute on when it came to their FNCS victory and how they spent the qualification weeks really learning how to take those mid-game fights, but then playing for consistency after the fact. And Rex, he slots into that brilliantly. Like, that is exactly the role that he was filling when it came to playing with Epic Whale and Arkham. Then that's why it kind of feels like Reet to me is trying to jam like a circle peg into a square hole. But we've all seen the meme, everything goes through the square hole. It's fine. You just got to turn it sideways, right? We're good. And that's Reet. He will be able to plug in. He'll be able to find success. But my question is, how much of that success, right? Because I don't think, I mean, going back to the baking analogy, I don't think they've put all the ingredients together for this to be a delicious dessert right now. This is kind of like the savory meat pie that weird uncle brings, where it's like, it's good. You're not sure if you should be eating it, but like you can't kind of help yourself from having another taste. That's what this trio feels like to me right now.
It's a great description. Question is, can they turn it into that beautiful dessert over this game and the next 6 tomorrow? Will they be able to? Maybe. Again, they have the highest caliber of players there on their team, and while you can put them all together on a team, it doesn't always end up working out. So I'm excited to see how they adapt this game and the games tomorrow, because again, they are worth double points. I know we've said that, we hit it home, but again, it is very important that, you know, tomorrow the leads essentially are reset for some players, right? If they're that close, they're reset, they're non-existent. Because if you get a victory out tomorrow, it's no longer worth 30 points. Ooh, nice shot there by Yuumi with the charged shotgun. Is going to find Astra Genshin on the other side. There were 60 points tomorrow.
Keep an eye on the feed in the top left-hand corner. Epic Whale picking up an elimination. That's G5RC going down, and a good push from Yuumi. We talked about them, how they were 5th, looking on the outside in and picking up those eliminations. As you said, if you can't be first, hey, as long as you're close after day number 1, there's everything to play for in day number 2. As we swing on over to the trio who is underneath Storm Surge, they need to find some tags, so they need to go right now. 16 below isn't too much. They should be able to find the opportunity if they can get a beat on somebody, but it doesn't look like that beat is going to create itself. Mekton desperately looking around, but if they're the only ones under Storm Surge, there's no reason for anybody else to poke out. You can see Lush is about to end up taking over. You need to be careful in terms of now where you are putting your heals, because you don't want to take too much extra damage. Boom. And as I say that, Storm Surge will turn off, and all 3 of them will be able to remain up on their feet. However, they know they need to look for damage now, as we also have our first placement threshold. 5 points going over to everyone, as we have 24 trios remaining.
That's unfortunate. They used everything there just to stay up. They're in zone at the hill, but is it worth it with where you are, with the loot that you have? Yes, you're still in the game, so you have the opportunity to get points. So yes, in the grand scheme of it all, it is. But what more can you really do when you have a teammate not even at 100 effective HP? Another one as well as we move into Astra Day. That was, oh, what a beautiful shot there on the squishy. Epic Whale gonna find an Elim here in the backside of the zone in Lazy Lake, and that'll be great points going over to them. As we move over, though, get to take a look once again at Eclipse, Coffee, and Cyrazor, and they are set up so well. Interestingly enough, they haven't passed those big shields around. They're waiting a little bit, see if they take a little bit more damage. But oh, sundown.
Talk about a horrible situation right there. Snacky Favs and Rex, they don't want to drop here. Again, we talked about getting the +5, but with no other eliminations up on the board, it looks like those are going to be the only points they get. They are trying to stick the revive on the Rex, but honestly, it looks like Storm Surge did its work here, as every single one of them is just completely eaten out of all of their resources. I mean, there is no shields on them. There is no white heals that we've seen in any of this inventory. Rex will get picked up on the backside of the zone. Yeah, look, there's just no, they've been chewed through every single one of their resources, just absolutely gone. And I mean, we talk about, hey, you have to have playmaking ability, but this is, you have to one-shot somebody and then basically get the reset. And as I say that, though, if they're able to get the drop onto Nitrix right on the opposite side of this wall, they could make it happen. However, if he takes the time and he's able to get off the big shield and then get off any of the bandages that you can see on the opposite side, that's just not going to happen. Now a stiff breeze, a weird look, like on a menacing glare, like you don't have to touch these guys with much. They're just going to fall over.
And they can't even launch pad. A launch pad is them getting eliminated. There's no way they can safely take that. So they have to hop onto somebody, but it has to be a solo and they have to be low. There's so many conditions that need to be met right here for them to continue in this game. Launchpad placed down, everyone's gonna start to move. Maybe they go for it now and try to recycle with other players moving through, but again, they can't really take a lot of zone damage. They have a couple ticks here and there to mess around with, but 20 seconds remaining, they are staying right together as well. They don't want to move. And I'm very worried. I don't see the way out.
You can see they need to get the drop here on Rakatsuki and Aiden. Does look like they should recognize it's a duo directly in front of them. They should be able to just follow the path. Looks like they might opt to launch pad. Need to be careful about taking the zone damage because it is fourth closing, so this is 5 damage going through. We will see the Storm Surge running on the right-hand side. They don't have to worry about that. But like I said, man, a stiff breeze and one of those medium bullets, it doesn't matter how much damage fall-off ends up coming through. Either one of them will end up being knocked as Epic Whale ends up picking up yet another elimination in the feed. That's Uchiha going down there, but Perovencha is going to turn that around as Epic Whale gets knocked himself. Snacky and Fabs trying to find a little bit of room, but Fabs will unfortunately get taken out there. And honestly, if he's able to get a revive, it's technically cost efficient going from being 15 HP to 30 HP. So, I mean, I'll take it, but you are picking at straws here.
Yeah, I mean, that's the definition of min-maxing right there. But, oh, wait, Baka is actually someone they could go on to if they went up, but they go down instead. Baka pretty low. Fabs is going in. He's got the harpoon. He's trying to get involved. Kytrex going to be taken down pretty low as well. They're working well. Even though they have nothing to work with, that's going to be Fabs going down, though. Snacky tried to put up his best effort there. Wasn't able to do it. Play on the other side. I don't know if they saw them there. They're right above the editor there. Can only take a couple ticks of zone damage, and the zone didn't matter when the players are spraying at you there. That's looking, just look at how close they were on the Kytrex and company. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, if they'd been able to pick that up, that would have been absurd. I mean, we talk about just making something out of nothing, and Mekton, he's not going to be so happy about that. You can see that his day one is over. Headset comes off right away. None too happy as he gets picked up before those cascading placement points. We're going to swing on over. Current first place, second place is out. We saw that Epic Whale took some damage. I'll be interested to see whether or not he was able to get picked up or back on his feet. Because if that's the case, then second and third are both down. Eclipse, Cyrazer, and Poffy could open up a very big lead and make that kind of double point day tomorrow a little bit less threatening. All of a sudden, if they put together 1 or 2 games off of the start of tomorrow, people could really be looking to catch. And right as I say that, it's going to be on Reet to make a solo effort. We saw Cyrazer do it as a solo from 21st all the way up to 4th. Can Reet answer as soon as he opens up even a little bit? Baka and Nitrix are going to put the pressure down on him. And one thing to note too is he doesn't have a ton of materials. Yeah, 88 is an okay amount, but like not a lot of metal, and the wood's not going to be too useful given the circumstance. So it's going to be a little bit more difficult to find some room. However, gets a great little path here, and I think if he's able to go up one more level, he should be able to be okay. Instead, ops go down on the ultimate low, a little bit more playmaking, but also completely out of metal now. Burned through about a little over a quarter of his builds. Will not find the elimination there. However, he gets all of the refresh and all of the metals.
And the chug splashes as well. While he didn't get that many materials from that situation, that is so big right there. 74 builds, back up to a good amount. Has zone pulling to them. Has 6 chug splashes, can play the zone. Has a good amount of shield as well. This is where Reet needs to be the Reet that we saw win last season. This needs to be where he makes the plays, because again, if he can just keep putting down points right now, he cuts into second place as lead and can even overtake them from where they were. 152 is what Reet has now. The last points, though, we got to pay attention to around 170, I believe, there for Fabs and company. I believe that's what they came into the game with. So that's what he's shooting for, 153. Again, cascading placement points going to come through. He 175. Thank you for that. Is what he's shooting for. These are going to keep updating beautifully there. Another point coming through, 154. Reet is going to go for the launch pad. Is he going to go? No! Too early, though. He's going to get sprayed in the back. Those shots come through. He is fine. Launch pad will be good. He is going to make it into the tree and just try to heal up. Luckily for him, he's got the heals to do it. He's got the ability because of that little bit of a loop goblin that he pulled. He's still got a good amount of mats as well. Reek can do this right now. That could be a big elimination. That's first place right there.
Yeah, able to find a huge shot, and that Cyrus is the one who's been doing a big part of the work for his trio. Just absolutely obliterated, and then he falls down. He fell down. Pedro Venchata ended up finding him, and he got the knock, and Reed is able to dip back into the zone, gets a legendary pump shotgun. However, he's out of chug splashes, trying to find anything that Chili chug splash. Will the speed boost be enough? 43-33, and he's able to just barely get in by the hair on his chinny chin. 14 HP now, and a Dream trying to get as many points as he can. But as we talked about, he's already pushed forward, top 13, able to scrape together 4 additional points, but not sure it'll end up being enough, as Poffy though is by himself. So everybody in the top 3 potentially looking to drop down a little bit here, and the rest of the leaderboard could cause that shooting to happen in the final match on day 1. Everybody at the top, with the exception of Poffy right now, has been taken down. However, he's quickly racking up those points as trios continue to drop as we go from 14 to 11 over the course of this rotation. Poffy looking for a little bit of sign. He gets the knock, gets the second. That was brilliant, but not going to be able to find the confirmation. He goes down in 10th, securing 1 more point. And up on the high ground, we got the Hispanic trio, Jelty, Pedro Venchetta, and Krizix just raining shots down.
They're looking for that victory royale. Again, 30 points, plus whatever elimination points they can grab would be such a good shoot there for them. If they can grab that, they're going to try to chop down second height as much as they can, trying to find any eliminations. That's a player in a box with everybody else. It seems like one player down, not going to get that one. Wave going to pick up some eliminations. Chris as well. Jorito will find success there. 4 eliminations, though, up on the high ground. We hop down. Cool. Wave and Quinn trying to pick up so many eliminations. It is chaotic here on the low ground. They are running out of room, though. It is going up a hill. Cool around the outside. Will they find the side jumps there? They do, but not enough HP. But Joey Quinn trying to do the same is barely going to be safe for now, but doesn't really have the option to do much more than that. No, finds a little hole, finds a little bit of room, and will continue to keep going and continue to keep moving forward. But with effectively 46 HP, does not have time in the zone. One tick will take them down. They need to find elimination. Look at the high ground, though. It's Shelty and Krizix there, putting down the damage. Cool, unfortunately, will fall, but 7 eliminations. Again, it's all about right now cutting into the lead, cutting into what you can to try to set yourself up well for the double points tomorrow. And luckily, he had enough mats to catch him there. Everybody, I feel like on the edge of the seat, right? I mean, I was leading forward. Let's see what Quinn can do, though. Again, he needs to try to keep cutting in. Unfortunately, everyone going to drop on top of him. Does he have the shotgun damage? Can he do it? He tries to dodge it. No, not going to be able to do so. Puts a good amount of points up, though. But Jelty and Krizix look to secure the win. And look at how many elims they have on their other teammate. Only 1 between Krizix and Jelty, though.
Yeah, and I mean, Jelty is 2 floppers, 6 chili chug splashes. He feels like he should have this in terms of the heal off, but when you look at the actual raw amount of heals that he has there, it's only a little bit more than a med kit. It's about 6 seconds on top of a med kit going through there. If there's a double medkit on the low ground, they're in a 2v2, you don't have enough to end up closing this out. So it'll be interesting to see what they opt to do. Jelty is going to duck back up into the backside of the zone. Cesarski's going to go down to try and deny himself. Krizix will also go down, but he's denied the siphon away, and it's going to come into a straight heal off. And you have to think Jelty has the advantage in this regard, but he needs to be careful not taking damage. And as he does, he runs. He screams, "Cowards!" as he sprints away from the fight, knowing he has enough heals to just outlast, secure the victory royale. A very tactical retreat on the way to a first place in match number 6 here. We'll see Pedro Venchetta just layering down the shots. I mean, there was madness on the low ground as that slight change in verticality made the biggest amount of difference, but Trashy, unfortunately, gets outlasted by the Gamers 2 player of Jelty, and they will take home match number 6, and that's going to feel really good for them. That's 7 eliminations. That's a victory royale, 44 points right at the end, when the top 3 all got taken down with, I think, roughly only like +9 was the maximum amount of points we saw from any of those. So going into day number 2, Clay, it honestly looks a little wide open here in the West.
I would agree. There's so many points up for grabs tomorrow. Again, it's double points. So what you saw today is going to be skyrocketed up in terms of points on the leaderboard. And speaking of that, that's going to be it for Sundown and myself for today. We'll be back tomorrow. We got to throw it over one last time to Zeke, Kelly, and Panda to break it all down.
Clay and Sundown, thank you guys so much for casting these 6 games of NA West. They were awesome. NA West has set the pace. We've seen the battlefield set as well. And now we have to start kind of changing our focus to the 6 games tomorrow in NA West. Double points. It's going to be absolutely insane. Now, before we say goodbye, there's a few things we've got to talk about. We got to talk about the leaderboards. And, of course, this last game going over to Jelty and Krizix. I mean, I love that Sundown and Clay kind of pointed this out of, like, in this last game, they were able to get something, right? Because when you think about it, that's going to give them, like, momentum tomorrow, right? They're going to come in and be like, hey, we won that last game. We're good to go. We have 6 more ahead of us. Let's do this, right, Kelly?
Oh, anything is possible for tomorrow, and we saw pretty much a pretty strong lead for our first 2 teams here, but now that lead is starting to dissipate and go away. You can see, actually, yes, they are 21 points ahead of the rest of the competition. That is Poppy Sizer or Cyrazer and Eclipse right there doing a great job just staying consistent. But we kind of saw a bit of a slowdown in their momentum. You know, they were placing so well, getting 1st, 4th, and 2nd, and then getting 10th place in that last game right there. But the fact that they got 10th place and are still in 1st place by that many points is incredible. Speaking of slowing down, though, Rex, Fabs, and Snacky having an incredible performance in the top or the first 4 games, never placing below 10th. But then the next 2 games, they got 22nd place and 21st place. So I'm starting to get a little nervous for my pick right here, Panda.
Listen, it's not just you, right? Obviously, Arkham, Reed, Epic Whale also causing a little bit of nerves here because they haven't really picked up in stride, right? We saw there in the last game, Arkham, Epic Whale both go down extremely early. Reed left by himself as a solo player to try to make something happen. But it's one of those things that it's tough. It's tough to predict one of these teams that we know to do extremely well season over season, or these players that do extremely well season over season, but now watch them struggle here in day number 1. But of course, obviously, we talked about it before. This is only 1/3 of the way through this competition because tomorrow with the double points, it's like a whole different day. So it's going to be extremely exciting to dive into that. But we got to talk about some other players here. Again, it looks like Krizix, Jelty, and company, they're climbing. They get that VR, now find themselves in 11th place, and they set themselves up for a great day number 2. All they need is some consistency tomorrow, and some of these other teams not to perform as consistently, of course, and they walk away in a top 5, if not a top 3 spot for sure.
Oh, easily without a doubt. They have 120 points right now, which is only 35 points away from 3rd place, which is Arkham, Reet, and Epic Whale. And although they are fighting for 1st place, obviously the higher placement you get, the more money you want. So even if they're not able to get 1st place, making it all the way up the leaderboard is what we want to see. And I think that they are around 18th, 17th place after game 5. So to see them jump up to 11th place is good, but obviously they want to be even higher. And this is one of arguably the best teams that we have in the region. So to see them on this 2nd page, although I don't want to say is surprising, you know, I'm sure they are a little disappointed. They're going to be doing some VOD reviewing and seeing what they're going to do for game number 2. I already gave a shout out to the 4th place team, Grim, Yumi, and Squishy, but I actually want to give a shout out to another team, a team that I think doesn't give the recognition that they deserve, which is Quinn, Wave, and Cool. Constantly, they are always in our finals game, if not always in our top 10. So to see them in 5th place right now, doing a good job with their placements, not so much with the eliminations, I'm glad to see that. And here we have it. It is our 3rd page for the team. And I mean, Panda, to me, it's a bit of a surprise to see Flix, Mudio, and Lox with a victory royale all the way down in 21st place.
It just showcases how talented the top 10, top 15 are, because even though Flix & Co. have a victory royale, they're still not in the top 20, which means that everybody above them are just showcasing that not only can they do well in 1 game, but they can do well in 6, at least well enough to stay in that top 20 situation. So really impressive overall. Honestly, from top to bottom, these teams have stepped up to the plate in a unique way. They've gone through qualifiers. They've made it here to the finals, and they have stepped up here in day number 1. But again, it comes down to day number 2, Zeke.
Day number 2. Remember, double points on the line. And don't forget, if someone is eliminated outside of those thresholds and they can't earn points, they're going to watch as literally everyone else around them is racking up double points. So tomorrow, I really do feel like things are going to be shaken up, right? 60 points for just the Victory Royale. Every elimination is worth 4 points. We are going to see some shakeups, friends, and I cannot wait for all of that. Before we do say goodbye, why don't we go ahead and take a look at our predictions? Am I still disqualified, production? Did Kelly hold the power and disqualify me? Okay, thank you, Kelly, for being so kind and giving me back my pick. That's very kind of you. I could not be happier about this. Epic Whale, Arkham, and Reed is most of our picks. Kelly has got Rex, Snacky, and Fabs, and both these teams are sitting in second and third, respectively, right? I mean, once again, Kelly, I think we've talked a lot about Epic Whale, Arkham, and Rex as a trio kind of in previous seasons. And they always do this, right? They end day one in top 5, and then they come back to win day 2. So I'm curious to kind of get your final thoughts here on day 2 for both of these trios, right? Now it's gone from 1 power trio to 2. How do you think this is going to fare coming in tomorrow?
So last season, Season 8, was the first time, or I guess this season, but the last tournament we saw was the first time that we ever saw Arkham, Rex, and Epic Whale go below 10th place, I believe, and have a pretty poor performance. That's happened twice now today. They got 23rd in game number 1.